Chapter 1 Ding. Amidst the mountains, a resounding bell tolls. Fire crows, the size of a fist, strike the golden bell, which is marred with cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering into countless pieces. Is the golden bell perfected? Ha! It makes for excellent material for corpse refinement. The middle-aged man gazes with slight astonishment, then sneers repeatedly. What if the golden bell is perfected? Can it withstand a few strikes from my fire crows? At your age, isn't it better to wield power in the mundane world? Why venture into the realm of immortals? Do you truly believe everyone can become an immortal? Whoosh! I left home at a young age, wandering the immortal realm for over 30 years. The man's eyes widen, his words abruptly cut off as a 3-inch flying dagger pierces his brow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several more streaks of light slice through the air as willow leaf daggers accurately embed themselves into the man's eyes, mouth, throat, and heart. The man stands dazed, his snow-white robe soaked in blood. Whoosh! The youth exhales a breath of foul air, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Bah! You pauper! Not even a storage bag to your name. Then again, if you were truly formidable, you wouldn't be here attempting to rob a mere mortal. After a brief search, he retrieves 2 spirit stones and several talismans from the cultivator's body. Chen skillfully obliterates the evidence, teach the spirit symbol shop, the red rice shop, the treasure pavilion, the delicacy tower, the goddess tower, the 1,000 refinements pavilion, and many others abound. Moreover, some individuals sit on the ground, setting up stalls and hawking their wares, offering a dazzling array of goods that can easily overwhelm the senses. Shui Linglong strides ahead, making her way directly to the heart of the marketplace. Chen keenly observes that numerous gazes cast upon Shui Linglong are imbued with a sense of reverence. The fairy Linglong holds a significant standing in the realm of Jianghu within the territory of Yingshan. Chen's eyes glimmer with understanding. He realizes he has encountered a true benefactor, though he remains curious about the depths of the fairy Linglong's cultivation. Yingshan Fong was founded through a coalition of several immortal families from Heishui Prefecture, constructed atop a second-tier spiritual vein. This place gathers many wandering cultivators. These wandering cultivators are often lawless individuals. You must exercise caution when dealing with them in the future. Fairy Linglong leads the way, her demeanor seemingly quite cheerful as she voluntarily shares some insights into the world of cultivation with Chen. Observing the petite figure of the young girl, Chen silently commits her words to memory. You possess a 9th-grade spiritual root, and without the backing of a powerful family or a stroke of fortune, you're likely to stagnate in the early stages of qi refinement for your entire life, making no progress in your cultivation. After spending a few years in the cultivation world, you will come to realize that remaining in the secular world as an ordinary person is not such a bad fate. Everyone aspires to become an immortal, yet in the vast south wilderness of the cultivation realm, how many have truly achieved immortality over the past 10 millennia? In the end, does the pursuit of cultivation not lead to a mere handful of earth, living perhaps a few more years than an ordinary mortal? The young girl speaks with a tone of disdain, her words laced with a hint of mockery. Chen instinctively inquires, Fairy Linglong, does the South Wilderness cultivation realm refer to the realm we are currently in? The girl turns, her gaze becoming inexplicably profound. The place we inhabit is merely the most remote corner of the South Wilderness cultivation realm. The South Wilderness comprises 56 nations, with the Yin Kingdom situated on its fringes beyond the Yin Kingdom. The world is vast. Moreover, the South Wilderness is merely a fragment of the human realm. Never mind. Why am I sharing this with you? The girl seems lost in thought, her mood darkening as she loses interest in conversing with Chen. Chen dares not pry further, silently trailing behind her while continuously surveying his surroundings, eager to assimilate into the cultivation realm. Miss, you have returned. The divine elixir pavilion, with its golden bricks and jade tiles, exudes grandeur, crowned by a massive gourd at its apex. Standing at the heart of Yingshan Fong, it is the tallest among the many pavilions. As Chen walks through, he observes that only a few pavilions, such as the 1,000 Refinements Pavilion, the treasure pavilion, and the goddess tower can rival the divine elixir pavilion in stature. The first floor of the divine elixir pavilion is relatively quiet, with few patrons passing through. An elder descends from the upper levels, concern etched on his face as he gazes at the young girl, his eyes revealing a trace of awe. Chen stands behind the girl, maintaining a composed demeanor, refraining from uttering a word. Fu Bo, how has business been during this time? The girl casually pulls up a chair, crossing her legs with a rather indifferent expression. The elder glances at Chen, momentarily taken aback. Fu Bo, this person is one I encountered outside the marketplace. Noticing his steadfast desire for the Tao, I brought him to the divine elixir pavilion to serve as an errand boy. The elder's gaze shifts from Chen, murmuring softly, No wonder. Xiao Han, take this young brother down to meet Master Chundan and have him serve as an errand apprentice. Understood. An oval-faced chubby boy approaches, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. Looking at Chen with envy, Brother, please. Chen nodded and displayed a warm smile towards the chubby boy. I am Han Mao. What is your name, big brother? In the backyard of the divine pill pavilion, the chubby boy became animated, his mouse-like eyes sparkling as he scrutinized Chen. Brother, what is your relationship with the pavilion master? How could it be that the pavilion master personally brought you here? Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and he inquired nonchalantly, Is Linglong Fairy the master of the divine pill pavilion? Han Mao puffed out his chest proudly, stating, Linglong Fairy is not only the master of the divine pill pavilion, but also the master of the celestial talisman pavilion. And she is one of the few foundation establishment cultivators in this Mountain district. It is said that Linglong Fairy has businesses in both Yunzhou's South Mountain Market and Pingzhou's Taihu Market. He continued, Though she is not yet 30, she has already attained foundation establishment. Even the true disciples of the Zishu sect are not comparable to our Linglong Fairy. Chen opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. Han Mao looked at him with an inexplicable expression, his smile ingratiating as he said, Li De Go, if you have caught Linglong Fairy's eye and become prosperous in the future, do not forget to help your little brother. Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, but did not respond to Han Mao. Indeed, he had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune by encountering the beautiful and kind-hearted Linglong Fairy, who had brought him into the Mountain Market and arranged for him to serve as an apprentice and laborer to a pill master at the Divine Pill Pavilion. As for anything beyond that, Chen dared not dwell on it. He was merely a mortal who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, possessing only a 9th-grade spiritual root, seemingly lacking anything that might attract Linglong Fairy's interest. Perhaps he bore a resemblance to a certain acquaintance of hers. Chen stroked his chin, recalling the astonished expression of Fu Bo upon seeing him. It seemed that this was the only explanation for Linglong Fairy to regard him with such favor and bring him to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Chen chose not to ponder further. Present. Overthinking was of no use to him. Han Mao continued to chatter incessantly, probing into Chen's relationship with Linglong Fairy, while Chen remained silent. Before the exquisite courtyard, he adjusted his clothing, feeling as though today's events were somewhat dreamlike. To go. There is no need to be nervous. Master Chen has a very good temperament. Noticing Chen's distraction, Han Mao, feeling familiar, patted Chen on the shoulder and offered words of comfort. Mortals? At last, Chen met Master Chen of the Divine Pill Pavilion. In the quaint and elegant little courtyard, an elderly man in green lay languidly in the embrace of a charming maid, while another maid was kneading his legs. This Master Chen was slender, sporting a flowing goatee beneath his chin, and squinted his eyes as he scrutinized Chen. Chen respectfully bowed. I am Chen. Greetings to Master Chen. Han Mao, standing beside him, wore a sycophantic smile. Master Chen, this is someone personally brought back by the pavilion master, as instructed by Manager Fu to serve as your apprentice. Master Chen's gaze roamed over Chen, his brow furrowing in impatience as he remarked, That old ghost Fu, at least send someone with some cultivation. What is the use of sending a mortal? He will only cause trouble for me. He waved his hand dismissively. Fine. Since this is someone personally brought back by the pavilion master, I cannot go against the pavilion master or that old ghost Fu. You may come to assist me as an apprentice laborer, but your spiritual root must be lacking. Begin by chopping firewood and warming the stove, and come and find me again tomorrow." With that, Master Chen dismissed Li Chun with a wave of his hand. Upon exiting the divine pill pavilion, Li Chun found himself in possession of a yellowed book, a bottle of fasting pills, and 2 low-grade spirit stones. Han Mao accompanied Li Chun, his eyes filled with envy. The book was given by Manager Fu, a beginner's fire element cultivation manual titled Qi Yin Ju. The fasting pills and spirit stones were also provided by Manager Fu. According to Han Mao, the Divine Pill Pavilion does not provide housing for its employees, unless they are high-ranking pill masters. Therefore, Li Chun could not reside in the Divine Pill Pavilion and could only follow Han Mao to settle in the Shantytown, down on the top floor of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Shui Linglong gazed blankly at the departing figures of Li Chun and Han Mao, her eyes inadvertently glistening with moisture. Fu Bo stood beside her, silent for a moment before murmuring words of comfort. "Miss, the master possesses extraordinary talent. You need not worry about him." Shui Linglong came to her senses, pursing her lips. "Fu Bo, Big Brother has been gone for over 20 years. When will he return to see Linglong?" "Li De Ge, from now on, you will reside with me in the Shantytown. Do not be misled by the poor environment. We must still pay 1 spirit stone each month. Without spirit stones, even the qualification to reside in the Shantytown is unattainable." Han Mao brought Li Chun to the outskirts of the Yin Mountain district, where many low, dilapidated houses have been constructed, each exceedingly simple. The Shantytown was home to lower-tier cultivators, while truly formidable figures resided in the caves carved out in the market. Those caves were situated atop spiritual veins, and cultivating within them was vastly different from doing so in the Shantytown. Han Mao was quite talkative. Li Chun nodded gently to indicate his understanding. Regardless of the location, the law of the jungle prevailed, with a select few strong individuals occupying the premium resources. Cultivating required spiritual energy, which emanated from spiritual veins. Areas with spiritual veins could be perceived as blessed lands. To Li Chen's knowledge, any place with a spiritual vein had already been claimed. The Zishu sect was the largest cultivation force in Yin country, having seized the finest spiritual veins, while the remaining spiritual vein territories were occupied by various cultivation factions. Under Han Mao's guidance, Li Chun met with the overseer of a Shantytown, paid 1 spirit stone, and secured a month's right to reside in a house. Li Chen's dwelling was built of earthen bricks. With a thatched roof, and aside from a hard wooden bed, it contained nothing else. A new neighbor arrived. "Mortals?" A plump, charming female cultivator emerged from the adjacent room and walked directly into Li Chen's room, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him with suspicion. "Sister Chan, do not be deceived by Li De Ge's mortal status. He was personally brought into Yin Mountain District by Linglong Fairy and recommended to serve as an apprentice to Master Chen. His future is certainly bright." Han Mao's eyes brightened noticeably, a humble smile adorning his chubby face as he cautiously explained to the female cultivator. The charming female cultivator raised an eyebrow, her expression becoming more serious, and her attitude warmed slightly. "Li De Ge has a connection with Linglong Fairy." Li Chun shook his head, clarifying, "There is no such connection. It is merely that Linglong Fairy is kind-hearted and has guided me onto the path of cultivation." The female cultivator's gaze shifted, and she probed. Then Li De Ge must possess extraordinary talent. Otherwise, how could he attract Linglong Fairy's favor? Li Chun merely smiled and silenced. He was well aware of his own spiritual root, which likely paled in comparison to Han Mao and this female cultivator's. After all, in the realm of cultivation, there existed no inferior qualifications beyond the 9th grade spiritual root. After some conversation, Li Chun learned that his neighboring female cultivator was named Shu Chan, a 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator who made a living by crafting spiritual paper through washing and preparing talisman paste, thereby earning spirit stones to continue her cultivation in the Shantytown. As for Han Mao, he was a helper at the Divine Pill Pavilion who welcomed guests, possessing a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivation. Upon hearing about Li Chen's background, Shu Chan's enthusiastic demeanor diminished significantly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she returned to her room. However, Han Mao's attitude towards Li Chun remained unchanged, and he cheerfully said, "Li De Ge, let me know if you need anything. I will take care of it for you." "Thank you, Han brother. I do not require anything. Chen was unwilling to trouble Han Mao further. And indeed, he had no need for anything. He simply wished to review the Qi Yinju provided by Manager Fu, in hopes of quickly drawing in spiritual energy and becoming a cultivator. Han Mao seemed to discern Li Chen's thoughts, his smile unwavering. "To go. I shall not disturb you any longer. Do not hesitate to ask me if you encounter any difficulties with the Qi Yinju." Li Chen nodded and bid Han Mao farewell. Han Mao was a decent fellow, his eagerness tinged with a hint of ulterior motive, likely due to Linglong Fairy's influence, a fact Li Chen was well aware of. But what connection could Li Chen possibly have with Linglong Fairy? In a rudimentary chamber, Li Chen sat cross-legged upon a wooden bed, adjusting his mindset as he began to peruse the Red Flame Sutra. The Red Flame Sutra was not an esoteric method of cultivation. Rather, it was quite commonplace, available for purchase in the markets for merely 2 spirit stones, rendering it a rather pedestrian technique. Chen found himself without the privilege of selection. The profound methods of cultivation were all held in the grasp of various esteemed sects, and the techniques circulating in the marketplace were unlikely to possess any remarkable efficacy. However, a technique like the Red Flame Sutra did hold its merits. The text contained detailed annotations, enabling even a mundane individual like Li Chen, who had yet to embark on the path of immortality, to comprehend its contents. The Red Flame Sutra was the most prevalent fire-based technique in the realm of cultivation, culminating at the 10th level of Qi refinement, with no subsequent content for further cultivation. That it included a scant few spells, such as the Fire Crow technique, Fire Arrow technique, and Fire Screen technique. The very cultivator who had previously attempted to slay him was practicing the Red Flame Sutra. As night deepened, Li Chen closed the book, maintaining his seated position on the wooden bed, closing his eyes to begin the process of merging with the heavens and earth, attempting to sense the spiritual energy of the cosmos. After a night had passed, Li Chen opened his eyes, his expression grim. He had sensed the spiritual energy of the cosmos, yet it seemed utterly indifferent to him, let alone permitting him to draw it in and refine it into magical power. Was this truly the most inferior 9th-grade spiritual root? An epiphany struck Li Chen. His aptitude for cultivation was likely far worse than he had previously envisioned. "Brother Li, are you awake? We must head to the Divine Pill Pavilion for work," came the familiar voice of Han Mao from outside. Li Chen tidied his attire and opened the door, accompanying Han Mao to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Upon arrival, Li Chen did not encounter the exquisite Fairy Linglong, nor did he see Master Fu. Master Chen's demeanor towards Li Chen was neither warm nor cold. He merely instructed him to chop firewood. The wood Li Chen was to chop, known as iron heartwood, was a common fuel used by the alchemists for refining pills. Iron heartwood was exceptionally tough, and even with Li Chen's mastery as a martial arts grandmaster in the mundane world, after a day's labor, his palms were blistered. This was still under the condition that he had cultivated the Golden Bell Shield to perfection. Chen even suspected that an ordinary innate expert from the mundane martial world would be unable to chop through iron heartwood. After a day of toil, Li Chen returned to the shanty town with Han Mao, his weary body dragging along, and continued to merge with the heavens and earth, attempting to sense the spiritual energy of the cosmos. Days turned into weeks, and Li Chen had chopped firewood at the Divine Pill Pavilion for half a year. During this time, he had not laid eyes on Fairy Linglong, nor had he seen Master Chen much. He merely received 2 spirit stones and a vial of fasting pills as his wages from Master Fu every month. Whenever it was time for wages, the plump Han Mao would always grumble. He worked as a servant at the Divine Pill Pavilion, serving tea and attending to guests, receiving only 2 low-grade spirit stones a month, which was still less than Li Chen at the very least. Li Chen received an additional vial of fasting pills each month. While the chubby fellow had yet to even taste one, Chen understood that Master Fu had taken special care to look after him. However, what puzzled Li Chen was why Master Fu would extend such particular concern toward an ordinary man like himself. One day, as usual, Li Chen merged with the heavens and earth, attempting to draw in the spiritual energy of the cosmos. Taking the first step on the path of cultivation on the hard wooden bed, Li Chen furrowed his brow tightly. In his perception, myriad colorful specks floated in the air. Those differently colored specks represented various attributes of spiritual energy. He exerted himself to draw the crimson specks closer, and after repeated, unwavering efforts, the crimson specks finally converged before him, entering his body through the pores of his skin. "That I did it." Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face alight with joy. After persisting for half a year, he had finally succeeded in drawing an energy and taken the first step on the path of cultivation. Ding! Upon detecting that the host had embarked on the path of immortality, the system began to activate. Just as Chen was immersed in his joy, an even greater surprise struck him. His entire body trembled, and he stood up nervously, his lips quivering uncontrollably, and his heart racing wildly. The system, it turned out he also possessed a system. After nearly 20 years of waiting, it had finally activated today. The system detected that the host had embarked on the path of immortality and began its activation. The Immortal clan system has been successfully activated. Main quest: establish a cultivation family. Not yet completed. Side quest: give birth to the first offspring with spiritual roots. Not yet completed. Newbie gift pack is being distributed. Please check. Host. Chen felt a wave of dizziness, but by the time he regained his composure, a large segment of memories not belonging to him had already appeared in his mind, from beginner to master in alchemy. Detailed explanations of first and second tier pill formulas, discussions on pills, and an overview of the path of alchemy. Was this a second tier alchemical inheritance? Chen rubbed his temples, his heart overflowing with ecstasy. After half a year of navigating the cultivation world, he had only just completed the initial step of energy drawing, becoming a first-layer chi refinement cultivator, but he had not wasted that time. The cultivation realm encompassed a myriad of arts. Among these, alchemists held the highest rank, followed by formation masters, weapon refiners, talismans masters, and poison masters, among others. When discussing the myriad arts of cultivation, the first to be mentioned would undoubtedly be alchemy. Formations, weapon refining, and talisman crafting in the realm of cultivation, alchemists held an exceedingly revered status, receiving immense admiration. This is because the majority of cultivators require pills to assist in their training. Those who can cultivate without the aid of pills are exceedingly rare. Becoming a respected alchemist requires exceedingly stringent conditions. Firstly, it necessitates an inheritance in alchemy. Alchemists are already scarce in the cultivation world, and for loose cultivators to obtain such an inheritance is nearly impossible. Secondly, learning alchemy demands substantial resources. Generally, only powerful factions can afford to cultivate alchemists. The Divine Pill Pavilion is home to two alchemists, Master Gu and Master Chen. It is said that Master Gu is a second-tier alchemist capable of concocting second-tier spirit pills and has even succeeded in refining a batch of foundation establishment pills. Earning the respect of even Fairy Ling Long, Chen had chopped firewood at the Divine Pill Pavilion for half a year without ever meeting Master Chen. As for Master Chen, he was merely a first-tier alchemist. Yet even so, Master Chen held an exceedingly esteemed position within the Divine Pill Pavilion and the entire Yinshan market. Aside from the two alchemists, the Divine Pill Pavilion employed over a dozen alchemical apprentices capable of refining simple pills such as fasting pills and healing pills. A second-tier alchemical inheritance. Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement that he could hardly contain as he organized the memories that had suddenly flooded his mind, acquiring hundreds of first and second-tier formulas, each detailed to the minutiae of initiating the furnace, warming it, preparing the herbs, controlling the flames, condensing the pills, and retrieving them. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen had already become a second-tier alchemical master, merely lacking practical experience that a second-tier alchemical master. This was a status that even the Zishu Immortal sect would seek to recruit in the territory of the Yin Kingdom. No matter where one went, they would be treated as esteemed guests. Even with merely chi refinement cultivation, a second-tier alchemist could engage equally with a foundation establishment cultivator. Taking a deep breath, Chen forced himself to calm down. The system's newbie gift pack had granted him a second-tier alchemical inheritance. If he completed the system's tasks, would the rewards be even more astonishing? System. Chen attempted to call out a couple of times, but the system remained unresponsive. This system was not intelligent and could not converse with Chen. The Immortal clan system, the main quest was to establish a cultivation family, and the side quest was to give birth to the first offspring with spiritual roots. Therefore, he needed to devise a way to find a partner and bear children. thereby establishing a family? No. In the cultivation world, one should not say marry a wife, but rather seek a companion on the path. Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, continually stroking his chin, pondering how to fulfill the system's tasks and obtain its rewards. He understood that with his ninth-grade spiritual root, without fortuitous opportunities, he would likely only reach the mid-stage of chi refinement in this lifetime. Now, Chen could confirm that the greatest opportunity in his life was indeed the system. If he wished to ascend to immortality and become an ancestor, he would need to rely on the system. Regardless of whether it was the main quest or the side quest, the first step was to find a companion on the path, and then have a child. Only with a child could he establish a cultivation family, right? What if he simply purchased an ordinary woman, bore a child, and completed the first side quest to obtain the reward? But that wouldn't work either. With his ninth-grade spiritual root, could a child born from an ordinary woman possess spiritual roots? Thus, it is essential to seek a female cultivator possessing spiritual roots, ideally with both parents having such roots, as this significantly enhances the probability of their offspring inheriting spiritual roots. However, the critical issue lies within one's own cultivation level. Being merely at the first layer of chi refinement, would any female cultivator truly wish to bear children with me? Even if, hypothetically, a female cultivator were willing to have my child, could I provide for the child given my current circumstances? Would I subject the child to a life of hardship from the very beginning? That would be utterly inappropriate. Perhaps it would be wiser to linger in the divine elixir pavilion, gradually showcasing my alchemical skills, and once I attain a higher level of cultivation and status, I could then contemplate finding a partner and fulfilling the task of procreation. After much contemplation, Chen ultimately resolved to develop his prospects within the divine elixir pavilion, postponing the system's task until the conditions were more favorable. Achieving the first layer of chi refinement while managing a family in ingenuity is no small feat. Having made his decision, Chen continued to delve into the system. Within the system, apart from the main and side quests, there existed an exceedingly simple personal data panel. Host: Chen. Lifespan: 1981. Cultivation level: first layer of chi refinement. Technique: Chi and Ju, entry level. Dao partner: none. Offspring: none. Family: not established. The system panel was remarkably straightforward, requiring little analysis. What now needed consideration was how to gradually display his alchemical prowess to garner the attention and mentorship of the exquisite Immortal Linglong. Once his cultivation improved and he attained a respectable status, he could then deliberate on the matters of seeking a partner and establishing a lineage for departing the divine elixir pavilion and the protection of Immortal Linglong to venture forth independently. Chen had not entertained such thoughts. The secular martial world is inherently perilous, and the realm of cultivation is even more treacherous. A mere small fry at the first layer of chi refinement like myself would be devoured in an instant should I dare to leave the divine elixir pavilion. He could not forget the cultivator who had attempted to assassinate him before reaching ingenuity. Ingenuity gathers numerous rogue cultivators, who are often lawless, to be cautious when dealing with them in the future. Immortal Linglong's words echoed in his mind that a sleepless night passed. The following morning, Chen arose with bloodshot eyes. Han Mao squinted, his expression one of astonishment. Brother Chen, have you completed the induction of Qi? Chen nodded expressionlessly. Han Mao's round, chubby face betrayed his astonishment further. Brother Chen, are you truly a 9-rank spiritual root? I am an 8-rank spiritual root, and it took me nearly an entire year to complete the induction of Qi. At that moment, the female neighbor, Shu Chan, opened her door, a sack in hand. Today marked the day she delivered goods to the talisman shop, and after weeks of laboriously crafting spirit paper, she was finally set to reap the rewards. Her mood quite cheerful, her beautiful eyes swept over Chen, a warm smile gracing her lips. Brotherly has also become a cultivator. Congratulations on embarking on the path to immortality, with hopes for longevity. I have some matters to attend to. I shall treat you to drinks upon my return. With that, she hurriedly departed. That a cultivator at the first layer of chi refinement remains at the lowest echelon within ingenuity. Only by advancing to the mid-stage of chi refinement can one attain some standing in ingenuity, become a figure of prominence. One must break through to the late stage of chi refinement or become a master in alchemy. formations, artifact crafting, or talisman dash making. Chen's current cultivation level did not warrant any regard from Shu Chan watching her hasten away. Li Chen's demeanor remained impassive, his heart devoid of turmoil. Indeed, with his present cultivation, no female cultivator would spare him a second glance. In the realm of cultivation, most female cultivators seek partners not by looks or age, but solely by cultivation level. In short, in the cultivation world, one's cultivation is paramount. With a high cultivation level, one can have whatever they desire. Are you truly a 9-rank spiritual root? In the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Manager Fu furrowed his brow, his peculiar gaze making Li Chun feel uneasy. This shouldn't be possible that a 9-rank spiritual root shouldn't complete the induction of qi so swiftly. Manager Fu stroked his chin, his face etched with skepticism. Around them, several attendants cast curious glances at Li Chun, whispering in astonishment. Li Chun couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt arise within him. According to Manager Fu, a 9-rank spiritual root typically requires at least 2 years to complete the induction of qi and transform into a cultivator of the first layer. Han Mao, with an 8-rank spiritual root, had spent nearly 2 years to achieve his status. Could it be that the measuring pillar of Zishu's sect was malfunctioning, and he was, in fact, a 7-rank or 6-rank spiritual root? At this moment, Li Chun felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had completed the induction of qi in just half a year, a transformation from a mortal to a cultivator, a feat swifter than Han Mao and the other attendants of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Meeting Manager Fu's astonished gaze, Li Chun cautiously inquired, "Uncle Fu, is it possible that the measuring pillar of Zishu's sect is faulty? Perhaps I could undergo another assessment of my spiritual roots." Just as Manager Fu was about to nod, a resonant voice drifted down from the upper floor, and no need for testing. The measuring pillar of Zishu's sect cannot possibly be faulty. Moreover, I have used my divine sense to verify. You indeed possess a 9-rank spiritual root. Your ability to complete the induction of qi within half a year, transitioning from a mortal to a cultivator, is not due to your spiritual root, but rather because your spirit is innately stronger than that of ordinary individuals, allowing you to progress more swiftly. Not become complacent. True geniuses who complete the induction of qi within a single day are not in short supply. Immortal Linglong descended gracefully from the upper floor, adorned in a water-blue celestial dress, her head crowned with a garland of flowers that appeared eternally fresh. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Despite her petite figure and youthful visage, the moment Immortal Linglong made her entrance, everyone bowed their heads in reverence. Chun offered a self-deprecating smile, joining the others in a respectful greeting. "Greetings, Pavilion Master. It had been half a year since he last beheld Immortal Linglong." Her presence shattered any remaining illusions within Li Chen's heart. The measuring pillar of Zishu's sect was indeed accurate. He remained the same waste of a 9-rank spiritual root. However, Li Chun did not succumb to despair. He swiftly adjusted his mindset. What of being a 9-rank spiritual root? I possess a system. With the system's assistance, as long as I do not falter along the way, my destiny is bound to be extraordinary. Immortal Linglong approached Li Chun, her footsteps light and soundless. She stood before him, gazing up at his resolute countenance, her dark eyes deepening, as if piercing into the very essence of his being. "You are undeterred. I can sense that your heart is brimming with ambition. Yet you are clearly the most inferior 9-rank spiritual root in the cultivation realm. Can you enlighten me on why you harbor such confidence?" Immortal Linglong's voice was melodious, yet Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. The exquisite Immortal Linglong. He quickly suppressed the shock within, straightening his posture to meet her penetrating gaze. With a calm smile, he replied, "It is true that a 9-rank spiritual root represents the lowest aptitude in the cultivation world. Yet it is still capable of cultivation, is it not? As long as cultivation is possible, the path to immortality remains open. There are still paths ahead. Naturally, I shall not be disheartened. Even if there seems to be no path, I can endeavor to carve one out myself, for the path is forged by those who walk it." Upon hearing this, an odd silence fell over the crowd. Within the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Han Mao observed Li Chun with bated breath. His palms slick with perspiration, the others were equally tense. After all, this was Immortal Linglong, one of the few foundational masters in Fengshi, a formidable figure even in the realm of Yin state. Despite her youthful appearance, she was indeed a force to be reckoned with, commanding the respect of countless lower-tier cultivators, in the cultivation world of Yin state. Immortal Linglong was undeniably a rare powerhouse. It was said that even the Zishu sect dared not offend her. To say that Li Chen was unperturbed would be a lie. However, he understood that he must maintain his composure. Immortal Linglong remained silent for a long moment, a smile blossoming on her delicate features, akin to a garden in full bloom. How similar! Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Your ambition is commendable. Let me see how far you can ultimately go. You have already reached the first layer of qi refinement. Take this bottle of qi nourishing pills. Should you break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement within 5 years, I shall bestow upon you further reward. Li Chen gazed upon the radiant smile of the exquisite Linglong fairy. Coupled with the jade vial she presented before him, his thoughts momentarily drifted. Surely, Linglong fairy must possess exceptional talents. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to attain the status of a foundation establishment cultivator before the age of 30. After all, most of the true disciples of the Zishu Immortal sect establish their foundations only after reaching 30. What rank of spirit root does this enchanting Linglong fairy possess? If she were to bear a child for him, it would undoubtedly have a spirit root, and one that is not mediocre. Soon, Li Chen collected himself, deterred from further fanciful musings that a person of Linglong fairy's caliber is certainly not someone he could dare covet. Such thoughts must not linger. He even suspected that Linglong fairy might possess the ability to read minds or similar enchantments. Feeling the intense, envious gazes of those around him, Li Chen accepted the jade vial from the young girl's hands, bowing respectfully as he expressed his gratitude for the fairy's guidance, assuring her he would not disappoint her expectations. Linglong fairy remained silent, casting a non-committal glance at him before turning to ascend the stairs. Once she departed, the crowd fell into a hushed reverence. Li Chen surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the shopkeeper Fu, the other attendants gazed at him with fervent eyes, filled with envy, and, even more so, jealousy. Even the chubby Han Mao, he keenly noticed, harbored a fleeting glimmer of jealousy in his eyes. However, compared to the other attendants, Han Mao's jealousy quickly dissipated. Very well. Let us return to work, as long as you all exert yourselves diligently. The old man and the master shall surely not withhold their rewards. Everyone disperse, shopkeeper Fu proclaimed, and the crowd complied with respectful affirmations before scattering. Li Chen first sought to pay his respects to Master Chen Dan. The master cast a fleeting glance at Li Chen before dismissing him, allowing him to continue chopping firewood. After a day's labor, Li Chen returned to his humble abode in the shanty town, clutching the vial of qi-nourishing pills bestowed upon him by Linglong fairy. On the way, Han Mao became more talkative, adopting a friendlier demeanor towards Li Chen. Brother Chen, I truly did not misjudge you. What is your relationship with the master? I have been at the Divine Pill Pavilion for several years, and I have never seen the master smile at anyone, nor have I heard of anyone receiving reward from her before. Brother Chen, with the master's nurturing, breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement is merely a matter of time. Even advancing to the late stage is not impossible. Qi-nourishing pills. Those are the elixirs used by cultivators of the third layer of qi refinement to break through their bottlenecks, and a single vial sells for 60 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones. I could not even fetch that amount if I were sold, and yet the master gifted this to you. Brother Chen, from now on, I shall follow you. I shall look up to you, and you must look after me. Han Mao chattered incessantly, while Li Chen pondered other matters. Linglong fairy's attitude towards him certainly seemed distinct. Logically, for someone like Linglong fairy, it would be a challenge for an ordinary qi refinement cultivator to even catch a glimpse of her. To converse with her would be a source of joy for any typical qi refinement practitioner for an extended time. What manner of person am I? Ultimately, Li Chen could not discern a clear answer. The only certainty was that Linglong fairy bore him no ill will. His fortune was indeed favorable, encountering such a benefactor as Linglong fairy upon entering the realm of cultivation, allowing him to traverse fewer detours than other cultivators. As night fell, in Li Chen's modest room, in addition to Han Mao, there was also his female neighbor, Shu Chan to Oli Chen's surprise, Shu Chan had brought wine and a roasted chicken from the Jinxiu Pavilion, claiming it was to celebrate his recent achievement as a cultivator. Big brotherly, congratulations, you have finally taken the first step into the path of immortality. Little sister congratulates you on your success in the immortal way. Shu Chan reclined in her chair, her voluptuous figure exuding an irresistible allure. Holding her wine glass, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes bore a hint of charming seduction. Han Mao's gaze was fervent as he watched Shu Chan, his breath slightly quickening. Having spent half a year in Yingshan Fong, Li Chun had come to grasp certain knowledge about the world of cultivation. This neighbor, Shu Chan, in her 20s, was slightly older than him, possessing the cultivation of the fourth layer of qi refinement, and had mastered a form of alluring technique. Any ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to resist her charms. Han Mao, being young and vigorous, found himself somewhat unsteady under the influence of Shu Chan's allure. However, with 2 lifetimes of experience and a naturally strong spirit, coupled with over a decade of worldly experience, Li Chen managed to maintain a semblance of composure in the face of Shu Chan's enchanting techniques. Li Chen discreetly withdrew his gaze from Shu Chan, replying with a light chuckle. Only by establishing the foundation of the immortal path can one claim to have achieved success in the immortal way. I have merely just embarked on the journey. How could I dare to proclaim success? Shu Chan tilted her head back, downing her drink in one go, her hand brushing through her hair, her smile captivating. Big brotherly, within 6 months, you should be able to complete your entry into the path of qi. You must possess a 6th grade spirit root, right? A 6th grade spirit root is already considered mid-tier. You may indeed establish your foundation in the future. Unlike me, with only a 7th grade spirit root, my chances of establishing a foundation in this lifetime are rather bleak. Li Chen chose not to respond. Tearing off the juiciest chicken leg from the platter, savoring its richness, the wine Shu Chan brought, though fine in the mundane world, was merely ordinary in the realm of cultivation. Yet the roasted chicken from Jinxiu Pavilion was a different matter entirely. Jinxiu Pavilion specialized in preparing spirit meals, and typical qi refinement cultivators could hardly afford to dine there. The roasted chicken that Shu Chan brought was made from a first-tier demonic beast, the Qingji, and was infused with spiritual energy, providing significant nourishment for early-stage qi refinement cultivators. The Qingji is a common first-tier demonic beast found in the Yingshan mountain range, characterized by its entirely green plumage. Although merely a first-tier beast, only cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement or above could capture that a cultivator could sell a Qingji to Jinxiu Pavilion for 3 to 5 spirit stones. Yet after preparation by the pavilion spirit chefs, it would fetch a price of over 10 spirit stones. As Li Chun indulged in a chicken leg, he felt a slight increase in his internal mana. Truly, the roasted chicken from Jinxiu Pavilion was extraordinary. Shu Chan must be quite affluent in the realm of cultivation. Mastering a skill is of utmost importance. Shu Chan, having acquired the technique to manufacture spirit paper, could afford to patronize Jinxiu Pavilion. In contrast, a cultivator like Han Mao, after laboring for a month, would only earn 2 spirit stones, one for rent and the other for cultivation, making it utterly impossible for him to visit Jinxiu Pavilion. Of course, Li Chan's current situation was not much different from Han Mao's. They were both impoverished. Li Chun silently lamented the significance of mastering a cultivation skill. Cultivation necessitates resources, and resources must be purchased with spirit stones. Naturally, spirit stones are a form of resource as well. After devouring a chicken leg, Li Chen's gaze shifted towards the chicken breast, and he casually remarked, I possess a 9th grade spirit root, and I should be able to complete my entry into the path within 6 months. It is merely that my spirit is somewhat stronger than that of ordinary individuals, not comparable to the 7th grade spirit root of Fairy Shu. With Fairy Shu's qualifications and her mastery of spirit paper production, her path to immortality will undoubtedly be more favorable than mine. Should she encounter fortuitous circumstances, establishing her foundation is within reach. Spirit roots are categorized in 9 grades. The 1st grade spirit root is deemed heavenly, allowing one to cultivate without bottlenecks until reaching the nascent soul stage. The 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are considered inferior spirit roots. The 9th grade spirit root is referred to as a pseudo-spirit root. limiting cultivation to the third layer of chi refinement, with significant difficulties in breaking through to the fourth. The seventh grade spirit root, also inferior, can reach the peak of chi refinement, but breaking through to the foundation establishment stage remains exceedingly challenging. Without fortuitous opportunities, a seventh grade spirit root like Shu Chan S would generally find it nearly impossible to establish a foundation on her OWIS big brotherly truly a pseudo-spirit root. Shu Chan straightened her posture, her eyes shimmering with skepticism, the allure in her expression vanishing entirely. Chen shrugged, reaching for the chicken breast. As Shu Chan's smile gradually faded, Han Mao, noticing her change in demeanor, quickly interjected, Sister Chan, while it is true that Brother Chan possesses a ninth grade spirit root, he is highly regarded by Linglong Fairy. Today, she gifted him a vial of chi-nourishing pills and even mentioned further rewards once Brother Chen breaks through to the mid-stage of chi refinement. If we cultivate a good relationship with Brother Chen, we shall surely benefit when he rises to prominence. Shu Chan's eyes sparkled anew, her gaze fixed intently upon Li Chan, as if her very stare could weave threads. Is it true that Big Brotherly has a connection with Linglong Fairy? Li Chan glanced at the chubby Han Mao, slightly furrowing his brow, before smiling. Fairy Shu is jesting. What sort of individual is Linglong Fairy? I cannot claim any relationship with her. The vial of chi-nourishing pill she bestowed upon me today was likely simply a result of her good mood, while a vial of chi-nourishing pills holds significant value for us. To Linglong Fairy, it is of little consequence. Regarding Li Chen's explanation, Shu Chan was evidently skeptical. With her alluring eyes and a subtle shift of her body closer to Li Chen, she leaned in and whispered playfully, Brother Li, there is no need for such wariness in the realm of cultivation. High-ranking cultivators do not take low-ranking ones under their wing without reason. The renowned Linglong Fairy is known for her icy demeanor, offering no warmth to anyone. A few years ago, the foremost disciple of the Zishu sect, Song Su, pursued Linglong Fairy, yet not only was she unmoved, but she also shattered Song Su's flying sword. If Brotherly truly has no ties to Linglong Fairy, it would likely be quite difficult for you to even meet her, let alone receive her patronage. Could it be that you are a blood relative of Linglong Fairy in the mortal realm? Shu Chan drew nearer to Li Chen, her warm breath brushing against his ear, sending a shiver through him. He could even sense her astonishing softness. Is this the essence of a cultivator skilled in the art of allure? Turning to meet Shu Chan's gaze, Li Chen felt a stirring within him but chose to remain silent. Seeing that he did not respond, Shu Chen confirmed her suspicions, her smile becoming even more enchanting as she began to pour wine for him. Brother Li, allow me to toast to you. She continued, please refrain from calling me Fairy Shu. It feels too distant. Li Chen, with an enigmatic glint in his eyes, grinned as he accepted the wine cup from her hand. If I do not call you Fairy Shu, what should I refer to you as? Lowering her head like a flower poised to bloom, she shyly replied, if Brotherly does not mind, you may call me Channer. With a mysterious smile still playing on his lips, Li Chen downed the contents of his cup. This stage of his cultivation, being at the first level of chi refinement, it was virtually impossible for him to seek a female cultivator to bear him a child. However, here was one presenting herself to him. Shu Chen, with her 7th grade spiritual root, would likely bear a child with spiritual roots herself, should she choose to do so. Li Chen understood her intentions, but was indifferent. Her elevated regard for him was undoubtedly due to her association with Linglong Fairy. In truth, Linglong Fairy had inadvertently aided him once again. She truly was his benefactor. Han Mao, standing nearby, gazed at Shu Chan's bashful demeanor, his eyes wide with admiration as he murmured, Channer. Shu Chen looked up and smiled at Han Mao, saying, Brother Han, not everyone can call me that. Han Mao's round face turned crimson, his eyes filled with melancholy. Brotherly, shall we meet again tomorrow? Shu Chan's cheeks flushed as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze soft and tender as she looked at Li Chen. Her expression full of longing. It seemed she had already developed a deep affection for this neighbor she had known for barely half a year. Li Chen responded with a smile and nod. Channer, until tomorrow. Gulp, gulp. After Shu Chen departed, the small, plump figure of Han Mao raised the wine jug, pouring it down his throat. Cough, cough. He had drunk too hastily, causing the wine to spill from the corners of his mouth. Turning his face beet red as he sputtered and coughed uncontrollably, Chen glanced at Han Mao, but refrained from offering comfort. Heaving a bitter laugh, Han Mao turned to Li Chen, his tone tinged with sadness and self-mockery. Brother Chen, do you know, I have liked her for quite a while now. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I was smitten, yet I have never dared to confess. She is so beautiful, so gentle, and her cultivation is superior to mine. Plus she excels at crafting spiritual paper. I feel unworthy of her. Every night, I wish for dawn to come quickly, for with the light of day, I can see her again. Each morning, I eagerly anticipate the sound of her door opening, so I can catch a glimpse of her smile and wish her a good morning that I know she will never belong to me. As Han Mao spoke, his voice quivered with emotion that I never hoped to possess her. I am content just to see her smile and hear her voice. I also know she will eventually have a partner. But I never imagined this day would come so swiftly, nor that she would develop feelings for you. Brother Chen, Chen scoffed slightly. Did Shu Chan truly harbor feelings for him? He did not share that belief, and certainly did not consider himself particularly charming. In the mortal realm, he had been a figure of prominence, captivating many female heroes. Some were drawn to his formidable martial prowess, others to his status in the martial world, and some merely for his handsome visage. However, the realm of cultivation was different that Chen did not believe he possessed any competitive edge here. The affection Shu Chan displayed felt like an act to him in his past life at nightclubs. He had encountered performers like Shu Chan, some even more skilled than her. The warmth in their eyes, the love they expressed, and the bashfulness they displayed were all performances, and Li Chen could discern the difference. For such actresses, he had no intention of exchanging sincerity for sincerity, though he did not despise them either. Shu Chan was no exception. Shu Chan seemed intent on leveraging her connection to Li Chen to gain favor with Linglong Fairy or to obtain benefits and cultivation resources through him. Li Chen's desires were simple. He had no intention of seeking emotional entanglement with Shu Chan. He merely wished for her to bear him a child with spiritual roots to fulfill the first side quest of his system. Were it not for Shu Chan's mistaken belief in his relationship with Linglong Fairy, Li Chen was certain she would never have regarded him so highly. However, there was no need to share these thoughts with a little plump boy. Crying pitifully, Han Mao lamented, "Perhaps this is for the best. If she truly becomes your partner, I will still be able to see her often. I never asked for much." As he spoke, Han Mao looked at Li Chen. His eyes reddened. "Brother Chen, promise me that once you are together, you will treat her well." Li Chen remained silent under Han Mao's gaze, ultimately nodding helplessly. Treat Shu Chan well? They were not even together yet. Should Shu Chan indeed bear him a child with spiritual roots, he would not mind treating her well, for she would be the mother of his child. Yet, this little plump boy was truly naive. "Brother Han, you've had too much to drink. It's best you return home and get some rest." Li Chen urged him to leave, for he needed to focus on his own cultivation. If Han Mao lingered, expressing his feelings for Shu Chan, would he still have time to train? The path to immortality was fraught with challenges. One could not afford to be lax, even with the system's assistance. Li Chen would not allow himself to become complacent. Love does not blind one, but rather one becomes lost in their own reveries. "I fear I may be tipsy." I am truly drunk, Brother Chen. You must treat Chan'er well and not allow her to suffer." Han Mao swayed unsteadily, tears glistening in his eyes. After much coaxing, Li Chen finally managed to send Han Mao on his way. Inside Shu Chan's room, she peeked through a crack in the door, watching as Li Chen escorted Han Mao back. Her gaze lingered on Han Mao for a moment, a hint of guilt in her eyes as she shook her head and murmured softly, "Brother Han, I'm sorry that I know your feelings for me, but I do not share them." Turning her gaze to Li Chen, a sweet smile graced her face. "Though brotherly has a 9-grade spiritual root, I find his calmness and masculinity far more appealing. Besides, brotherly is likely a relative of Linglong Fairy in Immortal realm. If I were to become his partner, perhaps I could gain her support and advance to Foundation establishment. Even if that proves impossible, at the very least, I could don a robe of law and wield a magical tool. Right?" Shu Chan's scrutiny did not escape Li Chen's notice. although he had only recently entered the path of cultivation and had yet to develop spiritual awareness. He was still aware of her gaze. Perhaps it was due to the strength of his spirit and his keen intuition. His ability to carve a bloody path through the mortal martial world and reach its peak was certainly linked to his formidable spirit and astonishing instincts. Returning to his own room, Chen retrieved the jade vial gifted by Linglong Fairy. Clearing his mind to reach a state of pure tranquility, he poured a round pill into his mouth. As the nourishing qi pill settled in his abdomen, the vast spiritual power within it dispersed, merging into his dantian as his internal power began to grow rapidly. The following day, as dawn broke, Chen awakened from his meditative state, pleased to find that the previously faint power in his dantian had thickened considerably. The nourishing qi pill was indeed the perfect remedy for breaking through the bottleneck at the third level of qi refinement. Merely a single pill has significantly augmented my magical prowess. This bottle of qi-nurturing pills contains 10, which should expedite my cultivation to the second layer of qi refinement. Consuming qi-nurturing pills at the first layer seems somewhat extravagant. However, who could blame me for my status as a 9th-grade spiritual root? If a 9th-grade spiritual root refrains from consuming elixirs for cultivation, what hope is there for ascending to the realms of immortality? Chen could already envision that in the future he would most likely rely on these medicinal aids for his advancement. Fortunately, he possessed the second-tier alchemical inheritance bestowed by the system. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Han Mao and Shu Chan engaged in light-hearted banter, the round-faced Han sporting a humble yet contented smile. "Chingu, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Shu Chan exclaimed, her delicate features lighting up with surprise as she approached Chen, linking her arm with his dot. "I hardly slept a wink, as your visage lingered in my thoughts all night." Chen glanced at the enchanting lady beside him and chuckled. "Since you struggled to find rest, why not move in with me tonight?" The makeshift dwelling in this rundown area was quite rudimentary, costing a spiritual stone each month. If you were to join me, we could save a spiritual stone together each month." Shu Chan's porcelain-like cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully thumped her delicate fist against Chen's chest. "Scolding, you are incorrigible." Chen's gaze held an inexplicable warmth, her demeanor evoking memories of actresses from his past life encountered in nightlife venues. Soon, he regained his composure, lifting Shu Chan's chin with one hand. "You haven't yet declared whether you are willing or not." Shu Chan lowered her head, then raised it again, and finally looked down once more, shyly replying, "Chingu, we are not yet bound as partners. At the very least, I require a title." Chan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "The realm of cultivation is not mundane. Binding as partners does not necessitate the formalities of the mundane world. Should you be unwilling, perceiving my cultivation as insufficient, consider this matter unmentioned." Shu Chan's eyes flickered, ultimately biting her lip and nodding in acquiescence. Chan caressed her cheek with a radiant smile. "Channer, I am off to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Await my return," he then called out to the portly Han Mao. "Brother Han, we must take our leave." Han Mao forced a strained smile, clearly in low spirits, as he followed Chen toward the Divine Elixir Pavilion located in the heart of Mountain Square. "Brotherly, good morning." Upon entering the Divine Elixir Pavilion, several attendants greeted them with enthusiasm, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. Chen nodded and returned their greetings before seeking out Master Chen to report in. "Xiao Li, I hear the pavilion master bestowed upon you a bottle of qi-nurturing pills yesterday." Upon encountering Master Chen, Chen noted the warmth in his demeanor, a stark contrast to his previously indifferent attitude, evidently stemming from concern for Linglong Fairy. Meeting Master Chen's concerned gaze, Chen nodded and respectfully replied, "I am deeply grateful for the pavilion master's generous gift of a bottle of qi-nurturing pills." Master Chen's eyes glimmered. "Xiao Li, I had you chopping firewood for half a year. Do you hold any grievances?" Chen immediately shook his head. "I dare not, having never entered the path of cultivation. My lack of prowess made your request a valuable experience. How could I harbor resentment against your thoughtful training?" A flicker of satisfaction appeared on Master Chen's lean face, now that you have entered the path. "Chopping wood is unnecessary. Today, accompany me to the medicinal garden. I shall first teach you to identify spiritual herbs and understand their properties." "Yes, Thank you, Master. Li Chen bowed deeply, his face alight with excitement. Though his exhilaration was genuine, he maintained a calm demeanor not entirely befitting a disciple. Master Chen stroked his beard, his smile softening further. Xiao Li, you are my apprentice. Do not be overly formal. From now on, simply call me Master Chen. Li Chen was overjoyed, feeling a surge of enthusiasm as he eagerly exclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to Master Chen." Master Chen chuckled lightly. "Come, let us head to the medicinal garden. That's the largest alchemical pavilion in Mountain Square." The Divine Elixir Pavilion naturally boasted a dedicated medicinal garden, even employing specialized herbalists to tend to the spiritual herbs that in the garden. 2 herbalists were present, one a weathered, dark-skinned elder, and the other a quiet, graceful young woman. Upon seeing Master Chen, the elder hurried over, grinning to reveal a set of discolored teeth. "Chen Lao, what herbs do you require today?" The young woman stood respectfully aside and greeted. "Yunji pays respects to Master Chen." Master Chen nodded lightly to both, calmly stating, "Do not mind me. I am merely here to teach my apprentice to identify spiritual herbs and their properties. Attend to your duties. This young brother is the new disciple of Chen Lao." The elder turned his gaze toward Li Chen, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. The young woman also looked at Li Chen, her clear eyes reflecting mild surprise. Li Chen returned their polite smiles. Master Chen paid them little heed as he led Li Chen deeper into the garden, explaining, "These 2 are a grandfather and granddaughter pair. The elder is named Yun Feng, and the young lady is Yun Ji. They are quite skilled in tending to the spiritual herbs that a few years ago the pavilion master saved their lives, and in gratitude, they have remained at the Divine Elixir Pavilion to care for the herbs. It is said that Yun Ji possesses a 5th-grade spiritual root and, despite being in her early 20s, has already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, with hopes of eventually achieving foundation establishment. Yun Feng, the old fellow, dotes on his granddaughter, forbidding any man from approaching her." Chen listened attentively, casting a glance at the serene young woman behind him. She seemed to sense his gaze and met his eyes momentarily before they both looked away. Master Chen guided Li Chen to the edge of medicinal plot, indicating the sprawling golden spiritual grasses. "This is golden bone grass. Its properties are gentle and can satiate hunger, serving as the primary ingredient in the refining pills. This is the green spirit fruit, the main component for crafting qi-nurturing pills. Snake saliva grass, when combined with the first-tier demonic beast Blackfire Dog's whip, can produce the marvelous pill. The marvelous pill is my specialty. Many cultivators in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world utilize the marvelous pill I concoct." He spoke of the marvelous pill. A flush of pride illuminated Master Chen's lean features, his eyes brimming with self-satisfaction. Li Chen understood that the marvelous pill was Master Chen's exclusive formula, a product of fortunate circumstances, and was unique to the entire Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. Even the 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance he had received did not encompass its crafting method. In essence, the marvelous pill was a potent aphrodisiac, albeit with extraordinarily effective results, making it immensely popular in the cultivation world. Most of the cultivators purchasing the marvelous pill were elderly male practitioners. Throughout the morning, Li Chen accompanied Master Chen as they traversed much of the medicinal garden, familiarizing himself with dozens of 1st-tier spiritual herbs, for the 2nd-tier spiritual herbs within the garden. Master Chen lacked the authority to access them, nor could he take Li Chen to identify them in the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Only 2 individuals were permitted to procure 2nd-tier spiritual herbs, Master Gu and Ling Long Fairy. After their tour of the garden, Master Chen gifted Li Chen a thick tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Herbs, instructing him to study it thoroughly afterward. In truth, all of this was unnecessary for Li Chen, as the 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance he had received already contained this knowledge. Nevertheless, he intended to follow Master Chen's teachings step by step, gradually revealing his alchemical talents. For the moment, he could not disclose his possession of the 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance, lest it attract unwanted attention. In the afternoon, Li Chen accompanied Master Chen to the alchemical chamber, where Master Chen had gathered over 10 apprentices. Among them, the most skilled apprentice was already capable of refining qi-nurturing pills, harmony pills, and spirit-gathering pills, nearly ready to graduate. Upon Master Chen's arrival, the apprentices who were not occupied rushed forward to pay their respects. "Greetings, Master! Master Chen, are you preparing to refine pills?" Several apprentices gathered around, their expressions respectful and their attitudes exceedingly docile. Master Chen's gaze swept over the group, his countenance serious as he inquired, "Where's Zhou Jian? Why is he absent?" "Master, Brother Zhou is currently refining the yellow bud pill." "Umph." Master Chen snorted coldly, his expression darkening. "Is the yellow bud pill so easily concocted?" The youth is utterly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth. After a brief moment, Master Chindan regained his composure, gestured for a disciple to come forward, and solemnly instructed, Bai, please take this junior brother downstairs to familiarize him with the furnace operation and how to regulate its temperature." A short, middle-aged man stepped forward, sporting a pair of distinctive mustaches, with a broad smile. "You must be junior brother Li Chun, am I correct?" "Please, this way." Li Chun nodded, bowed respectfully to Master Chun, and then followed the apprentice named Bai to a different alchemy room. Zhou Jian was renowned as the most talented alchemy apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion. It was said that he was capable of refining first-tier spiritual pills and was qualified to advance to the rank of alchemist. Yet he had always been kept under Master Chen's thumb. Today, Li Chen learned that the relationship between Zhou Jian and Master Chen was quite strained, although Zhou Jian was ostensibly Master Chen's apprentice. The latter could not bear to see Zhou Jian surpass him in skill, of course. This might also be attributed to Zhou Jian's own temperament. At this moment, Li Chun dared not jump to conclusions, as he was still unfamiliar with Master Chen's character, let alone Zhou Jian's. Indeed, wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Wherever there are people, there exists a community, and the realm of cultivation is no exception. Li Chun came to a realization. In essence, the cultivation world is yet another form of society. His transition from the mundane world to the realm of cultivation merely represented his entry into an even grander arena. The difference lies in the fact that the mundane world vies for fame and fortune, while the cultivation realm contends for resources and the slim chance of ascension. In the morning, Li Chun accompanied Master Chen to the medicinal garden, where he identified dozens of first-tier spiritual herbs and medicines. In the afternoon, he learned from Mo by the intricacies of furnace operation and temperature regulation. As night fell, Li Chun returned to the shanty town with Han Mao. Han Mao had undergone some changes. His words were fewer, and he had become significantly more taciturn. With Han Mao silent, Li Chun found little to say to him. Upon returning to the shanty town, Shu Chan had been waiting for quite some time. "Brother Chun, you're back," she exclaimed, naturally linking her arm with Li Chun's, her smile warm and her words gentle, her gaze filled with affection. "Brother Chun, I have given this considerable thought. If we are to be together, we must procure some essentials. I intend to buy a cloud bed, an ice silkworm quilt, 2 dark jade calming pillows, and a dressing cabinet. Only then can we truly have the semblance of a home. Don T, you agree?" Han Mao stood aside, forcing a smile onto his round face. "Brother Chun, Sister Chan, I'll head back to my cultivation now." Once Han Mao departed, Shu Chan continued, counting on her fingers. "Brother Chun, I've calculated that acquiring these items will require 220 spirit stones. Over the years, I've saved up 70 spirit stones, so we are still short by 120 spirit stones. Brother Chun, if we can manage to procure these items, we can become partners for life and live together." Chun's eyes flickered momentarily as he calmly replied, "Chun'er, you are placing quite a burden upon me. As an errant apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion, I only earn 2 spirit stones a month. How can I possibly come up with 120 spirit stones? Are you suggesting that you have no intention of being with me at all?" "What are you saying, Brother Chun?" Shu Chan retorted, her eyes glistening. "Having promised to be your partner, I would never go back on my word. Once we are partners, we must support each other on the path of cultivation. I do not expect you to purchase a dwelling atop a spiritual vein, but surely our living space should resemble a home, shouldn't it? If you cannot meet this modest request, how can I trust that your intentions toward becoming my partner are sincere?" As she spoke, Shu Chan's eyes reddened, portraying a pitiful demeanor. Chen remained composed, replying evenly, "But at present, I truly cannot gather such a sum. Why not allow some time to pass?" Shu Chan's gaze shifted, and she said, "Brother Chen, although you cannot produce that many spirit stones, but Linglong Fairy can point 120 spirit stones may not be a trifling sum for us. Yet it is nothing to Linglong Fairy. She could extract something of far greater value from between her teeth. Brother Chen, given your relationship with Linglong Fairy, is it not easy for you to request 120 spirit stones from her?" Li Chun glanced at the enchanting woman beside him and sighed softly. "Chen, if we cannot gather 120 spirit stones, does that mean we cannot be partners?" Shu Chen, with her eyes glistening, countered, "Brother Chen, do you truly wish to be my partner?" Li Chun chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Sister Shu, let us put this matter of becoming partners aside for now. I shall return to my cultivation." With that, he headed straight back to his room and closed the door. Shu Chen stood outside, her expression shifting, before finally stamping her foot and muttering under her breath, "If you can't even come up with 120 spirit stones, it seems your relationship with Linglong Fairy isn't as close as I thought. I must have misjudged." With a loud bang, Shu Chen slammed her door. The sound echoing in Li Chun's ears, he remained unperturbed, not surprised by her reaction. Shu Chen was merely interested in his connection with Linglong Fairy. However, before entering into a partnership, she did not hesitate to test whether there was indeed a close bond between Li Chun and Linglong Fairy. As expected, there are few fools in the cultivation world. In truth, if Li Chun were to seek a loan of 120 spirit stones from Linglong Fairy, he felt she would indeed lend it to him. However, he was unwilling to do so. If he were to approach Linglong Fairy for spirit stones, it would be tantamount to lacking discernment that Li Chun would rather delay the completion of his system tasks than risk tarnishing the impression he had made on Linglong Fairy. As for why he was reluctant to jeopardize his image in Linglong Fairy's eyes, Li Chun could not articulate it clearly. In his room, Li Chun sat cross-legged on the cold, rigid wooden bed. Slowly closing his eyes to empty his mind, he then took out a chi-nurturing pill. The path to immortality is fraught with challenges, more arduous than ascending to the heavens, even having acquired the second-tier alchemy inheritance. Li Chun dared not grow complacent or slack off. In the realm of cultivation, one's cultivation base is fundamental if one only possesses the first level of chi refining, even if provided with the spiritual herbs necessary for pill refinement. Li Chun would only be able to concoct simple first-tier low-grade pills such as appetite-suppressing pills, rejuvenation pills, hemostatic pills, and chi-nurturing pills, and could never hope to refine intermediate pills like harmony pills, gathering spirit pills, or yellow bud pills. Alchemy is not a pursuit devoid of requirements regarding cultivation levels. Expecting a chi-refining cultivator to concoct second-tier pills for foundation establishment cultivators or third-tier pills for golden core cultivators is undoubtedly wishful thinking. Li Chun did not dwell on the events of the day. Not being able to find a partner at present and failing to complete the system's first side quest was of little concern. He believed that once he reached the third level of chi refining and could refine intermediate pills, finding a female cultivator with a spiritual root to bear him offspring would not be a daunting task. In the Yinshan market, there were numerous low-tier female cultivators aside from Shu Chen after a night passed. When Li Chun awoke from his meditative state, he felt a surge of energy within him, inching him closer to the second level of chi refining. Since he had begun channeling chi, Li Chun no longer needed sleep and could entirely substitute his rest with meditation for chi cultivation. Early the next morning, as Li Chun opened his door, Han Mao was already awake. Shu Chen was busy washing green bamboo to make spiritual paper. Upon seeing Li Chun, her expression was cold, and she did not greet him. Li Chun paid no heed to Shu Chan's attitude. The plump boy's gaze flitted between Li Chun and Shu Chen as they made their way to the Divine Pill Pavilion. The boy could no longer contain himself and quietly asked Li Chun, "Brother Chen, what happened between you and Sister Chen?" Li Chun shrugged and replied calmly, "Sister Shu insists I provide 120 spirit stones to purchase a cloud bed, an ice silk silkworm quilt, dark jade calming pillows, and a dressing cabinet before she will agree to be my partner. But how can I possibly muster such a sum?" Thus, we parted ways. The boy's eyes brightened, and his complexion visibly flushed. His eyes darted around, and as they approached the Divine Pill Pavilion, he hesitated before speaking up, "Brother Chen, could you lend me a chi-nurturing pill?" Li Chun halted in his tracks, frowning at the boy. With a determined gaze, the boy spoke earnestly, "Brother Chen, I have been stuck at the third level of qi refining for quite some time that I feel ready to break through to the fourth level. If you lend me a qi nurturing pill, I am confident I can shatter the bottleneck of the third level. Once I break through to the mid-qi refining stage and develop spiritual awareness, I can gather spirit stones to purchase magical artifacts and then join the demon hunting team in the market." Chan gazed at the chubby boy, and after a lengthy pause, raised an eyebrow and said, "You wish to resign from your position at the Divine Elixir Pavilion after breaking through to the fourth level of qi refinement, to hunt demons and earn spirit stones, and once you have accumulated 120 spirit stones, you intend to take Shu Chan as your Tao partner?" Han Mao nodded earnestly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, his face radiating hope for the future. In truth, Li Chen longed to tell the chubby boy that even if he risked his life to hunt demons and earn the requisite 120 spirit stones, it was highly unlikely that Shu Chan would agree to become his Tao partner. The condition of 120 spirit stones, proposed by Shu Chan, was merely a test of Li Chen's relationship with Ling Long Fairy. If it were Han Mao, 120 spirit stones would certainly fall short. Furthermore, even if Han Mao were given a qi nourishing pill, it was uncertain whether he could break through the bottleneck of the third level of qi refinement to ascend to the fourth level. Han Mao possessed merely an 8th grade spiritual root. A single qi nourishing pill might not suffice to shatter his limits. Faced with Han Mao's hopeful gaze, Li Chen ultimately could not bring himself to reveal the truth. Nor did he wish to dampen his spirits. The chubby boy took the qi nourishing pill from Li Chen's hand, clenching his fist tightly, his eyes and face brimming with gratitude. "Brother Chen, you need not worry. I shall certainly repay you for this qi nourishing pill, and I shall calculate the interest for you as well." Chan waved his hand dismissively and stepped towards the alchemy room. Disregarding the chubby boy, a qi nourishing pill was worth approximately 7 spirit stones. Considering the amicable relationship he shared with the chubby boy, lending it was a trivial matter, and Li Chen held no expectations of repayment. Upon arriving at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen followed Mo to learn how to ignite and regulate the furnace. Practitioners at the qi refinement stage possess limited magical power and, unless they cultivate fire-based techniques, are often unable to control flames for alchemy, as for fire veins. There are none to be found in the Yin Mountain Workshop. Thus, even Master Chen, a skilled alchemist at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, required ironwood as fuel and had to be accompanied by 2 apprentices to stoke the fire during the alchemical process. As a practitioner with a 9th grade spiritual root, whose affinity leaned towards fire, Li Chen practiced the fire technique known as the Scarlet Flame method. Moreover, due to the widespread rumors in the Divine Elixir Pavilion regarding Li Chen's close relationship with Ling Long Fairy, Master Chen began to nurture him with intention. After a month of learning about igniting the furnace, regulating it, and controlling the fire under Mo Bai's tutelage, one day, Master Chen summoned Li Chen to his side and inquired with concern, "I have heard from Mo Bai that you have become quite adept at igniting the furnace, regulating the heat, and even controlling the size of the flames?" Li Chen scratched his head, feigning modesty. Perhaps it is due to the disciples' practice of the Scarlet Flame method. Chen had acquired a second-tier alchemical inheritance from the system, akin to receiving the memories of numerous second-tier alchemy masters. The details of igniting the furnace, regulating it, preparing the ingredients, controlling the fire, condensing the elixir, and retrieving the pills were all etched in his mind. Once he engaged with the process, he quickly became familiar that, of course, this was not something he could disclose to others. Master Chen scrutinized Li Chen for a moment, stroking his goat beard, and remarked with admiration, "Ordinary apprentices require at least 5 to 8 years of practice in fire or wood-based techniques to become familiar with the properties of herbs and to master the art of igniting and regulating the furnace, let alone controlling the flame's temperature. It appears you possess considerable talent in alchemy, a gem waiting to be polished. Although your spiritual root is inferior, you inherently possess a formidable spirit, which perhaps accounts for your rapid progress. Since the Pavilion Master has entrusted you to me, I cannot neglect your alchemical potential. Coincidentally, today I will ignite the furnace to concoct a batch of Huang Yudan. You shall stay by my side, stoking the fire and diligently learning more about the intricacies of alchemy. With that, Master Chen made his way to his exclusive alchemy room. Watching Master Chen's slender silhouette, Li Chen clenched his fists, forcing himself to suppress the excitement within. From this day forth, he would finally engage in alchemy and reveal his own innate talent for the craft. Although this talent was bestowed upon him by the system, once displayed, he would be regarded as a prodigy in alchemy. The Divine Elixir Pavilion housed 3 alchemy rooms. Master Chen and Master Gu each possessed their own respective alchemy rooms, while the remaining room was shared among all apprentices. The shared alchemy room contained several low-tier alchemical furnaces for apprentices to practice their craft. In contrast, Master Chen's exclusive alchemy room was notably more refined and sophisticated. The room featured a row of shelves adorned with bottles, jars, and boxes containing the elixirs Master Chen had concocted or the spiritual herbs he had gathered. In the central area stood a tall, verdigris copper furnace, embellished with engravings of phoenixes. Master Chen gently caressed the furnace, explaining to Li Chen, an alchemist must possess a high-quality furnace. This increases the likelihood of successful concoction. This Qingfeng furnace is a first-tier premium magical artifact, accompanying me for most of my life, passed down from my own master. Before preparing to concoct Huang Yudan, I shall first brew a batch of Baigudan. Pay close attention and do not overlook any details. With that, Master Chen elegantly swept back his wide sleeves and skillfully lifted the furnace lid. The gratitude Li Chen felt for Master Chen's kindness weighed heavily in his heart. Chen's expression turned solemn as he bowed deeply to the elderly man before him. He understood that Master Chen was deliberately caring for him, imparting his alchemical skills and guiding him to open the doors to the world of alchemy. Although Li Chen possessed a second-tier alchemical inheritance, Master Chen remained unaware of this fact. Chen recognized Master Chen's intentions and felt the weight of his goodwill. Ignite the fire. Regulate the furnace. After igniting the furnace, Master Chen transformed, his demeanor becoming profoundly serious. Li Chen immediately formed hand seals, conjuring a fireball the size of his fist to ignite the ironwood beneath the furnace. The flames roared, licking the furnace's surface. Once the furnace glowed red, emanating intense heat. Master Chen retrieved several stalks of Jinggu Chao and tossed them into the furnace. Speaking in a deep voice, increased the temperature of the flames. Jinggu Chao possesses a cold nature, and it must be subjected to high temperatures to eliminate its chill. Only after being refined into a medicinal liquid can it merge with the essence of spirit rice to form an elixir. Raise the temperature further. Li Chen's expression grew earnest. He dared not be negligent, following Master Chen's instructions to manipulate the flame's intensity, occasionally shoveling out ash and adding more fuel. SG refinement practitioners, we lack spiritual consciousness and cannot observe the internal conditions of the furnace. Therefore, alchemy relies on experience to determine whether the spiritual materials within the furnace have successfully transformed into a medicinal liquid. Look, when the furnace lid begins to tremble, it signifies that the cold nature within the Jinggu Chao has been eradicated and is transformed into a medicinal liquid. At this point, add the spirit rice into the furnace. Remember, the spirit rice must be added all at once, and then quickly seal the furnace to prevent any loss of medicinal properties. Reduce the heat slightly. Lower the temperature. The spirit rice cannot endure high temperatures. If the heat is too great, the spirit rice will turn to ash, and what results will not be Baigudan, but rather medicinal residue. Conversely, if the heat is too low, it will also not suffice, as insufficient temperature will fail to extract the essence within the spirit rice, preventing it from merging with the Jinggu Chao medicinal liquid, ultimately resulting in a batch of useless pills. Time is up. The furnace trembled, signaling that it was time to condense the elixir. Each alchemist has their own method for this process. Watch closely. Master Chen formed hand seals with both hands, continuously changing them as the furnace vibrated incessantly. Eventually, the furnace settled, and Master Chen gracefully lifted the lid, beckoning dozens of white gold pills from within, placing them into bottles, with each bottle containing 10 pills, after setting several jade bottles aside on the shelf. Master Chen continued, for every batch of elixirs produced, the Divine Elixir Pavilion compensates the alchemist with corresponding spirit stones. The Pavilion Master treats us well, We must not indulge in personal gain. Chen glanced at Master Chen, surprised to find him exhibiting such principles, embodying integrity and high moral standards. During his time at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Chen had overheard apprentices discussing how many alchemists would privately withhold a portion of the elixirs after successfully concocting them. Master Chen paid no heed to Chen's gaze, speaking calmly. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, and I shall clarify them one by one. Chen pondered for a moment and posed 2 questions to Master Chen. In truth, he had no real questions, but he did not wish to appear overly exceptional. After addressing Chen's inquiries, Master Chen's admiration for him deepened. I initially believed you had only a slight talent for alchemy, yet your abilities surpass my expectations. Were it not for the limitations imposed by your 9th grade spiritual root, you might very well ascend to the rank of a 2nd-tier alchemist in the future. Starting tomorrow, you may attempt to ignite the furnace and concoct Bai Gu Dan independently. Once you have mastered the production of Bai Gu Dan, we shall proceed to learn how to concoct other elixirs. Chen's heart surged with excitement, and he promptly bowed deeply before the elderly man, respectfully expressing, "Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance and support." Point 1 may commence the alchemical process, signifying an enhanced influx of spiritual stones. The apprentices at the Divine Elixir Pavilion are categorized into various tiers. The menial apprentices receive a fixed stipend of merely 2 spiritual stones each month. However, those capable of refining potions earn commissions for each successful batch. Take, for instance, the purification pill. For every batch successfully concocted, an apprentice is entitled to 1 spiritual stone that if one were to diligently refine 2 batches daily, that would amount to 60 spiritual stones in a month. This pertains solely to the purification pill. The vitality pill, on the other hand, yields a remarkable 5 spiritual stones per batch. Other potions such as the harmonizing pill, spirit gathering pill, and yellow sprout pill offer even higher commissions. It is no wonder that alchemists hold esteemed positions within the realm of cultivation. From the moment Master Chen granted Chen the privilege to independently refine potions, Chen realized that he could amass greater wealth in spiritual stones, drawing ever closer to fulfilling his first system side quest. After half a year of chopping wood and a month of learning to manage the furnace, Chen finally attained the qualification to refine potions on his own. In contrast, other apprentices must endure 3 years of wood chopping and 5 years of furnace management, rendering a decade of service before they can aspire to refine potions independently, should Master Chen and Master Gu remain silent. One would be relegated to a lifetime of menial labor with no opportunity to engage in alchemy. After all, alchemical endeavors require resources, and despite the Divine Elixir Pavilion's vast wealth, they cannot afford to squander resources on wastrel apprentices. Chen's swift attainment of the qualification is primarily due to the benevolence of the exquisite Linglong Fairy, as well as the guidance of Master Chen. "Do not rejoice just yet," the elders said. "I shall ignite the flames. I intend to refine a batch of yellow sprout pills, so observe attentively." Suppressing his excitement, Chen respectfully replied, "Understood." Today he observed Master Chen as he refined 2 batches of potions, 1 purification pill and 1 yellow sprout pill. Master Chen then permitted Chen to operate the furnace independently. Within the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the highest authority naturally belongs to the Linglong Fairy, for she is the pavilion's master. However, her enterprises extend beyond the pavilion, encompassing the Celestial Talisman Pavilion as well. Rumor has it that in the markets of Nanshan and Yunzhou and Taihu and Pingzhou, she possesses additional properties, yet Chen remains uncertain of the veracity of these claims. Aside from the Linglong Fairy, the highest-ranking individuals at the Divine Elixir Pavilion are Manager Fu and Master Gu, followed by Master Chen. Manager Fu has served as the Linglong Fairy's loyal attendant since her youth. Thus his status is unquestionable. Master Gu, a 2nd-tier alchemist, is among the few capable of concocting foundation establishment pills in the entire Yin Kingdom, aside from the Zishu Immortal sect, A.S. for Master Chen. He is a top-tier first-level alchemist, enjoying considerable esteem. No apprentice at the Divine Elixir Pavilion may operate the furnace without the approval of these 2 esteemed alchemists, having acquired the qualification to operate the furnace. Chen's heart brimmed with hope, causing his steps to become markedly lighter as he journeyed home. Approaching the shanty town, He paused and murmured to himself, "I shall leave this place one day." The shantytown, located on the fringes of Inshore Market, is essentially the impoverished district of the cultivation realm. The spiritual energy here is scarce, allowing only for the faintest traces of energy to be harnessed from the dissipating spiritual veins for cultivation. Amidst a harsh environment, only those residences constructed atop spiritual veins serve as proper abodes for cultivators, where cultivation speeds are significantly accelerated. Upon arriving at his rented dwelling, Chen glanced at the residence of the rotund Han Mao across the way. His expression tinged with surprise. Had he truly succeeded? Han Mao's abode lacked any formations, failing to conceal the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Most residents of Shantytown are impoverished rogue cultivators, few of whom can afford to set up formations around their homes. Observing the energy emanating from Han Mao's dwelling, it was evident that he had indeed ascended to the fourth layer of Qi refinement, becoming a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. A month prior, Han Mao had borrowed a vitality pill from Chen, stating his intentions to break through his bottleneck and ascend to the fourth layer. Subsequently, he resigned from the Divine Elixir Pavilion, and Chen had not seen him since the time. Chen had dismissed the notion. With Han Mao's 8th grade spiritual root and only slightly superior talent compared to his own, it seemed improbable that a single vitality pill would suffice for a breakthrough. To his astonishment, however, he had succeeded. As spiritual energy rippled through the vicinity, a scattering of onlookers began to gather. Shuchan was the first to emerge from her dwelling, her expression neutral as she cast a fleeting glance at Chen before turning her gaze toward Han Mao's residence. With a smile, she remarked, "I did not anticipate that Han Xiaodi would break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement so swiftly. When I first arrived at the market, I was merely at the second layer of Qi refinement. Who would have thought he would catch up to me?" Beside her, another enchanting female cultivator chimed in with a smile. Indeed, who could have foreseen that Han Xiaodi would achieve such a rapid breakthrough to mid-stage Qi refinement? At that moment, the alluring female cultivator turned her attention to Chen, winking as she queried, "Li Xiong, I've heard it was you who lent Han Xiaodi a vitality pill." Upon hearing this, Chen's brows furrowed. This captivating female cultivator was well known in the Shantytown, for she was a Kuan cultivator. Kuan cultivators engage in the flesh trade to earn spiritual stones for their cultivation. While profiting, they also draw upon the essence of male cultivators for their own advancement. Many male cultivators, lacking resolute hearts, often seek the company of such Kuan cultivators. This particular enchanting Kuan cultivator charged one spiritual stone for a single encounter. And alas, many male cultivators residing in the Shantytown indulged in such pursuits. Chen could understand this, as the divine maidens of the Divine Maiden Tower were prohibitively expensive. As soon as the Kuan cultivator spoke, Chen sensed impending trouble. Sure enough, the nearby Elder Zhang approached with a sycophantic demeanor, rubbing his hands together as he said, "Li Xiong, you are destined for greatness. Why grandson has been stuck at the third layer of Qi refinement for ages. Might you lend this old man a vitality pill? Rest assured, I shall repay you double once my grandson breaks through to mid-stage Qi refinement." The gazes of those around converged upon Chen. Meeting their stares with an impassive expression, he replied coolly, "I apologize, but I have consumed all my vitality pills and possess none left." "Excuse me." Elder Zhang opened his mouth to protest. Chen turned on his heel and returned to his dwelling. Slamming the door shut and locking it behind him, that he understood that if he were to lend Elder Zhang a vitality pill, an avalanche of troubles would inevitably follow. Kindness invites exploitation, and the cultivation realm has never been a domain of reason or harmonious coexistence. Chen had received a bottle of vitality pills as a favor from the Linglong Fairy, and given the multitude of eyes within the Divine Elixir Pavilion, such news could hardly remain concealed. Were it not for the Linglong Fairy's illustrious reputation, his first-layer Qi refinement cultivation would have made him a target for those seeking to rob him. Those lower-tier rogue cultivators might well resort to desperate measures for a single vitality pill, as the market's rules would not deter them. Fortunately, the Linglong Fairy's renown held greater sway than the market's regulations, enough to instill fear in the hearts of petty criminals in this area. Upon returning to his room, Chen's gaze darkened further. While many were aware of the Linglong fairy's gift of a bottle of vitality pills, his lending of a single pill to Han Mao remained a secret. He resolved not to draw too close to that rotund fellow. Given Han Mao's loquacious nature and lack of discretion, coupled with his naive thoughts, he was utterly unsuited for the path of cultivation. Li Chun took a moment to calm himself, dismissing the distractions of the outside world. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he retrieved the jade vial, pouring out the last remaining vitality pill, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He whispered to himself, "Today, I shall break through to the second layer of qi refinement." According to Li Chen's innate spiritual roots, it is utterly implausible for him to advance to the second level of qi refinement through mere meditation and cultivation within a span of just over a month. He possesses a ninth-grade spiritual root and resides in the dilapidated conditions of a shanty town. Without the aid of elixirs, he would likely remain stagnant at the first level of qi refinement for 3 to 5 years before achieving a breakthrough. Even at the first level, it is a luxury to consume a vitality pill for cultivation. Rogue cultivators do not enjoy such privileges, and even some descendants of renowned cultivation families lack this advantage. The vitality pill is utilized by practitioners at the third level of qi refinement to break through their bottlenecks, making it a precious commodity in the eyes of lower-tier rogue cultivators. If a rogue cultivator were to acquire a single vitality pill, they would undoubtedly be reluctant to use it, often reserving it for critical moments of breakthrough. However, to Linglong, the esteemed master of the divine elixir pavilion, the vitality pill holds little value, and the same can be said from Li Chen's perspective. Li Chun firmly believes that cultivation is paramount and does not concern himself with issues of wastefulness. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he calms his mind and adjusts his state, withdrawing from external disturbances and gradually absorbing the spiritual energy that permeates the heavens and earth as the night deepens. Sensing that his internal magical power has reached a critical point, Li Chun decisively retrieves his last vitality pill. Upon ingesting the final vitality pill, it instantly transforms into a vast reservoir of spiritual power, nearly igniting the magical energy within his Dantian.by dawn. Li Chun rises from his bed, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his eyes that he has successfully advanced to the second level of qi refinement. Although Li Chun initially feels elated about his breakthrough, his mood quickly sours when Han Mao arrives to borrow spirit stones. As the sky lightens, Li Chun steps outside, intending to head to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to refine his first batch of elixirs for his cultivation journey. However, upon opening the door, he is halted by the sight of the chubby boy. "Brother Chun, I have broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, and am now a mid-level practitioner capable of using magical tools." The chubby boy's face glows with excitement, his spirit remarkably high. Li Chun squints his eyes and cheerfully responds, "Congratulations, you have taken a significant step closer to foundation establishment." Han Mao shakes his head, his expression serious as he replies, "Brother Chun, I lack grand ambitions and have never considered foundation establishment. My greatest desire now is to borrow enough spirit stones to acquire a magical weapon from Qinlian Pavilion and then join a demon hunting team in the market. Once I earn enough spirit stones, I will confess my feelings to Sister Chan and seek to become her Dao partner, eventually raising a son and nurturing him on the path of cultivation." Watching Han Mao's hopeful expression and the shimmering light in his eyes, Li Chun falls into a contemplative silence. Indeed, Han Mao then asks to borrow spirit stones, rubbing his hands nervously, his voice dropping slightly. "Brother Chun, I know you have accumulated some spirit stones. Would you be able to lend them to me? Rest assured, I will pay you back with interest. Once I acquire the magical weapon and hunt some beasts, I will quickly repay you." Under the eager gaze of the chubby boy, Li Chun remained silent for a moment before earnestly advising, "Han Mao, joining a demon hunting team is extremely perilous. You would be gambling with your life. With your 4th level of qi refinement, you will likely be treated as cannon fodder. Furthermore, demon beasts are not so easily hunted in the market of Yingshan. The members of the demon hunting teams are all ruthless characters skilled in bloodshed. It would be wiser for you to remain here and seek a stable livelihood. If you wish, I can speak to Uncle Fu and see if you can continue working at the Divine Elixir Pavilion." "Brother Chun, please do not insist." Han Mao interrupts, his expression earnest and tone resolute. I know you mean well, but my mind is made up, staying at the Divine Elixir Pavilion as a worker pays only 2 spirit stones a month. And one of those goes to rent. That I will never save enough spirit stones to become Sister Chan's Tao partner. Though hunting demons is risky, the rewards are substantial, allowing one to easily accumulate 120 spirit stones. Brother Chen, if you truly regard me as a friend, please support me by lending me the spirit stones to acquire a magical weapon. Meeting Han Mao's hopeful gaze, Li Chen shakes his head, his tone calm yet tinged with indifference. I cannot lend you spirit stones. You may as well consider me a non-friend. With that, Li Chen disregards Han Mao's changing complexion and strides purposefully towards the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Lending spirit stones to Han Mao for the acquisition of a magical weapon to join the demon hunting team is a level of generosity that Li Chen cannot afford. Having spent over half a year in Yingshan, the Divine Elixir Pavilion provides him with 2 spirit stones each month, and combined with the spirit stones he acquired from defeating bandits, his total wealth amounts to merely 16 spirit stones. Is hunting demons truly that easy? It is not that Li Chen is stingy. Rather, he genuinely lacks confidence in Han Mao's capabilities. With his 4th level of Qi refinement, embarking on a demon hunt would essentially be akin to a one-way trip. Han Mao is being irrational, swept away by his fervor, yet Li Chen remains grounded in his judgment. Even if Han Mao were to successfully hunt demons and earn spirit stones, would he truly repay the loan? Such dealings require a bond of profound trust, and Li Chen does not believe that his relationship with Han Mao has reached a level of intimacy that warrants risking his entire fortune. As Li Chen strides away, without looking back, Han Mao stands frozen in place, his complexion shifting between shades of anger and despair, ultimately expressing his indignation. Li Chen, I must have misjudged you. Have you forgotten who helped you familiarize yourself with the market when you first arrived in Yingshan? Who helped you establish a foothold here? You ungrateful wretch. I must have been blind to consider you a brother. Hearing Han Mao's reproachful voice behind him, Li Chen hesitates for a moment before quickening his pace to leave. A grain of kindness can lead to an ounce of resentment. Human hearts are never satisfied. Li Chen has already lent Han Mao a vitality pill, yet Han Mao still seeks to borrow his entire fortune for a gamble. Li Chen has grown weary of Han Mao. Associating with someone like him poses a significant risk, especially in the realm of cultivation. Upon seeing Li Chen's figure disappear, Han Mao's expression fluctuates, ultimately settling into one of dejection. In his expectations, he believed that after breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, it would be easy to borrow enough spirit stones to purchase a magical weapon and then hunt demons. Little did he anticipate that even Li Chen, who was closest to him, would refuse to lend him spirit stones. Han, your complexion does not seem well. Have you encountered difficulties? Coincidentally, Shu Chan appears, pushing a cart laden with green bamboo. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazes at Han Mao, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Meeting Shu Chan's caring gaze and noticing the sweat-drenched strands of hair at her temples, Han Mao is entranced, secretly thinking that Sister Chen is indeed a virtuous woman, that if he were to become her Tao partner, he would surely find happiness. Sister Chen, I am fine. Did you go out to procure supplies so early? In this moment, Han Mao has completely forgotten his grievances against Li Chen, his heart and mind consumed by the presence of the enchanting female cultivator before him. Shu Chan brushes aside the sweat-soaked strands of hair, her smile warm yet resolute. For us impoverished lower-tier rogue cultivators, if we do not strive, how can we achieve anything on the path of cultivation? How can we obtain the things we desire? Little Han, do you not agree? Before Han Mao can respond, Shu Chan begins unloading the bundles of bamboo from the cart into the house and smiles at him. Little Han, I must continue washing the bamboo to make spiritual paper. So I shall take my leave. Keep it up. She encourages, her fist clenched in support, her warm smile resonating with an infectious energy that amplifies in Han Mao's eyes. After Shu Chan has closed the door, Han Mao feels a surge of determination within him that he gazes at the closed door, his expression gradually solidifying with resolve, and strides towards the center of the market to borrow spirit stones. At the Divine Elixir Pavilion in the medicinal garden, Li Chen gazes at the serene and elegant woman before him and politely smiles, Fairy Yun, I have obtained permission from Master Chen, and am here to collect 10 stalks of golden bone grass. Yunji, tall and graceful, adorned in an ethereal white robe, has long, flowing hair cascading down her back. Her expression is tranquil, and as she speaks softly, she replies, Taoistly, you may call me Yin Taoist. I cannot claim the title of fairy. Li Chun nods and clasps his fists in greeting. I have met you, Yin Taoist. I in the realm of cultivation. Encountering a female cultivator and addressing her as fairy is undoubtedly appropriate. Even a female cultivator from a rundown area relishes being called a fairy. Yet the current figure, Yunji, is an exception. She exudes an aura of tranquility, reminiscent of an orchid in a secluded valley, with a faint fragrance of herbs and flora enveloping her. This unique scent, likely a result of her prolonged interaction with spiritual herbs and medicines, imbues her presence with an ethereal quality. As Li Chen approached her, he found an unexpected peace settling within him. Please wait a moment. Taoistly, Yunji said, offering a respectful bow before gracefully departing, only to return shortly with a jade box in hand. Treasures of heaven and earth must be sealed with special techniques to prevent the loss of their medicinal properties. And the golden bone grass could be considered a treasure of sorts. Chen accepted the jade box from her, his gaze sweeping across her serene and composed countenance. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to leave. Yunji watched him depart, her expression remaining inscrutable. This lad has only just arrived at the Divine Pill Pavilion, yet he can already open a furnace on his own. Yin Feng emerged from the side, his eyes filled with suspicion. Yunji smiled gently and replied in a calm tone. Perhaps he possesses extraordinary talent in alchemy. Perhaps, Yin Feng acknowledged, his voice turning serious as he shifted his attention to Yunji. However, dear Zhe, I must remind you to refrain from developing curiosity towards those cultivators without prospects, and to keep your distance from them. This is not mere nagging. The apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion should take a good look in the mirror. They are all like toads yearning for swan meat. Especially that Zhou Jian, who persistently pursues you, truly believes himself to be someone of significance. If it were not for the pavilion master's face, I would have long since broken his legs. My Zhe is a natural spirit body of flora, destined to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage with little hindrance. Should you seek a partner, it must be a scion from a prominent family or a true disciple of an immortal sect. Yunji refrained from retorting, her smile ever tranquil as she obediently replied, Grandfather, I understand. Li Chen took the golden bone grass and made his way to the communal alchemy room for apprentices, selecting a furnace and skillfully igniting it. Junior brother Li, are you about to open a furnace? Several apprentices gathered around him, their faces filled with skepticism. Upon hearing Mo Bai's inquiry, Li Chen responded with a warm smile and a modest tone. I possess a modest talent in alchemy, and Master Chen has granted me permission to open a furnace on my own that you've only been an apprentice for a short time. Does that old fellow not fear you might blow up the furnace? Before anyone could speak further, a tall, slender man in an ornate robe strode in, his pale complexion betraying his disdain. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, displeased as he replied, There is no need for Brother Zhou to worry. Zhou Jian lifted his chin slightly, casting a scornful glance at Li Chen. I am not your brother. With that, he turned away, heading towards another furnace in the alchemy room. The other apprentices flocked to Zhou Jian, leaving only Mo Bai by Li Chen's side. Mo Bai glanced at Li Chen and softly reassured him, Junior brother Li, don't mind him. Brother Zhou is just like that. Li Chen gently shook his head. I'm fine, brother Mo Bai. During this period, Li Chen had gained some understanding of the apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Zhou Jian was regarded as the most talented among them, already capable of refining intermediate first-tier elixirs, such as the harmonizing Qi pill and the gathering spirit pill, and was currently attempting to concoct the yellow bud pill. By all rights, he should have been promoted to alchemist by now. However, due to his excessively arrogant nature, he had clashed with Master Chen. Years ago, Master Chen had intended to take Zhou Jian as a direct disciple, but upon realizing Zhou Jian's proud temperament, he abandoned the idea. Master Chen even told Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong that Zhou Jian was not yet capable of standing on his own, which explained why Zhou Jian had yet to be promoted. This had also fostered a grudge in Zhou Jian against Master Chen. Apprentices and alchemists at the Divine Pill Pavilion enjoy entirely different statuses. All apprentices aspire to ascend to the rank of alchemist, yearning for their own dedicated alchemy room. Chen paid little heed to this minor episode. Zhou Jian's mockery would not affect his mindset. The flames licked the furnace, rapidly turning it a vibrant Chen. Undeterred by nerves on his first attempt at alchemy, drew upon the memories of several second-tier alchemy masters that he cast the golden bone grass into the furnace, closed the lid, and meticulously controlled the heat to eliminate the cold properties of the grass, refining it into a pure medicinal liquid. Each step was ingrained in his mind, as the lid began to rattle. Chen conjured a large hand using his magical energy to lift the lid and swiftly poured in 10 pounds of white spirit rice. The ratio of 1 golden bone grass to 10 pounds of white spirit rice would yield 10 pills of abandoning hunger. Naturally, there was also the matter of the success rate. For his inaugural furnace opening, Chen refrained from being overly ambitious, aiming for a success rate of around 70%. The apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion typically achieved a 30% success rate in refining abandoning hunger pills. This meant that, under normal circumstances, a furnace would yield 10 pills, but apprentices could only manage 3. Zhou Jian performed slightly better, achieving a perfect 10% success rate. As for Master Chen and Master Go. Their furnaces were of a higher grade, their cultivation deeper, and their alchemical experience richer, enabling them to refine dozens or even hundreds of abandoning hunger pills in one go, with a resounding bang. The furnace trembled violently. Chen formed hand seals, channeling his magical energy into the furnace to begin condensing the pills. The loud noise drew everyone's attention, and they instinctively turned their gazes toward Chen. Is he condensing pills? Condensing pills is the most critical step. If successful, it essentially means the medicine has been refined. This is Junior Brother Li's first time opening a furnace, isn't it? Most of us blew up our furnaces during our first attempt. Yet, Junior Brother Li seems to be succeeding. I remember Junior Brother Li has been at the Divine Pill Pavilion for less than a year. I never expected him to not only gain the qualification to open a furnace, but to actually succeed on his first attempt. Amidst the murmurs, the furnace ceased its shaking. Chen, his expression grave, withdrew his hand seals, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Refining pills also consumes magical energy, especially during the condensing phase, with his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement. Opening a furnace was still somewhat taxing for him. By rushed over to assist Chen in lifting the lid to retrieve the pills. As the furnace opened, a plume of white vapor rose, and the aroma of herbs filled the air. Bai's eyes widened in astonishment, stammering, seven pills. Junior Brother Li, you've refined 7 pills on your first attempt. Hiss, the apprentices in the room collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes fixed on Chen, awestruck. In a corner, Zhou Jian glowered at Chen, his expression darkening. During his first furnace opening, he had only managed to refine 3 pills of abandoning hunger. It appeared that Chen's alchemical talent surpassed his own. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen silently lamented that perhaps he had overdone it. A 70% success rate was indeed remarkable among the apprentices. The news of Chen successfully refining a furnace of abandoning hunger pills with a 70% success rate quickly spread throughout the Divine Pill Pavilion. Before long, Master Chen sought out Chen. I have reviewed the abandoning hunger pills you refined, and they can be deemed of superior quality. It seems I have underestimated your talent in alchemy. You possess a high aptitude in this field, but do not let it lead you to complacency or arrogance. Master Chen's eyes held a depth of meaning as he continued. The realm of cultivation is not lacking in prodigies. Yet most of them falter before they reach maturity. You may not appreciate these words, but I must caution you. Remember, the tree that stands out in the forest will be the first to be felled by the wind. Being overly exceptional is not always a blessing. It can attract envy. There are times when one must conceal their brilliance to safeguard oneself. Chen's expression grew solemn as he respectfully bowed to the elder before him. Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance. I shall heed your counsel. The teachings of Master Chen resonated deeply within him. He would never allow himself to become complacent or arrogant. The elderly gentleman before Chen's eyes exuded genuine concern, which Chen felt deeply. He was not one to be ungrateful or unaware of kindness. Perhaps initially, Master Chen did not regard Li Chun with much thought. However, in recent days, it became increasingly apparent to Li Chun that Master Chen was intentionally cultivating him as a potential successor. Li Chun understood the principles articulated by Master Chen. The tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind, though Fong appeared tranquil on the surface. Beneath it lay turbulent currents, which remained beyond Li Chen's current cultivation and status. Despite the formidable reputation of the Linglong Fairy, countless ruthless individuals thrived within the world of cultivation, and not everyone feared her. Moreover, Li Chun could not possibly remain sheltered under her wings forever in Fong. Sooner or later, he would have to venture into the perilous realm of cultivation, in this ruthless world where the weak are devoured by the strong. One must remain low-key until absolute strength is attained. Li Chun had no intention of being ostentatious. Having acquired the second-tier alchemical inheritance and memories from several second-tier alchemists, it was no exaggeration to say that should he dare to showcase his second-tier alchemical skills, numerous cultivation families from the Yin Kingdom, and even the Zishu Immortal sect, would come seeking him, either to invite him as a distinguished guest or to seize him as a tool for alchemy. Li Chun believed that most factions would likely attempt to capture him for the latter purpose. As the weak possessed no rights, he was acutely aware that one must display talents commensurate with their cultivation level. His current alchemical aptitude was insufficient to attract the attention of significant figures, thus allowing him to remain unperturbed. Seeing Li Chen's humble and respectful demeanor, devoid of arrogance or pride, Master Chen felt greatly pleased. He patted Li Chen's shoulder and earnestly remarked, "If only Zhou Jian had a fraction of your humility, he would not still be unable to ascend to the rank of alchemist." Zhou Jian had always believed that his inability to advance was due to the old man's interference. Whispering slanders to the old ghost Fu and the sect leader, in truth, it was his arrogant disposition that displeased the sect leader, who had never intended to nurture him. Enough of that. Remember Zhou Jian's cautionary tale. For now, continue refining your pill of abstinence. When you achieve perfection in that, you may then begin learning to concoct the rejuvenation pill and the qi nourishing pill. Should you encounter any uncertainties in alchemy, do not hesitate to consult me. There is no need for embarrassment. Master Chen then retrieved an ancient tome from his storage Li Chun accepted the alchemical insights from Master Chen. He felt a surge of gratitude towards the elderly man before him, despite knowing that he would likely not put these insights to use. After bidding farewell to Master Chen, Li Chun was summoned by Manager Fu. At the top of the Divine Pill Pavilion, he respectfully greeted the venerable elder before him. Li Chun pays his respects to Uncle Fu. Manager Fu was a benevolent elder, his countenance always adorned with a warm smile. Li Chun could not shake the feeling that Manager Fu's gaze held a hint of fondness, akin to that of a grandparent observing their grandchild. "Young lad, there are no outsiders here. You need not be so restrained. I hear that you successfully refined a pill during your first attempt, achieving a 70 success rate." Li Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Manager Fu stroked his chin, appraising Li Chun for a moment before speaking slowly. "Since you have demonstrated your ability to refine pills, from this day forth, you shall receive a commission for each batch you successfully produce. Your success rate surpasses that of the average apprentice. While a typical apprentice earns 1 spirit stone for a batch of abstinence pills, you shall earn 2. Thank you, Uncle Fu," Li Chun exclaimed, unable to conceal his delight. Manager Fu smiled broadly at Li Chun and inquired further, "Young lad, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation?" Li Chun hesitated, then mustered the courage to respond, "Uncle Fu, I'm a 9th grade spirit root, and the path of immortality is fraught with challenges. I have consumed all the qi nourishing pills bestowed by the sect leader during our last meeting, and presently, I find myself without any pills, making my cultivation quite arduous." "Ha! You young lad, your boldness is commendable. Take this." Manager Fu laughed heartily and tossed a jade vial. Li Chun quickly caught it and opened it to discover 10 plump qi nourishing pills inside. He hesitated momentarily, realizing that a vial of these pills was worth 60 spirit stones, a sum substantial enough to tempt lower-tier rogue cultivators to take desperate risks. Manager Fu was exceedingly generous. Previously, When Li Chen was merely a labor chopping wood, Manager Fu not only provided him with 2 spirit stones each month, but also gifted him an additional vial of abstinence pills, a privilege not afforded to the other workers. Should you have any doubts, feel free to ask, Manager Fu said, noting Li Chen's hesitation. His smile unwavering and his gaze gentle, Li Chen pondered for a moment before asking earnestly, Uncle Fu, may I inquire why you and the sect leader have shown such kindness towards me? Is there something particularly special about me? Manager Fu remained silent for a long while, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. His voice was hoarse as he finally replied, It is permissible to share this with you. You bear a resemblance to my master. Before Li Chen could question further, Manager Fu continued, My master is the brother of the sect leader. Well, I have shared what you need to know. You may take your leave now. Li Chen nodded, respectfully bowing to Manager Fu. Uncle Fu, I take my leave. The puzzle that had long troubled Li Chen was finally unraveled, confirming that neither the Linglong fairy nor Manager Fu harbored ulterior motives towards him. Their support stemmed solely from his resemblance to the Linglong fairy's brother. Manager Fu's master, he wondered what kind of person that brother was, alive or deceased. The many enterprises of the Linglong fairy must have been left behind by him. As Li Chen exited the divine pill pavilion, he quickly ceased pondering these matters. Although he bore a resemblance to the Linglong fairy's brother, he did not expect her or Manager Fu to continually look after him. Relying on others can lead to disappointment. One must depend on oneself and the system that Li Chen's gaze grew clearer, and his resolve solidified further. After successfully refining a batch of abstinence pills, he realized he could earn 2 spirit stones per batch. With his cultivation at the second layer of Qi refinement, his abilities were still quite limited, allowing him to produce a maximum of 2 batches per day, yielding 4 spirit stones in a month. This would amount to 120 spirit stones. Even Han Mao, who risked his life hunting demons, could scarcely earn that much in a month. This was merely the earnings of an apprentice refining abstinence pills. It was no wonder that alchemists held esteemed positions within the cultivation realm. Chen quietly marveled at how swiftly one could amass spirit stones through alchemy. The creation of a single batch of fasting pills yielded an income equivalent to that of an entire month prior. Gradually, his circumstances were improving. As Li Chen tallied his possessions, he found himself in possession of 16 spirit stones and 3 first-tier low-grade talismans. The 3 talismans were the Golden Light Talisman, the Divine Movement Talisman, and the Fireball Talisman. The Golden Light Talisman served as a defensive charm, capable of manifesting a protective golden shield around the user, offering defense against a full-force attack from a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner. The Divine Movement Talisman was utilized for escape or swift travel. Qi refinement practitioners in the early stages lacked the spiritual awareness necessary to refine or control magical artifacts, rendering them incapable of flight. Thus, the Divine Movement Talisman held great significance for them. The Fireball Talisman allowed one to unleash the Fireball technique, which Li Chen could also employ due to his training in the Scarlet Flame technique. After practicing for over 6 months, Li Chen had achieved the second level of Qi refinement, mastering 2 spells, the Fireball technique and the Spirit Manipulation Hand. The Fireball technique was inherent to the Scarlet Flame technique. Accessible to any practitioner of fire-based arts in his daily life, Li Chen primarily used the Fireball technique to kindle fires for warmth. Using it against adversaries would likely be insufficient for the Spirit Manipulation Hand. It was imparted to him by Master Chen and was considered a common spell, enabling the user to conjure a massive hand of magical energy to grasp object from a distance or launch remote attacks. Now that Li Chen was able to refine pills, he contemplated preparing some protective measures. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril in the relentless pursuit of the elusive path to immortality. It was commonplace for practitioners to engage in life-and-death struggles. Without protective measures, one could easily fall victim to robbery and murder on the road. Li Chen recalled the time before he reached Mountain Square, when he encountered a practitioner intent on robbery. The thief's intentions were straightforward: to turn Li Chen into materials for corpse refinement in the realm of cultivation. Demonic and malevolent practitioners spared no one, not even ordinary mortals, let alone weaker cultivators. Li Chen had heard tales of demonic cultivators from the neighboring Yu Kingdom who, in their quest to forge blood-based treasures, unleashed indiscriminate slaughter upon the populace, creating rivers of blood. There were also ghostly practitioners who sacrificed thousands of innocents to refine soul banners. Additionally, there were wicked cultivators who ventured into the mundane world to capture martial artists, using them to create zombies. A saying widely circulated in the cultivation community was, "If you do not strive in your cultivation, you may become a brother among countless souls in the soul banner." In the realm of cultivation, one is often at the mercy of fate. The world of cultivation resembles a vast and brutal underworld, far more ruthless than the secular martial world. Once one steps into the realm of cultivation, many aspects of life become beyond one's control. If your cultivation level is low, you may find yourself snatched away by a giant hand from the heavens, destined to become a zombie. Chen wished to avoid a day when he might encounter a demonic cultivator, only to be killed and have his soul extracted for blood. Furthermore, it was not only the dangers posed by demonic and malevolent cultivators that loomed. The realm was also rife with robbers and thieves. Within Mountain Square, many such rogues lurked. If a robber set their sights on him, he would be ambushed the moment he stepped outside the square. With his second level of chi refinement, Chen dared not venture out alone. Inside Mountain Square, the rules of the market and the presence of patrolling enforcers, along with the esteemed reputation of the Linglong Ferry, provided a degree of safety. Once outside, however, Chen was certain he would encounter robbers, possibly even the neighbors around him transforming into thieves. Yet he could not remain within Mountain Square forever, making it crucial to prepare some protective measures. With his second level of chi refinement, his magical energy was still quite limited, and there were few spells he could master. Chen planned to set aside time to perfect the Fire Crow technique included in the Scarlet Flame technique. Then visit the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion to purchase some talismans for self-defense. Early-stage chi refinement practitioners, lacking the ability to wield magical artifacts, quickly exhausted their magical energy when casting spells, highlighting the importance of talismans. When one's combat power is insufficient, talismans can provide a necessary supplement. Talisman arrays and instruments are among the foremost arts in cultivation, underscoring the significance of talismans. After meditating and cultivating throughout the night, sensing the growth of his internal magical energy, Chen felt a surge of joy. The sensation of progress at every moment was intoxicating. However, he was acutely aware that his ability to maintain such a pace of cultivation was entirely reliant on medicinal pills. Without the nourishing chi pills, he could not fathom how long he would remain stuck at the first level of chi refinement. The bottle of nourishing chi pills bestowed upon him by a shopkeeper Fu was insufficient to elevate him to the third level. It would be depleted in no more than half a month. He needed to earn more spirit stones to purchase additional nourishing chi pills for his cultivation, or alternatively, begin refining them himself. With these thoughts in mind, Chen pushed open his door and headed toward the market square. Now that he could refine pills, he enjoyed a newfound freedom, no longer bound to early mornings at the Divine Pill Pavilion chopping wood. This afforded him the opportunity to leisurely explore the market square. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself wandering into the West Street of the market. West Street was the area for wandering cultivators to set up stalls. The stalls displayed an array of dazzling and eclectic items. Friend, would you be interested in fragments of ancient relics unearthed from archaeological sites? A young wanderer intercepted Chen, a mysterious smile adorning his face. Chen glanced at the assorted items on the stall and shook his head with a chuckle. He had no interest in the notion of finding hidden treasures if they were truly fragments of ancient relics. They would not be sold at a stall. First-tier magical artifacts, second-tier spirit tools, and third-tier treasures were the domain of Golden Core practitioners. Fragments of treasures could not possibly appear at a stall owned by a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator. This practitioner likely mistook Chen for a newcomer to the world of cultivation, attempting to deceive him with a trial-and-error approach. The realm of cultivation is indeed fraught with schemes. Ignoring the young wanderer, Chen continued onward. Seeing that Chen was not falling for his ploy, the young wanderer was not surprised and resumed his search for another target. Upon reaching the end of West Street, Chen halted and turned his gaze to a stall piled high with thick talismans. The stall owner, shrouded in a black robe, spoke in a hoarse voice, making it impossible to discern their gender. "What talismans do you seek?" Li Chen observed for a moment, noting over 10 varieties of talismans on display, including first-tier low-grade Golden Light Talisman, Divine Movement Talisman, Fireball Talisman, Ice Spike Talisman, Earth Spike Talisman, and Mighty Strength Talisman, as well as mid-tier first-level Thunderfire Talisman, Ice Sealing Talisman, Earth Splitting Talisman, and Wind Blade Talisman. Crouching down, Li Chen picked up a stack of Thunderfire Talismans and examined them closely. Once he confirmed their quality, he inquired of the stall owner, "How much for these Thunderfire Talismans?" "You cannot afford them," came the stall owner's cold, emotionless reply, their face hidden beneath the black robe, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes. Li Chen's expression stiffened. "How do you know I cannot afford these Thunderfire Talismans?" A dispassionate gaze swept over Li Chen, and the stall owner's flat tone reached his ears. "You are merely at the second level of chi refinement. How many spirit stones could you possibly possess?" A set of 10 Thunderfire Talismans cost 30 spirit stones, while a single talisman was priced at 4 spirit stones. Li Chen reluctantly set down the Thunderfire Talismans and shifted his attention to the Golden Light Talisman. "What is the price for the Golden Light Talisman?" 8 spirit stones for a set of 10. 1 spirit stone for a single talisman. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen attempted to bargain with the stall owner. "How about 6 spirit stones for a set of 10? I will take 2 sets and own negotiations. If you don't want to buy, then leave." The stall owners seemed to have lost patience, their tone growing colder and their voice more hoarse. Ultimately, Li Chen purchased 1 set of Golden Light Talismans and 2 Divine Movement Talismans. After acquiring the talismans at this stall, he decided not to go to the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion. Compared to the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion, the quality of this stall owner's talismans was commendable, and their prices were significantly lower, as far as Li Chen knew. The Heavenly Talisman Pavilion sold first-tier low-grade talismans at 10 spirit stones for a set of 10. This stall owner was offering a set of low-grade talismans for 2 spirit stones less than the pavilion. Perhaps this stall owner was a talisman master? Li Chen cast one last glance at the stall keeper, whose entire figure was shrouded in a black robe, the raspy voice rendering it impossible to discern their gender. Li Chen found it equally challenging to fathom the stall keeper's cultivation level. As a mere second layer of chi refinement, he was unable to see through the abilities of those whose cultivation surpassed his own. After meandering through the western street of the market and purchasing a dozen Golden Light Talismans and 2 Swift Movement Talismans, Li Chen returned to the Divine Elixir Pavilion and made his way directly to the Apprentice's communal alchemy room to commence his alchemical practices. His daily life was rather monotonous. During the day, he would concoct 2 furnaces of valley-breaking pills, and at night, he would return to the shanty town to cultivate. Despite the drudgery of such a routine, Li Chen's heart brimmed with ambition. Before long, a month had elapsed. Today marked the day when the Divine Elixir Pavilion would settle the spiritual stones for its employee. At the last, Li Chen laid eyes upon the exquisite Linglong fairy once more. She retained her charming appearance, eternally adorned in a flowing aquamarine gown, with a floral crown woven from fresh blossoms atop her head. Even now, Li Chen remained perplexed as to why the flowers never wilted. "Zhou Jian, this month you successfully refined 10 furnaces of spirit-gathering pills, 7 furnaces of harmonizing pills, and 1 furnace of yellow bud pills, totaling 150 spiritual stones," announced Master Fu, the pavilion's manager, his silver hair contrasting with his calm demeanor as he perused the ledger in the employee assembly hall. "That's incorrect," Zhou Jian interjected, stepping out from the crowd, his pallor evident as he scrutinized Master Fu with a questioning gaze. "According to the pavilion's regulations, an apprentice receives 10 spiritual stones for each furnace of spirit-gathering pills, 12 for harmonizing pills, and 20 for yellow bud pills. Thus, I ought to receive 204 spiritual stones, yet I only have 150. Master Fu maintained his composed expression as he explained. "This month you attempted to refine yellow bud pills 6 times, and 5 of those attempts failed. The cost of the wasted spiritual herbs must be deducted from your earnings." Zhou Jian's face shifted from pale to a deep shade of anger as he clenched his fists, his voice low and hoarse as he retorted, "It is not customary for an alchemist to bear the costs of failed attempts in the cultivation world, is it? While such a rule may not exist in the broader cultivation world, it certainly does within the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Do you have any further objections?" Before Master Fu could respond, the Linglong fairy, seated regally with her legs crossed, spoke up. Her voice was melodious, yet her tone was devoid of warmth, casting a chill throughout the hall that seemed to freeze the souls of all present. In the hall, the crowd lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of the petite yet striking Linglong fairy. Li Chen followed suit, acknowledging her imposing presence. It was undeniable that she exuded an air of authority. After all, she was one of the few foundational cultivators in Yingshan market, wielding the power of life and death over the lower-tier cultivators. And none dared to confront her directly. Zhou Jian, head bowed and filled with resentment, tightened his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he subdued his voice. I dare not voice any objections. The Linglong fairy's gaze was as tranquil as a still pond. Master Fu, please continue. Master Fu nodded. By this month you refined 120 furnaces of qi nourishing pills, amounting to 600 spiritual stones. By stepped forward, receiving the spiritual stones with a hearty smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Fu. Thank you, Pavilion Master. The other apprentices looked upon By with envy, tinged with a hint of admiration. Zhou Jian's anger intensified. That it was clear that By had also faced numerous failures in his attempts. So why was his wasted spiritual herbs not accounted against him? It felt as though the Linglong fairy and Master Fu were conspiring against him. Li Chen observed By's genial smile, feeling a measure of respect for him. Although By was only at the 4th layer of qi refinement, he had dedicated himself tirelessly to alchemy, often foregoing his own cultivation to produce an impressive 120 furnaces of qi nourishing pills in a month, earning 600 spiritual stones, a sum astronomical for the lower-tier cultivators. Li Chen understood the motivation behind By's relentless efforts. He had formed a good rapport with By and had heard him speak about his children. Notably, his son possessed a 7th-grade spiritual root and had been accepted into the Zishu Immortal sect as an outer disciple. By had relinquished his own path to immortality, placing all hopes of ascension upon his son. With the upcoming outer sect competition that would grant entry into the inner sect for the top 10, By was determined to earn enough spiritual stones to provide his son with the necessary artifacts to excel. The empathy of a parent is truly profound. By was known for his honesty and gentle demeanor, treating Li Chen well, and over time, Li Chen had developed a favorable impression of him. Soon, the apprentices had all received their spiritual stones. Master Fu turned his attention to Li Chen, a hint of a smile gracing his features. As he spoke in a gentler tone, Li Chen, this month you refined 60 furnaces of valley-breaking pills, totaling 120 spiritual stones. With that, Master Fu produced a storage bag and tossed it to Li Chen. Upon receiving it, Li Chen quickly bowed deeply to both Master Fu and the Linglong fairy, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Fu. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Around him, the apprentices gazed at Li Chen with envy. That it was evident that Master Fu had privately bestowed a storage bag upon him alongside his spiritual stones. Storage bags, while common in the cultivation world, still held significant value. Even the most rudimentary one would sell for 30 spiritual stones at the treasure pavilion. Though 30 stones might seem trivial, it was a considerable amount for lower-tier cultivators, who typically did not possess such luxuries. After all the apprentices had received their spiritual stones, Master Fu concluded, this month, everyone has performed admirably, particularly By, who serves as an example for us all. Now, return to your duties. Li Chen, please remain. As the crowd dispersed, they cast envious glances back at Li Chen, their jealousy barely concealed. Speculation abounded among the divine elixir pavilion staff regarding the nature of Li Chen's relationship with the Linglong fairy, with some even approaching him in secret to inquire. After all, it was the Linglong fairy herself who had brought him into Yingshan market and introduced him to the divine elixir pavilion. Moreover, the evident favoritism from both Master Fu and the Linglong fairy towards Li Chen was hard to ignore. Are you on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement? It seems you have not been idle, the Linglong fairy remarked as she descended from her elevated seat and approached Li Chen, her expression softening considerably compared to her earlier indifference. That I owe much to the pavilion master and Master Fu. Without your guidance, I would not have achieved my current level of cultivation. Li Chen replied earnestly, bowing in respect and gratitude. Though he bore a slight resemblance to the Linglong fairy's brother, he dared not act presumptuously in her presence. For she was a formidable foundational cultivator and a significant figure in the power dynamics of the Yen kingdom. The Linglong fairy acknowledged him with a nod, her gaze filled with appreciation. You understand your place. The path to immortality is fraught with challenges. My assistance is limited. Ultimately, how far you can go depends solely on your own efforts. Now, do not become complacent with a few encouraging words. She waved her hand, signaling for Li Chen to depart. Despite the slight resemblance he bore to her brother, Shui Linglong was keenly aware of the distinction between them. He was Li Chen, and her brother was her brother, two entirely different individuals. In the Ding-level cave dwelling, one required 80 spiritual stones per month. Perhaps it is time for me to consider relocating. With an additional 120 spirit stones in hand, Li Chen began to contemplate relocating. The makeshift housing area was situated on the fringes of Yinshan Fong, characterized by a harsh environment and a mix of individuals, where one could only absorb the dissipated spiritual energy to cultivate. Yinshan Fong boasted a second-tier spiritual vein, upon which numerous caves had been constructed, categorized into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D. There were 10 A-grade caves, all located at the vein's center, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. Li Chen was aware that A-grade cave number 1 was the abode of the exquisite Linglong fairy. As for A-grade caves number 2 to 10, they were occupied by prominent figures, with Master Gu residing in A-grade cave No. 8. That Master Chen lacked the qualifications to inhabit an A-grade cave. His dwelling was of B-grade. Li Chen dared not aspire to an A-grade cave, nor even a C-grade one. However, a D-grade cave was within reach. The rental fee for a D-grade cave was 80 spirit stones per month, a burden Li Chen could barely afford. He firmly believed that cultivation was of utmost importance in the realm of immortality. One's cultivation level dictated their status. With the intent of accelerating his training and enhancing his cultivation, Li Chen resolved to move into a D-grade cave. Although the D-grade cave lay on the periphery of the spiritual vein, it was still situated upon it. Meditating within a D-grade cave would significantly expedite his progress compared to practicing in the makeshift housing area. Junior Brother Li, I have instructed my daughter to prepare a feast at home and would like to invite you and Master Chen to join us for a drink. Might you grant this humble request? Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen was still contemplating his move when he was intercepted by M.O. Bai. After glancing at M.O. Bai and pondering for a moment, he nodded. Since his senior brother extended such a warm invitation, he could not refuse. Li Chen and M.O. Bai were both apprentices of Master Chen, addressing each other as brothers. During this time, Li Chen and M.O. Bai had built a good rapport, and he did not wish to offend M.O. Bai's feelings, thus agreeing to attend the banquet. Seeing Li Chen acquiesce, M.O. Bai's expression brightened as he clasped his hands together. Junior Brother Li, I shall go fetch Master Chen. You know where my home is, correct? Li Chen nodded. Senior brother M.O., please proceed. As M.O. Bai went to summon Master Chen, Li Chen recalled the direction of M.O. Bai's residence and made his way toward the eastern side of the makeshift housing area. M.O. Bai had long been capable of refining pills independently and earned a fair sum of spirit stones each month. However, he continued to reside in the makeshift housing area with his daughter. Li Chen understood this, for the spirit stones M.O. Bai earned were primarily allocated to his son, who had joined the Zishu Immortal sect. Before long, Li Chen arrived outside a courtyard. Although M.O. Bai lived in the makeshift housing area, he did not occupy a single room. Rather, he resided in a small courtyard. Such a courtyard was designated for lower-tier loose cultivators with families, featuring a main hall and 3 bedrooms, with a monthly fee of 5 spirit stones. Standing outside the courtyard, Li Chen knocked on the door. It soon swung open to reveal a young girl with short hair and simple attire, her curious gaze scanning Li Chen as her soft voice inquired. You must be Uncle Li, right? Are you in you? Li Chen's eyes swept over the girl, and he retrieved a bottle of fasting pills from his storage bag, offering it with a warm smile. As this is my first visit, I did not prepare any proper gifts. Please accept this bottle of fasting pills. With a newfound financial capacity, Li Chen could afford to offer a bottle valued at 8 spirit stones. The girl's cheeks flushed as she repeatedly waved her hands. Her voice timid. "Uncle Li, this is too precious. I cannot accept." Chen shook his head, taking her hand and firmly placing the fasting pills into her palm. This girl, appearing to be around 18, was Mo Bai's daughter, named Mo Yunyu. She was indeed genuinely 18, having never consumed any beauty-enhancing pills. In contrast, Linglong Fairy, who seemed merely 15 or 16, was actually nearing 30, significantly older than Li Chen. Faced with Linglong Fairy, Li Chen dared not regard her as a younger sister, given her cultivation status, and age. O Yunyu, however, was different. At 18, she possessed the same ninth-grade spiritual root as Li Chen, though her cultivation was only at the first layer of qi refinement. Li Chen had entered the realm of immortality for less than a year, while Mo Yunyu had been cultivating under Mo Bai's guidance since childhood. Chen silently lamented the girl's innocence and perceived that Mo Bai was somewhat biased towards his son, being harsh on his daughter. Despite Mo Bai's considerable monthly earnings, Mo Yunyu had only reached the first layer of qi refinement after over a decade of cultivation, as far as Li Chen knew. Mo Yunyu worked as a washerwoman, spending her time at home laundering clothes for the other female cultivators in the makeshift housing area to earn meager spirit stones. The spirit stones she earned were not used for herself, but were entirely given to Mo Bai for his son, who had entered the Zishu Immortal sect. Otherwise, given Mo Yunyu's age, even with a ninth-grade spiritual root, she should not have remained at the first layer of qi refinement at this point. Observing the girl before him with her short hair and timid demeanor, dressed in plain clothing, Li Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Her attire was exceedingly simple, not to mention luxurious celestial skirts or robes. At the very least, she should have a decent outfit. Even the garments worn by worldly noble women surpassed those of Mo Yunyu. "Please come inside, Uncle L." In response to Li Chen's compassionate gaze, Mo Yunyu tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, her eyes shimmering with shyness as her cheeks flushed deeper, her voice becoming even softer. Regaining his composure, Li Chen stepped into the courtyard. The girl hurriedly ushered him into the main hall, meticulously wiping the chair with her sleeve before inviting him to take a seat, her voice filled with hesitation. "Uncle Li, the dishes are not yet ready. Please bear with me for a moment." Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No need to rush. Senior Brother Mo and Master Chen have yet to arrive, so take your time." The girl flashed a shy smile at Li Chen, her cheeks still flushed, before dashing away. Watching her retreating figure, a smile crept onto Li Chen's face. This was the genuine shyness a girl her age should exhibit. He could discern that Mo Yunyu's bashfulness was authentic. Unlike the feigned demeanor of Shu Chen. "Master Chen, I am deeply grateful for your visit to my humble abode. Master Chen, please come inside." Mo Bai's voice echoed from outside the courtyard, and Li Chen realized that Master Chen had arrived. He stood up just as he saw Mo Bai respectfully assisting Master Chen into the courtyard, leading him toward the main hall. Disciple pays respects to Master. Upon seeing Master Chen, Li Chen bowed in greeting. Master Chen pulled over a chair and sat down, his expression warm as he spoke. "There is no need for such formalities between us, my disciple. Please have a seat. Mo Bai, you too sit." Once Master Chen was seated, Li Chen and Mo Bai followed suit. Just as they settled down, Mo Bai's gaze fell upon the clean table, and he suddenly slammed his hand on it, his expression stern as he shouted, "Yunyu! Yunyu! Come here at once! Father, did you call for me?" Mo Yunyu came running over, her calloused hands brushing against her simple attire, unsure where to place them, her expression timid and somewhat awkward. Mo Bai furrowed his brow, his voice cold as he demanded, "I instructed you this morning that guests would be arriving tonight and that you were to prepare a feast. Why is it not ready yet?" Mo Yunyu lowered her head, softly explaining, "Father, there were quite a few clothes to wash today. It took longer than expected. Is this an excuse for such an important task to be delayed?" Mo Bai's anger flared, his tone and expression becoming even more severe. Chen frowned. In that moment, Mo Bai seemed entirely different from the warm-hearted person Li Chen had known at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Mo Bai was humble and gentle. Yet before his daughter, he appeared tyrannical. Chen finally understood why Mo Yunyu donned such simple garments, and exuded an air of timidity. Seeing the anxious girl, Li Chen could no longer bear it, and spoke firmly. "Senior brother Imo, this is merely a trivial matter. There is no need to be so enraged." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Imo Bai's expression softened slightly. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and bring out the food and drinks." After speaking, Imo Bai turned to Master Chen and Li Chen, his demeanor transforming completely as he smiled warmly. "Master Chen, junior brother Li, my daughter is somewhat clumsy. Please forgive her." Li Chen gently shook his head. Remaining silent, Imo Bai seemed a stranger to him now. Master Chen, maintaining his amiable smile, calmly replied, "It is of no consequence. I am not in a hurry. Soon, when you brought forth the wine and delicacies." While the anxious attendant stood by, the wine was known as blood-red wine, considered a primary level spirit wine, brewed from crimson spirit rice. It is consumed by early-stage Qi refinement practitioners to slightly enhance their magical power. This particular jug of blood-red wine was priced at 20 spirit stones in the market, significantly cheaper than nourishing Qi pills. Many cultivators unable to afford elixirs would opt for spirit wine to assist in their cultivation. Li Chen glanced at Imo Bai, then at Master Chen. A hint of pain flickered across Imo Bai's face. It was evident that he seldom indulged in spirit wine. As for Master Chen, he displayed no disdain for the blood-red wine simply because it was of a lower grade. Strictly speaking, it was inappropriate for Imo Bai to host Master Chen with blood-red wine, but thankfully, Master Chen did not mind such matters. The dishes on the table were quite ordinary, not spirit meals, all prepared by Mo Yunyu, and they appeared quite appealing. "Master Chen, I have been in the Divine Pill Pavilion for 17 years, and I owe my gratitude to your esteemed guidance throughout this time," Mo Bai said as he poured a cup of spirit wine for Master Chen and another for himself, then raised his cup in a toast to Master Chen. Master Chen lifted his cup and drank it in one gulp, smacking his lips with a smile, and remarked, "Ah, blood-red wine. It has been many years since I last tasted it." Bai's rugged face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "Master Chen, I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. Please forgive my shortcomings." Master Chen, with a calm expression, shook his head and replied, "Mo Bai, I am well aware of your family situation. Your son is quite promising, having entered the Zishu Immortal sect, and you have exhausted your resources to cultivate him into a foundation establishment master to establish your own lineage. Your efforts are truly commendable." Mo Bai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he bowed deeply to Master Chen, expressing his gratitude for the understanding. Master Chen did not elaborate further, turning his attention to Li Chen with a smile. He said, "Young Chen, raise your cup and drink with this old man." "Yes, master," Li Chen replied. "I toast to you." Li Chen stood up, filling a cup of wine for Master Chen and another for himself. As the blood-red wine slid down his throat, Li Chen felt a slight agitation in his magical energy. His assessment of the blood-red wine was that it paled in comparison to the nourishing Qi pills. Indeed, although both were primary level elixirs, the nourishing Qi pills were meant for third-layer Qi refinement practitioners to break through their bottlenecks and were priced at 60 spirit stones, far exceeding the value of blood-red wine. Eat, do not just drink wine. Although we cultivators are somewhat sturdier than mortals, we are not immune to inebriation. Drinking wine without food renders the experience rather bland, Master Chen said, picking up his chopsticks and inviting Li Chen and Mo Bai to partake in the dishes. Seeing Master Chen take up his chopsticks, Mo Bai smiled earnestly and said, "Master Chen, junior brother Li, my daughter is rather clumsy in the kitchen. If the food is not to your liking, please bear with us." As he spoke, the young girl beside him lowered her head deeply, her demeanor exuding humility. Master Chen made no comment. Li Chen took a bite of the dish and turned his gaze towards the girl standing nearby. She kept her head bowed, her calloused hands resting awkwardly in front of her, resembling a maidservant. Witnessing her pitiable state, Li Chen felt a pang of compassion and instinctively said, "This dish is quite delightful. Even the royal chefs of the mundane palace cannot rival this skill. Thank you, Yunyu. Please come and sit with us." Upon hearing this, the girl looked up, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears, and she hastily waved her hands, saying, "Uncle Li, you need not concern yourself with me. Yunyu is here to serve you. Junior brother Li, do not mind her. What business does a daughter have at the table? Let her stand aside, Imobai remarked, his gaze shifting to his daughter, his expression turning impatient as he admonished. What are you dawdling for? Are you foolish? Hurry and pour wine for Master Chen and Junior Brotherly. The girl raised her hand to wipe her tear-stained eyes and hurriedly stepped forward to pour wine for Master Chen. Then for Li Chen, Li Chen looked at the cup before him, and then at the humble girl. He suddenly lost the desire to drink and contemplated leaving the gathering Li Chen had traversed into this world for 20 years. In this realm, though male superiority over female was indeed a reality, he could not bear to witness the girl in such a subservient position. Yinyu possessed a 9th-grade spirit root, and while Bai was right to invest in his son, he ought not to treat his daughter so harshly. Observing the girl's plight, Li Chen's expression turned serious as he addressed Bai, saying, Brother Imo, let Yinyu sit down, otherwise I cannot enjoy this wine. As Li Chen spoke, the girl trembled slightly. Looking at him with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, Bai glanced between Li Chen and Master Chen, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Since Junior Brotherly has spoken, then you may sit right beside Junior Brotherly. With that, the girl moved to sit beside Li Chen, stealing a furtive glance at his handsome profile, feeling anxious yet cautious as she settled down. Master Chen chuckled, try to ease the tension. Bai, young Chen, you both study alchemy under my tutelage. Do not let this affect your camaraderie. Bai immediately rose, respectfully responding, You speak rightly, Master. Junior Brotherly is young, yet capable of independently refining elixirs. And he is highly regarded by the Pavilion Master and nurtured by you, Master. His future is indeed bright. Junior Brother, I toast to you. Yunyu, pour wine for Junior Brotherly, Bai instructed as he raised his cup to toast Li Chen. Li Chen drank the wine, finding it somewhat unpalatable. Initially, he had a favorable impression of Bai, but now his feelings began to shift. As the three shared a jug of blood-red wine, it quickly dwindled to the bottom. Bai's rugged face turned a shade darker as he spoke. Master Chen, Junior Brotherly, I invited you here to drink, but I actually have a request. Li Chen remained expressionless. Master Chen also showed no reaction. In truth, Li Chen had suspected that Bai had ulterior motives when he invited him for a drink. Noticing that neither Li Chen nor Master Chen had spoken, Bai continued, Master Chen, Junior Brotherly, you are both aware that Yun Sheng has entered the Zishu Immortal sect and is currently at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, that I have no hope of achieving immortality in this lifetime. But my son is different. He has a bright future ahead that in 2 months, the outer sect competition of the Zishu Immortal sect will take place. The top 10 in this competition will gain entry into the inner sect, receiving more support in terms of spirit stones and elixirs, with a chance to obtain a foundation establishment pill to advance into that realm. Secure a place in the top 10. My son has set his sights on a top-tier magical artifact, which costs 2,800 spirit stones that I borrowed some spirit stones from Manager Fu, and with my previous savings, I currently have 2,000 spirit stones, leaving me short by 800 spirit stones. Master Chen, I hope you can assist your disciple. I promise to repay you in the future. 2,800 spirit stones. Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Bai. For him, at this moment, that sum was astronomical, far more outrageous than the 120 spirit stones proposed by Shu Chan previously. Master Chen set down his chopsticks, furrowing his brow as he regarded Bai. Meeting Bai's hopeful gaze, he remained silent for a long while before finally saying, I do not have much saved up myself. I can lend you at most 300 spirit stones. Bai opened his mouth, but the words died on his lips. Given Master Chen's status, it was clear he could have lent 800 spirit stones without issue to it. Was evident that Master Chen was unwilling to lend such a substantial amount to Bai. Discussing money often strains relationships. Chen remained silent. The same was true in the cultivation world, where monetary discussions invariably led to strained feelings. Master Chen was only willing to lend 300 spirit stones. Although Bai felt dissatisfaction, he did not dare to show disrespect. He turned his gaze to Li Chen. Junior Brotherly, before Bai could finish his sentence, Li Chen interrupted him directly. Brother I have only recently entered the cultivation world and do not possess any spirit stones. It would be best if you did not press the matter. Bai could only manage a bitter smile. At the round table, Li Chun and Master Chun fell silent, while the girl beside Li Chun kept her head bowed, unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her garment. The atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat tense. After a moment, Immortal broke the silence, addressing Li Chun. "Junior brother Li, you are yet to take a wife or concubine, and I presume you do not have any maidservants by your side?" Li Chun frowned, wondering what Immortal was insinuating. Immortal glanced at Li Chun and then at Immortal, his expression indifferent as he said, "Junior brother Li, how about this? If you provide me with 120 spirit stones, I will offer you my daughter, even if it means she becomes a servant." Li Chen's brows furrowed even deeper. In pursuit of his son's celestial path, Immortal had resorted to selling off everything, even his own daughter. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chun coldly spoke. "Brother Immortal, we refer to each other as fellow disciples, and Yunyu calls me Shu. How can you propose such a preposterous notion?" The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, the previously silent Yunyu reached out and grasped Li Chun's sleeve, her body trembling lightly that a sorrowful smile graced her delicate face, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pleaded. "Young master, please accept Yunyu. I am willing to serve you as a maid." Li Chun remained silent for a long time, meeting the girl's heart-wrenching gaze. Ultimately, he withdrew 120 spirit stones from his storage pouch. Still untouched by warmth, he turned towards his modest dwelling, and behind him trailed a girl with short hair and a delicate visage. The girl kept her head down, following closely in Li Chun's footsteps. Her eyes fixated on his heels, and as he weighed the emptiness of his storage pouch, a bitter smile spread across Li Chun's face. The 120 spirit stones, freshly acquired, had already vanished. His plans to move to a ding-level cave for cultivation would have to be postponed. Soon, Li Chun returned to his simple abode with the girl in TOW. The door, he halted, and the girl bumped into him. Hurriedly looking up with glistening eyes, in a timid voice, she anxiously apologized. "Young master, I'm sorry. It was unintentional. You may scold or strike me. Yunyu bears no resentment. I only ask that you do not abandon me." Li Chun turned to face the girl, her nose reddened and expression anxious, on the verge of tears. Gently pinching her delicate nose, his gaze softened as he inquired, "Does it hurt?" The girl was taken aback but soon regained her composure. Shaking her head repeatedly, "No, young master, it does not hurt." Li Chun caressed her slender cheek. "Your father must often chastise you, does he not?" The girl offered no reply. Observing the man before her, her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and large crystalline tears streamed down her thin cheeks. "Sigh." Li Chun sighed softly, enveloping the girl in his embrace. "Foolish girl, from this day forth, you shall be my companion." The girl, fragile and fragrant, trembled in his arms, her slender arms tightly encircling his waist. Unwilling to let go, Li Chun found himself at a loss for how to comfort her. With such a father, her years must have been filled with hardship. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. "I ascend this Master Danley from the Divine Elixir Pavilion." A female cultivator approached, clad in a flowing green robe. It was Shu Chan. She had donned the popular wide-sleeve flowing dress of the cultivation world, her complexion radiant and alluring, exuding an ethereal charm. Chan paid no heed to Shu Chan's mocking tone. He was merely surprised that she could wear such a gown. The wide-sleeve flowing dress was the most coveted attire among female cultivators. Priced at 300 spirit stones at Bao Pavilion, a low-level magical garment. Shu Chan swayed her slender waist like a water snake, approaching Li Chun with an exaggerated tone. "I've heard that you can now refine pills and are being groomed as an heir by Master Chun. Many are saying you'll soon be elevated to a Dan Master at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Is this the companion you sought?" Gently patting Yunyu's back, she immediately released her hold on Li Chun and stood obediently to the side. Casting a glance at the dazzling and alluring Shu Chan, Yunyu lowered her head in self-doubt. Meeting Shu Chan's teasing gaze, Li Chun's expression remained impassive as he calmly replied, "I have the honor of meeting Fairy Shu. This is my companion. Now that I have a companion, shall you not offer a gift, Fairy Shu, and partake in a toast?" Shu Chan's teasing demeanor transformed into fury, her smile fading into an icy glared. Li Chun, Tell me, what makes this girl inferior to me? In terms of beauty, I surpass her in cultivation. I am far more accomplished. Where does she excel over me? When I first proposed to become your companion, you hesitated over 120 spirit stones, yet you now seek such an inferior girl. What is the meaning of this? Shu Chan unleashed a torrent of invective. Her once gentle demeanor replaced by indignation. Mo Yunyu, standing beside Li Chun, instinctively took 2 steps away, her head bowed even lower, becoming increasingly humbled. Li Chun remained expressionless. In my eyes, you indeed do not compare to her. Fairy Shu, I have matters to attend to and can no longer chat. With that, he unlocked the door and beckoned to the girl. Xiao Yu, come in. The girl nodded obediently, following Li Chun into the humble abode. Watching the door close behind them, Shu Chan's expression shifted between shades of anger and disbelief. Li Chun, you can only seek such inferior company as a companion. You may not value me, but I do not value you either. To be frank, I have already become the companion of Master Yang from the Spirit Talisman shop, that he is young and accomplished. You aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. Within the room, Li Chun's expression remained tranquil, his heart as still as a deep well that he knew of Master Yang, the owner of the Spirit Talisman shop, who was not yet 30, possessed an 8th layer cultivation, and was a direct descendant of the esteemed Yu Long Yang family, a first-tier advanced talisman master. The object of desire for countless female cultivators in Yinshan market, T.O. claimed to be Master Yang as companion. He scoffed inwardly. She was likely just a concubine. Li Chun found Shu Chan's words unbelievable. For a lower-tier loose cultivator like her could never hope to become a companion of a direct descendant of the Yu Long Yang family. Previously, when Shu Chan had sought 120 spirit stones to test the waters regarding Li Chun's relationship with Ling Long, he had deemed her unworthy of such an amount. Mo Yunyu was, in fact, a purchase made with those same spirit stones. To speak of love was a farce. Today was merely the first meeting between Li Chun and Mo Yunyu. His feelings towards her were mostly of pity. Compared to Shu Chan, Li Chun believed Mo Yunyu was more deserving of the 120 spirit stones. With this thought, he turned to Mo Yunyu, who also possessed a spiritual root, though it was the 9th grade. The first side quest from the system could now be undertaken. Mo Yunyu cautiously looked at Li Chun. Young master, are you all right? Li Chun shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he cupped her face. I am fine. Xiao Yu, from today onward, we shall be companions. Let us first bear a child. The girl nodded softly, her voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, allowing Li Chun to proceed as he wished. The sound of rustling clothes filling the in the humble abode. There was only a hard wooden bed, devoid of even a blanket. Accompanied by soft murmurs, the girl's first blood fell, droplets splattering upon the unyielding wooden surface. After the act, the girl clung tightly to Li Chun's chest, her delicate arms wrapped around his waist. Refusing to loosen her grip, Li Chun gently stroked her back, softly saying, Xiao Yu, I apologize for the hardship. Living in such a dilapidated area, Li Chun had not acquired any furnishings. The room was stark and bare. Apart from a hard wooden bed, there was not even a blanket. For a girl experiencing such matters for the first time, it was indeed a bit of a hardship. Young master, Xiao Yu is not suffering. The girl rubbed her slender cheek against his chest and spoke softly. Young master, do you know? Xiao Yu is very happy because Xiao Yu finally has a home. From the moment we were born, my father favored my younger brother, especially after the spiritual root assessment, that my brother was found to have a 7th grade spiritual root, while I was deemed a 9th grade waste. From that moment, my father often called me a burden, threatening to sell me. Had it not been for my mother's intervention, perhaps he would have truly sold me. I was filled with dread each day, and my father bestowed all affection upon my brother. From a young age, giving him medicinal baths and pills. Everything in the house was for him. Later, my mother passed away from overwork, and no one cared for me anymore. And my father spared no effort to send my brother to the Zishu Immortal sect, where he became a servant disciple, and my brother has since made good progress, rising from servant disciple to an outer sect disciple. In order to ensure that my younger brother ascends through the ranks of the celestial realm, My father tirelessly accumulates spirit stones, delivering all the family's resources each month to the Zishu Immortal sect to support my brother's cultivation. As for me, my father has always regarded me as a burden, and on several occasions, I feared he might sell me off. Hence, I've been working diligently to wash clothes for others, hoping to earn some spirit sand, believing that this would prevent my father from parting with me. Sigh. Chen held the girl close, sighing once more as he noticed that his chest had become damp, soaked with her tears. Young master, will you abandon me, Xiaoyu? Young master, I am already yours. I will obey you in all things. And I am willing to do anything for you. Please do not forsake me. The girl clung tightly to Chen's waist, her body tense, raising her gaze to him, her gaunt cheeks reflecting her anxiety. Chen lowered his head, his heart quivering deeply, as he kissed away the tears from her eyes and gently reassured her, I would never abandon you, Xiaoyu. You are so obedient and understanding. I will not forsake you. From this moment forth, you need not fear, nor call me young master. Instead, refer to me as your husband. Husband. Mo Yunya gazed at Chen's handsome face, her tears turning into a smile as she softly called out. Husband, her voice barely audible. Chen's hand wandered through the girl's short hair as he tenderly said, Xiaoyu, you must be exhausted. Rest now. Yunya stubbornly shook her head, her voice faint. Xiaoyu does not wish to sleep. She fears that upon waking, it will all be but a dream. Ultimately, fatigue overcame Mo Yunya, and she succumbed to sleep. Curled up beside Chen, she resembled a small creature. Even in slumber, her brows remained furrowed, as if haunted by nightmares. Chen reached out to smooth her furrowed brow, silently resolving to treat her with greater kindness. Her breathing was soft, cautious even to Chen, devoid of sleepiness, had long since abandoned the habit of resting since embarking on his path to immortality, opting instead for meditation to replace sleep. Glancing at the girl, he retrieved a chi-nourishing pill from his storage pouch, clearing his mind and entering a state of profound meditation. When Chen opened his eyes once more, dawn had yet to break. Feeling the surging mana within him and glancing at the peacefully sleeping girl beside him, a smile crept across his lips. Not only had he gained a companion on his path, but he had also achieved a breakthrough to the third layer of chi refinement overnight. This was indeed a double blessing. Although both Mo Yunya and Chen possessed 9th grade spirit roots, any offspring they bore would likely also have 9th grade roots, which was inconsequential. The system's first side quest was to conceive a child with spirit roots, and 9th grade roots certainly qualified, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Chen summoned the system panel with a thought. The interface remained as simple and pristine as ever. Host. Chen lifespan. 2087. Cultivation. 3rd layer of chi refinement technique. Red flame technique. Spirit transformation method partner. Mo Yunya offspring. None family. Not established main quest. Establish a cultivation family. Incomplete. Side quest. Give birth to the first child with spirit roots. Incomplete. His own data had not changed significantly. Chen's gaze fell upon his lifespan, and he felt a surge of excitement. Originally, he could live to 81 years, but now he could live to 87. With the enhancement of his cultivation, he was confident that one day he would surely become an immortal ancestor. Achieving eternal life, cultivating was, after all, a pursuit for immortality. Husband, a delicate voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, Chen saw that Mo Yunya had awakened, her cheeks flushed with a gentle H-U-E-L. Chen reached out, drawing her into his embrace, softly inquiring, Xiaoyu, do you still feel pain? Mo Yunya shyly shook her head. Chen's hands, driven by an uncontrollable urge, began to explore. Shall we engage once more? It was not that Chen was overly eager. Rather, he was desperate for progress, yearning to complete the system's tasks and reap the rewards. Before rising to head to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to refine pills, Chen resolved to indulge Mo Yunya once more. Hoping to hasten her conception of their first child with spirit roots, as their soft whisper subsided, the sturdy wooden bed was left in disarray. Mo Yunya, her cheeks aflame, quietly donned her attire before assisting Chen in dressing. With the dawn breaking, Chen pushed open the door, feeling invigorated, as if the sunlight had been imbued with newfound hope. Yunya stood at the threshold, her gaze tenderly fixed upon Li Chen as she watched him depart. After taking a few steps, he turned back to glance at the slender girl leaning against the door. The morning sun illuminated her ear-length hair, casting a golden sheen, while her cheeks blushed a rosy hue. A delicate dimple gracing her slender face as her watery eyes gazed at Li Chen. Li Chen smiled broadly. "Xiao Yu, you stay home and cultivate diligently, without any concerns. I shall return." The girl nodded obediently, and only then did Li Chen turn to leave. Under the morning sun, she watched his retreating figure, feeling as though his golden silhouette was remarkably majestic. Once Li Chen's form had vanished from her sight, she took a moment to collect herself, gazing up at the sky with hands clasped together, her expression earnest as she softly prayed, "Heavenly powers, grant blessings upon my husband. May all his endeavors be fruitful, and his path to immortality smooth." Upon arriving at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen paid his respects to Master Chen, expressing his desire to learn the art of refining qi-nourishing pills. After a brief moment of surprise, Master Chen nodded in agreement, saying, "Li Chen, you have reached the third layer of qi refinement, and your success rate in refining the fasting pill has reached a perfect score. Indeed, you are ready to learn how to refine qi-nourishing pills. Come back this afternoon. I'll have time to guide you through the process." Li Chen gratefully bowed to Master Chen. "Thank you, Master." Master Chen waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. "I have told you, there is no need for such formality between us. Do not be so formal. Go on, now." Disciple takes his leave. After parting ways with Master Chen, Li Chen headed directly to the shared alchemy room for apprentices. Inside, Mo Bai was busy refining qi-nourishing pills, appearing weary, with bloodshot eyes indicating he had likely been working through the night. Mo Bai glanced at Li Chen, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement, but did not speak. Li Chen returned the gesture, refraining from conversation. Over the course of a night, the bond between Li Chen and Mo Bai had begun to wane. As the afternoon sun began to set, Li Chen exited the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Today he had only refined one batch of fasting pills, spending the remainder of his time learning the intricacies of refining qi-nourishing pills from Master Chen. In truth, Master Chen's guidance was largely unnecessary, as Li Chen had acquired a more detailed understanding of the alchemical process through his inheritance. However, he needed a mentor to avoid revealing that he possessed a second-tier alchemical legacy. Upon leaving the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen initially intended to return home directly. After a moment's contemplation, he turned towards the tailor shop, as he still had a few spirit stones in his storage pouch, planning to purchase 2 decent outfits for Mo Yunya. Though he could not afford celestial robes or skirts, acquiring 2 exquisite garments from the mortal realm was a simple task, in addition to clothing for Mo Yunya. Li Chen also intended to buy a blanket, 2 pillows, and kitchenware. Since Mo Yunya had chosen to accompany him, he did not wish to deprive her of comfort. If Li Chen were alone, he would have no need for sleep at night. Meditation may serve as a substitute for sleep, and one might forego the consumption of grains, relying solely on a single pill of fasting essence each day. However, Li Chen is no longer alone. He must learn to adapt to his new circumstances. Once Mo Yunyao becomes pregnant, it is certain that she cannot accompany Li Chen in taking the fasting essence. He will need to procure pots, bowls, and other utensils to ensure she consumes nourishing rice, meat, and even elixirs, thus fostering a healthy pregnancy to prevent any congenital deficiencies in their child. Li Chen would never allow Mo Yunyao to suffer, nor would he allow his future child to face any hardships. Upon arriving at the tailor's shop, Li Chen exchanged a single spirit stone for 2 exquisite garments, a silk quilt, and 2 golden silk pillows. The items sold at the tailor's shop were sourced from the mundane world, catering to the lower-tier wandering cultivators of enchanting, and were priced quite reasonably. A single spirit stone was more than sufficient. The shopkeeper was a male cultivator at the 6th level of qi refining. After Li Chen provided a spirit stone, he received 30 grains of spirit sand as changed in the realm of cultivation. Spirit stones serve as universal currency, classified into inferior, middle grade, superior, and exceptional grades. Typically, cultivators utilize inferior spirit stones, while only affluent foundation establishment cultivators can afford middle-grade ones. Superior spirit stones are rarely found in public circulation. Reserved for golden core ancestors or nascent soul masters that AS for exceptional spirit stones, Chen had never heard of their existence within the cultivation world of Yin country. The exchange rate is such that 100 inferior spirit stones can be traded for a single middle-grade stone, while 100 middle-grade stones can be exchanged for one superior stone, and 100 superior stones can yield one exceptional stone. Generally, lower-grade spirit stones cannot be traded for higher-grade ones, but higher-grade stones can easily be exchanged for their lower counterparts. Spirit sand is also a form of currency in the cultivation world, considered a lower tier than inferior spirit stones, circulating only among the lower-tier wandering cultivators. Spirit sand refers to the finely crushed fragments of inferior spirit stones. With 100 grains of spirit sand redeemable for a single inferior spirit stone. Previously, Mo Yunyao earned 1 grain of spirit sand for washing each piece of clothing. Despite this, Mo Bai, in a fit of madness, recklessly sent all the spirit sand earned by Mo Yunyao to Mo Yunsheng, who resided far away at Zishu sect. It was precisely this frenzied behavior by Mo that left Mo Yunyao stagnant at the first level of qi refining after over a decade of cultivation. Chen carefully tucked away the 30 grains of spirit sand received from the tailor, then made his way to the West Street to procure pots, bowls, and other household necessities. Once again, he encountered the stall owner selling talismans on West Street. The stall owner, hidden beneath a black robe, spoke with a hoarse voice as Chen's gaze fell upon him. Have you advanced to the 3rd level of qi refining? What talismans do you wish to purchase this time? Chen shook his head, smiled at the stall owner, and replied, My friend, I do not possess any spirit stones to buy talismans. Perhaps you could give me a few? Get lost. The stall owner, concealed beneath a voluminous black robe and wearing a mask, was inscrutable save for a pair of bright, dark eyes. Chen paid little heed to the stall owner's demeanor, as his words were merely casual, without any expectation of receiving talismans. Crafting talismans requires resources, and no cultivator would be generous enough to bestow talismans upon a mere stranger. Just as Chen was about to leave, a voice called out from behind, Come back. Here, take these. The stall owner stopped Chen, tossing him a handful of dust-removing talismans. These talismans were mere entry-level talismans, not even qualifying as first-tier lower-grade talismans, serving only to clean garments and prevent them from gathering dust. However, lower-tier wandering cultivators were generally unwilling to spend spirit stones on dust-removing talismans. They prefer to spend a grain of spirit sand to hire someone like Mo Yunyao, a laundress, to handle their laundry, as the cost-to-benefit ratio was far more favorable. Some even hesitated to part with a single grain of spirit sand. Instinctively, Chen caught the handful of dust-removing talismans, standing in stunned silence, his face a picture of astonishment. Though dust-removing talismans are merely entry-level, they still incur costs. A set of these talismans is priced at 5 spirit stones at Tianfu Pavilion. Gazing at the stall owner again, Chen felt an odd impression that there was a certain liveliness in her eyes. These dust-removing talismans have been sitting here for quite some time without sale. So, I'm giving them to you. Listening to the hoarse voice, Chen keenly detected a hint of clarity within it. This was a female cultivator and a talisman master at that, in Enchanting. There was only one female talisman master capable of crafting intermediate talismans, Huang Qingya, a prodigious talent in talisman making. Huang Qingya was well known in Enchanting, with some gossip mongers even ranking her alongside Linglong Fairy as the dual beauties of the cultivation world in Yin country. The comparison arose from their remarkable beauty and notably aloof personalities. Many male cultivators pursued Huang Qingya, including direct descendants of prominent cultivation families. Yet, Huang Qingya never showed interest in her suitors, a trait she shared with Linglong Fairy. The distinction lay in the fact that Linglong Fairy was a foundation establishment cultivator, while Huang Qingya was still at the qi refining stage. Huang Qingya was quite young, reportedly under 20, yet she had already reached the 6th level of qi refining and could produce first-tier intermediate talismans, making her highly sought after among male cultivators. Holding the talismans gifted by the stall owner, Chen cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Fairy Huang, for the talismans. How did you recognize me? The enigmatic Huang Qingya remained shrouded in her ample black robe, her voice now resonating with a clarity akin to silver bells. Chen chuckled lightly. I sense you were a woman, and, combining that with the intermediate talismans at your stall, I took a daring guess. I did not expect to be correct. Huang Qingya, masked and with glimmering eyes, suddenly turned cold. It's one thing to deduce my identity, but why bring it up? I disguise myself to sell talismans precisely to avoid revealing who I am. Are you not afraid of being silenced for exposing my identity? Li Chen's expression stiffened, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he instinctively tightened his grip on the willow leaf flying knife concealed in his sleeve. He then hastily apologized to Huang Qingya. Fairy, it was inconsiderate of me. Please forgive my transgression. Li Chen was not timid. Rather, the cultivation world was indeed harsh. Huang Qingya's cultivation level surpassed Li Chen's by 3 minor realms. And she was a prodigious talisman master. It is known that talisman masters carry vast quantities of talismans, and a barrage of talismans could easily overwhelm opponents across minor realms if this talented talisman master were to fixate on him. Even within the bustling market of Yinshan, Li Chen would find it difficult to remain at ease. Huang Qingya observed Li Chen with a playful glint in her eyes before bursting into laughter. I was merely teasing you to owe you were this timid. However, that flying knife you conceal in your sleeve is rather intriguing. Even I feel a chill run down my spine at a careless chi-refining mid-stage cultivator might easily fall prey to you. In that instant, Li Chen felt a chill creep up his spine. This was the cultivation world, where his once proud flying knife, which allowed him to dominate the mundane world, could be seen through by any mid-stage chi-refining cultivator. It dawned on him how laughable his previous actions had been in front of Linglong Fairy Huang. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Li Chen wished to depart, bowing respectfully to Huang Qingya, devoid of any desire to even purchase pots or bowls. Huang Qingya waved her hand dismissively. Go on to be cautious in the future. The cultivation world is not like the mundane martial realm. Not flaunt your cleverness indiscriminately, lest you invite disaster. Thank you for your warning, Fairy. I will take it to heart. Li Chen bowed deeply, genuinely grateful for her counsel. Huang Qingya remained seated, watching Li Chen's retreating figure. Slowly, she removed her mask, revealing a beautiful, sun-kissed visage, a slight smile gracing her lips as she murmured to herself, "What an interesting individual." Huang Qingya had imparted an important lesson to Li Chen in the realm of cultivation. There are things best left unsaid and individuals best approached with caution. Just moments ago, Li Chen had surmised Huang Qingya's identity and entertained the notion of befriending her. After all, Huang Qingya was a prodigious talisman master, and the benefits of befriending such a talent were self-evident. However, upon reflection, Li Chen felt somewhat foolish. Possessing a system, he was brimming with confidence regarding his path in cultivation, believing he was not inferior to any genius. Thus, he approached Huang Qingya with an equal mindset. Yet upon deeper contemplation, he realized that others were unaware of his system. Outsiders. He was merely a cultivator with a 9th-grade spiritual root and a modest talent for alchemy, fortunate enough to receive Linglong Fairy's guidance. Approaching others with an assumption of equality was a foolish endeavor. In the cultivation world, equality between individuals has never existed. In the eyes of cultivators, mere mortals are akin to ants. A low-tier cultivator is likewise regarded as such by their high-tier counterparts. Chen returned home with a heavy heart. Husband, you are back, he heard as he approached his doorstep, where he found Immortal. She was crouched on the threshold, diligently washing clothes in 2 large basins. Her hands were red from the scrubbing, and her delicate hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead. Upon seeing Li Chen return, Immortal quickly rose to greet him, her cheeks adorned with faint dimples, and her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Li Chen furrowed his brow and asked in a somber tone, "Did I not instruct you to stay home and cultivate? Who told you to wash clothes?" Faced with Li Chen's frown, Immortal immediately felt at a loss. She rubbed her reddened hands together in front of her and timidly looked up at him. Stammering softly, "Husband, I do not need to cultivate. I am a 9-rank spirit root. No matter how much I practice, I shall never surpass the mid-stage of chi refinement in this lifetime. The spirit stones I can earn are few. But I wish to assist you and not become a burden. If I become a burden, you might come to despise me. Foolish girl, Li Chen's heart softened at the sight of Mo Yunyu's timid and humble demeanor. He gently embraced her, unsure of how to reprimand her, and even less inclined to do so. Mo Yunyu wrapped her arms around Li Chen's waist and cautiously looked up at him. Husband, I am foolish. My father has always scolded me for being foolish. Please do not despise me. Although I'm foolish, I am obedient. As long as it brings you joy, I am willing to do anything. Feeling the girl's humility and timidity, Li Chen's gaze softened. He gently stroked her short hair and reassured her. Do not fear, my dear. I will neither despise nor abandon you. You are not foolish, truly not. Come, let's enter the house from now on. Do not wash others' clothes. I do not lack for trifling spirit sand. A lowly being is always a lowly being, forever so wretched. Li Chen, you have chosen such a base and lowly partner. It seems you are equally lowly, destined to achieve nothing in this life. Shu Chan had returned, her lips curled in a mocking smile, her eyes filled with disdain. The emerald green wide-sleeved fairy dress she wore sparkled brilliantly, radiating light. Upon seeing Shu Chan, Li Chen's expression turned icy, and a surge of anger welled within him. The flying knife concealed within his sleeve slipped silently into his palm as he spoke in a detached tone. Who do you consider a lowly being? Since entering the cultivation world, Li Chen had been cautious, keeping a low profile. Yet this did not mean he lacked temper before arriving in the cultivation realm. Many martial heroes had perished beneath his flying blades. A simple inquiry in the secular martial world would reveal that he, Li Chen, had risen from a humble farmer to the pinnacle of the secular martial arts. A journey stained with much blood, a murderous intent brewed within him. His aura turned fierce, and his gaze became piercingly sharp. Shu Chan was startled, a chill running down her spine, goosebumps rising on her skin. She instinctively took a couple of steps back before regaining her composure, raising an eyebrow and coldly retorting, Are you referring to the lowly girl in your arms? What? Do you intend to kill me? Do not forget, my cultivation is superior to yours, my powers deeper. Can you truly kill me? Moreover, we are in Yinshan market, where the major cultivation clans have expressly forbidden fighting. Do you dare to violate the rules of Yinshan market? Husband, please. Just as Li Chen was about to unleash the knife in his palm, Mo Yunyu tightened her grip on his sleeve and gently shook her head. Li Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. First, he encountered Huang Qingya's warning, and now he returned to find Mo Yunyu washing clothes. Shu Chan's mockery had ignited the pent-up anger within him. Yet at this crucial moment, Li Chen managed to regain his composure. The founding clans of Yinshan market had stipulated that no fighting was permitted within its bounds. He could not kill Shu Chan, at least not here. At this point, he lacked the qualifications to challenge the authority of the major cultivation clans. If one were to speak of being lowly, was it not degrading for Miss Shu to serve as a concubine? Having quelled his murderous intent, Li Chen coldly mocked Shu Chan once more before turning to Mo Yunyu. Little you, let us return indoors and ignore her. Mo Yunyu obediently nodded, following Li Chen inside and closing the door. Shu Chan stood several meters away, staring at the closed door, feeling inexplicably agitated. Suddenly, she lost her composure. Her expression twisted as she rushed to the door and pounded on it furiously, her voice shrill and hysterical. Li Chen, say that again. Have the audacity to repeat it. In that moment, Shu Chan appeared maddened, her eyes turning red as she banged on Li Chen's door. Li Chen, come out. Come out. I will tear you apart. You are the lowly one, and your partner is the lowly one. I am not. I am not. Inside, Mo Yunyu clung tightly to Li Chen's arm, her face filled with anxiety, fearful that Shu Chan might burst. Li Chen, however, remained calm, no longer swayed by Shu Chan's provocations. After a time, as Shu Chan's shouting attracted the attention of nearby neighbors, she gradually calmed down, snorting coldly before retreating to her own room and slamming the door shut. Little you, do not fear. She dares not lay a hand on you. Li Chen softly reassured Mo Yunyu. Once Mo Yunyu's emotion stabilized, Li Chen retrieved a silk quilt and 2 golden silkwood pillows from his storage, e.g., Yunyu quickly took the quilt from him, deftly preparing the bed and arranging the pillows neatly. Little you, I have bought you 2 garments. They should fit well, though I'm unsure if you will like them, Chen said, producing the beautiful clothes he had purchased for Yunyu. As she beheld the exquisite garments in Chen's hands, Yunyu's eyes brimmed with tears, and she stood there, momentarily stunned. Chen pulled Yunyu close and gently asked, "What is it? Do you not like them? Tomorrow, I shall take you to the tailor's shop. You may select what you desire." Yunyu vigorously shook her head, taking the 2 garments into her embrace as if they were treasures, her delicate cheeks flushed with a faint glow, and tears slipped from the corners of her eyes as she exclaimed, "I like them, husband. I truly like them." Witnessing the sweet girl's touched and contented expression, Chen felt a pang of heartache for her kindness and understanding. Were she another female cultivator, she likely would have dismissed mundane clothing, fixated solely on wearing magical robes and fairy dresses. Alas, Yunyu's spirit root was too low. Yet, Chen did not mind this. He himself also possessed a 9-rank spirit root that a low-quality spirit root signifies little. With the aid of medicinal pills, one could still elevate their cultivation, albeit at the cost of greater resources. Little you, what are you doing? While Chen was still feeling sorry for Yunyu, she actively began to shed her clothing and moved closer to him. Her cheeks flushed as she replied softly, "Husband, you wish for a child, do you not? I shall do my utmost to give you one as soon as possible." Chen felt a wave of joy wash over him as he rolled over, pinning Yunyu beneath him. Such a well-behaved and sensible girl was indeed a stroke of luck to have as a wife. After a night of tender entanglements, Yunyu nestled in Chen's arms, a contented smile gracing her face. Chen exhaled a breath of relief and gently patted her rear, saying, "Little you, rise. I must cultivate now." Yunyu blinked, concern etched on her face as she suggested, "Husband, why not rest for the night? It is not too late to cultivate tomorrow." Chen shook his head, his gaze suddenly resolute as he spoke in a deep voice. "Little you must remember that in the realm of cultivation, one's cultivation level is paramount. Why do we embark on the path to immortality, if not to become immortal and achieve longevity? On the road to immortality, countless beings vie for that slim chance to transcend. How could I dare to slacken my efforts?" Yunyu gazed at Chen, instinctively responding, "Husband, you seem different, somewhat changed." Chen did not reply. He had not changed. He had remained steadfast since the moment he learned of the cultivation world's existence. Resolved to achieve immortality, Yunyu, obediently rising from Chen's embrace, regarded him with gentle eyes, realizing that her husband harbored such grand aspirations. "Little you believes that you will certainly realize your wishes." Chen tilted his head, asking, "Do you not think this is a mere pipe dream?" Yunyu shook her head. Chen drew Yunyu into his embrace again, his gaze unwavering as he proclaimed with resolute conviction, "I will surely reach the end of the immortal path and ultimately attain immortality." "Little you believes in you," she affirmed. Yunyu did not ridicule Chen, nor did she perceive him as a dreamer lost in his fantasies. Instead, her gaze was gentle, imbued with unwavering trust. As the exquisite fairy had mentioned, the realm of cultivation is vast and boundless, with countless beings vying for even a sliver of the opportunity to ascend to immortality. Yet, throughout the ages, how many have truly succeeded? Among the cultivators who set their sights on becoming immortals, the numbers are exceedingly few. For the majority of low-level practitioners, the ultimate dream is merely to break through the foundational stage and establish their own cultivation family. To even aspire to reach the stage of forming a core is a luxury they dare not hope for, let alone achieving immortality. The notion of becoming an immortal is far too elusive. While it might be acceptable for Yunyu to entertain such thoughts, should Chen dare to voice them to other cultivators, he would undoubtedly be met with scorn, gazing at the maiden in his embrace. A smile instinctively graced Chen's lips as he softly declared, "Shall you, my dear, I intend to become an immortal in the future. Once I achieve immortality, I shall attain everlasting life from this day forth. You too must strive diligently in your cultivation, that if you do not elevate your own prowess, how shall you keep pace with me and accompany me to witness the myriad wonders along the path of immortality? I do not wish to one day watch helplessly as you age and your life force wanes. Hubby, the foolish girl's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, touched beyond measure. Chen retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch, poured out 2 chi-boosting pills, and handed one to Yunyu. Shall you, from now on, we shall cultivate together as husband and wife, hand in hand along the path of immortality. Noted, Yunyu shook her head stubbornly as she gazed at the chi-boosting pill. In a soft voice, she replied, from now on, Xiao Yu will also work hard in her cultivation. This chi-boosting pill should be for you, dear husband. It would be a waste for me to use it. Once your cultivation level has risen, Xiao Yu will have as many chi-boosting pills as she desires. IT is more important for you to enhance your own skills first. Reflecting on her words, Chen realized the truth in them. Only by raising his own cultivation level could he amass sufficient resources to elevate Yunyu's skills. Sharing the same 9th grade spiritual root, she would struggle to break through to the mid-stage of chi refinement without resources. Given his current situation, he could not afford to allocate any extra cultivation resources to Yunyu. Having already given 120 spirit stones to Bai, Chen found himself in a tight spot, barely having enough chi-boosting pills for his own cultivation. Since Yunyu insisted, he did not press the matter further, but resolved to provide her with resources once he became more prosperous. That night, neither Chen nor Yunyu slept. Instead, the couple meditated and cultivated in place of slumber. At dawn, Chen carefully sensed the results of his half-night of cultivation. After reaching the 3rd level of chi refinement, he felt his cultivation speed slow considerably. Even with the aid of the chi-boosting pill, his magical power growth was exceptionally sluggish. This cursed 9th grade spiritual root truly was a hindrance. It seemed he would need to find a way to purchase spirit-gathering pills or refine them for his training. Spirit-gathering pills and chi-boosting pills, both categorized as intermediate first-tier pills, were utilized by mid-stage chi refinement practitioners to enhance their magical power. Since the chi-boosting pills had diminished in efficacy, he might as well use spirit-gathering pills. Moreover, they could no longer reside in the dilapidated area, as the spiritual energy there was far too sparse. They needed to relocate to a cave dwelling. That moment, Chen felt acutely aware of his own poverty. Spirit-gathering pills were priced at 100 spirit stones per vial at the Divine Pill Pavilion, while cave dwellings built upon spiritual veins, even the most basic ones, required 80 spirit stones monthly. In his storage pouch, only 5 spirit stones and 30 spirit sands remained. He needed spirit stones. More spirit stones. Yunyu also awoke from her meditation. After a night of cultivation, she appeared radiant and invigorated. Observing the change in her spirit, Chen was unsure whether it was the result of her meditation or his own efforts to nurture her. Yet, such a transformation was undeniably positive. He hoped this foolish girl would grow more confident. Shedding her previous meekness, Xiao Yu, I am heading to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Take these spirit stones and buy some cooking utensils and some spiritual rice, relying solely on meditation with our 9th grade spiritual roots. It seems unlikely we could ever reach the mid-stage of chi refinement in this lifetime. Therefore, do not be stingy with the spirit stones. Purchasing spiritual rice is essential. After rising, Chen withdrew the remaining 5 spirit stones and 30 spirit sands from his storage pouch and handed them all to Yunyu. Staring at the sparkling spirit stones in awe, Yunyu timidly remarked, Husband, I have never seen so many spirit stones that aren't you afraid I might lose them? Chen chuckled softly, brushing his fingers through Yunyu's hair. Since I am entrusting these spirit stones to you, it means I have faith in you. Yunyu obediently accepted the spirit stones, remembering his instructions regarding her purchases. With a serious nod, she carefully tucked away the 5 spirit stones and 30 spirit sands. Chen had a sudden thought and retrieved 2 golden talismans from his storage pouch, one a teleportation talisman, the other a fireball talisman, and handed them to Yunyu. Before she could speak, he interjected firmly, Take these for self-defense. If you disobey, I might become angry. Also, do not wash anyone else's clothes. Your own cultivation is the most important. Prepare meals at home and wait for my return. With that, Li Chun turned and strode toward the divine pill pavilion. Yinyu watched his retreating figure until he disappeared from view. Then she withdrew her gaze, a faint dimple appearing on her slender cheek as she smiled sweetly. Looking up at the sky and murmuring, "Heaven has been kind to Xiao Yu, allowing me to meet my husband. Oh, heaven, please bless my husband with all his endeavors and a smooth journey on the path of immortality." Feeling somewhat greedy, she prayed, "Heaven, I beseech you, may I soon conceive and bear a child for my husband, for he longs for a child." Shu Chan pushed the door open, casting a disdainful glance at Yunyu with a sneer. Her tone sharp and cutting. "Your husband is busy concocting pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion and has only gifted you with mundane garments. Why didn't he gift you a celestial robe or a fairy skirt?" Yunyu smiled warmly at Shu Chan, admiring her flowing, radiant gown, and then glanced down at her own attire. Her clear eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she replied, "I truly like this outfit. It is far more appealing than a celestial robe or fairy skirt." Inferior goods will always be inferior. Shu Chan scoffed before turning to leave the Divine Pill Pavilion. In the shared alchemy room, the apprentices stared at Li Chun with wide eyes, their silence palpable. It was Li Chen's first time refining chi-boosting pills, and he succeeded. It must be noted that chi-boosting pills were classified, albeit as a lower first-tier spiritual pill, intended solely for practitioners in the early stage of chi refinement. However, they were still classified spiritual pills, unlike the entry-level pills such as the fasting and hemostatic pills. Within the Divine Pill Pavilion, an apprentice would receive 1 spirit stone for refining a batch of fasting pills, while a batch of chi-boosting pills would earn 5 spirit stones. Li Chun paid no heed to the astonishment surrounding him. He was in dire need of spirit stones. Thus, during his first attempt, he successfully refined chi-boosting pills, albeit controlling the success rate at 50%. With a perfect success rate, he would have produced 10 chi-boosting pills. However, he deliberately kept the success rate at 50%. Moving forward, Li Chun did not intend to continue refining pills in the public apprentice room. He planned to use Master Chen's personal alchemy room in the public apprentice room, under the scrutiny of others. It was difficult for Li Chun to retain the pills for himself. However, in Master Chen's room, he could refine 10 chi-boosting pills without anyone witnessing, allowing him to keep 5 for his own cultivation. Li Chun calculated that with his cultivation at the 3rd level of chi refinement, he could manage to refine 2 batches of chi-boosting pills in a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. This way, he could keep 10 chi-boosting pills daily for his own cultivation and even for Yunyu. However, this approach felt somewhat disloyal to the exquisite fairy. He consoled himself that he would repay her once his cultivation level rose. Nearby, the other apprentices gathered around, their eyes filled with envy as they showered Li Chun with flattery. "Brother Li, you've been refining fasting pills for less than 2 months, and now you can refine chi-boosting pills? Your talent in alchemy is truly enviable. I have been in the Divine Pill Pavilion for 9 years and still cannot refine chi-boosting pills. Brother Li, it seems Master Chen holds you in high regard, treating you as his successor and imparting all his knowledge to you." Li Chun observed a group of cultivators, significantly older than himself. Addressing him as senior brother, he became acutely aware of the realities of the cultivation realm. Previously, they had referred to him as junior brother, and their rapid shift in demeanor was striking. Maintaining a polite smile, Li Chun offered a few courteous responses before excusing himself, seeking respite from the crowded public alchemy chamber. As he passed by the location of Mo Bai, he noticed a complex expression on Mo Bai's face, his smile now taking on a sycophantic tone. "Ah, my esteemed son-in-law, congratulations! It seems Master Chen truly regards you as his heir, imparting even his most treasured alchemical techniques to you." Chen chose not to affirm or deny the statement. He found no inclination to clarify matters. He would let them believe that Master Chen had indeed shared his most secretive alchemical methods with him. Casting a glance at Mo Bai, Li Chun replied with a calm demeanor, his tone indifferent. "It was merely the successful creation of a chi-nourishing pill. It pales in comparison to Brother Mo's years of dedication to refining such pills." With that, he disregarded Mo Bai's displeasure and departed the scene. Mo Bai, noting Li Chen's swift success in crafting the chi-nourishing pill, sought to mend their relationship by addressing him as a son-in-law. Yet Li Chun did not recognize this familial bond, that if he were to acknowledge it, he was certain Mo Bai would incessantly solicit spirit stones from him to send to his son, who resided far away at the Su Immortal sect. Upon leaving the public alchemy chamber, Li Chun made his way to Master Chen's courtyard to seek him out. Is this the qi nourishing pill you concocted? In the quaint and elegant courtyard, Master Chen reclined on a wicker chair, delicately pinching the pill that Li Chun had produced between his fingers, while stroking his flowing beard, his expression betraying a hint of unease. 2 maidservants attended to him, one kneeling before him to massage his legs while the other stood behind, kneading his shoulders. These maidservants were comely and voluptuous, both cultivators, one of whom had a cultivation level even higher than Li Chen's. Being at the 5th layer of qi refinement, Chan silently admired Master Chen's vigor despite his age, and respectfully replied, "Esteemed teacher, this is indeed the qi-nourishing pill freshly produced by your disciple, offered for your esteemed appraisal." After a moment of contemplation, Master Chen spoke with a tone of complexity. "The success rate of your pill is 50%, and the quality is commendable. It appears I must reassess your alchemical talents." "Young Chen, have you forgotten my previous words?" Li Chun clasped his hands in homage. "Your teachings are etched in my heart. Master," he continued, "the public alchemy chamber is too crowded and noisy to avoid drawing too much attention. I wish to request permission to use your private alchemy chamber for my experiments." Master Chen did not respond immediately. He narrowed his eyes, gauging Li Chen's respectful demeanor. After a moment's reflection, he slowly replied, "Since you regard me as your teacher, I shall take it upon myself to guide and support you. Why time for alchemy is limited, but you may use the Qing Feng furnace in my chamber at your leisure." "Thank you, esteemed teacher," Li Chun expressed sincerely, bowing deeply in gratitude. The Qing Feng furnace was Master Chen's personal possession, a legacy from his own teacher. Had he not truly considered Li Chun as a disciple, he would never have lent it to him. The Qing Feng furnace was a top-tier magical artifact, worth more than 3,000 spirit stones, exceedingly precious. Utilizing the Qing Feng furnace for alchemy yielded significantly higher quality pills than those produced in lower-tier furnaces. "That will be all," Master Chen gestured, signaling for Li Chun to depart. Li Chun bowed once more before retreating to the courtyard entrance, and then turned to leave. After Li Chen's departure, Master Chen reclined in his chair, squinting slightly as he murmured to himself, "At present, this lad seems quite promising. However, further observation is necessary." The 2 maidservants exchanged glances, a hint of envy in their eyes. Although they served Master Chen, their status was not high. Their roles were merely to attend to his comforts, receiving little attention from him. Having left Master Chen's courtyard, Li Chun proceeded to the herbal garden to gather the necessary spiritual herbs for crafting the qi-nourishing pill, then made his way directly to Master Chen's dedicated alchemy chamber to commence his work. In the tranquil alchemy chamber, Li Chun gazed at the towering copper-green furnace, reaching out to touch the engraved phoenix upon its surface. His eyes glimmering with desire, he yearned to possess a furnace of his own, allowing him to concoct pills at home. Yet, the price of the furnace was exorbitant. Beyond his means, even the most basic magical furnace at Qianlian Pavilion would cost several hundred spirit stones. Li Chun brought over some ironheart wood, shaking his head to dismiss distracting thoughts, and raised a hand to conjure a fireball, igniting the ironheart wood. The roaring flames licked the furnace, transforming the azure phoenix into a fiery one. Li Chun skillfully summoned a large hand of magical energy to lift the furnace lid and adeptly introduced the various spiritual herbs into the furnace. Were it not for his limited magical prowess, he would have aspired to produce dozens or even hundreds of qi-nourishing pills in a single batch. Unfortunately, his cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refinement constrained his alchemical abilities, preventing him from producing such quantities in one go. The esteemed status of Master Chen and Master Gu stemmed from their capabilities to refine dozens or even hundreds of low-tier pills in a single session. Master Chen typically opened his furnace twice a month, spending the remainder of his time in leisure. As for Master Gu, he resided in the Class A number 8 cave dwelling, opening his furnace only once a year. His personal alchemy chamber was largely unused, requiring regular cleaning by attendants from the Divine Pill Pavilion to prevent dust accumulation. Despite both Master Chen and Master Gu being affiliated with the Divine Pill Pavilion. Their statuses were vastly different. Having spent nearly a year at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Chen had yet to see Master Gu, only hearing tales of him from fellow apprentices and attendants. The furnace ceased to tremble, that the crimson hand lifted the lid, and a cloud of white vapor rose within the chamber, filling the air with the fragrance of pills. Approaching the furnace, Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and retrieved a plump pill. A satisfied smile gracing his face, that he meticulously divided the 10 Qi nourishing pills into 2 jade bottles, sealing one for submission to the Divine Pill Pavilion and keeping the other in his storage bag before finally exiting the alchemy chamber. As he stepped out, twilight had descended. Chen intended to submit the pills he had crafted that day before heading straight home. Within the Divine Pill Pavilion, some apprentices tirelessly opened their furnaces day and night to earn spirit stones, only sitting in meditation for a brief respite when their magical energy was depleted before resuming their work, neglecting their own cultivation in the process. Chen had no intention of following such a path. Alchemy was merely a means to aid one's cultivation. The essence of existence lay in one's own progress. To sacrifice one's cultivation for the sake of earning spirit stones was a grave misstep. Of course, cultivators like Mo Bai, who had forsaken their own paths in favor of their offspring, were a different matter altogether. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, as he approached the door, Chen was greeted by the enticing aroma of rice. Inside the humble abode, a stove constructed from rubble had been added, along with a table, 2 chairs, and a cupboard. Upon entering, Chen felt the space had become somewhat cramped. Previously, when he resided alone, the room felt empty and desolate. Now, with the presence of Mo Yunyu and the addition of furniture, it seemed more crowded yet infused with the warmth of domestic life. That, my dear husband, you're back. Come, sit at the table. The dishes will be ready shortly. Mo Yunyu exclaimed, setting aside her task to assist Chen to the table before returning to her culinary duties. Chen felt a surge of warmth within his heart. In a mundane world, marrying a wife like Mo Yunyu would be a blessing indeed. Even if life were to be somewhat austere, Chen would still find contentment. However, this is the realm of cultivation, and Chen would not be satisfied with the status quo. He was determined to diligently train and enhance his abilities, striving to accumulate more spirit stones and gradually become more powerful. Soon, Mo Yunyu brought forth 2 dishes and a soup, serving Chen a bowl of spirit rice. In the cultivation world, spirit rice exists, as do specialized spirit farmers. These farmers cultivate spirit rice to obtain spirit stones, essentially functioning as the agricultural class of the cultivation realm. Naturally, where there are farmers, there are landlords. Heishui Prefecture, abundant in mountains and rivers, has few fertile lands for cultivating spirit rice. That it is said that in places like Yunzhou, Pingzhou, Huazhou, and Qingzhou, many cultivation families would establish spirit fields and hire low-level cultivators to grow spirit rice. Spirit rice is imbued with pure spiritual energy and can assist in cultivation, though its effects are not as potent as medicinal pills. Having been in the cultivation realm for nearly a year, Chen had yet to savor the taste of spirit rice. Lifting the golden bowl, he used ivory chopsticks to take a bite of the rice, chewing slowly. It was slightly sweet, and as he swallowed, it transformed into pure spiritual energy, nourishing his magical power. Mo Yunyu, sitting beside him, quietly spoke, "Husband, I purchased 2 pairs of ivory chopsticks and 20 grains of spirit sand, 10 golden bowls, and 10 grains of spirit sand. The tableware and furnishings cost 1 spirit stone. 2 pounds of spirit rice cost 2 spirit stones. The stove was constructed from stones I found myself, without using any spirit stones. You now have only 2 spirit stones left." Chen nodded, chuckling lightly as he replied, "Such trivial matters are yours to decide. There is no need to report every detail to me." Seeing Chen smile, Mo Yunyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just moments ago, she had been anxious, feeling somewhat extravagant for spending 3 spirit stones and 30 spirit sands in a single day. In the past, it would have taken her several days of washing clothes for others to earn that amount. "Why are you only eating vegetables?" Chen inquired, noticing that Mo Yunyu was savoring wild greens with her ivory chopsticks, while the spirit rice in the pot remained untouched. upon hearing his question. Mo Yunyu merely smiled and said nothing. Chen quickly understood. She was reluctant to consume the spirit rice, wishing to reserve the best for him. Silly girl, there is no need for that, Li Chen said, rising to take her bowl and fill it to the brim with spirit rice. He continued, let me share some good news with you. I have now mastered the ability to refine qi nourishing pills. Each batch yields 5 spirit stones, and I can produce 2 batches a day. Mo Yunyu blinked in astonishment. So you can earn 10 spirit stones a day. That amounts to 300 spirit stones in a month. Li Chen nodded with a smile. Thus, you may indulge in your meals. I can provide for you. Hearing Li Chen's words, Mo Yunyu felt reassured. After their meal, she rose to tidy up the dishes, although Li Chen intended to assist. She gently pushed him away. In her words, husband, you are destined to become an immortal. You should not engage in such menial tasks. Li Chen obliged her wishes. Once Mo Yunyu finished cleaning, the two retired to bed, engaging in a passionate entanglement before commencing their daily cultivation practice. Now, Li Chen could refine 2 batches of qi-nourishing pills each day, setting aside 5 from each batch, totaling 10 pills, that he no longer faced the issue of insufficient qi-nourishing pills, easily consuming 2 at once. However, feeling that the increase in his magical power was still too slow, he decided to swallow 3 more. The 5 pills set aside during the day were consumed in one night. Yet, Li Chen remained dissatisfied with his cultivation speed. This was the reality of possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root, utterly inadequate. The tranquil days passed by, with Li Chen visiting the Shindan Pavilion every morning to refine pills in Master Chen's dedicated alchemy room. Rarely interacting with other apprentices, a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Yunyu advanced from the 1st to the 2nd level of qi refinement, while Li Chen reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Throughout this month, Li Chen had retained 10 qi-nourishing pills daily, accumulating nearly 300 by the end of the month. Aside from the few he shared with Mo Yunyu, the remainder was devoured by him. Over 270 qi-nourishing pills. These pills were primarily used by cultivators at the 3rd level to break through their bottlenecks. Li Chen felt the presence of a barrier, akin to a heavenly gate, preventing him from progressing further, no matter how many pills he consumed. Perhaps he had ingested too many, leading to a resistance to the pills. His cultivation remained stagnant at the peak of the 3rd level. A realization dawned upon Li Chen, and oh wonder that elder from the Zishu sect asserted that those with 9th-grade spiritual roots, without fortuitous encounters, would remain stuck in the early stages of qi refinement throughout their lives, unable to advance to the mid-level, and even lacking the qualification to become a mere servant disciple of the Zishu sect. Han Mao, possessing an 8th-grade spiritual root, borrowed a qi-nourishing pill from Li Chen and successfully breached his bottleneck to ascend to the 4th level. Yet, despite consuming an abundance of qi-nourishing pills, Li Chen could not break through the barrier between the 3rd and 4th levels, which felt as impenetrable as a celestial gate. The difference between an 8th-grade and a 9th-grade spiritual root was stark, revealing the profound inadequacy of the latter. It seemed that qi-nourishing pills would not suffice for him to break into the 4th level. He needed to utilize spirit-gathering pills. However, this was not a matter to be rushed. Since entering the immortal realm, it had barely been a year. In that time, transitioning from a mere mortal to a cultivator and reaching the peak of the 3rd level was somewhat extraordinary. Fortunately, Li Chen had limited interactions with others, which kept suspicions at bay. Today marked the monthly salary distribution day. The apprentices of Shindan Pavilion gathered, each face lit with anticipation, as this was the reward for a month of arduous pill refinement. Except for Zhou Jian, who had scarcely been present in the pavilion this month and had not refined any pills, Zhou Jian stood among the crowd, his pallid face devoid of expression, his gaze somewhat indifferent. Manager Fu perused the account book as usual, announcing, Zhu Dashin, this month you refined 30 batches of fasting pills and 30 batches of hemostatic pills, totaling 60 spirit stones. Ma Chong, you refined 70 batches of fasting pills, totaling 70 spirit stones. Mo Bai, you refined 130 batches of qi-nourishing pills, totaling 650 spirit stones. Li Chen, you refined 57 batches of qi-nourishing pills, totaling 285 spirit stones. Manager Fu paused momentarily before continuing. Zhou Jian. This month you refined 2 batches of spirit-gathering pills, totaling 20 spirit stones. His gaze lingered on Zhou Jian, imbued with unspoken implications. The enchanting fairy Ling Long sat elevated, absent-mindedly toying with her nails. Once everyone had collected their spirit stones, Manager Fu finally spoke. The rest may disperse. Li Chun, please stay. The others had grown accustomed to Manager Fu's request for Li Chun to remain, showing no reaction. After the crowd departed, Manager Fu regarded Li Chun with a smile, saying nothing. Fairy Ling Long, perched high above, observed Li Chun with a playful glint in her eyes, remaining silent as well. Manager Fu was at the peak of qi refinement, while Fairy Ling Long was a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. Under their unwavering gazes, Li Chun felt parched and a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. After a moment's contemplation, he first bowed to Fairy Ling Long, then to Manager Fu, respectfully inquiring, "May I ask what matters concern the 2 esteemed ones?" Fairy Ling Long rose from her high seat, her petite figure and exquisite features adorned with a floral crown. With a cheerful demeanor, she posed, "Have you reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refinement? If I recall correctly, you entered the cultivation realm less than a year ago and possess a 9th grade spiritual root. Am I right?" Li Chen's heart sank, and his back became damp with sweat. Before he could respond, Fairy Ling Long continued, "I have heard from Manager Fu that you do not refine pills alongside other apprentices, but rather do so alone in Master Chen's alchemy room." Li Chun met Fairy Ling Long's teasing gaze, forcing a wry smile as he replied, "I should not have retained the pills without permission. I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed one, to having arrived at this juncture." Li Chun candidly acknowledged his predicament. He had clandestinely withheld the elixir, and although no one had witnessed it, both Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu had surmised the truth. Not only them, but it was likely that Master Chen was also aware. Albeit choosing to turn a blind eye, Chen understood that rather than feigning innocence before Fairy Ling Long, it was far more prudent to admit the truth unreservedly, even if Fairy Ling Long were to erupt in fury, reclaim the 285 spirit stones he had obtained, and expel him from the divine elixir pavilion. He would harbor no grievances. He was indeed at fault towards Fairy Ling Long, to Li Chen's astonishment. Fairy Ling Long did not display any anger. She gracefully approached him, tilted her head slightly, and with an ethereal voice inquired, "I am quite curious. What is your success rate in refining the qi-nourishing pill?" Li Chun clasped his hands before the enchanting Fairy Ling Long and replied earnestly, "In response to the pavilion master, my success rate in refining the qi-nourishing pill stands at 100%. 100%? Manager Fu, standing nearby, tugged at a strand of his grizzled beard, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Li Chun. Fairy Ling Long's reaction was more measured. After a moment of contemplation, she stroked her smooth chin and softly remarked, "It appears you possess hidden opportunities as well." Chen opened his mouth, uncertain how to respond. He bore a 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance, but could he disclose such a matter to Fairy Ling Long? It seemed plausible, yet he could not reveal the existence of the system he possessed. While he pondered how to explain, Fairy Ling Long raised her hand to halt him, speaking calmly, "There is no need for an explanation. Since it is your opportunity, guard it well. Until your cultivation has reached a level where you can safeguard this chance, do not expose it." "Thank you, Fairy." Li Chun bowed deeply in gratitude, his voice hoarse. Originally, he had prepared to offer his 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance to Fairy Ling Long, and he felt no aversion to the idea, considering her great kindness towards him. However, he had not anticipated that she had no intention of prying into his secrets or seizing his opportunities. Fortuitously, it was Fairy Ling Long. Had it been another foundational cultivator, they would undoubtedly have sought to extract the 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance from Li Chen at that moment. Li Chun realized profoundly that he was still not cautious enough, not shrewd enough, and lacked the necessary vigilance. He also recognized that the cultivators in the realm of cultivation were not to be underestimated, especially figures like Fairy Ling Long. Now that this matter has passed, "You need not be anxious," Fairy Ling Long stated as she returned to her elevated position, directing her gaze towards Manager Fu. Arrange for him an independent alchemical chamber. Manager Fu nodded calmly. "Understood." that Li Chen stood there, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Fairy Linglong smiled at him. From now on, you may refine any pill you desire. You may keep half of the elixirs you produce, while the remaining half will remain with the divine elixir pavilion. Furthermore, for each batch of pills you refine, the pavilion will allocate spirit stones to you based on the corresponding grade. This remains unchanged. I will instruct Yun Feng and Yunji that the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden are at your disposal. By the way, I heard from Fu that you have found a Dao partner, the daughter of Mo Bai, correct? Li Chun instinctively nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Fairy Linglong tossed a jade slip towards him, saying, "As a congratulatory gift for your marriage, I present you with this." Li Chun caught the jade slip, gazing at the charming Fairy Linglong on her elevated throne, his heart overwhelmed with gratitude. Just as he was about to articulate his appreciation to Fairy Linglong, she dismissively waved her hand. "Enough. You may take your leave." I have reiterated. In the realm of cultivation, 1's cultivation level is paramount. Do not become complacent in your practice. Li Chun bowed once more, respectfully exiting the hall, turning only upon reaching the entrance. Once Li Chun had departed, Fairy Linglong smiled slyly, her words laden with significance. "The reason I brought him in Yin Square was merely due to his unwavering Dao heart and his resemblance to my elder brother. I never anticipated that I would acquire such a remarkable individual." Manager Fu squinted. "Miss, even if he possesses opportunities, it hardly warrants such commendation from you, does it?" Fairy Linglong shook her head. "Fu, he not only possesses opportunities, but more importantly, this individual has an exceptionally steadfast Dao heart, rare in the realm of cultivation. My innate divine ability has sensed a shift in his fortune. Fostering a bond with him will be beneficial to my own path. Ordinarily, a person's fortune is predetermined at birth. His case is peculiar. His fortune only began to shift after embarking on the path of immortality. That be why providing him with some assistance during his humble beginnings. If he is not an ungrateful wretch, he will undoubtedly reward me 100-fold in due time." Manager Fu opened his mouth. Astonishment etched on his face. Left speechless, he had no doubts regarding Fairy Linglong's judgment. For only he knew how extraordinary the background of the young lady he had cared for since childhood truly was. Stepping out of the divine elixir pavilion, Li Chun felt a dampness on his back, the evening breeze brushing against him, sending a chill through his bones. His emotions were tumultuous. He had thought that his secret retention of the elixir would remain undiscovered, yet it had been revealed. The crux of the issue lay within his cultivation level. Having recently broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he had reached the pinnacle of that level within a month. Such a rate of advancement should not be observed in one with a 9th grade spiritual root. This was a speed indicative of a superior spiritual root. Considering Li Chen's spiritual root aptitude, coupled with his utilization of Master Chen's exclusive alchemical chamber for refining, it was not difficult for Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu to deduce that he had unlawfully retained the elixir, forcing his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Not only Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu, but Master Chen likely harbored similar suspicions, albeit choosing to overlook them, though they lacked concrete evidence. Li Chun had still chosen to admit the truth openly. The realm of cultivation was not one governed by evidence. Mere suspicion sufficed. To feign innocence before Fairy Linglong would have been an act of folly. Li Chun began to reflect on himself. The realm of cultivation was not the mundane world. He was not cautious enough. While enhancing one's cultivation was undoubtedly important, one must not be overly hasty. An excessively rapid advancement, misaligned with his 9th grade waste spiritual root aptitude, would arouse suspicion among others, leading them to believe he harbored hidden opportunities in the realm of cultivation. When one cultivator becomes aware that another possesses hidden opportunities, especially if the latter's cultivation falls short, what might ensue? The adage "a commoner is innocent, yet possessing a gem brings peril" encapsulates this truth. Li Chen silently expressed gratitude, his appreciation for Fairy Linglong escalating to an immeasurable extent, resolving to repay her kindness when his cultivation reached greater heights. Fairy Linglong was not only a guiding light on his path to immortality, but also someone who had extended significant assistance to him. Upon discovering Li Chen's clandestine retention of the elixir, Fairy Linglong had not only refrained from chastising him, but had also instructed manager Fu to grant him a private alchemical chamber, bestowing upon him numerous privileges. Moreover, she had gifted him a jade slip. As for the contents of the jade slip, Chen remained unaware, for he had yet to cultivate spiritual awareness and could not decipher its information. Having undergone this experience, Chen engaged in deep introspection, resolving to exercise greater caution in the future. Adjusting his mindset, he refrained from returning home and instead made his way to the spirit wine house. Chen intended to purchase a flask of spirit wine as a token of gratitude from Master Chen, who had treated him as a disciple, lent him his exclusive alchemical chamber, and overlooked the matter of his clandestine retention of the elixir. It was essential to acknowledge these gestures and not act as if nothing had transpired. The Spirit Wine House was centrally located in Yin Square, adjacent to the Delicacies building, and was an enterprise of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain. Before even approaching the Spirit Wine House, the rich aroma of wine wafted towards him. Upon entering, a smiling waitress promptly approached Chen, inquiring, "Esteemed friend, we have Qi blood wine, bitter bamboo wine, green bamboo wine, and monkey wine available. Which would you like to purchase?" Chen glanced at the waitress, noting her cultivation at the third layer of Qi refinement, comparable to his own. The Spirit Wine House primarily offered Qi blood wine, bitter bamboo wine, green bamboo wine, and monkey wine, with monkey wine being the highest grade, a first-tier advanced spirit wine that could enhance the magical power of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. After some consideration, Chen realized his reserve of spirit stones was insufficient to purchase monkey wine. Even acquiring green bamboo wine would be a stretch without a flask of bitter bamboo wine, please. Ultimately, Chen chose to purchase a jug of bitter bamboo wine as a gift from Master Chen. With only 285 spirit stones in his storage bag, he needed to reserve 80 spirit stones for renting a cave for cultivation. Thus, he could not afford to be extravagant. The maid nodded and fetched a wine jug, saying, "Daoist friend, the price is 90 spirit stones." "Wait a moment, Chen. Do not accept this Daoist spirit stones." Just as Chen was about to hand over the spirit stones, a young man in white, fluttering like a breeze, entered the market, fanning himself gracefully. Upon seeing the newcomer, the maid immediately bowed, and Qinger greeted the young master. Chen looked at the visitor and clasped his hands, saying, "I have the honor of meeting young Master Bai San." The person before him was named Bai Feng, a direct descendant of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain, known as Bai San due to his position as the third in line. He was also the manager of the Spirit Wine Workshop. The Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain is one of the prominent cultivation families in Heishui Prefecture. There are two major foundational cultivation families, the Yang family of Heishui Yulong and the Wang family of Ningbaya. Both families have foundational ancestors overseeing them, making them the two largest cultivation families in Heishui Prefecture. Below these two families are the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain, the Sidu family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff, among others. Yinshan Market was established by a coalition of the two foundational families and several Qi refining families. The Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain has several peak Qi refining cultivators, making their influence second only to the two foundational families in Heishui Prefecture. Chen had heard that there was a peak Qi refining family member from the Bai family in seclusion attempting to break through to foundational cultivation. But he could not ascertain the truth of the rumor that, "You recognize me. Daoist." Young Master Bai San was one of the few young prodigies in Yinshan Market, around the same age as Chen, yet already possessing the cultivation of the 6th level of Qi refining. The fact that he recognized Chen surprised him, as he was merely a small cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Bai San stood before Chen, waving his folding fan, his smile as warm and gentle as jade, evoking a sense of spring breeze. "I have heard of you, Daoist. I know you are a disciple of the Divine Pill Pavilion and have already begun refining the pill of abandoning grains and the pill of nourishing Qi. I'm fond of making friends. This jug of bitter bamboo wine shall serve as a gift for our first meeting, and I hope you will accept it and allow me to be your friend." Chen's thoughts raced, and he maintained a polite smile, replying, "Then I must thank you, Bai Daoist." Bai Feng nodded with a gentle smile. "That I reside in cave number 3 of Class B. If you find yourself free, I invite you to visit. I shall remember that. However, Bai Daoist, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall come to visit another day. Li Chen offered a respectful farewell to young master Bai San. Bai Feng smiled and accompanied Li Chen out of the spirit wine workshop, his demeanor impeccable. Stepping out of the spirit wine workshop, Li Chen's gaze flickered, realizing that this young master Bai San was attempting to draw him closer to the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain. He, merely at the third level of qi refining, could only concoct the pill of abandoning grains and the pill of nourishing qi. Had this piqued the interest of the cultivation families? If Bai Feng genuinely wished to befriend him, Li Chen saw no reason to decline. However, if Bai Feng intended to persuade him to forsake the Divine Pill Pavilion and join Qingzhou Mountain, Li Chen would never agree. The Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain held significant influence in Heishui Prefecture, but it paled in comparison to the Linglong Fairy. In truth, the Linglong Fairy was the most formidable cultivation force in Heishui Prefecture, second only to the Zishi Immortal sect in the realm of cultivation. Even if Li Chen were to leave the Divine Pill Pavilion in the future, it would be to establish his own cultivation family, not to join another. Accepting the jug of bitter bamboo wine from Bai Feng, Li Chen did not refuse. To do so would likely offend Bai Feng. Despite his outwardly refined demeanor, his true nature could be unpredictable. After exiting the spirit wine workshop, Li Chen pondered for a moment before heading towards the adjacent delicacy pavilion. It would be inappropriate to visit Master Chen with only a jug of bitter bamboo wine. Fortunately, since the wine was a gift from Bai Feng, it saved him 90 spirit stones. Li Chen planned to purchase a few spirit meals at the delicacy pavilion to accompany the bitter bamboo wine for his visit to Master Chen. At the delicacy pavilion, Li Chen packed 3 spirit meals, spending 100 spirit stones in total. Among them, the spirit fish soup was particularly exorbitant, priced at 70 spirit stones. The delicacy pavilion was a property of the Yang family of Heishui Yulong. The Yang family had cultivated spirit fish along a 300-mile stretch of the Blackwater River. It was said they had even raised a second-tier fish dragon as their clan spirit beast. Hence their name. The most famous dish at the delicacy pavilion was the red dragon soup, made from high-grade first-tier demon beast red carp. The price was absurd, and Li Chen could not afford it. Upon leaving the delicacy pavilion, he unexpectedly collided with 3 individuals. One of them took him by surprise. The eye in the center was a middle-aged man with a rotund belly, his face glowing and adorned with a pair of lewd mustaches. Dressed in an exquisite white cloud robe, that he was flanked by 2 enchanting female cultivators. This middle-aged man was a significant figure in Yinshan Market, and Li Chen recognized him. His name was Yang de Xiu, the manager of the talisman shop, commonly referred to as Master Yang, a side descendant of the Yang family of Heishui Yulong. He was over 50 years old and possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of qi refining. Accompanying Master Yang were 2 charming female cultivators, one of whom donned a flowing green dress, none other than Shu Chan, whom Li Chen had not seen for some time. Shu Chan still wore her dazzling flowing dress, and while she initially bore a flattering smile, her expression abruptly stiffened and became somewhat unnatural upon encountering Li Chen. He stepped aside, his gaze briefly scanning Shu Chan before averting it. When he first arrived at Yinshan Market, Shu Chan had been at the peak of the 4th level of qi refining, earning spirit stones by washing and manufacturing spirit paper for the talisman shop. Now, judging by the fluctuations of her spiritual power, she had fallen from the 4th level to the 3rd, and was even on the verge of dropping to the 2nd level. Chen couldn't help but want to laugh, but ultimately restrained himself. Not long ago, Shu Chan had claimed to have become a Dao partner of Master Yang, and Li Chen had believed she had found a wealthy patron, serving as a concubine or maid. Now it was evident that she was not merely a concubine, but rather a furnace, having her cultivation absorbed by Master Yang. Struggling to suppress his amusement, Li Chen sidestepped Yang de Xiu and Shu Chan, carrying the bitter bamboo wine and the 3 spirit meals as he departed the delicacy pavilion. Master Yang cast a sidelong glance at Shu Chan. "What? Do you know that young man?" Shu Chan's smile faltered, her expression awkward as she nodded, linking her arm with Master Yang's and petulantly saying, "That young man is named Li Chen. He was my neighbor, and we had some previous conflicts that my lord. Why not teach him a lesson and relieve my grievances?" With a faint smile, Master Yang regarded Shu Chan if he were merely a loose cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining. It will be permissible to teach him a lesson, but tell me, How could a third-level chi refining loose cultivator afford bitter bamboo wine and the spirit fish soup from the delicacy pavilion? Shu Chan's expression shifted, and she stammered, unable to articulate a response. One of the female cultivators beside Master Yang cast a scornful glance at Shu Chan and sweetly said, "My lord, I also know that cultivator named Chen. He is a disciple of the divine pill pavilion, apprenticed under Master Chen, and is already capable of refining the pill of abandoning grains and the pill of nourishing qi, highly regarded by Master Chen. About a year ago, the Linglong Fairy personally brought Chen into Yinshan Market, and many cultivators witnessed it. One could say that the Linglong Fairy is his guide on the path of cultivation." Master Yang's expression changed, and he turned to Shu Chan, his eyes turning icy. "You wretched servant, are you trying to ruin me?" Shu Chan's legs gave way, and she fell to her knees, her face pale as she clutched Master Yang's leg. Shaking her head repeatedly, "Why, Lord, it's not like that. It's not like that. Please, allow me to explain to Li Chen's relationship with the Linglong Fairy is not so close that a person of her stature would never concern herself with someone as insignificant as Li Chen." Master Yang's expression grew frigid as he kicked Shu Chan away. You know that several years ago, the Linglong Fairy ascended to the mid-foundational stage, breaking the sword of the first true disciple of the Zishi Immortal sect. Song Shufei, the Zishi Immortal sect has yet to respond that a figure like the Linglong Fairy could shake Heishui Prefecture with a single stamp of her foot, regardless of that young man's connection with the Linglong Fairy. "I will not risk my safety for a wretched servant like you. Get lost. From now on, do not appear before me." With a forceful kick, Yang Fusher sent Shu Chan sprawling to the ground. As he entered the Zhenxiu building accompanied by another female cultivator, Shu Chan remained seated on the ground, her flowing celestial gown captivatingly radiant. Around her, a crowd gathered, casting peculiar glances at the fallen Shu Chan. Outside the Zhenxiu building, Shu Chan numbly rose from the ground, gazing at Yang Fusher's retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with tears and a smile that was hauntingly bitter. Not long ago, Yang Fusher had promised Shu Chan that if she served as his furnace, he would give her a celestial gown and reward her with 1,000 spirit stones afterward. For the sake of her path to immortality and those spirit stones, Shu Chan had gritted her teeth and agreed. She believed that once she obtained the 1,000 spirit stones, her diminished cultivation would be a trivial matter, as she could simply train anew. Yet now, apart from the celestial gown she wore, the promised 1,000 spirit stones remained unfulfilled. Deep down, Shu Chan understood that she would likely never see those spirit stones. Feeling the mocking gazes of the surrounding cultivators, she clenched her teeth so tightly that it felt as though they might shatter, her smile turning into one of sheer resentment. She dared not harbor hatred towards Yang Fusher, for the chasm between them was so vast that she could not summon any animosity. Thus, she redirected all her resentment towards Li Chen. Li Chen, she seethed as she departed from the Zhenxiu building. Never before had she felt such humiliation and disgrace. As for Li Chen, he remained indifferent to Shu Chan's plight on the path to immortality. Countless beings vied for that slim chance of ascension. Upon reflection, Shu Chan's actions were rather understandable. In the realm of cultivation, there were many like her. Numerous lower-tier cultivators resorted to any means necessary for the sake of their journey toward immortality and enhancing their cultivation. Had Li Chen not possessed a system or encountered the exquisite Linglong, what might his current situation be? Shaking his head, Li Chen cast aside the disarray of thoughts and proceeded toward the cave dwelling area. Inmount Market was divided into 4 distinct zones. The central commercial district, the cave dwelling area built upon the spiritual vein, the western street where scattered cultivators set up stalls, and the dilapidated shanty area on the outskirts of the market. The shanty area served as the impoverished district of Inmount Market, while the cave dwelling area was its affluent sector. The cave dwellings, constructed on the spiritual vein, varied in rank. Different cave dwellings indicated differing levels of cultivation and status of their masters. Linglong resided in the A-class number 1 cave dwelling, signifying her as the foremost individual in Inmount Market. Master Chindan occupied the B-class number 7 cave dwelling, which further illustrated his standing within Inmount Market. Before the cave dwelling, an array was arranged. Standing before the cave, Li Chen, holding a jar of bitter bamboo wine and 3 spirit dishes, respectfully announced, "Disciple Li Chen seeks an audience with my master." As his voice faded, the light barrier parted, and a curvaceous young woman swayed her hips as she emerged, respectfully addressing Li Chen. "Young master, my master invites you inside." Li Chen cast a glance at the maid, silently criticizing Master Chen Dan's taste. It seemed his teacher had a particular fondness for this voluptuous type. "You are thoughtful," she remarked. "Come, let us dine together." Master Chen Dan's cave was exquisitely designed and lavish, dazzling Li Chen's eyes. Following her invitation, he took a seat on a chair intricately carved from precious spiritual wood. The table and chair were both crafted from first-tier spiritual wood. Within the cave, 2 other maidservants were present, both at the early stage of qi refinement, different from those he usually encountered. Master Chen Dan had 2 residences. One was the B-class number 7 cave dwelling, and the other was a courtyard behind the Divine Pill Pavilion, where he mostly basked in the sun during the day and returned to the cave at night. Li Chen had spent considerable time with Master Chen Dan and knew that his full name was Chen Tinga, a man who greatly valued enjoyment as for cultivation. Master Chen Dan had long since adopted a laid-back attitude. In the cultivation world, there exists an age-old saying, cultivators must strive to break through to foundation establishment before the age of 60. The younger they are, the greater their chances of success. Beyond 60, vital essence begins to wane, and the soul starts to decay, rendering the possibility of reaching foundation establishment virtually non-existent. Master Chen Dan had surpassed 60, now nearing 79 years of age, approaching his 80th year. For cultivators at the qi refinement stage, their lifespan hovers around 120 years. Upon breaking through to foundation establishment, it can extend to 200. Golden core true masters enjoy a lifespan of 500 years, while nascent soul true monarchs can live for 1,000 years, enough to witness the ever-changing tides of the world. This is also the reason why cultivators strive relentlessly to enhance their cultivation. As the majority wish to prolong their lives, within the cave, a maidservant raised her chopsticks, gently holding the fish and meat. Offering it to Master Chen Dan's lips, he ignored her, turning his gaze to Li Chen and calmly inquired, "Young Chen, what brings you here today? Do you have a matter to discuss with this old man?" Li Chen immediately shook his head. "Master, you misunderstand your disciple. You have shown me much kindness, and today, having received some spirit stones, I thought to bring a jar of spirit wine to honor you." Master Chen Dan scrutinized Li Chen, skepticism evident in his expression. "You truly have no requests of this old man?" Li Chen could not help but chuckle. "Master, I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives." Master Chen Dan gradually nodded, his expression softening, warmth filling his eyes. "Over the years, I have taken in many apprentices. While they excel at flattery, none have shown the genuine concern you do. The bitter bamboo wine costs 90 spirit stones per jar, and these 3 spirit dishes must amount to over 100 spirit stones. Your cultivation is not high, and your spirit stones are limited with a partner by your side. Do not indulge in such extravagance in the future. Young Chen, your thoughtfulness brings me great comfort. Do you have enough spirit stones?" Li Chen nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Master. I have sufficient spirit stones." Master Chen Dan raised his wine cup. "Young Chen, let us drink to our heart's content today. That I raise my glass to you." Master, as the bitter wine flowed down, its bitterness lingered on Li Chen's palate, causing him to frown slightly. Master Chen Dan chuckled heartily. "Huh. Young Chen, the Bai family's bitter bamboo wine is bitter at first but sweet afterwards. You must savor it slowly. Come, let us continue." Li Chen and Master Chen Dan raised their cups repeatedly, while the 2 maidservants stood by, refilling their drinks and serving dishes. As the jar of bitter bamboo wine neared its end, Master Chen Dan remained unsatisfied and instructed a maid to fetch his treasured monkey wine to share with Li Chen. The monkey wine, a high-grade spirit liquor of the first tier, contained astonishing spiritual energy, beneficial even for late-stage qi refinement cultivators, enhancing their magical power. In the spirit wine store, a jar of monkey wine could sell for 600 spirit stones. As the monkey wine flowed through him, Li Chen felt the surging spiritual energy within. His cheeks flushed, and he hastily sat in meditation to refine the overwhelming energy momentarily forgetting to apologize to Master Chen Dan. Master Chen Dan observed Li Chen with a smile. One maidservant feeding him wine, while another offered him food. Approximately half an hour later, Li Chen finally refined the energy from a cup of monkey wine, feeling the substantial barrier within him crack open. He turned to Master Chen Dan, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Disciple thanks Master for the wine. Master Chen Dan shook his head. No need for excessive thanks. Young Chen, you are indeed a 9th grade spiritual root. And yet you are still young. Your talent in alchemy surpasses even mine. Given time, you may very well have the opportunity to break through to foundation establishment. That I have no offspring, and while I have taken many apprentices over the years, none are worthy to AS for you. I genuinely consider you my disciple. I have never expected anything in return from you. I merely hope you will diligently cultivate, not slacken your efforts, and one day establish your foundation, taking my place to gaze upon the higher vistas of the immortal path. Master Chen Dan spoke at length with Li Chen, who listened quietly. Once Master Chen Dan succumbed to intoxication and lay heavily in the maidservant's embrace. Li Chen rose to take his leave. As he stood, he glanced at the elderly man resting in the maidservant's arms and respectfully bowed, softly stating, Master, I shall take my leave now. Another maidservant escorted Li Chen out of the cave. Once he departed, Master Chen Dan, nestled in the maidservant's embrace, turned over, adjusting his position to better savor the softness of the pillow, a satisfied smile gracing his wrinkled face. Emerging from the cave, Li Chen found the sky completely darkened, with stars sparsely scattered across the vast expanse. The evening breeze brushed against him, and Li Chen felt somewhat sobered. Today was meant to be a visit to honor Master Chen Dan with spirit wine and dishes. Yet it seemed he had ended up benefiting himself instead. With slightly unsteady steps, he made his way toward the Shanty district. Upon reaching the area, Li Chen spotted Yunyu leaning against the door, her short hair tousled by the night breeze, indicating that she had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Chen, Yunyu's face lit up with a relieved smile as she rushed forward to support him. Husband, have you been drinking? Li Chen nodded gently, glancing at Yunyu beside him. Xiaoyu, today I went to visit my teacher, which delayed my return home. That I apologize for not informing you in advance and causing you worry. Yunyu paused her steps and softly replied, Husband, there is no need for you to apologize to Xiaoyu. Let me help you to bed. She assisted Li Chen onto the bed, but as he turned over, he pressed her beneath him. Just as he began to tear at her garments, Yunyu wrapped her arms around his waist, a faint smile gracing her lips as she leaned close to his ear. Husband, I am with child. Li Chen felt a jolt of shock, the effects of alcohol dissipating instantly. He sat upright, his face alight with excitement as he stammered, Xiaoyu, when you say you are with child, what do you mean? Yunyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile gentle and assuring as she confirmed, Husband, we are going to have a baby. During my meditation today, I sensed the life force within me. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was overwhelmed with joy, hastily pulling Yunyu closer and leaning down to her still barely noticeable abdomen. That a profound connection surged within him, and he could not contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, we are having a child. I'm going to be a father. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Li Chen would have a child of his own. Although the baby was yet to be born, he was filled with indescribable excitement. Yunyu sat by the bed, observing Li Chen's exuberance with a soft smile, her heart overflowing with a sensation known as happiness. As his initial fervor subsided, Li Chen's gaze fell upon Yunyu's abdomen, and a flicker of worry crept into his heart. Both he and Yu possessed 9th grade spiritual roots. It was likely their child would as well. But there was also a significant chance of being born without roots. He fervently hoped their child would inherit spiritual roots, even if merely of the 9th grade. He prayed fervently that the child would not be rootless. His concern was not due to any system task, but rather a genuine fear that without roots, the child would never embark on the path of immortality. If the child lacked roots, they would be destined to live as an ordinary mortal, incapable of harnessing resources for cultivation. Li Chen did not wish to experience the sorrow of sending his own child into the world without the means to thrive. That night, Li Chen found it difficult to settle his mind. Even neglecting his cultivation, Mo Yunyu was pregnant, and he was to become a father. He eagerly anticipated the child's arrival. If the child possessed spiritual roots, he would complete the system's first side task and receive rewards. However, he was also anxious about the possibility of the child being rootless, destined to lead a mundane existence. As dawn approached, Chen gradually calmed himself. He came to a realization. After the child's birth, possessing spiritual roots would indeed be fortunate, but if not, he would ensure they lived a life of worldly wealth and stability. There was no need for him to worry about the future. He should focus on each step in the present, diligently improving his own cultivation and strength. Xiaoyu, remain at home to cultivate and rest. Do not exert yourself. Before leaving, Chen earnestly instructed Mo Yunyu to stay home and nurture the baby, cautioning her against any activities that might disturb the pregnancy. Mo Yunyu obediently nodded, straightening Chen's collar and seeing him off from the makeshift dwelling that on the way, they encountered Shu Chan once more. Shu Chan had moved back to the shanty town, renting a humble abode, dressed in plain attire, lacking her previous radiance. Upon seeing Chen and Mo Yunyu, Shu Chan's expression was cold and devoid of emotion. Chen made no effort to mock her, nor did he spare her a second glance. Xiaoyu, this is where I shall part ways with you. Please return home, he said, patting the back of Mo Yunyu's hand before turning towards the central area of enchanting. The Shundan Pavilion. Mo Yunyu watched Chen's figure disappear. She glanced at Shu Chan, offering a nod and a gentle smile before departing. Observing Mo Yunyu's slender silhouette, Shu Chan's indifferent demeanor finally cracked, her expression twisting in anguish. Chen, what is it about me that pales in comparison to that wretched girl? You would rather choose her than me. If only you had offered 120 spirit stones back then. We would have been partners by now. How have I come to this? Shu Chan attributed all blame to Chen, unconsciously overlooking the fact that it was Master Yang who had taken her cultivation. Chen arrived at the Shundan Pavilion, where Manager Fu had already prepared a private alchemy room for him, complete with a top-tier alchemical furnace. The furnace towered high, its body of vibrant red, adorned with a fire toad that Chen felt somewhat flattered. This fire toad furnace rivaled Master Chen's Qingfeng furnace, a significant gift from the exquisite Immortal Linglong. Reflecting on Immortal Linglong's status, Chen soon found peace. The foremost cultivator of enchanting, the head of the Shundan Pavilion, and also the master of the Tianfu Pavilion, she held industries in both Yunzhou and Pingzhou. The Immortal Linglong, a top-tier alchemical furnace, was merely a trifle, while for Chen, it was immensely valuable. Immortal Linglong was a wealthy figure in the cultivation world. Alas, there were no tales of impoverished young men seeking to attach themselves to wealthy women within this realm. In the cultivation world, only high-ranking female cultivators sought lower-ranking male cultivators, or vice versa. The notion of leveraging beauty to court a wealthy benefactor was non-existent, as the cultivation world was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Chen first decided to concoct a qi-nurturing pill before heading to the medicinal garden. The previous night, Master Chen's cup of monkey wine had opened a crack in the seemingly impenetrable bottleneck he faced. He believed that with a few more cups of monkey wine, he could swiftly break through to the 4th level of qi refinement and become a mid-level practitioner. Upon reaching the 4th level of qi refinement, his soul would undergo changes, giving rise to spiritual awareness, enabling him to refine magical artifacts and harness their power. The difference between the 3rd and 4th levels of qi refinement was a chasm, with many 9th-grade spiritual root practitioners spending their lives stagnating at the 3rd level, unable to advance, and ultimately returning to the mundane world to live out their days. Chen was fortunate. He possessed the alchemical heritage gifted by the system, the guidance of Immortal Linglong, and the support of Master Chen and Manager Fu, ensuring he had never lacked resources. From the 1st level of qi refinement, he had steadily elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 3rd level, using qi-nurturing pills. That a cup of monkey wine from Master Chen had even caused his bottleneck to begin to loosen. Other practitioners lacked the system and did not enjoy the good fortune of having individuals like Immortal Linglong and Master Chen to look after them. Chen wished to purchase a jar of monkey wine, but unfortunately, his storage pouch was insufficiently filled to afford it. Continuing to consume qi-nurturing pills would likely yield no results, as his body had developed a resistance to them after ingesting too many. Now he could only begin refining gathering spirit pills. In the medicinal garden, as expected, Li Chen encountered Yunfeng and Yunji, the elderly and the young. Yunfeng reclined in a wicker chair, a fan shielding his face from the sun. He was too lazy to even open his eyes at Li Chen's arrival. Yunji squatted beside the medicinal field, her demeanor eternally tranquil as she tended to several magnolia plants. Taoist Li. What spirit herbs would you like to collect? Upon seeing Li Chen, Yunji stood, her smile serene and her voice calm. I would trouble you, Yin Taoist, to fetch me 10 stalks of spirit ginseng and 10 blooms of gathering spirit flowers. A ripple of emotion flickered in Yunji's tranquil eyes as she paused before addressing Li Chen. Taoist Li. Spirit herbs have their growth cycles. You cannot take so many at once. After some contemplation, Li Chen revised his request, then 5 stalks of spirit ginseng and 5 blooms of gathering spirit flowers. This time, Yunji did not elaborate further. She gracefully moved to the medicinal field, digging up 5 stalks of spirit ginseng and plucking 5 blossoms of gathering spirit flowers to present to Li Chen. Li Chen understood that spirit herbs had growth cycles. For instance, the golden bone grass required for refining the pill of abstinence was simple to cultivate, abundant in the medicinal fields, and could be freely harvested by apprentices. The spirit herbs required for crafting chi-nurturing pills were also plentiful in the garden. However, high-grade spirit herbs were quite rare. The higher the grade of the spirit herb, the more complex its growth conditions and the longer its growth cycle. At the Shundan Pavilion's medicinal garden, spirit herbs were not available for unlimited harvesting. Li Chen received the jade box from Yunji, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. Originally, he had intended to converse further with Yunji, but Yunfeng's watchful gaze was as vigilant as that of a thief. Once Li Chen departed, Yunfeng lowered his fan, expressing astonishment. So soon? This lad's alchemical talent is extraordinary. No wonder the pavilion master granted him the privilege to freely harvest spirit herbs. Perhaps he possesses a spiritual body related to alchemy. Such a pity. His cultivation is still a bit lacking, unworthy of meager. Otherwise, I could have considered him. Yunji was unperturbed by the events around her, diligently tending to the spiritual herbs and paying no heed to her grandfather's rambling. Li Chen procured a spirit ginseng and a gathering flower, complementing them with various auxiliary herbs, and proceeded to ignite the furnace. The combination of 1 spirit ginseng with 1 gathering flower, supplemented by the remaining auxiliary herbs, would yield a batch of gathering pills. Having assimilated the memories of several second-tier alchemy masters, Li Chen was well versed in the intricate details of crafting gathering pills. As expected, he successfully produced the gathering pills with a perfect success rate. According to the agreement with the exquisite fairy Ling Long, he was allowed to retain 5 of the 10 gathering pills, while the remaining 5 belonged to the divine pill pavilion. Gazing at the round, emerald green pills the size of longan fruits, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. These 5 gathering pills should enable him to ascend to the 4th level of chi refinement. With the gathering pills in hand, Li Chen could begin to challenge his bottleneck and strive for the 4th level of chi refinement. Attaining the 4th level would place him among mid-stage cultivators of chi refinement. However, he could not attempt this breakthrough in the slum district, as the crowded environment would attract unwanted attention to the fluctuations of mana that accompanied such a leap. Relocation had become a priority. The cave dwelling, constructed upon a spiritual vein, would offer a more concentrated aura for cultivation without the risk of being observed. Yet before renting a cave, he needed to purchase a set of formation plates to set up a formation outside the cave, concealing the mana fluctuations during his breakthrough. After advancing to the 4th level of chi refinement, Li Chen would also require a method to conceal his aura and suppress his cultivation level. Given his 9th grade spiritual root talent, a swift breakthrough to the 4th level would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others. Exercising caution, Li Chen resolved to first acquire the formation plates before proceeding to rent a cave where he could break through to the 4th level of chi refinement. Assessing the spiritual stones in his storage bag, Li Chen's expression gradually soured. Just yesterday, he had received 285 spiritual stones, while the bamboo wine was a gift from Bai Feng and didn't count. He had spent 100 spiritual stones at the Delicacies Pavilion. Currently, he had only 185 spiritual stones left, Renting a Tier D cave for a month would cost 80 spiritual stones. And even the most basic formation plates would require at least 100 spiritual stones. Furthermore, Yunyu was pregnant. Not only did she need to consume spiritual meals, but spiritual rice could not be in short supply. After calculating, Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Cultivating immortality was indeed arduous, and supporting a family, while doing so, was even more challenging, especially with subpar spiritual roots. While he, Chen, could refine pills to earn spiritual stones, the plight of the other low-tier scattered cultivators in Yinshan workshop was 1,000 times more difficult than his own. No wonder Bai worked tirelessly at the furnace, neglecting his own cultivation. After a moment of reflection, Chen suppressed the urge to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement immediately. First, he would move from the slum district to the cave. Once he received his spiritual stones next month, he would consider purchasing the formation plates and the techniques to conceal his aura. After reaching the 4th level of qi refinement, he would also need to acquire magical artifacts. Currently, the spiritual stones he had earned were simply insufficient. He needed to devise a way to accumulate more. In the world of cultivation, everyone was a robber of resources. Chen began to understand this truth. If one did not strive for resources, how could one cultivate effectively? Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Chen left the Divine Pill Pavilion and made his way to the cave district to rent a Tier D cave. Yinshan Workshop was a collaborative effort of several prominent cultivation families. Yet it was primarily managed by the Fish Dragon Yang family and the Condensing Jade Cliff Wang family, while the other families, such as the Qing Bamboo Mountain Bai family, the Crescent Lake Sidu family, and the Yin Wind Cliff Zhao family, had little voice against the two foundational families that at present. The Yinshan Workshop was under the management of the Fish Dragon Yang family. Chen paid 80 spiritual stones to a 9th level qi refinement cultivator from the Yang family. And after registering, he received the opening token for cave number 299 at Tier D. The caves were categorized into levels A, B, C, and D. There were 10 A-level caves, 50 B-level caves, 100 C-level caves, and over 300 D-level caves on the outskirts. Holding the Jade token, with a D on one side and 299 on the other, he realized that this token granted him the right to reside in the cave. Chen now possessed a month's residency in Tier D cave number 299, after which he would need to pay the rent again. In the realm of cultivation, there was no such thing as rent arrears. Failure to pay spiritual stones would surely result in eviction. With 185 spiritual stones in his storage bag, he felt a weight lift as he departed the cave district, preparing to return to the slum district to help Yunyu move. Although the cave was expensive, the cost was justified, necessitating its rental. Upon returning to the slum district, Chen encountered an unexpected individual. Han Mao had returned. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. His once oval physique now appeared robust, and 3 jagged claw marks ran from the corners of his eyes to his chin, lending him an aura of ferocity that only bloodshed could instill. Months prior, Han Mao had borrowed spiritual stones from Chen to purchase magical artifacts before joining a demon hunting team. This team was comprised of cultivators who ventured into the Yinshan Mountains to hunt demon beasts. Chen had assumed he would never see Han Mao again, thinking he had likely fallen victim to the beasts and met a grim fate. To his surprise, Han Mao had returned, and with such evident change, brotherly, he called out, approaching with a broad, menacing grin, the claw marks on his face seeming to writhe, as if alive. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, Han Mao produced 10 spiritual stones from his pocket. Brotherly, I no longer harbor any resentment towards you. After several narrow escapes from demon beasts, I understand now that your refusal to lend me spiritual stones was for my own good. I had borrowed a nourishing pill from you, intending to calculate the interest. The current Han Mao had matured, exuding a newfound steadiness, shedding his previous naivety. Chen did not decline, accepting the 10 spiritual stones from Han Mao, and calmly inquired, "Do you still wish to become a partner with Fairy Shu?" Han Mao's gaze grew resolute as he nodded vigorously. Of course. Several times I faced near-death experiences, and in each moment of despair, I could envision Sister Chan's gentle smile. It is she who has given me the will to survive, propelling me back to Yinshan Workshop. I must seek Sister Chan to express my feelings and become her partner. Li Chen nodded, offering a blessing before turning to leave. Whether Han, Mao could forge a partnership with Shu Chan and how their relationship would unfold was of little concern to Li Chen. His focus lay on finding ways to earn more spiritual stones for his own cultivation. Aside from alchemy, he had no other skills in the realm of cultivation. He could not resort to hunting demon beasts or becoming a robber. Whether hunting demons or engaging in robbery, both were perilous endeavors, with the potential for dire consequences at the slightest misstep. Upon returning home, Li Chen began to stow away some miscellaneous items into his storage bag, then hoisted the cabinet, table, and chairs onto his shoulder. I Chen's storage bag was a gift from the shopkeeper Fu, considered the most rudimentary in the cultivation world, with only a cubic space insufficient to accommodate the furniture. Initially, Li Chen contemplated discarding the cabinet and chairs, but reconsidered, realizing their worth was in the range of dozens of spiritual sands. Observing Li Chen's peculiar behavior, Mo Yinyu asked in confusion, "Husband, what are you doing?" Li Chen turned to her, smiling. "Xiao Yu, starting today, we shall no longer reside here. I will take you to a new home." Yinyu nodded obediently, following closely behind Li Chen as they made their way out of the slum district. Upon reaching the outskirts, Li Chen glanced back at the low, sprawling houses, his thoughts drifting back to a year prior to a year ago. He had just entered the realm of cultivation and settled in the slum district. Unbeknownst to him, a year had already passed. In this time, he had not only initiated his journey into the path of immortality, but was also nearing the 4th level of chi refinement, gaining both a partner and a child along the way. "Husband, I feel a bit reluctant," Mo Yinyu said, standing beside him and gazing back at the slum district, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. After all, she had lived there since childhood, spending many years in that neighborhood. Li Chen withdrew his gaze, filled with ambition, yet speaking calmly. "Xiao Yu, you must learn to adapt. We are merely moving from the slum district to the cave district. In the future, we will move again, ultimately to a place beyond Yinshan workshop." That Li Chen, accompanied by Mo Yunyun, moved into the cave dwelling. Among the more than 300 Great Dane cave dwellings, Li Chen resided in No. 299, while the dwellings behind it remained unoccupied for the time being. The front dwelling, number 298, was inhabited by a young man exuding a strong aura of blood and malevolence. This new neighbor was rather indifferent. Upon noticing the arrival of Li Chen and his wife, he offered no greeting whatsoever. Such emotional detachment is commonplace in the realm of cultivation. Li Chen nodded towards his new neighbor, acknowledging him in a manner of courtesy. The interior of the cave dwelling was considerably more spacious than that of a shantytown residence, and even after arranging the cupboard and seating, it still felt somewhat vacant. Upon closer inspection, Li Chen discerned that the spiritual energy here was more than 3 times denser than in the shantytown. Thus, Li Chen and Mo Yinyu settled into their new home in the cave dwelling area. During the day, Li Chen ventured to the Shundan Pavilion to refine elixirs, returning to the cave at night to cultivate. And soon a month passed swiftly. Throughout this month, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. Yin's flat belly gradually began to show, nourish, and lay a solid foundation for their unborn child. Li Chen made it a point to purchase a pound of white spirit rice each day, and occasionally he would visit the Zhenxiu building to bring back a spiritual meal. As his visits to the Zhenxiu building increased, Li Chen discovered that his neighbor, who lived next door, worked there as a spiritual butcher, slaughtering spirit livestock. The intense aura of blood and malevolence he emanated was thus acquired through his profession. Li Chen and this new neighbor continued to have little interaction. Before long, the day arrived for the monthly settlement of spirit stones at the Shundan Pavilion, rather than settling with the other apprentices. Li Chen opted for a private settlement with manager Fu. This time, the enchanting Linglong fairy did not make an appearance. Li Chen refrained from inquiring further, as it was not unusual for someone of her cultivation level to retreat for years at a time. During this month, Li Chen diligently refined elixirs and received over 400 spirit stones from manager Fu. With an abundance of spirit stones, he made his way straight to the Bai Bao building. Having delayed for a month, it was now time to break through to the 4th level of chi refinement and advance to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Li Chen visited the Bai Bao building not only to purchase a formation plate to conceal the magical fluctuations generated during his breakthrough, but also to ensure some degree of safety for Mo Yunyun by setting up a formation outside their cave dwelling. In addition to acquiring the formation plate, Li Chen intended to purchase a secret technique capable of concealing his aura and disguising his cultivation level. The Bai Bao building was grand, nearly as impressive as the Shundan Pavilion. In Yin Mountain Fong, the Bai Bao building, Shundan Pavilion, Qianlian Pavilion, Tianfu Pavilion, and Shenu Building were the most prominent establishments. For instance, the Shundan Pavilion not only sold elixirs to scattered cultivators, but also engaged in business dealings with the Zishu sect and many cultivation families in the Yan Kingdom. Thus, Manager Fu encouraged the apprentices to work hard at refining elixirs. Elixirs were in high demand within the realm of cultivation. The Shundan Pavilion and Tianfu Pavilion were properties of the Linglong Ferry, while the Bai Bao Building and Qianlian Pavilion were enterprises established by the Zishu sect in Yin Mountain Fong. As for the Shenu Building, its origins were quite remarkable. It was said that the Shenu Building had establishments in every market within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, and even in the neighboring Yu Kingdom's cultivation realm. The forces behind the Shenu Building remained unknown. It was certain, however, that such a multinational chain must be backed by a formidable cultivator. The Bai Bao Building was the most suitable place for Li Chen to purchase the formation plate and aura concealing techniques. If he were to buy them from the scattered cultivator stalls on West Street, he might easily fall into a trap. The Bai Bao Building, being a property of the Zishu sect, might have slightly higher prices, but its credibility was assured, and it offered a comprehensive array of goods. Upon entering the Bai Bao Building, Li Chen was greeted by a mortal martial artist. "Greetings, esteemed cultivator. How may I assist you today?" Looking at the mortal martial artist before him, Li Chen was reminded of his own self from a year ago. This individual was also a congenital martial artist, appearing extremely humble in Li Chen's presence. Perhaps he had come to Yin Mountain Fong seeking transcendence, ultimately becoming a helper at the Bai Bao Building, hoping to earn spirit stones to purchase cultivation techniques and embark on the path of immortality. This person was somewhat fortunate to have secured a position at the Bai Bao Building. Throughout the year in Yin Mountain Fong, Li Chen often heard of worldly martial artists arriving to seek immortality, only to be captured by evil cultivators before even entering Yin Mountain Fong. Regaining his composure, Li Chen smiled at the martial artist before him and said, "I wish to purchase a first-tier small locking spirit formation plate, and additionally, I am looking for a technique. Esteemed cultivator, please proceed to the second floor." The mortal martial artist replied enviously, guiding Li Chen upstairs. The formation plate was exceedingly valuable. The small locking spirit formation plate Li Chen sought was merely a first-tier low-level formation plate, crafted by formation masters using special spiritual materials to enable even those unversed in formations to set up formations with it. However, its price was exorbitant, nearly equivalent to that of a low-level magical artifact. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Chen was attended to by a cultivator. This was an elderly man clad in the outer sect's standard robe of the Zishu sect, which Li Chen had seen during his participation in the Zishu sect's spirit testing ceremony. "I am Elder He. You may call me Elder He," the old man said, his stooped figure clad in a gray-blue robe, his murky eyes scrutinizing Li Chen with a kind smile. "I hear you wish to purchase a small locking spirit formation plate and a technique?" "I have indeed heard of Elder He." Li Chen clasped his fists in greeting, quietly remaining vigilant. He was merely there to buy a small locking spirit formation plate and a technique. It was hardly a significant transaction that warranted the attention of a manager at the Bai Bao Building. "The small locking spirit formation plate costs 200 spirit stones. May I inquire what kind of technique you are looking for?" "I seek a technique that can conceal my aura. Does your esteemed establishment have such a technique available?" "Indeed, we do." Observing Li Chen's cultivation at the third level of qi refinement, the old man thoughtfully produced 2 volumes exuding the fragrance of ink and placed them before Li Chen, saying the turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique are quite suitable for you. If you find them to your liking, they are priced at 10 spirit stones. Chen inwardly cursed at the exorbitant price. The turtle breathing technique and withered wood technique were merely common techniques that could indeed conceal one's aura, but they would be easily seen through by cultivators of higher levels. In the market, these techniques typically cost around 7 spirit stones, meaning the Bai Bao Building had inflated the price by a full 30%. Ultimately, Li Chun complied and paid for a small locking spirit formation plate, a volume detailing the withered wood technique, and another book explaining the basics of formation principles. Li Chun resolved to study formations upon returning. While he did not aspire to become a master of formations, he at least wished to avoid being completely ignorant of them. Esteemed friend, we welcome your next visit. Elder, he smiled, watching Li Chun descend the stairs. After Li Chun left, he gently shook his head and sighed. To spend spirit stones on formation plates instead of purchasing elixirs to enhance one's cultivation. Such youth, nearby, a third-level Qi refinement assistant could not help but speak up. Manager, that person is not lacking in spirit stones, that he is a disciple of Master Chen from the Shundan Pavilion, and it is said he has already begun refining the pill of absorption and the Qi-nourishing pill. Oh, the old man turned, his murky gaze revealing a hint of surprise. Before breaking into a smile and not dwelling on the topic further, a mere apprentice at the third level of Qi refinement hardly warranted his attention. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Li Chun found Imo Yun waiting outside for quite some time. Every day at this hour, Imo Yun would stand outside the cave to greet Li Chun. It had become a habit of hers. Coincidentally, their neighbor from the Zhenxiu building returned home from work. The two cave dwellings were separated by little more than 10 meters. Your wife is with child? The indifferent Fu Kong inquired, glancing at Imo Yun. Indeed, she is nearly 3 months along. Li Chun replied with a smile. Daoist Fu, you must come to celebrate with us once our child is born. Fu Kong nodded silently and returned to his own cave, closing the door behind him. Li Chun paid little mind to Fu Kang's actions, having moved into the cave dwelling for a month. He had interacted with Fu Kong a few times and knew that Fu Kong was naturally taciturn and preferred not to engage in conversation. Husband, why are you late today? The food is about to get cold. Imo Yun said as Li Chun helped her back into the cave. I went to the Bao building to purchase a formation plate, which took a bit longer than expected, he explained gently. Imo Yun nodded, refraining from further questions. After dinner, Li Chun promptly took out the formation plate from his storage bag and placed it at the entrance of the cave. Are you setting up a formation? My husband? Li Chun explained with a smile that he lacked the skill to set up formations. This is a minor locking spirit formation disc. With it, one can embed spirit stones into the disc and place it at the entrance of the cave, thereby activating it directly and circumventing the cumbersome process of formation setup. Mo press for details, inquiring about the nature and effects of the minor locking spirit formation. It is a low-level first-tier formation that, once activated, can lock the spiritual energy within the cave, preventing its fluctuations from reaching the outside. Additionally, the minor locking spirit formation possesses inherent protective qualities, though its defenses are not particularly robust. An intermediate-stage Qi refining cultivator could easily breach it with several attacks. Li Chun was exceedingly patient. Although Mo Yunyu was also a cultivator, her understanding of the cultivation world was inferior to that of Li Chun, leaving her often lacking in common knowledge. Before encountering Li Chun, she had never practiced with spirit stones, consumed medicinal pills, or even taken a fasting pill. Otherwise, she would not have lingered at the first level of Qi refining for over a decade. Bai had poured all his affection into his son, treating this daughter with extreme strictness. Suddenly, Li Chun recalled that he had not seen Bai for over 10 days. Perhaps he had gone to the Zisu Immortal Gate to deliver spirit stones to Mo Yunsheng. Li Chun did not dwell on it. After activating the minor locking spirit formation, Li Chun imparted the methods for controlling it to Mo Yunyu, allowing her to freely enter and exit the cave. After a night of regular cultivation, Li Chun felt that the formidable bottleneck, as solid as a heavenly gate, was on the verge of opening for him. The next day, Li Chun went to the Divine Pill Pavilion to request a leave of absence from Manager Fu. Manager Fu's gaze swept over Li Chun, and he inquired if he was going to enter seclusion to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Li Chun nodded, silently cursing the worthless withered wood technique, which could not conceal his cultivation level. Manager Fu saw through it at a glance. Manager Fu readily approved his leave, smiling as he said, after you break through to the 4th level of Qi refining, come find me immediately. The young lady has prepared a gift for you. Li Chun was taken aback, but quickly composed himself, expressing his gratitude to Manager Fu, when Li Chun had just begun his cultivation journey. Fairy Linglong had bestowed upon him a bottle of qi-nourishing pills, encouraging him that there would be further rewards upon breaking through to the intermediate stage of qi refining. He had nearly forgotten about this, only to realize that Fairy Linglong had indeed kept her promise. Even though she was not an Yingshan square, she had entrusted Manager Fu with the gift to convey to Li Chen. As for how to express his gratitude to Fairy Linglong, who had been his guiding light, Li Chen was at a loss. With a heart brimming with excitement, Li Chen returned to the cave. Fu Daoyu, what are you doing? At the entrance of the cave, Li Chen saw his new neighbor, Fu Kong, handing a freshly processed spirit fish to Mo Yunyu, who repeatedly declined to accept it. Upon seeing Li Chen's return, Fu Kong visibly relaxed, clearly not adept at interacting with women. Mo Yunyu's expression also brightened as she softly addressed Li Chen. Husband, Fu Daoyu insists on giving me the spirit fish. Li Chen turned to Fu Kong. Fu Kang's countenance was stern, his tone calm as he spoke. This fish is of poor quality, unfit for the dining table. Feng Shi entrusted it to me for processing. Your wife is with child, so I brought it back to nourish her. Since this is Fu Daoyu's kind intention, Xiao you should accept it. Li Chen pondered for a moment before nodding to Mo Yunyu, who then accepted the spirit fish from Fu Kang's hands. Observing this cold and indifferent neighbor, Li Chen cupped his hands in gratitude, offering a warm smile as he said, Li thanks Fu Daoyu on behalf of my wife. And Unu bowed respectfully to Fu Kong, quietly expressing her thanks. Thank you, Fu Daoyu. Fu Kong managed a stiff, unpracticed smile, his tone still cold. No need for thanks. After a moment's thought, he added, the spirit fish, though unfit for the dining table, is barely of sufficient grade, not worth many spirit stones. With that, he turned and returned to his cave. Mo Yunyu approached Li Chen, whispering, Husband, this Fu Daoyu is truly a peculiar person. Li Chen shook his head, correcting her. Fu Daoyu has a cold exterior but a warm heart. He simply lacks social skills. Xiao Fu Daoyu kindly gifted you a spirit fish, yet you call him strange. That seems inappropriate. Mo Yunyu stuck out her tongue. After returning to the cave and having dinner, Li Chen instructed Mo Yunyu to seal the cave, advising her not to disturb him or go outside for the time being. Understanding her husband was entering seclusion to break through to the 4th level of qi refining, Mo Yunyu's delicate features took on a serious expression. The cave was adorned with luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow that illuminated Li Chen's resolute visage. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Li Chen cleared his mind, initially adjusting his state. Once centered, he retrieved 3 gathering spirit pills from his storage bag and swallowed them all at once. Taking just 1 gathering spirit pill would not suffice to break through his bottleneck, and ingesting too many at once could overwhelm his dantian. The potency of 3 gathering spirit pills was just within Li Chen's capacity to endure. As the pills took effect, the surging medicinal power transformed into spiritual energy, raging within Li Chen's dantian, almost threatening to burst it apart. Gritting his teeth, his cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead. He focused intently on merging the power within his dantian with the vast spiritual energy, then directed this power to collide against the formidable bottleneck that resembled a heavenly gate. Boom! 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 Within Li Chen, a cataclysmic force surged, the torrent of power relentlessly crashing against the solid bottleneck. Once, twice, thrice, Li Chen repeatedly directed his power against the bottleneck. When exhaustion set in, he immediately took another gathering spirit pill. Fortunately, he had prepared enough. Outside, Mo Yunyu bit her lip, her expression tense as she watched Li Chen, her hands clasped in prayer. Heavenly powers, I beseech you, please protect my husband, allowing him to successfully break through the bottleneck and advance to the intermediate stage of qi refining. Mo Yunyu's prayers went unheard by Li Chen. However, he perceived a flicker of light. Under the relentless assault of his surging power, Li Chen felt his meridians straining to the breaking point. Fortunately, he finally shattered that formidable bottleneck. Boom! The heavens seemed to collapse as the obstruction to Li Chen's advancement was breached. His power surging towards his brow's acupoint, merging seamlessly with his spirit. Nourished by this power, his spirit began to undergo miraculous changes. Within the cave, spiritual energy erupted, swirling into a vortex that surged into every pore of Li Chen's body. Rapidly amplifying the power within his dantian, Chen paid no heed to the overwhelming surge of power. Instead, he experienced an extraordinary sensation. With a mere thought, he felt as though he had transcended the confines of his body, as if a third eye had sprouted. Through this third eye, Li Chen beheld his own physical form seated on the mat, and he could see the relieved expression of Mo Yunyu. Everything within a two-zhang radius was astonishingly clear. This vivid perception surpassed any observation made with his eyes. Chen realized that he had awakened his spiritual consciousness. The emergence of spiritual consciousness marked the transition to the intermediate stage of qi refining, signifying the ability to refine magical tools and fly with a sword. After traversing this world for 20 years and stepping into the cultivation realm for over a year, Li Chen had finally ascended to the status of an intermediate stage qi refining cultivator. Slowly, he opened his eyes, extending his spiritual consciousness outward, though it could only reach two zhang. The distinction between an initial stage qi refining cultivator and an intermediate stage qi refining cultivator lies not only in their power, but also significantly in their spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness is not a tangible entity, yet it serves as a warning system, allowing one to extend beyond their body to observe the external circumstances. Among other marvelous uses, Chen felt an immense sense of relief. When he had first arrived at Yingshan Square, he had encountered a rogue cultivator attempting to kill him. He was fortunate that the assailant was merely an initial stage qi refining cultivator. Had that cultivator been at the intermediate stage, Li Chen's spiritual consciousness would have provided an early warning the moment the flying knife was launched, enabling him to activate the golden light talisman to deflect it. Upon seeing Li Chen awaken, Mo Yunyu leaped into his embrace, her face alight with excitement. "Husband, you have successfully advanced to the intermediate stage of qi refining." "Yes, I have ascended to the intermediate stage of qi refining." In contrast to Mo Yunyu's exuberance, Li Chen felt an unexpected calmness within. The advancement to the intermediate stage of qi refining did not exhilarate him. Rather, it brought forth a stark awareness of the arduous path ahead. The inadequacy of his 9-grade spirit root had once again reshaped Li Chen's understanding that if breaching a small bottleneck from the 3rd level to the 4th level of qi refining was so arduous, how then would he confront the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th levels? And what are the significant barrier between qi refining and foundation establishment? Those possessing the 9th grade spiritual root, should they lack fortune, will find themselves stagnant at the initial stage of qi refinement for the entirety of their lives, struggling even to break through to the mid-stage. It is no wonder that the Zishu Immortal sect holds the 9th grade spiritual root in disdain. It is indeed rather ineffectual. Chen could scarcely fathom the extensive resources he would need to expend in order to establish a foundation. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Regardless of the inferiority of his spiritual root, he still had a system at his disposal. This path of immortality was destined to be traversed by him. Li Chen, quickly regaining his composure, Li Chen resolved to remain undeterred and to continue his seclusion. He retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch and directed his consciousness into it. This jade slip had been gifted by the Linglong fairy, and it was only now that Li Chen was able to access its contents. As his consciousness penetrated the jade slip, a wave of disorientation enveloped him. In that dazed state, he beheld a translucent dragon of deep azure, shifting in size and form, a spectacle of endless transformations. After a considerable time, Li Chen regained his senses, rubbing his aching temples. His complexion somewhat paled. It was one thing to possess a 9th grade spiritual root, but could it be that his comprehension was also lacking? Otherwise, why had he failed to grasp the intricacies contained within the jade slip? Soon, however, Li Chen dismissed this conjecture. His comprehension was not to be deemed inadequate. Rather, the content inscribed within the jade slip was exceedingly profound. Li Chen was truly skeptical. He picked up the jade slip once more and probed its depths with his consciousness. Once, twice, he faced repeated failures, yet he persevered for an entire month until he finally deciphered its contents. In pursuit of understanding the jade slip bestowed by the Linglong fairy, Li Chen's physical form grew emaciated, prompting Mu Yunyu to shed silent tears. However, during this arduous process, Li Chen noticed that his spiritual consciousness had significantly strengthened. Prior to this, his consciousness could extend 2 zhang beyond his body. Now, it reached 3 zhang. Sky-deceiving technique, Li Chen murmured, solemnly securing the jade slip. This was a secret art imparted to him by the Linglong fairy. Known as the sky-deceiving technique, the Linglong fairy had only transmitted 2 levels of this technique. Upon mastering the basics, one could not only conceal their presence, but also obscure their cultivation level. Even peak chi refinement practitioners would be unable to see through the disguise. Should one cultivate the 2nd level of the sky-deceiving technique, even foundation-building experts would remain oblivious to the ruse. Wretched withered wood technique. Worthless 100 treasures pavilion. Li Chen inwardly cursed the withered wood technique as subpar, considering the 100 treasures pavilion that sold it to him equally lacking in comparison to the sky-deceiving technique passed down by the Linglong fairy. The withered wood technique was undeniably inferior. Had he known that the Linglong fairy would impart such a remarkable secret art, Li Chen would not have squandered 10 spirit stones. His gaze flickered as he realized the extraordinary nature of the sky-deceiving technique. Who exactly was the Linglong fairy? Was her brother alive or deceased? And what level of practitioner was he? Ultimately, Li Chen could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. The process of breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level of chi refinement took him 3 days. Yet mastering the sky-deceiving technique consumed a full month. Throughout this month, Mu Yunyu had refrained from cooking, fearing it would disturb Li Chen, subsisting solely on fasting pills. Noticing that Mu Yunyu appeared even more gaunt than before, Li Chen chastised himself for his ignorance and hurriedly rose to prepare a meal. "Husband, let me help." Mu Yunyu's eyes glistened with moisture. Over the past month, she had watched Li Chen in seclusion, too apprehensive to intrude, and her worry had reached alarming levels. With Li Chen finally returning to normalcy, her heart soared with joy. After a simple preparation of spiritual rice, Li Chen swiftly resumed his practice of the sky-deceiving technique, determined to master the basics before emerging from his seclusion. Another half-month passed, and Mu Yunyu's belly grew increasingly prominent. Last, Li Chen successfully mastered the basics of the sky-deceiving technique and simultaneously cultivated the fire crow technique and fire arrow technique from the scarlet flame arts. Opening the cave dwelling, the long-missed sunlight enveloped him, and Li Chen found himself momentarily unaccustomed to its warmth. Such was the life of a practitioner. While chi refinement cultivators may fare better, a foundation-building master might remain in seclusion for years. "I thought you had perished within your cave." Upon emerging, Li Chen was met by the sight of a young man. A disdainful smile etched upon his face as he regarded him. "Who are you?" Li Chen inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The young man looked down upon Li Chen with scorn, producing a token from his storage pouch, answering haughtily, "My surname is Yang. My grandfather is Yang. You have yet to pay the 80 spirit stones for your month-'s stay in this cave. Pay up immediately." Realizing this individual was a collector of spirit stones, Li Chen understood that he was indeed a member of the illustrious Yang family. Bearing a legitimate token, without uttering another word, Li Chen promptly extracted 80 spirit stones from his pouch and handed them over to the young in the future. "Remember to pay your spirit stones in advance before entering seclusion. Do not make me come to collect," the young man admonished, glancing at Li Chen with contempt. "Given that it is your first time, I shall let it slide. You impoverished folk should not occupy cave dwellings if you lack spirit stones. Return to the slums." The young man collected the stones, casting a disdainful glance at Li Chen before turning to leave. Li Chen's gaze flickered as he watched him depart. The Yang family was indeed formidable. He recognized that had he not been an apprentice of the divine pill pavilion, and had this youth not feared the Linglong fairy, he would not have shown such courtesy and would have stormed into the cave without hesitation. Was it humiliating? Li Chen indeed felt the sting of humiliation, yet he could not afford to react. At this stage, the Yang family remained a colossal entity in his eyes. He silently vowed to remember the young man's contemptible demeanor. One day, Li Chen, would establish his own sect of immortal cultivators, compelling the scions of the Yang family to bow their heads before his lineage, wearing expressions of obsequiousness. until he possessed sufficient strength. He would bide his time to Chen etched today's events into his memory as he strode towards the divine pill pavilion in search of Manager Fu. Additionally, he wished to pay a visit to Master Chen. Having been in seclusion for so long, Master Chen must have been quite concerned for him. At the top of the divine pill pavilion, Manager Fu's gaze swept over Li Chen, and he inquired in a grave tone. It took you less than a month and a half to break through from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refinement, did it not? Li Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained, I also cultivated 2 spells, which extended the duration of my training. Manager Fu nodded in understanding, remarking that the breakthrough was what mattered. You are still young. The future holds great promise for you. This is a gift from the pavilion master. Take it. Manager Fu produced a golden brick from his storage pouch, its gleaming surface captivating Li Chen's attention. He rubbed his eyes and accepted the brick from Manager Fu, feeling its weight nearly cause him to drop it. In an instant, Li Chen realized this was no ordinary gold brick from the mundane world, but rather a magical artifact, albeit one with a rather unrefined appearance. Manager Fu spoke in a calm tone. This is a top-tier magical artifact. Once you return, be sure to refine it properly, lest you disappoint the lady's expectations of you that a top-tier magical artifact. Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Manager Fu. With a smile, Manager Fu confirmed, indeed, this is a top-tier magical artifact. Li Chen's heart surged with emotion. He silently marveled at the Linglong Fairy's generosity. A first-tier magical artifact, second-tier spirit tool, third-tier treasure. Magical artifacts are categorized as low, medium, high, and top tier, corresponding to practitioners at the initial, mid, late, and peak stages of qi refinement. A top-tier magical artifact, once refined, would likely drain one's entire magical essence with a single use. Li Chen recalled that when Mo Bai sought to borrow spirit stones from him and Master Chen, he aimed to gather 2,800 spirit stones to procure a top-tier magical artifact for Mo Yunshin. Such was the immense value of a top-tier magical artifact. First came the sky-deceiving technique, and now a top-tier magical artifact. Li Chen felt that the Linglong Fairy's generosity rivaled that of his own system. The Linglong Fairy was Li Chen's guiding light in the realm of cultivation, providing him with invaluable support. Receiving such a precious gift from her deeply moved him. Should she ever call upon him, Li Chen felt he would willingly traverse mountains or endure flames for her sake. Noticing the profound gratitude etched upon Li Chen's face, Manager Fu nodded in satisfaction and continued, by the way, I have some news to impart. Mo Bai has likely perished outside. He is yet to return. The tone of the shopkeeper Fu was calm and casual, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Li Chen furrowed his brow, showing little reaction. Periodically, Mo Bai would take the flying boat of the Ningbaya Wang family to the Zishu Immortal Gate, delivering the accumulated spirit stones to Mo Yunshin. After handing over the spirit stones, Mo Bai would be reluctant to ride the flying boat back, as it required 10 spirit stones for the journey. Mo Bai saved all the spirit stones for his son's cultivation, as his own cultivation was not high, and he possessed no magical artifacts or talismans. When faced with tribulations, he could be said to be in a perilous situation. Traveling at night invites misfortune. To conserve spirit stones, Mo Bai always refrained from taking the flying boat when returning from the Zishu Immortal Gate to Ingshan Square, and now he could not return. Upon learning from the shopkeeper Fu that Mo Bai had likely perished, Li Chen felt little emotional upheaval. After becoming Dao partners with Mo Yunyu, he had not maintained contact with Mo Bai, who was entirely consumed with thoughts of his son at the Zishu Immortal Gate, tirelessly refining pills and amassing spirit stones day and night. Although Mo Bai was Mo Yunyu's father, Li Chen felt no sadness, only a lamentation for the dangers of the cultivation world. Now, Li Chen deliberated whether to inform Mo Yunyu of this news. After careful consideration, he decided to temporarily withhold this information. Mo Yunyu was already 5 months pregnant, and her belly was growing larger. Li Chen was uncertain how she would react to the news. Fearing it might affect their unborn child, it would be best to wait until the child was born before revealing this news to Mo Yunyu. After refining a batch of gathering spirit pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen departed and headed to the Spirit Wine Workshop to purchase spirit wine, intending to visit Master Chen Dan. Having secluded himself for nearly 2 months, Master Chen must be quite worried about him. Li Dao friend, what wine would you like to purchase this time? In the spirit wine workshop, Bai Feng was reviewing the accounts. Upon seeing Li Chen's arrival, he set down a ledger and welcomed him with a warm smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Greetings, Bai Dao friend. My spirit stones are limited, so I will take a jar of bitter bamboo wine, as usual. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Feng, Li Chen purchased a jar of bitter bamboo wine. This time, Bai Feng charged Li Chen 90 spirit stones. Although Bai Feng was a direct descendant of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain and held a good position in the spirit wine workshop, he could not afford to be overly generous and give Li Chen spirit wine for free every time. 90 spirit stones for a jar of bitter bamboo wine was not an extravagant price. Farewell for now, Bai Dao friend. Li Chen bid farewell to Bai Feng, who nodded with a smile, seeing Li Chen to the door. Li Dao friend, take care. Remember to visit my cave dwelling when you have the opportunity. Li Chen nodded in agreement, but thought it best to refrain from visiting Bai Feng's cave dwelling. Until he had sufficient strength, it was wise to limit interactions with the scions of these cultivation families. In the B-level number 7 cave dwelling, Master Chen looked at Li Chen with a worried expression, sensing a powerful spiritual presence sweep over him, far surpassing his own. You failed in your attempt to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement? Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Yes, my aptitude is lacking, and I was unable to achieve a successful breakthrough, disappointing my master, Master Chen at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Had not seen through Li Chen's disguise, the deceiving heaven technique indeed possesses its merits. After mastering the basics of the deceiving heaven technique, Li Chen concealed his true cultivation level, presenting himself as a pinnacle practitioner of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. It was only during his visit to the shopkeeper Fu that Li Chen did not use the deceiving heaven technique to hide his cultivation level. For only by breaking through to the mid-Qi refinement stage would the shopkeeper Fu entrust him with the gift prepared by the Linglong fairy. Currently, only 2 individuals were aware of Li Chen's breakthrough to the mid-Qi refinement stage. One was Mo Yunyu, and the other was shopkeeper Fu. Please have a seat. You are still young. Do not be disheartened. One failure does not signify anything. Master Chen gestured for Li Chen to sit and instructed a maid to fetch spirit fruits. Earnestly comforting him, Li Chen did not require consolation, yet he feigned a demeanor of attentively listening to the teachings. Regardless, the elderly man before him genuinely cared for him. However, Li Chen had already resolved to continue using the deceiving heaven technique to conceal his cultivation and strive to appear more ordinary. By hiding his cultivation level, if someone sought to ambush him, he could reveal his true strength in a critical moment, catching his opponent off guard. After consuming 2 spirit fruits in Master Chen cave dwelling, Li Chen stood to take his leave, feeling a sense of guilt. After all, this elder truly cared for him, yet he had concealed his cultivation level and failed to disclose the truth. After departing from Master Chen cave dwelling, Li Chen returned home. Now, he was eager to refine the golden brick artifact gifted by the Linglong fairy in front of the cave dwelling. Li Chen encountered Fu Kong once more. You failed in your attempt to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement? Fu Kong looked at Li Chen, his spiritual sense sweeping over him, his tone still stern. Before Li Chen could respond, Fu Kong continued, Cultivation cannot be rushed. Do not act recklessly. Your child is about to be born. If something were to happen to you, what would become of them? Li Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This friend Fu was quite concerned. However, Li Chen refrained from explaining, merely clasping his hands in gratitude toward the seemingly cold-hearted yet warm-hearted cultivator. Thank you for your concern. Dao friend Fu, I assure you I will not be reckless in my pursuits. Fu Kong nodded and handed a package wrapped in lotus leaves to Li Chen. This quail is not suitable for the banquet table. Take it home to nourish your wife. Li Chen gazed at the quail wrapped in lotus leaves, shook his head, and replied seriously, Dao friend Fu, your cultivation is no easy feat. I cannot accept this. This quail is unremarkable and worth little spirit stones. Just take it. What are you being so stubborn for? Fu Kong firmly pressed the package in Li Chen's hands and turned to head toward his own cave dwelling. Holding the quail wrapped in lotus leaves, a warm current surged through Li Chen's heart. This Fu Dao friend, though taciturn and with a cold exterior, proved to be a trustworthy individual. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen suddenly called out, "Dao friend Fu, please wait." Fu Kong turned around, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at Li Chen. Li Chen stepped forward, approaching Fu Kong and producing a jade vial from his storage bag, placing it into Fu Kang's hand. "Dao friend Fu, this is a vial of qi nourishing pills. Please take it. Do not refuse." Fu Kong stared at the jade vial in his hand, remaining silent for a long while before shaking his head. "No. The spirit fish and quail I sent you were of poor quality, not fit for the banquet table, and worth little spirit stones. This vial of qi nourishing pills is precious. I cannot accept it." Upon hearing this, Li Chen flashed a bright smile, revealing his perfectly white teeth, and said cheerfully, "Dao friend Fu, I genuinely wish to befriend you. If you accept me as a friend, do not be so stubborn in your refusals." Fu Kong regarded Li Chen for a long time before finally placing the jade vial into his storage bag. "I will take my leave." Watching Fu Kong close his cave door, a smile graced Li Chen's face. "Xiao Yu, Dao friend Fu has gifted us a quail. You should stew it." Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Li Chen entrusted the green pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves to Mo Yunyu, requesting her to stew it. Mo Yunyu, her belly gently rounded and her face radiating maternal affection, accepted the pheasant from Li Chen and skillfully approached the stove to ignite the fire. Watching her retreating figure, Li Chen hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from disclosing the news that Mo had likely perished. After their meal, Li Chen retrieved the golden brick gifted by the exquisite fairy. This was a top-tier magical artifact, marking Li Chen's first acquisition of such a treasure. Most cultivators, upon breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, would immediately seek to procure a magical artifact, as it significantly enhances one's power. Li Chen, being able to utilize a top-tier artifact at the mid-stage of qi refinement, was indeed a rarity. The resplendent brick, albeit somewhat unrefined in appearance, did not deter Li Chen. He channeled his spiritual energy into the brick, gradually refining the embedded restrictions within, true to its status as a top-tier artifact. The process of refinement proved exceptionally arduous. It took Li Chen 3 full days, during which he faced multiple instances of spiritual exhaustion, relying on recovery elixirs to restore his energy before he could barely refine the brick. Once refined, he inscribed his spiritual imprint upon it, for only with such an imprint could the artifact be deemed as having an owner. After a prolonged period of study, Li Chen discovered that the brick possessed no extraordinary abilities aside from its capacity to enlarge or shrink. By inputting spiritual energy, he could manipulate the brick to expand, increasing its size to that of a door panel and weighing over 10,000 pounds. However, wielding this brick would completely deplete his spiritual energy in one go. Given his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, it was somewhat taxing to command a top-tier artifact. Within the confines of the cave, Li Chen was hesitant to experiment freely, fearing that a single strike could obliterate the dwelling. Mo Yunyu gazed at Li Chen with an expression of delight, seemingly uninterested in magical artifacts, or perhaps indifferent to cultivation altogether. After some contemplation, Li Chen reduced the brick in size and stowed it away in his storage pouch. He considered it a secret weapon, as its energy consumption was too great for his current capabilities. The brick could only be utilized once. If it failed to vanquish his enemies, it would surely spell his own doom. As for the brick's true potential, he would need to carve out time to test it in a secluded location. After much deliberation, Li Chen concluded that the golden brick alone would not suffice. He needed to procure a flying sword from the Qinlian Pavilion. The ability to fly with a sword and traverse the azure void had long been his aspiration. The golden brick gifted by the exquisite fairy was not a flying artifact, and its usage was too taxing for Li Chen that he deemed it necessary to acquire a low-tier flying sword. Furthermore, he would need to obtain a sword technique that, in the market, a low-tier flying sword typically cost around 200 spirit stones. And purchasing a sword technique also required spirit stones. Glancing at Mo Yunyu's pronounced abdomen, he realized that the arrival of their child was imminent. He needed to devise a plan to procure a spirit herb, Inlingji, and the blood of a first-tier demon beast, the white-spotted deer, to concoct a F-Tau nourishing elixir for Mo Yunyu. Spirit stones. Li Chen sighed softly. Cultivating immortality demanded vast resources, and these resources necessitated spirit stones for acquisition. Wealth ranks first among the essentials for cultivation. Having spent nearly 2 months without refining pills in pursuit of breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement and understanding the Qi technique, he found his supply of spirit stones dwindling perilously low. He needed to earn more spirit stones. Chen resumed his daily routine, diligently refining pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion by day and meditating in his cave at night. After breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, Chen distinctly felt his cultivation speed slow considerably. Even with the continuous consumption of gathering spirit pills, his progress remained exceptionally gradual. However, he was not anxious. 3 years for foundation establishment, 10 years for core formation, and a century for nascent soul. These were the benchmarks for prodigies with supreme spiritual roots, AS for himself, with his 9th grade spiritual root. Reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement had required an immense quantity of pills. Thus, a slower cultivation pace was quite ordinary in the immortal cultivation realm. As long as one could establish their foundation before the age of 60 and form their core before 150, they would be considered a minor genius. Most true disciples of the Zishu sect establish their foundation around the age of 30 in this world. A staggering 99% of mortals lack spiritual roots, unable to embark on the path of immortality. Among those who do begin their journey, 99% remain stuck in the Qi refinement stage, unable to establish their foundation. And of those who have established their foundation, 99% cannot form their core. The path to immortality is fiercely contested by countless beings, yet every hurdle along the way obstructs the majority of cultivators, as the exquisite fairy aptly noted. Over the millennia, how many have truly ascended in the southern wilderness of the immortal cultivation realm? Let alone Yin country, a remote nation among the 56 countries of the southern wilderness, in the entirety of Yin country's immortal realm. Not a single nascent soul, true monarch exists. The most powerful being is the core formation ancestor of the Zishu sect, who has lived for over 400 years. This illustrates the arduousness of the path to immortality, a challenge akin to reaching the heavens. For mortals aspiring to become immortals, each step is fraught with peril. This widely circulated saying within the cultivation world underscores the difficulties faced along the path. Chen did not feel urgent. He had only been in the cultivation realm for less than 2 years and had already advanced to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. While his pace could not compare to that of cultivators with superior spiritual roots, he was certainly not lagging behind those with moderate roots. Pulling up his data panel, it remained as straightforward as ever. Host, Chen lifespan, 2196, cultivation, 4th level of Qi refinement techniques, Qi Inju. Hualing Shou, Kumu Ju, Qi Tian technique skills, 2nd tier alchemy magic artifact, golden brick Dao partner, Mo Yunyu offspring. Nun main quest, establish an immortal cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, give birth to the first child with spiritual roots, incomplete. The system panel now included sections for skills and magic artifacts. With little else having changed, Chen did not dwell on the system panel, instead focusing on his daily routine of refining pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion during the day and gathering spirit pills for cultivation at night. Currently, his sole aim was to quickly amass enough spirit stones to purchase a flying sword, as well as procure a Lingji and a vial of white-spotted deer demon blood to concoct a Ftao nourishing elixir for Mo Yunyu. A month swiftly passed. It was once again time to settle accounts for spirit stones, yet the exquisite fairy had yet to make an appearance. Chen received 600 spirit stones from the shopkeeper Fu. With his cultivation level rising, the variety and quality of the pills he could refine expanded, leading to an increase in his earnings. Presently, Chen primarily refined gathering spirit pills, recovery pills, and gathering spirit elixirs at the Divine Pill Pavilion, occasionally preparing harmonizing pills as well. His storage pouch now contained over 600 spirit stones. After deducting rent, he still had more than 500 remaining. Upon leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion, Chen pondered for a moment, donned a wide-brimmed hat, and slipped into a loose black robe before making his way straight to the Qianlian Pavilion to purchase a flying sword. Outsiders, he appeared as a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator. Should he fail to conceal his identity while acquiring the sword, it could arouse suspicion. Approaching the Chilean pavilion, he was immediately met with a wave of intense heat. The attendant who welcomed him was a novice at the initial stage of chi refinement, who did not pay much attention to Li Chen's attire, but greeted him with a broad smile and began to introduce the magical artifacts that had already been crafted within the pavilion. The Chilean pavilion boasted a dazzling array of magical artifacts, with the first floor primarily showcasing low and mid-tier artifacts. The second floor housed high and top-tier artifacts, AS for spiritual artifacts. The Chilean pavilion did not sell them, nor did it possess any second-tier artifact masters, AT. The Chilean pavilion. One could either purchase pre-crafted magical artifacts with spirit stones or commission an artifact master to create one, since the Qianju that Li Chen practiced was a common technique and did not encompass the crafting of magical artifacts. He had no need to commission a custom piece. He could simply buy a ready-made artifact from the pavilion. In fact, he did not even need to ascend to the second floor, as the prices of high-tier artifacts were beyond his means. Ultimately, Li Chen's attention fell upon a completely crimson flying sword and a dark rope. "Excellent taste, esteemed guest," the attendant exclaimed. "This crimson-edged sword is forged from the essence of crimson iron, renowned for its sharpness. Many disciples of the Zishu sect are equipped with this very sword." Noticing Li Chen's lingering gaze on the crimson-edged sword, the attendant eagerly began to promote it. Li Chen raised a hand to interrupt him. The crimson-edged sword was merely a low-tier first-grade artifact, a standard sword of the Zishu sect, widely known throughout the Yin country's cultivation realm. He found no need for the attendant to elaborate further. Instead, Li Chen was far more intrigued by the dark rope. Pointing towards it, he calmly inquired, "What is the significance of that rope?" "Oh, esteemed guest, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. This is a first-tier mid-grade artifact, the binding immortal rope, crafted from the tendons of the black cloud python, steeped in various demon bloods, further enhanced with numerous spiritual materials. It is exceptionally resilient. Once ensnared by this bundle of celestial ropes, even a late-stage chi refinement cultivator would find it impossible to break free within a mere moment. It is no exaggeration to confess to our esteemed guest that this celestial rope is the proud creation of Master Ma from the Chi Refining Pavilion, the sole one of its kind in the entire Yinshan market. What caliber of a product dares to claim the title of celestial rope?" Li Chen couldn't help but scoff inwardly. It was merely a mid-tier magical artifact. Yet it boldly flaunted the name of celestial rope as if it were challenging the likes of Tu Xing Sunday. Though he grumbled, Li Chen was indeed intrigued by the rope. "Might I take a look at this celestial rope?" The attendant hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After observing the celestial rope for a brief while, Li Chen inquired, "How much does this celestial rope cost?" "Esteemed guest, as a mid-tier magical artifact and a masterpiece of Master Ma. This celestial rope is priced at 698 spirit stones, 700 spirit stones." Li Chen thought incredulously. This celestial rope would serve well for ambushing a person. Initially, he had intended to purchase this celestial rope, bind his enemies with it, and then unleash a brutal attack with the golden light brick. However, upon hearing the exorbitant price, he promptly discarded the idea. In the end, he exited the Chi Refining Pavilion with a crimson-edged sword, which was far more reasonably priced at merely 208 spirit stones. The attendant watched Li Chen depart from the entrance of the Chi Refining Pavilion. His smile faded the moment Li Chen was out of sight. He spat disdainfully at Li Chen's receding figure, calling him a miserly fool. What business did a pauper have eyeing celestial ropes, wasting the young master's breath? After leaving the Chi Refining Pavilion, Li Chen made his way directly to the Baodan Tower, seeking to purchase a sword technique. The incantations accompanying the Qi Yin Ju were rather meager. He required a sword technique to complement his flying sword. This time, Li Chen did not encounter the steward of Baodan Tower. After spending 36 spirit stones, he acquired a sword technique called Shattering Light and Shadow and exited the Baodan Tower. In the realm of cultivation, the prices of low-tier techniques are often more affordable than pills. Magical artifacts, formation plates, or spirit talismans, as a single technique, can be replicated endlessly with minimal cost. However, high-tier techniques are unattainable even with spirit stones. The Shattering Light and Shadow sword technique was quite common, applicable only to the Chi refinement stage. After calculating his remaining spirit stones, Li Chen found he still had a considerable amount, prompting him to head to the Baodan Tower. Within Yinsha Market, aside from the Shindan Pavilion, there existed another Baodan Tower, which also sold medicinal pills and could be considered a rival to Shindan Pavilion. Baodan Tower is owned by the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Chen sought to procure ineligi. Yet the inconvenience lay in the fact that the Shindan Pavilion's herb garden lacked this particular herb. Ineligi is a specialty of the Yiwen Cliff, but the Zhao family of Yiwen Cliff only sells ineligi to Baodan Tower. Thus, Li Chun had no choice but to come to Baodan Tower for his purchase. Upon stepping into Baodan Tower, an attendant promptly approached him, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, what medicinal pills do you seek? Whether it be the Biga pill, hemostatic pill, qi nourishing pill, spirit recovery pill, spirit gathering pill, harmonizing pill, or Huangyao pill, we at Baodan Tower have them all, and our quality is certainly on par with that of Shindan Pavilion at L." I Chun shook his head. His voice hoarse as he replied, "I'm not here to buy medicinal pills. Rather, I seek to purchase a ineligi." The attendant paused, sizing Li Chun up for a moment, then said, "Esteemed guest, I cannot make that decision. I must report to the steward." I Chun nodded, indicating for the attendant to go and inform the steward of Baodan Tower. Ineligi is not particularly precious, as Baodan Tower uses it as the main ingredient in the creation of the Gaiong pill. The Gaiong pill is somewhat akin to the unique Zhongmiao pill crafted by Master Chen, serving a similar purpose, primarily aimed at elderly male cultivators in decline. However, the issue lies in the fact that ineligi only grows in extremely young regions. In the entirety of Heishui Prefecture, only the Zhao family of Yiwen Cliff possesses the Yin vein to cultivate ineligi, and the Zhao family maintains a close cooperative relationship with the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, unwilling to sell ineligi to Shindan Pavilion. Before long, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and an imposing demeanor, clad in a robe, approached. Accompanying him was a young man of striking appearance with an effeminate aura. Li Chun felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that the middle-aged man was brazenly probing him with his spiritual sense, and the young man was doing the same. Ha ha ha. I was wondering who it was at. T turns out to be Master Li from Shindan Pavilion. The middle-aged man chuckled, clearly unfazed by Li Chun's unremarkable black robe. With no choice, Li Chun removed his conical hat and cupped his hands toward the middle-aged man, saying, "Greetings, Steward Wang, and why alchemical skills are not worthy of the title of alchemist. Please do not mock me." This man was indeed the steward of Baodan Tower, the grandson of the Wang family, as elder from Ningbi Cliff. A significant figure within Yinshan Market as for the young man behind Steward Wang. He was likely a member of the younger generation of the Wang family, someone Li Chun did not recognize. Wang Quan scanned Li Chun's face, his smile unwavering as he spoke. "Young friend Li, you have only just embarked on the path of cultivation for less than 2 years, yet you have already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement and can independently refine bigu and qi nourishing pills. Such talents suggest that it is merely a matter of time before you become an alchemist." Chun chose not to respond. Redirecting the conversation, "Steward Wang, I wish to purchase a ineligi, and I hope you can assist me." Wang Quan shook his head, smiling as he said, "Why purchase it? If you desire a ineligi, I can take it upon myself to gift you one." At this point, Wang Quan paused briefly before continuing, "Not only can I gift you a ineligi, but I can also provide you with other spirit herbs, and even arrange for Master E to guide you in alchemy. Do note that our Master E at Baodan Tower is a 2nd-tier alchemist. Many alchemists seek his guidance but cannot gain access. However, all of this is contingent upon you leaving Shindan Pavilion and joining us at Baodan Tower as our alchemist." Wang Quan's expression remained calm as he watched Li Chun, his gaze imbued with a formidable pressure, emanating waves of spiritual might. Facing Wang Quan's oppressive gaze, Li Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Maintaining his composure, he cupped his hands and replied, "The Linglong Fairy has shown me great kindness. I have no desire to betray Shindan Pavilion. Thank you, Steward Wang, for your generous offer." With that, Li Chun turned and walked away. Baodan Tower had always viewed Shindan Pavilion as a competitor, and Wang Quan's desire for Li Chun to forsake Shindan Pavilion was something Li Chun could never agree to. Even if there came a day he had to leave Shindan Pavilion, he would not join any other forces to turn against the Linglong Fairy. The debt of gratitude he owed to the Linglong fairy remained etched in his heart. To think that a mere ineligi could sway him to betray the Linglong fairy. Wang Quan underestimated him, let alone a single ineligi. Even if the Wang family offered magical artifacts, he would not turn against the Linglong fairy. One must have principles. Inside Baodin Tower, Wang Quan was unperturbed. His gaze remained placid, and his tone indifferent as he remarked, "Just a chi refinement third-layer alchemical apprentice. Does he truly consider himself a person of significance simply because I referred to him as masterly? Feng Ming, send someone to keep an eye on him. As soon as he steps out of Yinshan Market, act immediately. What if he is a genius in alchemy? If he is not of use to my Wang family, then he must be eliminated." Beside Wang Quan, a young man named Wang Fengming hesitated and said, "Second uncle, I have heard that this fellow is highly regarded by the Linglong fairy. If we were to kill him, wouldn't that be slapping the Linglong fairy in the face? If she were to go mad, my Wang family might not be able to withstand her wrath." Wang Quan turned to the young man, his tone cold as he replied, "What is there to fear? The Linglong fairy is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. If my family's ancestor made of clay, do you truly believe the Linglong fairy would turn against my Wang family for such a minor character? Furthermore, that ancient being from the Zishu sect is nearing his end. Before his demise, that old wretch will surely seek vengeance against the Linglong fairy. 20 years ago, it was the Linglong fairy's brother who severely wounded that old monster. No one will believe he would let it slide. Moreover, to maintain the authority of the Immortal sect, the Zishu sect cannot afford to let the Linglong fairy thrive. Feng Ming, among the younger generation of my Wang family, you are the one my ancestor values the most. You must not be weak. Otherwise, how can you support the Wang family in the future?" Wang Fengming nodded, replying solemnly, "Second uncle, I will take your teachings to heart." Wang Quan, Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Li Chun stepped out of Baodin Tower, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. The cultivator families were more overbearing than he could have imagined, especially the Yulong Yang family and the Ningbi Cliff Wang family. Initially, Li Chun believed that his modest cultivation level was insufficient to draw the attention of these powerful families. Yet he soon realized that they had already taken note of him, that a sense of urgency and a profound feeling of crisis welled up within him. Until he possessed the means to protect himself, he could not afford to leave Yingshan Feng even a step. Unbeknownst to him, countless eyes were watching him from the shadows, within Yingshan Feng, due to the formidable reputation of the Linglong fairy. It was unlikely anyone would dare to act against him openly. However, once he stepped beyond its confines, the situation could change dramatically. Strength. Li Chun was fervently eager to enhance his cultivation and power. Having already grasped the basics of the Qitian technique, he could now freely elevate his prowess, like tea present. He found it difficult to encounter foundation-building cultivators, let alone golden core masters, as he lacked the requisite level. As for Qi refining stage practitioners, they would be unable to see through the disguise provided by the Qitian technique. Without obtaining ineligi, Li Chun had no choice but to abandon the concoction of the deer blood nourishing pill. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he first checked on Mo Yunya and then devoted himself to diligent practice, not daring to slacken for even a moment. Days passed in this manner, in the blink of an eye. 3 months had gone by. Mo Yunya's belly had grown increasingly round, and the life force of the fetus had become remarkably robust. Calculating the time, the child was soon to be born. During these 3 months, Li Chen's life remained as tranquil as ever. A simple routine of going to the Divine Pill Pavilion by day and cultivating in his cave by night. Unfortunately, his cultivation still lingered at the 4th level of Qi refining, showing no signs of breaking through to the 5th. His neighbor, Taoist Fu, would occasionally bring back spirit fish or demon beast meat from the Jinxiu Tower to share with Li Chun, and coupled with the numerous Qi nourishing pills he provided. Mo Yunya's cultivation had stubbornly advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refining, that a mother's higher cultivation naturally benefited her unborn child. As the child approached birth, Li Chun felt both anxious and expectant, to the extent that his desire to cultivate had diminished considerably. One day, as Li Chun returned to his cave from the Divine Pill Pavilion, he found Mo Yunya lying on the bed, blood flowing from between her legs, her complexion pale as she smiled at him and said, "Husband, the child is about to be born. Do you wish for a son or a daughter?" See you. Don't speak yet. I will cherish either a son or a daughter. Wait for me. I will quickly summon a midwife to assist you. That morning, there had been no signs of labor, yet by afternoon, the child was to be born. Catching Li Chen completely off guard, in a flurry, he tore a travel talisman to summon a midwife. Your wife is in labor? Fu Kong, returning from Jinxiu Tower with a spirit fish in tow, immediately understood Li Chen's flustered demeanor. Stay in the cave and keep watch. I will fetch a midwife for you. Acting swiftly, Fu Kong returned in less than 15 minutes with a woman. This was Sister Zhang. Experienced in assisting births, Chen turned to her and pressed 2 spirit stones into her hands. Sister Zhang, I implore you to ensure the safety of both mother and child. Sister Zhang accepted the stones with a warm smile. Rest assured, Master Li, your wife is also a cultivator, not an ordinary woman. Complications are unlikely to arise. You two can wait outside. The child will be born soon. Watching Sister Zhang enter the cave, Li Chen felt a wave of tension wash over him. His throat dry. Complications, safety for both mother and child. Various scenarios raced through his mind, leaving him in a state of turmoil. In both his previous and current life, he had never felt so disordered. Fu Kong remained by his side, patting his shoulder. Do not fret. Your wife is at the 3rd level of qi refining and is not so fragile. Chen swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. Yunya should be fine, and the child should be born smoothly. Yet, would it be a boy or a girl? Would the child possess spiritual roots? Even mundane parents could give birth to children with spiritual roots. Though the odds were slim, if both parents had spiritual roots, the likelihood increased significantly. With both he and Yunya possessing 9th grade spiritual roots, the child should also be in 9th grade spirit root. Right? Li Chen found himself spiraling into unfounded thoughts. Amidst this torment, time ticked by slowly, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Wow! After what felt like an eternity, the sound of a vibrant cry finally allowed Li Chen to release the breath he had been holding. Side quest completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check, host. The system's notification rang in his ears, and Li Chen let out a heavy sigh of relief. The child had been born safely and possessed spiritual roots. The cave door swung open, and the midwife stepped out, beaming as she addressed Li Chen. Mother and child are safe. Congratulations, Master Li. It's a son. Thank you, Sister Zhang, Li Chen said, clasping his fists in gratitude and offering 2 more spirit stones. Sister Zhang, her weathered face breaking into a radiant smile, had never encountered such a generous employer during her years of assisting births. Chen paid little mind to Sister Zhang, even neglecting to check the rewards from the system. As he hurried into the cave, Fu Kong pondered for a moment before following Li Chen inside. The cave was illuminated by luminous pearls, casting a soft glow upon Yunya. She appeared weak, half sitting against the headboard, her pallid cheeks devoid of color. Yet her smile radiated warmth and maternal glow as she cradled a wrinkled infant. Chen approached Yunya, gazing at the swaddled infant, unable to suppress a joyful grin. Husband, it's Yunya handed the swaddled infant to Li Chen, her slender face adorned with a gentle smile. Chen carefully accepted the swaddled child, a profound sense of connection swelling within him. This was his son, his blood coursing through the tiny being. The infant was wrinkled, silent, with a pair of clear, unblemished eyes fixed intently on Li Chen. A tender smile, unique to fathers, blossomed on his face as he gently flicked the little one's forehead. Son, I am your father. Quickly call me fathered. In her arms, the wrinkled infant stared at Li Chen, stretching out his chubby, delicate hands and breaking into an innocent grin. Yunya, half-seated, shot a playful glare at Li Chen. Husband, the child has just been born. How could he speak? It was only then that Li Chen realized his folly. The child was not a prodigy. Freshly born, it was like any other infant. It wouldn't speak, nor would it leap about, let alone soar through the skies. Even he, as the father, was not capable of such feats. Fu Kong, standing nearby, observed the family of 3. Watching Li Chen with a newborn in his arms, a soft smile broke through his usually stoic demeanor as he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Congratulations, Taoist Li. Taoist Li Chen, in high spirits, turned to Fu Kong. Taoist Fu, If you also cherish children, why not seek a partner? With your cultivation, finding a companion should be a simple matter. Fu Kong shook his head, his eyes darkening as if lost in thought, his demeanor shifting to one of melancholy. Observing the silent Fu Kong, Li Chen pondered deeply. This Taoist Fu seemed to have his own story. Xiao Yu, first take this blood-replenishing pill. Li Chen, cradling the child, retrieved a blood-replenishing pill from a jade vial and offered it to Mo Yunya. After taking the pill, her complexion improved slightly, and she was now able to get out of bed with some effort. Though Mo Yunya appeared delicate and often seemed indifferent to cultivation, she was indeed a third-level qi refining practitioner, her physique considerably stronger than that of ordinary women. Even after childbirth, though her vitality was greatly diminished, the effects of the pill began to restore her energy gradually. In the realm of cultivation, there was no concept of confinement after childbirth for female cultivators. Fu Kong returned from his cave with a flask of spirit wine and shared a drink with Li Chen and Mo Yunya. After downing a cup of crimson blood wine, Fu Kong turned to Li Chen and asked solemnly, "Taoistly, have you decided on a name for the child?" Mo Yunya looked at Li Chen with eager anticipation. Naming the child was indeed a task for the father, as Mo Yunya was not a domineering person. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen, with a serious expression, spoke, "As cultivators, our aspirations revolve around achieving immortality. I, too, am determined to attain immortality. Thus, let this child be named Changsheng. Changsheng, immortal, Li Changsheng, a name rich in auspicious meaning. Taoistly, let's share a drink together." Fu Kong did not mock Li Chen, raising his wine cup in a gesture of camaraderie. Mo Yinyu took the swaddled infant from Li Chen's embrace, her gaze soft as she looked upon her son, and gently spoke, "My dear son, from this day forth, you shall be known as Li Changsheng." As she gazed at her peacefully sleeping child, Mo Yinyu's expression turned pale, and with a timid glance at Li Chen, her voice barely a whisper, she asked, "My husband, what if Changsheng lacks a spiritual root and is unable to embark on the path of immortality?" Li Chen understood the source of her worry. Mo Yinyu possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root and had a brother with a 7th-grade spiritual root, Mo Yunsheng. From the moment of her birth, she had never received her father's. Mo Bai's affection, only the coldness of his gaze. Mo Yinyu feared that her son would lack a spiritual root and thus not be favored by Li Chen. Li Chen, fully aware of Mo Yinyu's concerns, drew her close, gently patting the back of her hand, and softly reassured her, "Do not fret. Regardless of whether Changsheng possesses a spiritual root, he is my son, and I shall not treat my own child harshly." Although the testing is yet to be conducted, Li Chen felt certain that his son had a spiritual root. The system's side quest was to bear a child with a spiritual root, and that task had been accomplished, with rewards already dispensed. There would be no issues that Changsheng undoubtedly possessed a spiritual root, likely a 9th-grade one. After drinking a jug of spiritual wine, Fu Kong rose to take his leave. Li Chen escorted Fu Kong out of the cave dwelling, feeling that this Taoist friend was indeed more reliable, a commendable companion. In Mo Yinyu's arms, their son had fallen into a deep, sweet slumber, as newborns often do, spending most of their time in sleep. Chen turned to Mo Yinyu and spoke softly, "Little Rain, you must be weary. Go and rest for now." Mo Yinyu nodded obediently, cradling her son as she returned to bed, her face aglow with happiness. Mo Yinyu harbored no ambitions nor grand aspirations of becoming an immortal. Her desires were simple. She merely wished for her husband and child to live safely and happily as a family. Casting a glance at Li Chen sitting cross-legged on the mat, Mo Yinyu's eyes brimmed with infinite tenderness, finding solace in her heart, with the successful birth of their son and the hope of a spiritual root. All of Li Chen's worries dissipated, and he finally found the time to examine the system. Host: Li Chen lifespan, 21, 96, spiritual root, 8th grade cultivation, 4th layer of qi refinement techniques, Qian Ju. Hualing Shou, Kumu Ju, Fengguang Luiying sword technique, Qitian technique magical treasures, Qifeng sword, Jingguang brick skills, 2nd tier alchemy partner. Mo Yinyu offspring. Li Changsheng main quest. Establish an immortal family. Incomplete, side quest. Seize a heritage. Occupy a spiritual vein. Incomplete. As Li Chun observed the system panel, his eyes widened in astonishment that a new column for spiritual root had appeared. Wasn't he a 9th grade spiritual root? The Zishu Immortal Sects testing pillar had determined him to be a 9th grade spiritual root. And Fairy Linglong had also stated he was of the same caliber. Why then did the system panel indicate an 8th grade spiritual root? Could it be that the Zishu Immortal Sects testing pillar was faulty? Or that Fairy Linglong had made an error? Li Chun shook his head, dismissing the possibility. The Zishu Immortal Sects testing pillar could not be broken, nor could Fairy Linglong be mistaken. Yes. Oh, why had his 9th grade spiritual root become an 8th grade one? After much contemplation, Li Chun finally discerned a reason. Upon opening the offspring section, Li Chun discovered that he could access Li Chongsheng's panel data, while Mo Yunyu could not. Offspring. Li Chongsheng lifespan. 0, 75, spiritual root, 8th grade talent. None. Li Chongsheng's data was exceedingly concise. Li Chun stroked his chin, beginning to understand why his 9th grade spiritual root had transformed into an 8th grade one. It appeared that the spiritual root quality of the offspring would be reflected upon him as the father. Li Chun's gaze shifted to Mo Yunyu and their child, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Was the system encouraging him to procreate more? If Li Chongsheng possessed a 7th grade spiritual root, would he also be downgraded to a 7th grade spiritual root? Upon further reflection, Li Chun felt invigorated. If he were to seek a partner with a heavenly grade spiritual root and bear a child of the same caliber, would he not ascend to a heavenly grade spiritual root as well? He had experienced the limitations of being a 9th grade spiritual root firsthand. If the child's spiritual root could indeed enhance his own, then having several children with high spiritual root qualities would pave a smooth path for Li Chen's journey to immortality. Henceforth, he resolved to seek multiple partners with superior spiritual roots to bear children. With both Mo Yunyu and Li Chun being 9th grade spiritual roots, the fact that Li Chongsheng possessed an 8th grade spiritual root was merely fortuitous. The next child might very well be a 9th grade spiritual root. Li Chun retracted his gaze, quietly resolving to take on more partners, with a preference for those possessing higher spiritual root qualities. Rather than siring a multitude of 9th grade spiritual root children with Mo Yunyu, it would be far more beneficial to have a single child with a heavenly grade spiritual root. The principle of superior breeding was indeed paramount. Yet, finding a partner with a heavenly grade spiritual root would prove challenging. From the vast realm of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, there was not a single Yuaniing true monarch to be found. Indicating the rarity of heavenly grade practitioners, he found himself pondering Fairy Linglong, wondering what type of spiritual root she possessed. It occurred to him that without a doubt, her spiritual root quality was likely exceptional. Otherwise, she would not have attained such high cultivation at such a young age. Remembering Fairy Linglong's ethereal countenance, Li Chun quickly regained his focus, dismissing any further thoughts. Fairy Linglong was not a person he could aspire to reach at this moment. Suppressing his distractions, Li Chun began to examine the second side quest issued by the system. The first side quest had been to bear a child with a spiritual root, and upon completion, the next side quest had emerged, to seize a heritage and occupy a spiritual vein. As he gazed upon the system's newly issued side quest, Li Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. In the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, the various spiritual vein territories had long been divided and claimed by various factions. With his current cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, did the system expect him to risk his life to capture a spiritual vein? Li Chun had also grasped a few insights regarding the system's side quests. Each side quest was intricately tied to the main quest. However, Li Chun presently lacked the capacity to fulfill the second side quest. He decided to first explore the rewards granted for completing the initial side quest. Li Chun held great expectations for the system's rewards, especially since the novice gift package bestowed upon him at the start of his journey had included a second-tier alchemical inheritance. Therefore, it was only reasonable to expect that the rewards for completing the task would be at least as valuable as the novice gift package. With eager anticipation, Li Chun began to examine the system's rewards. Upon embarking on the path of immortality and activating the system, he had been gifted a novice package, which contained a second-tier alchemical inheritance. That it was precisely due to this inheritance that Li Chun had been able to elevate his cultivation to the current 4th layer of Qi refinement through an abundance of elixirs. It was worth noting that most apprentices at the Divine Elixir Pavilion took over a decade to barely manage the crafting of entry-level elixirs, such as the Nourishing Essence Pill and the Hemostasis Pill. Without the second-tier alchemical inheritance imparted by the system, Chen would not consider himself a true alchemical genius. With the birth of Chen had successfully completed the first side quest. He was filled with anticipation for the rewards. Since these rewards were to be granted after the completion of a task, they should certainly surpass those of the novice gift package within the system. A new item column appeared. In the item column, Chen beheld a scarlet flying dagger. A flying dagger. Chen's mind was flooded with questions as he reached out with his consciousness to touch the crimson blade. After a moment, he regained his composure, his expression betraying a sense of peculiarity. He was not as elated as he had anticipated. This scarlet flying dagger, named Bloodthirsty Blade, was a growth-type, demonic treasure in the cultivation world. Chi refinement practitioners wielded magical tools. Foundation establishment practitioners utilized spiritual instruments. Golden Core true masters employed magical treasures, while Yuaniing true monarchs harnessed spiritual treasures. This bloodthirsty blade was neither a magical tool nor a spiritual instrument. It did not belong to either category of treasures, but rather was classified as an exotic treasure with growth potential, of course. If it were merely that, Chen would not have displayed such an unusual expression. The crucial aspect was that the bloodthirsty blade was a demonic treasure. This demonic treasure required its master to nurture it within their dantian, feeding it daily with their own blood. When the time came to confront an enemy, activating the bloodthirsty blade would siphon the owner's vitality, locking onto the target and rendering them unable to evade, ensuring a direct hit. With Chen's current cultivation, even Foundation establishment practitioners and perhaps Golden Core true masters would find it difficult to dodge. However, it was likely that the bloodthirsty blade would struggle to penetrate the defenses of formidable Foundation establishment and Golden Core true masters. As a growth-type exotic treasure, just how formidable could this flying dagger become? To assess Chen's own cultivation, one must also consider how much essence blood is extracted from him. The higher Chen's cultivation, the more essence blood the blood-devouring flying dagger can extract, thereby amplifying its formidable power. In simpler terms, this is a weapon that inflicts 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while inflicting 800 upon itself. When faced with an excessively powerful cultivator, it could potentially result in a self-inflicted loss of 1,000. With no harm to the opponent. Chen found himself a loss for words. In the mundane world, he had dominated the martial realm with his golden bell shield and his unfailing flying dagger technique, ascending to the pinnacle of the secular martial world. After arriving in the realm of cultivation, the system rewarded him with another demonic treasure, the blood-devouring flying dagger, which also inflicted harm upon its wielder. Upon extracting the blood-devouring flying dagger from the system, a crimson dagger lay in the palm of Chen's hand, measuring merely 3 inches in length and resembling a willow leaf. Before he could examine it further, this crimson dagger melded into Chen's flesh and burrowed into his dantian. Did this dagger possess sentience? Peering into his dantian with spiritual awareness, Chen concluded that the dagger indeed possessed a consciousness of its own. With another trump card in his possession, albeit one that could not be employed lightly, the golden light brick, gifted to him by the exquisite fairy, was a top-tier magical artifact. However, due to his currently low cultivation, activating it even once would nearly deplete his entire magical energy, rendering it impractical for frequent use. The blood-devouring flying dagger, bestowed by the system, was even more outrageous. It required no magical energy to activate, but it demanded essence blood. Essence blood is not mere ordinary blood. Even as a cultivator, Chen could scarcely extract a few drops. Nevertheless, possessing such an extraordinary artifact is certainly better than having none at all. In a life-or-death situation, it may reveal astonishing power that would delight Chen. He was eager to test the capabilities of the blood-devouring flying dagger. However, there were no suitable targets for him to practice on, as drawing the blade would inevitably result in bloodshed, which he could not evade. Chen had already tested the might of the golden light brick. A single strike could shake the earth and leave a deep crater in the ground, which even late-stage Chi refinement cultivators would find challenging to withstand. The power of the blood-devouring flying dagger should be comparable to that of the golden light brick. After all, it was a growth-type, demonic treasure, while the golden light brick was merely a magical artifact. With a golden light brick in his storage bag and a blood-devouring flying dagger in his dantian, Chen finally felt a glimmer of confidence in facing the cultivation world. If he were to recklessly activate the blood-devouring flying dagger, even peak chi refinement cultivators would likely meet instant demise, wouldn't they? As for Foundation establishment cultivators, Chen did not believe that the current blood-devouring flying dagger could breach their defenses. However, it was unlikely that he would encounter any Foundation establishment cultivators anytime soon. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. For the blood-devouring flying dagger instilled in him a newfound confidence and a great sense of security. Henceforth, he could focus on alchemy and cultivation in a methodical manner, while also nurturing his son. Additionally, he could consider seeking out several female cultivators with high spiritual root qualities to marry and bear more children with superior spiritual roots, thereby enhancing his own spiritual root quality. Once he breaks through to the Foundation establishment stage, without the interference of the old ancestor from the Zishu Immortal sect, he would essentially be able to navigate the cultivation realm of Yin country with ease. At that time, claiming a piece of spiritual vein territory to establish his own cultivation family would surely be a straightforward endeavor. Setting himself a modest goal, he aimed to break through to the Foundation establishment realm within 20 years. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Chen's heart brimmed with boundless ambition as he began to cultivate the red flame technique to absorb spiritual energy. Just then, he thought to compare the differences between an 8th grade spiritual root and a 9th grade spiritual root. A night quickly passed in his cultivation. Chen opened his eyes and cursed once more. Useless 9th grade spiritual root. He had experienced the cultivation speed associated with an 8th grade spiritual root. If the 9th grade spiritual root was akin to crawling, then the 8th grade spiritual root could be likened to walking upright. Why that logic? A 7th grade spiritual root would be akin to a brisk run, while a 6th grade spiritual root would be like sprinting. As for a heavenly grade spiritual root, wouldn't cultivation then be akin to flying? He must seek a partner, and one with high spiritual root quality at that. Chen resolved to begin searching for a new partner from this moment forth. As for whether Mo Yunyu would have any objections, he felt no concern. After all, this was the cultivation world. Powerful cultivators could easily create crystal palaces and house tens of thousands of wives and concubines without anyone batting an eye. Hadn't Master Chen taken 4 maidservants as concubines? Why couldn't he, Chen, have a few more partners? Mo Yunyu rose from the bed. Her complexion significantly improved, and her movements returned to normal. Chen approached the bedside, casting a glance at the swaddled Li Changsheng, his face lighting up with the unique tenderness of a father. Son, your father's going to work to earn some spirit stones. Behave at home. Listen to your mother, and don't cry or fuss. If your old man comes back and finds you misbehaving, I will surely give you a good spanking. Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, Li Changsheng in the swaddle opened his bright, clear eyes and grinned toothlessly at Li Chen, beaming with delight. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this son doesn't cry or fuss, but only knows how to grin. He can't possibly be a fool. Can he? Mo Yunyu, with a gentle gaze, straightened Li Chen's clothing and reproached him softly. Husband, Changsheng is still so young. Don't frighten him. Li Chen wrapped his arm around Mo Yunyu's delicate waist and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Xiao Yu, I'm off to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Take good care of Changsheng at home, and remember to not let your own cultivation fall behind. Mo Yunyu nodded, cradling Li Changsheng in her arms as she escorted Li Chen out of the cave dwelling. Watching him depart, gazing at Li Chen's gradually disappearing figure, Mo Yunyu lowered her gaze to her son before looking up at the sky, a gentle dimple appearing on her slender cheek as she murmured softly, Heavenly One, may you bless my husband with success in all endeavors and a smooth path in his cultivation. Also, watch over Changsheng so that he grows up safe, healthy, and happy. Today, Li Chen was in high spirits. The blood-devouring flying dagger had granted him immense confidence and assurance, lifting the invisible weight from his shoulders, making him feel considerably lighter. Rather than heading to the Divine Pill Pavilion, he decided to stroll through the scattered cultivators market on West Street to purchase a couple of small toys for his son. The West Street area was populated with a diverse array of scattered cultivators. Chen spent a grain of spirit sand to buy a rattle drum as he walked down the street. He unexpectedly encountered two familiar faces, Shu Chan and Han M.A.O. It was quite surprising to see these two together, something Li Chun had not anticipated. Brotherly, upon seeing Li Chun, Han Mao rose, his face marred with scar-like marks appearing like centipedes writhing. As he greeted Li Chun, Chun glanced down at Han Mao's stall, which displayed a collection of assorted materials from demon beasts, beast meat, bones, hides, milk, and blood, all derived from a low-level demon beast known as the sword tusk boar. Looking over at Shu Chan, she was dressed in simple attire, her stall adorned with neatly cut stacks of low-grade and mid-grade spirit paper. Shu Chan kept her head down, avoiding eye contact with Li Chun. Li Chun was slightly taken aback. Had this woman truly turned over a new leaf and intended to live a good life with Han Mao? Scanning over Han Mao and Shu Chan, Li Chun noted that Han Mao's magical energy fluctuations were slightly weaker than his own, placing him at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while Shu Chan had reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Contemplating, Li Chun approached Han Mao and inquired, "How much for this can of beast milk?" Han Mao's scarred face twisted into a smile as he cheerfully replied, "Brotherly, if you want it, just take it. No need for spirit stones." Li Chun gave Han Mao a meaningful glance and calmly asked, "How many spirit stones?" Han Mao did not press the issue and smiled back at Li Chun. 12 spirit stones. Li Chun retrieved 15 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Han Mao, taking the can of beast milk from his stall. Han Mao watched as Li Chun walked away, sighing softly. Brotherly is doing better now. It's just a shame that my relationship with him can never return to what it once was. Shu Chan lifted her head, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Li Chun's retreating figure. Turning to Han Mao, her expression turned icy. That Li Chun is merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Why do you grovel before him when your cultivation is higher? Is this all you amount to? I truly regret tying my fate to someone so lackluster. Han Mao scratched his head, a servile smile on his face. Sister Chan, please don't be angry. I want to do this again. Shu Chan's cold gaze fixed on Han Mao. You promised to buy me a bottle of replenishing pill to mend my damaged Yuan Yin. When will you deliver on that? Han Mao's smile faltered as he replied, Sister Chan, please don't rush me. Tomorrow, I'll team up with Brother Wang and the others to hunt demon beasts in the Yinshan Mountains that I'll soon earn enough spirit stones to get you that replenishing pill. Chen strolled along the street, soon casting aside thoughts of Shu Chan and Han Mao. Upon reaching the end of West Street, he halted before a stall that, It's you, he remarked. The stall owner, draped in a voluminous black robe and adorned with a mischievous monkey mask, spoke in a melodious voice that resonated like the gentle chime of jade beads. Leaving a captivating echo, Chen grinned and inquired, Fairy Huang, how fares business today? Without removing her mask, Huang Qingya replied flatly, No sales made. Glancing at the talismans on her stall, both low and mid-level, Li Chen pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Fairy Huang, do you possess any high-level talismans? His inquiry was not made on a whim. He intended to procure some high-level talismans, for they were renowned for their convenience. Even a cultivator in the early stages of Qi refinement could utilize first-tier high-level talismans, even the top-tier ones, without consuming their own magical energy. The saying, when cultivation falls short, rely on talismans, was not merely a jest in the realm of cultivation. Talisman practitioners, formation masters, and Gu masters often had the prowess to defeat enemies across minor boundaries, a truth evidenced by numerous examples. Though Huang Qingya's mask concealed her features and expressions, Li Chun could discern the beauty and liveliness in her eyes. She blinked and scrutinized him with a playful tone. Indeed, you are timid and fear for your life. At merely the 3rd level of Qi refinement, you already seek high-level talismans for self-preservation. Wouldn't it be wiser to save those spirit stones to purchase elixirs for cultivation? Li Chun maintained a smile, replying, Fairy Huang, let us speak plainly. Do you have any high-level talismans? Previously, he had been timid and cautious in her presence, trembling at her words. Yet now, facing this prodigious talisman practitioner, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. A transformation brought about by the addition of a bloodthirsty flying knife in his dantian the stall, Huang Qingya tilted her head, stating a high-level talisman from the Talent Pavilion costs 200 spirit stones. Do you have any spirit stones? Li Chen smiled, acknowledging, I regret to say my spirit stones are insufficient, but I can offer elixirs in exchange. What elixirs do you possess? Huang Qingya's interest piqued, her tone becoming more animated. Li Chen chuckled lightly. I have gathering spirit pills, harmonizing chi pills, and increasing essence pills. Huang Qingya's eyes sparkled as she asked, do you have Huang Yidan? Li Chen did not respond directly, implying that if Fairy Huang had high-level talismans, he would certainly have Huang Yidan rising to her full height, matching Li Chen's stature. Huang Qingya scanned the surroundings to ensure they were alone before asking, as a mere third-level chi refinement cultivator, I heard you could only refine the 3 elixirs, the pill of absence of hunger, the pill of chi nourishment, and the pill of spirit recovery. How come you possess intermediate and advanced elixirs? With an unwavering smile, Li Chen calmly replied, it appears you have forgotten, Fairy Huang, that my master is Master Chen. Huang Qingya praised him for a moment, her voice ringing clear. You startled me. I thought a third-level chi refinement cultivator could refine Huang Yidan. So, you are merely handling elixirs for Master Chen. Now that makes sense. Give me a vial of Huang Yidan, and I will exchange it for 2 dozen high-level talismans of your choosing. Li Chen, with a knowing glance at the figure cloaked in black, replied, I would like high-level wind thunder talismans and high-level ice talismans. Do you have those, Fairy Huang? Huang Qingya promptly retrieved 2 dozen talismans from her storage bag, her lively eyes twinkling. What about the Huang Yidan? Li Chen produced a jade vial and handed it to her. Huang Qingya opened the vial, inspected it for a moment, and even took a sniff. Indeed, it is Huang Yidan. Here are the wind thunder talismans and ice talismans. Check them over. Should you acquire more Huang Yidan in the future, remember to seek me out. I will exchange talismans with you or purchase them with spirit stones. However, since we are familiar acquaintances, the last time I gifted you a dozen dust-dispelling talismans, you should offer me a better price than the Spirit Elixir Pavilion or the Baodan Tower. With a playful gesture, Huang Qingya stuck out her tongue at Li Chen. Chen accepted the 2 dozen high-level talismans with a cheerful all right, before turning to leave. This Fairy Huang certainly hid her talents well. Initially, he approached her with a sense of curiosity, not expecting her to indeed possess the ability to craft high-level talismans. Whispers in the market claimed this Fairy Huang was a prodigious talisman practitioner, under 20 years of age, already at the 6th level of chi refinement, capable of crafting intermediate talismans. Now, it was evident she was a late-stage chi refinement cultivator, able to create high-level talismans. Huang Yidan was an advanced elixir used by cultivators in the late stages of chi refinement. Typically, those in the middle stage would not be extravagant enough to consume Huang Yidan for cultivation. Under 20 at the late stage of chi refinement. The potential of this Fairy Huang's spiritual root was extraordinary, with prospects of establishing her foundation before the age of 30. One could only wonder what visage lay hidden beneath that mask. Li Chen stroked his chin, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Perhaps he could forge a deeper connection with this Fairy Huang. Little did he know that she, too, was observing his retreating figure, her expression curious as she murmured softly. Even if you are a disciple of Master Chen, you should not entrust a high-level elixir like Huang Yidan to you. Could it be that you, like me, have concealed your cultivation and alchemical talents? Yet, didn't the folks from Inues Square say you only entered the immortal realm 2 years ago? Huang Qingya's gaze became increasingly peculiar, her heart filled with growing doubts. After departing from the open market for scattered cultivators, Li Chen made his way to the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, resuming his routine of refining elixirs, resulting in a batch of gathering spirit pills and another of harmonizing chi pills. Although his spiritual root had ascended to the 8th rank, his cultivation speed remained sluggish, unable to break through to the 5th level of chi refinement. An 8th rank spiritual root is still considered inferior, with a cultivation speed roughly double that of a 9th rank spiritual root. Relying solely on meditation for cultivation would cap him at the 6th level of chi refinement, making a breakthrough to the 7th level exceedingly difficult. He would need to rely on elixirs. Currently, Li Chen had consumed an excessive amount of gathering spirit pills, rendering his body resistant to their effects. Further usage would yield minimal results. Henceforth, he needed to refine more harmonizing chi pills for his practice. Both the gathering spirit pill and harmonizing chi pill are classified as intermediate elixirs. However, the latter is notably more effective and priced higher than the former. Chen prepared to return to his cave dwelling. He encountered manager Fu to Li Chen. "I hear your child has been born?" Manager Fu called out. Halting, Li Chen smiled broadly and nodded. "Uncle Fu, even you have heard the news?" However, Manager Fu shook his head. His demeanor serious as he advised. "Li Chen, with your 9th rank spiritual root, the path of immortality is already fraught with challenges. Now, with a family to support, hasn't your journey become even more arduous? If you still aspire to the path of immortality, focus on honing your alchemical skills and enhancing your cultivation. Do not allow your wife and child to hinder your progress. Otherwise, a century from now, it will be nothing but a grave in the wilderness." Li Chen's expression turned solemn as he respectfully bowed to Manager Fu. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Fu. I appreciate your guidance." Manager Fu nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he waved Li Chen off. "As long as you understand, do not mind this old man's ramblings. Off you go now." With that, Li Chen turned to leave. He recognized Manager Fu's sincere intentions, yet he did not heed his advice. Rather, he believed that having more children would be beneficial. The more children he had, the higher their spiritual roots, ensuring a smoother path for his own cultivation. Upon returning to his cave, he found Imo Yunya pushing a baby stroller woven from purple bamboo toward him. Her gaze tender as she looked at him. "Husband, Changsheng has been very well behaved today. He hasn't cried at all." Li Chen glanced at the stroller. "Did you purchase this?" Imo Yunya shook her head. "No, it was a gift from Taoist Fu next door. I initially hesitated to accept it, but he insisted." Li Chen nodded, feeling a bit strange. Taoist Fu seemed overly concerned about Changsheng, perhaps more than he, the father, was. Nevertheless, there was no denying that Taoist Fu was a trustworthy individual. The bond between Li Chen and Fu Kong had deepened over time. When taking into account their friendship, Fu Kong was indeed his first friend in the realm of cultivation. "Changsheng, look at the gift I brought you. Do you like it?" Li Chen retrieved a rattle drum from his storage bag and presented it to Li Changsheng. That Li Changsheng, with his chubby hands outstretched, naively accepted the rattle drum from Li Chen, causing it to sway and emit a rhythmic thudding sound. His eyes squinted into slits, and a toothless grin spread across his face as he laughed foolishly. Li Chen felt a twinge of concern. Could it be that his son was truly simple-minded? After playfully teasing Li Changsheng for a while, and once the child drifted into a deep slumber, Li Chen took a can of beast milk from the storage bag and handed it to Imo Yunyu. Raising a child requires diligence from an early age. One must not allow the child to falter at the starting line. Despite Li Changsheng possessing an 8th grade spiritual root, Li Chen had resolved that he would ensure his son would grow into a second-generation immortal. The heartfelt concerns of parents are indeed profound. It was only after becoming a father that Li Chen gained a deeper understanding of this sentiment. After sharing an evening meal with Imo Yunyu, Li Chen commenced his nightly cultivation routine. Life had improved considerably. Meals were consistently accompanied by spiritual rice, and every few days there was meat from demonic beasts. However, the D-grade cave dwelling felt somewhat lacking. Li Chen yearned to upgrade to a C-grade cave dwelling, which was closer to the spiritual vein center and offered a superior environment. With his current income, he could barely afford it. Yet, he hesitated. To outsiders, he was merely a third-layer chi refinement alchemist, capable of concocting only basic pills like the spirit-quelling pill and the chi-nourishing pill. Would it be too ostentatious to move to a C-grade residence? Ultimately, Li Chen resolved to endure for another 2 years in the D-grade cave dwelling, waiting until he broke through to the 5th layer of chi refinement, and until Li Changsheng had grown a bit more, before revealing his ability to craft spirit-gathering pills and then smoothly transitioning to the C-grade cave dwelling. Seated cross-legged upon a meditation mat, Li Chen took a moment to adjust his mindset before consuming a harmony pill. As the pill dissolved within him, it transformed into spiritual energy, enhancing his magical power. After reaching the 4th layer of chi refinement, his cultivation speed had notably slowed, even with the aid of medicinal pills. Progress felt sluggish. It was nothing like the rapid gains of the 1st and 2nd layers, where swallowing pills could swiftly elevate one's magical prowess. The further one advanced in cultivation, the slower the progress became. Even with the consumption of spiritual pills aimed at enhancing spiritual roots, the path of immortality is fraught with challenges, a truth not to be taken lightly. Thus, tranquil days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had elapsed. During this time, Li Changsheng had progressed from crawling to walking sprouted teeth and was now able to call out father to Li Chun. Through relentless effort in cultivation and the accumulation of numerous medicinal pills, Li Chun finally broke through, barely elevating his cultivation to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Throughout this period, he had numerous interactions with Huang Qingya, witnessing her true visage that a superficial acquaintance had formed between them. Yet it was far from the point where he could consider marrying her and starting a family. In Huang Qingya's eyes, he was merely a 3rd-layer qi refinement alchemist, barely capable of crafting spirit-gathering pills. Notably, Li Chen's friendship with the neighboring Taoist Fu grew increasingly profound. Fu Kong frequently returned from the delicacy pavilion bearing demonic beast meat and a flask of spiritual wine, seeking Li Chun for a drink. Fu Kong held a genuine fondness for his nephew Li Changsheng, often bringing spiritual items to lay a solid foundation for him. Through his interactions with Fu Kong, Li Chun gleaned some insights into the latter's background. At 29, Fu Kong had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, earning his living as a spiritual butcher at the delicacy pavilion while also slaying demonic beasts to gather blood essence and resentment for cultivating demonic powers and refining demonic artifacts. He had originally been a direct descendant of a qi refinement family in Qingzhou. However, his family had been annihilated and their spiritual land had been seized. Currently, the Yin family occupied Fu Kang's ancestral land, and the patriarch of the Yin family was an 8th-layer qi refinement cultivator. Whenever the Qing family was mentioned after drinking, Fu Kang's eyes would redden, and he would silently shed tears, calculating the time. Li Changsheng was now 2.5 years old, and Li Chun had been in the immortal realm for nearly 5 years, 0.5 years in the realm of cultivation, with a 5th-layer qi refinement status. Was not too shabby. 1 day. After finishing his duties at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chun contemplated moving to the C-grade cave dwelling. Upon returning to his own dwelling, Li Changsheng came running towards him with his short legs, calling out from a distance, "Father, father, did you buy me a toy today?" Li Chun chuckled and lifted his son into his arms. "Changsheng, your father was a bit busy today and forgot to buy you a toy. How about I get you one tomorrow?" Li Changsheng nodded, his youthful face tinged with disappointment as his mood soured. Yunyu emerged from the cave, casting a stern glance at Li Changsheng. "Changsheng, how many times has your mother told you? Your father works hard to earn spiritual stones and support the family. Why can't you be more understanding and stop pestering him for toys?" Li Changsheng nestled into Li Chen's embrace, shrinking his head slightly in fear of Mo Yunyu. Li Chen had not anticipated that Mo Yunyu would transform in such a manner after becoming a mother. She was infinitely gentle with him, but quite strict with their son, leading Li Changsheng to harbor a bit of fear towards her. "Enough, Xiaoyu. Changsheng is still young. Why be so harsh with him?" Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chun with a helpless expression. "Husband, just indulge him a little. Sooner or later, Changsheng will spoil you in Taoist Fu." As she spoke, an expression of sudden stiffness crossed Mo Yunyu's face. Li Chun sensed someone approaching from behind and turned to see a young man, dressed in the standard robe of an inner disciple of the Zishu sect. Walking toward them with an imposing demeanor, he bore resemblance to Mo Yunyu in both features and eyes. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, the young man cast a calm glance at Li Chun, then turned his gaze to Li Changsheng and Li Chen's arms, softening his expression slightly. Ultimately, his attention settled on Mo Yunyu, and in a hoarse voice he spoke, "Elder sister, I have returned to see you." Mo Yunsheng was strikingly handsome, tall, and donned the disciple's robe of the Zishu sect, with a storage bag hanging at his waist, exuding an air of subtle arrogance. He regarded Li Chun with a neutral, even somewhat cold expression, but his demeanor warmed upon seeing Li Changsheng. Finally, Mo Yunsheng redirected his gaze to Mo Yunyu, his voice still tinged with hoarseness. "Elder sister, I have returned to see." Yunyu remained silent for a moment before stepping aside. "Please come in and sit." Her attitude towards this younger brother was somewhat complex. Li Chun said nothing further. Carrying Li Changsheng into the cave, Li Changsheng nestled in his father's arms, curiously gazed at Mo Yunsheng and innocently asked Li Chun, "Father, is this uncle your friend? Why haven't I seen him before?" Before Li Chun could respond, Mo Yunsheng turned around, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Li Changsheng. "You must be Changsheng, right? I am your uncle." Li Changsheng ignored Mo Yunsheng and instead looked up at Li Chun. "Father, what is an uncle?" Inside the cave, Mo Yunsheng helped himself to a chair, surveying the surroundings for a moment before scrutinizing Li Chun. He spoke in a serious tone. "Although your cultivation is low, you have not mistreated my sister." As he spoke, Mo Yunsheng turned to, "I have returned this time primarily to avenge our father. I have slain the 3 fiends of dark clouds. Avenging our father, I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Sister, since you're doing well, I can rest easy. After returning, I will enter seclusion to cultivate, striving to secure a top 3 position in the inter-sect competition 10 years from now and obtain a foundation establishment pill so that I may explore the higher realms of the immortal path on behalf of our father. I have constructed a tomb for him at our ancestral home, near the grave of our mother on Goat Horn Mountain. For the next 10 years, I will have no time to pay respects to our parents. So I ask you to visit their graves and tidy them up regularly." Oyunyu regarded her brother with a complex expression before finally nodding gently in agreement. "All right." A smile flickered across Mo Yunsheng's face as he turned to Li Changsheng. "Little one, call me Uncle L." I Changsheng instinctively looked up at Li Chun. Li Chun nodded at him, like a tea present. This younger uncle seemed to be a decent sort. He understood the importance of avenging his father, which made Li Chun feel that Mo Bai's sacrifices had not been in vain. With Li Chun's approval, Li Changsheng brightly called out, "Uncle." Mo Yunsheng approached Li Chun, reaching out to gently caress Li Changsheng's chubby cheeks. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a palm-sized shield from his storage bag. "This is the mixed iron shield, a magical artifact I used in my early years. Consider it a gift from your uncle to you. Changsheng, use it for now, and you may pass it on to Changsheng later." As he spoke, Mo Yunsheng placed the mixed iron shield into Li Chen's hands. He cast another soft glance at Li Changsheng, his eyes gentle, stating that when Changsheng turned 5, he would immediately assess his spiritual roots. If Changsheng possessed spiritual roots, he would send him to the Zishu Immortal sect, with me as his uncle overseeing him at Zishu. It would certainly be far better than languishing away with you. Li Chun curled his lips, but offered no reply. Although Mo Yunsheng meant well, his words struck a discordant note. Li Chun's son was his to nurture. He had no need to be sent to Zishu to serve as a menial disciple. Casting a glance at Mo Yunsheng remained silent for a moment before addressing his sister. "Sister, I know father has not treated you well, but he is still your father. You cannot harbor hatred for him. I must take my leave now, sister. Please take care." Oyunyu pressed her lips together, remaining silent throughout, her eyes glistening as she watched Mo Yunsheng depart the cave dwelling. Li Chun said little to Mo Yunsheng. This brother-in-law was not a bad person, merely a bit too proud. Yet, one could understand this pride. Mo Yunsheng, possessing a 7th grade spiritual root, had a qualification that could hardly be deemed exceptional. After joining Zishu, he had risen from a menial disciple to an inter-sect disciple. So it was no wonder he bore a certain arrogance. Though Mo Yunsheng was younger than Li Chun by 2 years, his ability to stand out among countless menial disciples at Zishu indicated that he had at least reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. While part of his late-stage Qi refinement was achieved through the sacrifice of Mo Bai's life essence, it could not be denied that he had put in considerable effort. Gazing at the low-grade magical artifact, the mixed iron shield in his hands, Li Chun's impression of this brother-in-law was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. Yu stood frozen in place, her dejection evident. 2 years prior, Li Chun had informed her of Mo Bai's demise, and at that time, she had shown little reaction. Li Chun had thought her indifferent to Mo Bai's fate. Now it was clear she cared. Li Changsheng struggled to leap down from Li Chen's embrace, his small legs carrying him Mo Yunyu's side as he tugged at her pant leg. "Mother, don't cry. Changsheng won't team make you angry anymore." Thanks to Li Chun and Fu Kong laying a solid foundation for Li Changsheng. Despite being under 3 years old, he was already capable of running and jumping. His physique far sturdier than most children his age. Yu bent down to cradle her son, her eyes shimmering with tears as she looked at Li Chun. Husband, I wish to return to our mundane home at Yangzhou Mountain to pay respects to my parents. Li Chun paused for a moment in contemplation before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you back to the mundane world tomorrow. Having been bonded with Mo Yunyu as a Dao partner for nearly 4 years, she had never made any demands of Li Chun, seemingly dedicating her life entirely to her husband and child. Now that she had made a request for the first time, Li Chun could not bear to refuse. With his own cultivation having reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, along with top-tier magical artifacts like the Golden Light Brick and numerous high-level spiritual talismans obtained from Huang Qingya, as well as the demonic treasure, blood-devouring flying knife, returning to the mundane world should not pose significant danger. Even if danger were to arise, he felt confident in his ability to handle it. Surely he could not be so unfortunate as to encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator intent on killing him, right? In the cultivation world of Yin country, every Foundation establishment cultivator was a renowned individual, typically a powerful figure in their own right, unlikely to expend effort on a mere 3rd-level Qi refinement practitioner like him. At present, Li Chun's publicly displayed cultivation was still at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Only Fu Zhonggui and Mo Yunyu knew of his true 4th-level cultivation. In reality, he had already reached the 5th level. Since he would be accompanying Mo Yunyu back to her mundane home tomorrow, he needed to request leave from Fu Zhonggui in advance. After all, this trip to the mundane world could last anywhere from 10 days to half a month, or even a couple of months. Additionally, he needed to inform Master Chundan to avoid causing any worry. That evening, Li Chun headed directly to the Divine Dan Pavilion to seek leave from Fu Zhonggui, while Mo Yunyu remained in the cave to gather her things. On the top floor of the Divine Dan Pavilion, Li Chun encountered Zhou Jian. His presence was somewhat unexpected. Before Li Chun's arrival, Zhou Jian had been a talented alchemical apprentice at the Divine Dan Pavilion, capable of refining qi, gathering pills, and enhancing essence pills, even yellow bud pills. By all rights, he should have been promoted to a Dan Master by now. However, Fu Zhonggui and Linglong Fairy had yet to elevate him to the status of a Dan Master at the Divine Dan Pavilion. In recent years, although Zhou Jian was nominally part of the Divine Dan Pavilion, he had not visited for quite some time, so it was surprising to run into him today. It appeared that Zhou Jian and Fu Zhonggui had quarreled, as the atmosphere was tense and frosty. Young Chun, what brings you to seek out this old man? Fu Zhonggui glanced at Li Chun, his face devoid of the usual amiable smile, his eyes icy. Li Chun understood that the chill in Fu Zhonggui's gaze was not directed at him, but rather at Zhou Jian. Meeting Fu Zhonggui's gaze, Li Chun respectfully clasped his hands. Uncle Fu, I wish to request a leave of absence for a period of time. I hope for your approval. Granted. You may leave now. Fu Zhonggui waved his hand, signaling Li Chun to depart. Li Chun took one last look at Fu Zhonggui and then Zhou Jian, saying nothing further as he turned to leave. Once Li Chun had exited, Fu Zhonggui turned his gaze back to Zhou Jian, his voice cold as he spoke. Zhou Jian, if it weren't for the Divine Dan Pavilion as cultivation, would you possess your current alchemical skills? If you wish to leave for the Baodin Tower, you must pay 5,000 spirit stones as tuition for the years the Divine Dan Pavilion has invested in you. Only then will I return the spirit contract you signed originally. Otherwise, you shall not leave the Divine Dan Pavilion for Baodin Tower. Be aware that violating the spirit contract incurs backlash. I wonder if you can bear the cost of such retribution. Zhou Jian's face turned pale, his gaze malevolent. Old Fu, how many pills have I refined for the Divine Dan Pavilion over the years? Now you demand 5,000 spirit stones from me. Don't you think that's excessive? Fu Zhonggui scoffed repeatedly. The Divine Dan Pavilion is not a charitable institution, and I am not a benevolent person. In short, if you wish to retrieve the spirit contract, bring me 5,000 spirit stones. Very well, very well. Zhou Jian spat venomously. What a hypocrite you are, old Fu. What a Divine Dan Pavilion. What a Linglong Fairy. He rose, grinding his teeth as he swept out of the room. Fu Zhonggui watched Zhou Jian's departing figure with a disdainful expression, a mocking smile on his lips. A mere clown thinks he can stir up trouble. Zhou Jian left the Divine Dan Pavilion with a darkened face, no longer bothering to conceal his emotions as he headed straight for Baodan Tower. Inside Baodan Tower, a handsome young man with an effeminate demeanor invited Zhou Jian to sit, inquiring with concern, "Master Zhou, what did old Fu say? Will he let you go?" Zhou Jian raised his head and downed a cup of spirit tea. Speaking with indignation, old Fu is exceedingly overbearing. He demands 5,000 spirit stones before he will return the spirit contract to me. Before gaining the qualification to refine pills, every apprentice at the Divine Dan Pavilion was required to sign a spirit contract with Fu Zhonggui, sealing it with their blood. Should they violate the terms of the contract, they would suffer its repercussions in the entire Divine Dan Pavilion. Only Li Chun was an exception, having never signed a spirit contract with Fu Zhonggui. Wang Fengming's eyes flickered. "Li Chun?" Zhou Jian sneered disdainfully as he explained, "A mere apprentice of the Divine Dan Pavilion, at the third level of qi refinement, hardly worth mentioning. Yet this individual possesses some talent in alchemy. Having entered the cultivation world for only 5 years, he can already refine qi-gathering pills." Wang Fengming narrowed his elongated eyes, his skin fairer and softer than a woman's. "Indeed, a genius, but unfortunately not of use to our Baodan Tower." Noticing Wang Fengming, the scion of the Wang family from Ningbi Cliff, show interest in Li Chun, Zhou Jian added, "By the way, I also encountered Li Chun today, that he went to request leave from old Fu." And without hesitation, old Fu granted it. Mind you, the other apprentices at the Divine Dan Pavilion do not receive such treatment. Old Fu even privately allowed him to use a separate alchemical room. I have brought this up with old Fu multiple times over the years, but he has never conceded. How can old Fu's favoritism be credible? Oh, Wang Fengming's gaze sharpened, his eyes gleaming with interest. The Divine Dan Pavilion and old Fu are blind to the talents of even a Dan master like you. It seems the Divine Dan Pavilion will not last long. Zhou Jian nodded vigorously. Indeed, young Master Wang, I cannot produce 5,000 spirit stones. Without retrieving the spirit contract from old Fu, I cannot come to Baodan Tower to oversee the refining. Why don't you cover the 5,000 spirit stones for me?" Wang Fengming squinted his narrow eyes, fixating intently on Zhou Jian, causing Zhou Jian to feel a prickling discomfort at the nape of his neck, just as Zhou Jian could no longer contain himself and was about to speak. Wang Fengming interjected, "No need for formality. Baodan Tower, shall cover the deficit of 2,000 spirit stones from Master Zhou as for the remaining amount. It will be up to Master Zhou to devise a solution." Zhou Jian revealed a satisfied smile, expressing his gratitude. "I am most grateful to young Master Wang." Wang Fengming shook his head, stating, "From this day forth, Master Zhou shall be regarded as one of our own at Baodan Tower." "There is no need for thanks," he then added. "Master Zhou, I still have matters to attend to. What do you think?" Zhou Jian understood and immediately stood up, saying, "Young master, I shall take my leave now." Once Zhou Jian departed, Wang Fengming softly spoke, "Taoist Zhao, I have a favor to ask of you." Requiring your personal attention, a tall young man in a loose black robe entered, his complexion ashen, with a storage bag hanging from his left hip and a corpse-rearing bag from his right. In a chilling tone, he inquired, "What assistance does Taoist Wang require from me?" Wang Fengming replied with a light laugh. "There's an apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion named Li Chun, who is at the third level of qi refinement and resides in cave 299 of the Ding level. I need you, Taoist Zhao, to keep an eye on this individual. Should he leave Ingshan Square?" Zhao Ran's face grew darker, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Wang Fengming. "He is merely a third-level qi refinement cultivator. Could you not send one of your maidservants to deal with him? Why must I take action?" Wang Fengming shook his head, stating, "My maidservants may possess cultivation, but they lack the experience of combat and are ineffective. I fear they may let that young man escape. It is best that you, Taoist Zhao, handle this personally to ensure absolute certainty." Zhao Ran contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You, Wang Qi, have a way with words. I shall undertake this task for you." Li Chun had requested a long leave from Manager Fu, and after meditating and cultivating through the night, dawn had arrived in the early morning. Li Chun held his son, Li Changsheng, in his arms with Mo Yinyu trailing behind. The family of 3 left their secluded cave, heading towards the outskirts of Ingshan Square. Initially, Li Chun had not intended to leave Yingshan Square. However, upon Mo Yunyu's request, he could not refuse and acquiesced. He felt uneasy about sending Mo Yunyu alone into the mundane world, as she was indeed a genuine third-level Qi refinement cultivator with a somewhat timid disposition. Ill-equipped for combat, should she encounter danger, the odds of survival would be slim. Thus, he decided to accompany her to the mundane world, bringing along their son, Li Changsheng. Leaving Li Changsheng in Yingshan Square was also a cause for concern. After all, Fu Kong was working at the Delicacies Pavilion, and it would be imprudent to let him take Li Changsheng to the slaughterhouse. Li Chan walked with his wife and child towards the outskirts of Yingshan Square. He remained oblivious to two pairs of eyes lurking in the distance. Watching him intently, in the slum area, Shu Chan hurried home and, without a word, dragged Han Mao out. Han Mao, wearing a placating smile, asked Sister Chan, "Where are you taking me in such haste?" Shu Chan halted, her eyes flashing with resentment as she articulated each word. "Li Chun has left Yingshan Square." Han Mao's face contorted with a grimace akin to the claws of a centipede. After a moment of silence, he hoarsely replied, "Sister Chan, are you planning to ambush him?" Shu Chan's expression turned frigid as she coldly affirmed, "Indeed, I intend to kill him." Han Mao glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, and lowered his voice, "Sister Chan, have you lost your mind? Brother Li is highly regarded by the Linglong Fairy. What if we are pursued after killing him?" Shu Chan's eyes were devoid of warmth. How many years has the Linglong Fairy not shown herself in Yingshan Square? Do you truly believe someone of her stature would have any meaningful connection with Li Chun? But what about Master Chen? Even without the Linglong Fairy, Brother Li is still Master Chen's disciple, and we cannot withstand his wrath. Seeing Han Mao's hesitant demeanor, Shu Chan raised an eyebrow and scolded, "Look at you, cowardly and timid. Afraid of this and that. Why bother cultivating as an immortal?" Han Mao lowered his head, his spirit crushed under Shu Chan's reproach. He meekly defended, "Sister Chan, I am not cowardly. I am merely cautious. If it weren't for my caution, I would have perished in the jaws of a monster long ago." Shu Chan regarded Han Mao before softening her tone. "Li Chun has been refining pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion for several years and resides in a cave. Have you considered how much wealth he has accumulated during this time? Li Chun is merely at the third level of Qi refinement, and his partner is inept that we are both at the fourth level of Qi refinement. Is it not simple to ambush him? Han Mao, if you truly love me, accompany me to kill Li Chun. This way, not only can we seize his wealth, but it will also alleviate my inner turmoil. You wouldn't want to see me live in resentment every day, would you?" Han Mao looked up, meeting Shu Chan's resentful gaze. After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and ultimately nodded, internally muttering, "Brother Li, please do not hold this against me. I do not wish to do this, but I cannot bear to see Sister Chan live in resentment. I long to see her smile and be happy every day." As Li Chen stepped out of Yingshan Square, he was filled with nostalgia, his thoughts drifting back 5 years. 5 years ago, he had journeyed to the Purple Void Immortal Gate to participate in the Immortal Gate Spirit testing ceremony, only to be rejected due to his inferior aptitude. Through various inquiries, Li Chun learned of a market beneath the Yingshan Mountains in Heishui Prefecture, a gathering place for loose cultivators. Resolutely, he made his way to Yingshan Square, hoping to seize his chance at immortality. Before even reaching Yingshan Square, he encountered a cultivator attempting to rob him. Fortunately, the assailant was in the early stages of Qi refinement, allowing Li Chun to counterattack successfully. While lingering outside Yingshan Square, unsure of how to enter, he crossed paths with the Linglong Fairy. It who brought him into Yingshan Square, led him to the Divine Pill Pavilion, and set him on the path of immortality. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed, and upon exiting Yingshan Square, he had now reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. In his arms, Li Changsheng gazed curiously at the surroundings, his eyes wide with wonder as he observed the distant, rolling mountains. "Let us go." After a moment of reflection, Li Chun guided his wife and child northward. Yunyu's hometown is located in Yangzhou Mountain, Qingyang County, Xian City, under the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture, situated in the northern part of Heishui Prefecture, bordering Qingzhou. That if Li Chun were alone, he could easily fly there on his sword in just half a day. However, with Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng in tow, he lacked the ability to fly with them, unless he were to purchase a flying boat artifact, which could accommodate several people. The Wang family at Ningbi Cliff possessed flying boats that traveled daily between markets. A cultivator would need 10 spirit stones to ride one of the Wang family's boats. Previously, Mo had taken the Wang family's boat to the Purple Void Immortal Gate, but when returning, he hesitated to ride it back. While passing through Weiyun Mountain, he encountered the Weiyun Three Fiends and never returned. Chen's reluctance to take the flying boat was not due to stinginess with spirit stones. Rather, it was because the boat did not travel to the mundane world, only shuttling between major markets and immortal gates. After walking for a while, Li Chen stopped, handing Li Changsheng to Mo Yunyu. His gaze turning icy as he looked back towards the dense forest. Mo Yunyu, puzzled, asked, "Husband, what is the matter?" Li Chen did not respond, staring into the lush greenery, his voice cold as unmelting ice. "Come out. How long do you intend to follow me?" As soon as these words left his lips, Mo Yunyu was startled, tightening her grip on Li Changsheng and scanning their surroundings warily. Suddenly, the grass beside the path rustled, and two figures stepped out side by side. It was Shu Chan and Han Mao. Shu Chan's expression was cold, her eyes filled with malice as she addressed Li Chen. "Today shall be your last." In stark contrast to Shu Chan's indifferent demeanor, Han Mao appeared somewhat uneasy, avoiding Li Chen's gaze. Li Chen glanced at both Shu Chan and Han Mao without acknowledging them and continued, "Another friend. You may also reveal yourself." With a clap, he queried, "Could you tell me how you discovered my presence?" A young man clad in a loose black robe, with an ashen face and emanating a heavy aura of death, stepped from the forest, tilting his head with curious eyes fixed on Li Chen. "What? There's someone else." Shu Chan and Han Mao's eyes widened in shock, their pupils constricting. Chen scrutinized the young man for a moment, his gaze lingering on the storage bag and corpse-rearing bag at his waist. This young man, judging by the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, was at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Chen secretly sighed in relief and asked calmly, "I have no enmity with your Zhao family from Yinfeng Cliff, do I? With Daoist Zhao's status and cultivation, what need is there to ambush a mere 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator like myself?" The young man's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Li Chen. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice, "You are not a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Otherwise, you would never have been able to detect my presence. You must possess a treasure that conceals your cultivation, correct?" Li Chen remained non-committal. This practitioner from the Zhao family was no ordinary opponent. Li Chen was able to discern his identity due to the corpse-rearing bag at his waist. The Zhao family, occupying a spiritual vein of the underworld at Yinwen Cliff, had cultivated numerous zombies and vengeful spirits through this vein. Li Chen's earlier probing remarks were met with no denial from a youth, indicating he was indeed a practitioner of the Zhao family. As for how Li Chen had detected this Zhao family cultivator, it was simply because his spiritual awareness was not inferior to that of the Zhao cultivator. Although the Zhao cultivator was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, surpassing Li Chen's innate soul was inherently stronger than that of the average person, and his spiritual awareness had undergone a significant enhancement during his comprehension of the deception technique. Despite being at the 5th level of Qi refinement, Li Chen's spiritual awareness was comparable to that of a 7th-level cultivator. Now, Li Chen sought to clarify one matter: why this Zhao family cultivator had come to assassinate him. He recalled that he had never harbored any enmity with the Zhao family and had never encountered this particular Zhao cultivator before. As for Shu Chan and Han Mao, Li Chen chose to disregard them. Shu Chan had regained her cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and Han Mao was also at the 4th level. They were of no concern to him. "Zhao Daoyu, could you enlighten me as to who sent you to kill me?" Li Chen inquired directly of the Zhao family cultivator, without indulging in wild conjectures. Zhao Ran's face turned a shade of dark green as he chuckled sinisterly. "I must admit, Wang Qi possesses remarkable foresight. If I had sent my concubines, they would likely have met their demise at your hands. Though you have concealed your cultivation, you have encountered me. Young man, your unfortunate luck has led you to cross paths with Wang Qi." "Wang Qi? Wang Fengming?" Li Chen nodded, recalling the handsome youth he had seen earlier at Baodan Tower. "I see. Now Li Chun recognized the identity of that striking young man, the foremost individual of the younger generation from the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, Wang Qi, also known as Wang Fengming. Beside him, Shu Chan and Han Mao turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Zhao family of Yinwen Cliff and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff were both formidable entities that they could only look up to in awe. They truly could not fathom how Li Chun had managed to provoke such a colossal force. Moreover, wasn't Li Chun a cultivator at the third level of qi refinement? Why did the Zhao family cultivator assert that he was concealing his cultivation? Under the terrified gaze of Shu Chan and Han Mao, the Zhao family cultivator, his face dark and foreboding, strode toward Li Chun, exuding a chilling aura of corpse energy. Zhao approached Li Chun, his body emanating a sinister black energy that coalesced into a massive claw, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he lunged toward Li Chun. "Young man, you may embark on your journey now." Li Chun lowered his eyelids, replying coolly, "You can take your leave as well." In that instant, as Li Chun opened his mouth, a dazzling stream of blood-red light shot forth, streaking across the sky like a meteor with a shimmering tail. Resplendent and radiant, the gentle mountain breeze swept through. Shu Chan and Han Mao felt goosebumps rise on their skin, their hearts plummeting into an abyss of icy dread, sensing a bone-chilling cold from the depths of their souls. The Zhao family cultivator stood rigidly in place. When the wind blew, he seemed weightless as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with terror, the shock of his impending death still evident on his face. Li Chun beckoned, and a stream of bloodlight flew back from the Zhao family cultivator's body, landing in Li Chen's palm and merging with his flesh. Chen's complexion turned ashen as he turned to Shu Chan and Han Mao. "Big brother Li, please spare Sister Chan. I implore you to let her go." Han Mao's legs buckled, collapsing before Li Chun, his voice trembling as he repeatedly bowed his head in supplication, before Han Mao could continue his desperate pleas. Li Chun swiftly retrieved a storage bag from his waist, summoning 2 crimson sword lights that flickered in an instant, severing the heads of Shu Chan and Han Chen's expression turned pale as he glanced at Mo Yunyu and Li Changshen, forcing a gentle smile. "Xiao Yu, Changsheng, it is all right now." The bloodthirsty flying dagger should not be used lightly. Yet Li Chun had no choice but to activate it, for Mo Yunyu and Li Changshen were still behind him, and he needed to resolve the battle swiftly to prevent the Zhao family cultivator from inflicting any harm on his wife and child. As for Shu Chan and Han Mao, they were not worthy of meeting their end beneath the bloodthirsty flying dagger. Li Chen's complexion was as pale as a sheet as he took a blood-replenishing pill from his storage bag, compensating for the depletion within his body. Previously, the bloodthirsty flying dagger had instantaneously drained 30% of his essence blood. It is worth noting that essence blood is distinct from ordinary blood. Even though Li Chun was a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, he had only a few drops of essence blood in total. The Zhao family cultivator was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, also in the mid-stage of qi refinement, only a minor realm above Li Chun. In truth, Li Chun could have avoided using the bloodthirsty flying dagger. The high-level spiritual talismans and golden light bricks he had exchanged from Huang Qingya were sufficient to handle the situation. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to employ the bloodthirsty flying dagger, instantly eliminating the Zhao family cultivator. The reason was simple. Mo Yunyu and Li Changshen were still behind him, and Li Chun would not allow them a single moment of peril. Upon first activating the bloodthirsty flying dagger, Li Chun deeply felt the terrifying nature of this weapon, especially since it had the capacity for growth. The moment it was unleashed, the Zhao family cultivator perished, his blood entirely drained from his body. This dagger truly lived up to its name. It required the extraction of Li Chen's essence blood before activation, and once unleashed, it swiftly claimed the life of its enemy, simultaneously draining all of their blood. Mo Yunyu approached, cradling Li Changshen, her thin face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Husband, are you all right? It's all my fault. If I hadn't suggested returning to the mortal realm to pay respects to my parents, you wouldn't have encountered such danger." Li Chan turned to Mo Yunyu, raising a hand to wipe away her tears, smiling tenderly. Xiao Yu, it is impossible for me to remain within Yin Mountain Workshop forever. Sooner or later, I would encounter such situations. This matter is not your fault, so do not blame yourself. Yunyu shook her head. Husband, I promise I will never be willful again. I in her embrace. Li Changsheng shrank his head back. Having just witnessed Li Chun slay the Zhao family cultivator and sever the heads of Shu Chan and Han Mao with a flying sword, this scene was profoundly shocking for the young Li Changsheng. He began to feel a sense of fear toward his father. Li Chen glanced at his son and asked calmly, Changsheng, are you afraid? Li Changsheng nodded, retreating further into Mo Yunyu's embrace. Li Chen's expression turned cold, his tone steady. Changsheng, remember the scene of today. Perhaps you do not understand it now, but you must remember, this is the cruel reality of the cultivation world. If you do not kill, others will kill you. When you embark on the path of immortality in the future, remember not to show mercy. Do you understand? Under Li Chen's stern gaze, Li Changsheng felt even more frightened, but still obediently nodded. Father, I understand that in everyday life, Li Chen could be a loving father. However, he must convey the harsh truths of the cultivation world to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was his eldest son, and despite his 8th grade spiritual root aptitude, Li Chen still held high hopes for him, wishing for him not to become a soft-hearted waste in the future. Changsheng, pay attention. After killing, remember to search the bodies and then destroy them completely. Li Chen imparted this lesson through action, stepping forward to first take the Zhao family cultivator's storage bag and corpse-rearing bag, followed by the storage bag from Shu Chan. Then, Li Chen raised his hand. Summoning a fire crow that engulfed the 3 corpses in roaring flames, Li Changsheng, hiding in his mother's embrace, peeked out, his innocent and bewildered gaze fixated on Li Chen as he watched the blazing inferno. Let us depart from here. After dealing with the 3 bodies, Li Chen promptly led the mother and son away from the area. As night fell, Li Chen guided the pair beyond the confines of Yin Mountain Workshop, entering the mortal realm and seeking refuge in a small inn in a mundane town. In the guest room, Li Chen retrieved 2 storage bags and a corpse-rearing bag from his sleeves. He easily opened Shu Chan's storage bag, which contained a disarray of items, including approximately 100 spirit stones. However, it took Li Chen a quarter of an hour to pry open the storage bag of the Zhao family cultivator. Once opened, he shook his head lightly. The Zhao family cultivator was somewhat more affluent than Shu Chan and Han Mao, yet not excessively so. His storage bag contained not a single magical artifact. Only a few intermediate spirit talismans, over 300 spirit stones, and some miscellaneous bottles and jars. Li Chen then turned his gaze towards the corpse-raising bag. Ultimately, Li Chen's spoils of war were as follows, a total of 457 spirit stones. Han Mao's low-level artifact, the cold silk net, more than 10 types of Yin blood collected by the Zhao family cultivators for raising zombies, as well as 2 zombies with cultivation equivalent to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Li Chen accepted these items without hesitation. The Zhao family's corpse-raising bag and the 2 zombies needed to be dealt with at an opportune time. Otherwise, keeping them would pose a problem. Additionally, upon returning to Yin Mountain Market, he must find a chance to eliminate Wang Fengming, the foremost young prodigy of the Wang family. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Chen's eyes. He had not forgotten that it was Wang Fengming who had sent this Zhao family cultivator to ambush him. In a few days, if the Zhao family cultivator did not return, Wang Fengming would undoubtedly suspect Li Chen. It was uncertain whether he would inform the Zhao family at Yinwen Cliff. Should Wang Fengming divulge this matter to the Zhao family, even greater troubles would await Li Chen. He resolutely pushed such thoughts aside. When challenges arise, one must face them, as long as he returned to Yin Mountain Market and remained there. The enchanting fairy Ling Long would shield him. The next day, Li Chen procured a swift steed and, accompanied by Mo Yunyu and her child, set off directly for Yangjiao Mountain in Xian City, after 5 years in the realm of cultivation. This return to the mundane world felt like a familiar journey, as he had previously mingled within the secular martial world. 5 days later, Li Chen arrived at Yangjiao Mountain. At the summit stood a small grave and a large tomb. The small grave was an old one, where Mo Yunyu's mother lay to rest. The large tomb, a mausoleum, had been constructed not long ago by Mo Yunyu. Yunyu knelt before the small grave. her eyes glistening with tears. "Mother, it has been a long time since I last visited you. Do you hold any resentment towards me? I have found a husband and have a child now. My husband treats me exceptionally well, and Changsheng is obedient and understanding." Yuni knelt by her mother's small grave, softly recounting many things, most of which were about Li Chun and Li Changsheng. In the end, she gazed silently at Mo Bai's mausoleum, before lighting incense and burning paper offerings. I Changsheng stood by Li Chen's side, tugging at Li Chen's trousers, looking bewilderedly at his mother. I Chen stepped forward, offering incense to his mother-in-law, then to Mo Bai, before gently patting Mo Yunyu's shoulder. "Xiaoyu, we must be on our way." Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Baodin building in Yin Mountain Market, Wang Fengming tapped his slender fingers against the table, squinting his narrow eyes as he muttered to himself. "I invited Zhao Ran to act, thinking I had given you enough credit, but it seems I underestimated you after all. What secret do you possess that would garner the attention of someone like Fairy Linglong? My ancestors often taught me that a child of 1,000 gold cannot sit in the hall. It seems my decision not to act personally was the right one. Next time, I shall have my second uncle take charge." In the inn of Xian City, Li Chun handed a set of wind-thunder talismans, thunder-fire talismans, and ice-cold talismans to Mo Yunyu, earnestly advising, "Xiaoyu, keep these advanced spirit talismans with you. If you encounter danger, do not hesitate to use them." Yunyu shook her head. "Husband, you should keep these advanced spirit talismans for yourself. This is the mundane world, not the realm of cultivation. After all, I am still a cultivator and should not encounter danger. Better safe than sorry. Besides, Changsheng is with you, so you must consider him as well. Take them. I insist." I Chan firmly pressed the advanced spirit talismans into Mo Yunyu's hands, refusing to take no for an answer. Although this was the mundane world, it did not mean Mo Yunyu would not face danger. After all, Li Chun had once slain an early-stage Qi refinement cultivator as a mere mortal. Mo Yunyu's timid disposition and her lack of combat skills made Li Chun uneasy. He felt compelled to provide her with some means of defense. Had Mo Yunyu not been at the third level of Qi refinement and unable to refine or wield magical artifacts, Li Chun would have even considered giving her the mixed iron shield and cold silk net that on the bed. Li Changsheng drowsily opened his eyes. "Daddy, where are you going?" Li Chun looked at his son and softly explained. "Daddy is going out to handle some matters and will return shortly. You and your mother stay here and wait for me. Do not wander off and listen to your mother, understand?" Li Changsheng obediently nodded. With nothing more to impart, Li Chun stepped out of the room. Yunyu followed him, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, "Husband, be careful in all matters." Li Chen nodded, exiting Xian City, and upon reaching a secluded area outside the city, retrieved the red blade from his storage bag, transforming it into a streak of light that soared northward. Xian City is located in the northern part of Heishui Prefecture, bordering Qingzhou. I Chun decided to visit Qingzhou's Qinghe Market to dispose of the Zhao family's corpse-raising bag and the zombies, as well as to procure additional resources. Within the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom, several larger markets exist, including Yin Mountain Market in Heishui Prefecture, Nanshan Market in Yunzhou, Taihu Market in Pingzhou, Qinghe Market in Qingzhou, and Shilin Market in Dingzhou. These markets are all established atop second-tier spiritual veins, gathering a multitude of wandering cultivators from the Yin Kingdom. Chun flew northward along the Clearwater River. Within Qingzhou, a river known as the Clearwater River flows south into Heishui Prefecture, merging into the Blackwater River. A certain section of the Clearwater River features a water vein, around which several major cultivating families in Qingzhou have established Qinghe Market. Flying on his sword, Li Chen's speed far surpassed that of horseback riding. Half a day later, he landed his flying sword in a section of the river enveloped in thick fog. This fog was generated by an illusion array, serving as a barrier between the celestial and the mundane. Every market entrance typically features such an illusion to prevent mortals from inadvertently wandering in. Li Chun was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. He had a considerable understanding of its intricacies. He immediately formed a hand sign and stepped boldly into the fog. This time, Li Chun wore a flowing black robe and donned a monkey mask, opting not to use the concealment technique to hide his cultivation level. Here, in Qinghe Market, where he had no acquaintances. Li Chen felt at ease revealing his true self. Concealing one's cultivation has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in catching enemies off guard, while the downside is that if one's cultivation is too low, many cultivators may harbor ill intentions. Beyond the fog lay an entirely new world. The clear water river flowed majestically, with many low buildings lining its banks, forming distinct areas that a glance was enough for Li Chen to comprehend the layout. The thatched roof houses indicated a shantytown, while the lofted shops belonged to various factions, in addition to a designated area for wandering cultivators to set up stalls. The layout of Qinghe Market was quite similar to that of Yin Mountain Market, with the exception that the cave dwellings in Qinghe Market were constructed underwater rather than on land. Li Chen bypassed the wandering cultivator stalls and headed straight for the commercial district. Purchasing items at wandering cultivator stalls often leads to being swindled. In contrast, the shops in the commercial district generally have some level of credibility. In the commercial district, Li Chen spotted the Divine Maiden Pavilion and the 100 Treasure Pavilion. The 100 Treasure Pavilion in Qinghe Market was also an establishment of the Purple Void Immortal sect. What would the esteemed elder like to purchase? In the 100 Treasure Pavilion, a maid of the second level of Qi refinement attended to Li Chen. She paid no mind to his attire, but, sensing the powerful magical aura emanating from him, addressed him respectfully as esteemed elder. Li Chen glanced at the maid and replied in a low, hoarse voice, I wish to purchase a body refining technique, as well as acquire 2 magical artifacts and several spirit herbs. Li Chen had a specific purpose for coming to Qinghe Market. Disposing of the corpse-raising bag and the 2 zombies was secondary. His primary goal was to obtain a body refining technique. The cost of activating the blood-sucking flying blade was exceedingly high. Li Chen believed it necessary to purchase a body refining technique to enhance his physique and bolster his vitality. After cultivating the body refining technique, the after effects of invoking the blood-sucking flying blade might be somewhat mitigated. Additionally, Li Chen intended to procure 2 intermediate magical artifacts for himself, as well as the primary ingredients for refining yuan-boosting pills and huanya pills. Currently, Li Chen possessed a low-level magical artifact in the Red Peak Sword, Mixed Iron Shield, and Cold Silk Net, along with a top-tier magical artifact in the Golden Light Brick. However, he found the capabilities of the low-level magical artifacts to be somewhat lacking. Activating the Golden Light Brick consumed an excessive amount of magical energy. Although he possessed a cultivation level of 5 layers of Qi refinement, after activating the Golden Light Brick twice, his magical power had nearly run dry. Thus, he required the acquisition of 2 intermediate magical artifacts. The same applied to spiritual herbs. Within the Divine Elixir Pavilion's herb garden, spiritual herbs were not available for unrestricted use, as they had a growth cycle. Over the past few years, Li Chen increasingly felt that the spiritual herbs cultivated within the Divine Elixir Pavilion were becoming insufficient, that if he were to purchase spiritual herbs from King of Fang, the ones he bought with his own funds would naturally belong to him when refined into elixirs. The maid's eyes brightened, and her expression grew even more respectful. Please wait a moment, esteemed senior, while I notify the person in charge. Li Chen nodded and took a seat nearby. Such a substantial business deal was clearly beyond the maid's authority and required the presence of the person in charge of Baiba. After a brief interval, the person in charge of Baiba stationed at King of Fang emerged. He was a portly middle-aged male cultivator, clad in the standard robes of the Purple Void sect, his face aglow with vitality. Fellow Taoist, I am Xie Xian, the person in charge of Baiba. Please let us ascend to discuss in detail. Li Chen nodded, clasped his fists in greeting, and replied in a low, hoarse voice, I have met Taoist Xie. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Xie Xian invited Li Chen to take a seat and instructed the maid to serve spiritual tea. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, I have heard that you wish to purchase a body refining technique, along with magical artifacts and spiritual herbs? Indeed, Li Chen's true visage was concealed beneath a monkey mask, his voice cold and gravelly, giving an impression of reticence. Xie Xian refrained from prying into Li Chen's true appearance with his spiritual sense. Maintaining his smile, may I inquire what specifications you have for the body refining technique? No requirements regarding rank IT would be best if it could enhance vitality. Li Chen was acutely aware that Baiba would not sell high-tier techniques. In the realm of cultivation, the techniques available for sale were predominantly low-tier, as no one would openly sell high-tier methods to obtain a high-tier technique. One would need to be a direct descendant of a cultivation family or become a true disciple of a sect. Of course, there were also the fortunate few who explored the ruins of predecessors' caves and obtained their legacies. Currently, aside from the Qiqian technique, Li Chen's cultivation methods consisted entirely of common techniques found within the realm of cultivation. After pondering Li Chen's request, Xie gently shook his head. In the realm of cultivation, body cultivation is inherently rare. Baibela does possess a body-refining technique, but it does not enhance vitality. Does Baibelu truly lack a body-refining technique that can enhance vitality? Li Chen was not surprised by Xie response that in the realm of cultivation, where law-based cultivation reigned supreme, body cultivation was indeed scarce, resulting in a dearth of body-refining methods. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, Xie shifted his tone and cheerfully remarked, "Although Baibela does not have a body-refining technique that can enhance vitality, I happen to possess a technique that may align with your needs." Li Chen was taken aback internally, yet his expression remained unperturbed. "Daoist Xie, please feel free to present it for my perusal." Xie nodded, producing a blood-colored jade slip from his storage bag and sliding it across to Li Chen. Li Chen scrutinized the blood-colored jade slip for a moment before pressing it to his forehead to read its contents. This was not a body-refining technique. It was a demonic cultivation method. Moments later, Li Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Xie watched Li Chen with a beaming smile. "Indeed, this is a demonic cultivation method. I obtained it after slaying a demonic cultivator years ago. What do you think? Does this technique meet your requirements?" Li Chen gazed at the rotund cultivator before him, sensing an ominous aura tinged with blood surrounding him. He remained silent. Li Chen did not trust Xie words. Although the jade slip he provided contained only the introductory section of the technique, Li Chen was certain that this was an exceedingly profound demonic cultivation method. The blood god technique, with its mere name and prologue, had already captivated Li Chen's attention. However, it was undeniable that once mastered, this blood god technique would allow for the unrestricted activation of the blood-devouring flying dagger, making it a perfect match for the dagger. "How many spirit stones does it cost?" Li Chen's voice was hoarse, his throat parched, as countless voices urged him to acquire this blood god technique, aware of the potential dangers posed by Xie and the technique he offered. Li Chen found it impossible to resist the allure that if you truly desire it, 1,000 spirit stones will suffice. Li Chen's gaze flickered. "I lack sufficient spirit stones. Might your esteemed establishment be interested in purchasing spiritual materials?" Xie's smile remained intact. Naturally, Li Chen retrieved a corkscrewing bag from his sleeve and placed it before Xie. Xie regarded Li Chen with a meaningful glance, accepting the bag and slowly stating, 2 zombies at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, valued at 600 spirit stones. How does that sound to you?" Li Chen nodded. "That is acceptable." After selling the corkscrewing bag and the 2 zombies, Li Chen produced another 400 spirit stones to hand to Xie. Xie took the blood-colored jade slip, dispelled its restrictions with a spell, and then presented it to Li Chen. "Fellow Taoist, this blood god technique is now yours." Li Chen accepted the jade slip and glanced through it briefly, frowning. "Why does it only contain the first 3 layers?" Xie cheerfully countered, "If there were further content. Would you be able to afford it?" Li Chen, upon hearing this, recognized the validity of the point. According to the description at the beginning of the blood god technique, cultivating this method would allow one to seize the blood of living beings to replenish oneself, refining it into one's own essence blood, thus enhancing one's cultivation level to advanced stages. The blood god technique could even evolve into a vast sea of blood, allowing for the creation of a blood god avatar. However, the content provided by Xie only encompassed the first 3 layers, capping cultivation at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. With no subsequent methods available, Li Chen chose not to engage further with Xie. Taking the blood-colored jade slip and turning to leave, extinguishing any thoughts of purchasing magical artifacts and spiritual herbs. "Safe travels, fellow Taoist." Xie remained seated, watching Li Chen depart with a smile. Once Li Chen exited Baibelu, Xie's expression darkened, his eyes glistening with a sinister light. Yet another fish has taken the bait, yielding me an easy 1,000 spirit stones, as long as you cultivate the blood god technique. You shall remain within my grasp. After leaving Baibalu, Li Chun circled the Qingafang market twice before cautiously making his exit. Upon stepping out of the market, he immediately summoned his flying sword, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly escaping. Half a day later, Li Chun left Qingzhou and returned to Heishui Prefecture. Only then did he descend from his flying sword, landing on the riverbank and releasing a long sigh of relief. He had been overly sensitive. Xie had not followed him, and no one had attempted to ambush him. Seated on by the riverbank, Li Chun began to contemplate his recent encounter with Xie and the Blood God technique. Xie, being the person in charge of Baibalu and a disciple of the Purple Void sect, how could he possess the Blood God technique? Could it be that he truly acquired it after slaying a demonic cultivator? As for the Blood God technique, Li Chun was certain it was an immensely profound demonic cultivation method, and he had only obtained the Qi refinement portion of its cultivation content. Should he cultivate this Blood God technique? It wasn't that Li Chun rejected demonic cultivation methods. Rather, he was uncertain if the Blood God technique held any traps. From his current perspective, even if the Blood God technique was fraught with pitfalls, he would be unable to discern them. The clear waters of the river surged powerfully, and Li Chun's thoughts swirled like the currents. Ultimately, he raised his head, exhaling a breath of murky air, and his gaze took on an unwavering resolve. The Blood God technique cannot be cultivated. Setting aside the question of whether the technique contained any traps, even if it did not, he still could not pursue it. Once he embarked on the path of the Blood God technique, embracing a life of slaughter and bloodshed, he would be treading down an irreversible path. Although the cultivation speed of the Blood God technique was indeed rapid, it came with significant drawbacks. Those lacking mental fortitude who practiced this technique would likely meet a grim fate after becoming demonic cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, every renowned demonic figure was a person of immense wisdom, willpower, and fortune. The lower-tier demonic cultivators were merely fodder for the higher-tier ones. Take the Blood God technique as an example. Once one tasted the sensation of rapid cultivation through bloodshed, would they still adhere to a conventional path of cultivation thereafter? Li Chun had no desire to become a pariah in the realm of cultivation, a figure reviled by all that if he were devoid of a system, a wife, and a son, Li Chun would have undoubtedly embraced the Blood God technique without hesitation, even if it means becoming a pariah loathed by all. He is unperturbed. However, he possesses a system. His innate spiritual roots can be enhanced that if he desires profound cultivation techniques, he can acquire them through the system, rendering the perilous practice of the Blood God technique unnecessary. Furthermore, he is a man with a family. Should the secrets of the Blood God technique be revealed, it would endanger his wife and children. After much contemplation, Li Chun ultimately resolved not to pursue the Blood God technique, treating it as if it were non-existent. Moments ago, he felt as though he were ensnared by a demonic trance, with countless voices tempting him to delve into this dark path of cultivation. Li Chun understood that this was the manifestation of his inner demons, stirred by merely observing the Blood God technique. Indeed, the allure of demonic cultivation is insidious. The dangers of the immortal cultivation realm are ever present, and Li Chun's awareness of these perils deepened. As he overcame his inner turmoil, his Tao heart underwent yet another trial, subtly strengthening his spiritual awareness. By the riverbank, Li Chun rose, a sense of foreboding lingering within him. His visit to Qingafang was solely intended to procure a body-tempering technique to bolster his vitality, yet he nearly strayed from his path. Who exactly is that Xie? Is he truly a disciple of the Zishu sect? Doubts clouded Li Chun's mind as he committed the name Xie to memory. Just as Li Chun prepared to depart, a young maiden soared towards him from a distance, her expression fraught with urgency as she cried out for the immortal master to halt. Li Chun turned, his demeanor calm as he assessed the girl, recognizing her as a heroine of the mundane world, possessing remarkable agility. The girl quickly reached Li Chun, appearing to be around 16 or 17, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she respectfully introduced herself. I am Ning Hongxiu, paying my respects to the immortal master. Clad in a black robe and wearing a monkey-faced mask, Li Chun inquired in a tranquil tone. You chased me all the way here? The girl looked up, revealing a face that Li Chun found vaguely familiar, as if they had crossed paths before, upon witnessing a flash of sword light in the sky. Hongxiu realized she had encountered an immortal master and pursued him without hesitation. Chen observed the girl for a moment before softly asking, "What is your relationship to the mountain-opening master Ningji?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Li Chen, cloaked in shadows. "You know my father?" Li Chen slowly removed his mask, stating, "Master Ning has once extended his kindness towards me." The girl stared at him, her delicate lips parting in astonishment, before exclaiming with joy, "Little Li Flying Dagger, it truly is you." "Brother Li, it's me," Hong showed as he gazed at the girl before him. A flicker of discomfort crossed Li Chen's face. Memories of a regrettable past resurfacing. Before entering the realm of immortal cultivation, Li Chen had traversed the secular world, ascending to the pinnacle of the martial arts community, renowned as a prodigy not seen in a century. During his time in the martial world, he had even earned a resounding nickname, Little Li Flying Dagger. Li Chen was nearly certain that this young maiden was indeed the daughter of Master Ning. In this life, Li Chen was originally a humble farmer's son from Funyo Town in Pingshan County, under the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture. His mother had tragically passed away during childbirth by the time he turned 5. His father succumbed to illness, forcing him to sell their meager land and journey to Yanggu County, where he joined a gang known as the Sanha Gang, becoming a disciple. The Sanha Gang was a prominent faction in Yanggu County, founded by 3 martial artists. Ningji was the chief of this gang. In his early years, Li Chen had received much support from Ningji, who held him in high regard, even proposing to marry his daughter to Li Chen. Now, as he looked upon the girl before him, her figure began to merge with the image of the mischievous child he once knew. He recalled a brief encounter with Ning Hongxiu at the Ning residence. He was 14 years old, and she was merely 6, affectionately nicknamed Xiu'er. Back then, she was a playful little girl, and now she had blossomed into a graceful heroine. "Brother Li, it truly is you. Father said you had gone to seek immortality. But I never expected you to actually become an immortal master." Ning Hongxiu's face radiated excitement, and in her fervor, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart and kindly inquired, "Hongxiu, how is Master Ning faring now?" "Not well." The Hongxiu's eyes glistened with tears as she threw herself into Li Chen's embrace, her sorrowful pearls of grief falling uncontrollably, her voice choked with emotion. "Brother Li, had you not left Yanggu County to seek immortality, Father would have passed the Sanha Gang to you. You would have been the master, and he would not have met such a tragic end." Li Chen furrowed his brow slightly. "Hongxiu, what exactly transpired? Please explain." Ning Hongxiu looked up, her eyes ablaze with a deep-seated hatred. 6 years ago, after you left Yanggu County, Duguing lost his balance of power and grew increasingly arrogant. He first murdered Uncle Wang and then forced Father to relinquish his authority. Naturally, Father refused to concede and fought fiercely, splitting the Sanha Gang in 2.2 years ago. Dugu Ying's eagle claw technique reached fruition, and he descended upon our home, slaughtering my family. Protect me. As we fled Yanggu County, none of Father's loyal subordinates survived. Now, Dugu Ying reigned supreme in Yanggu County, having renamed the former Sanha Gang to the Tianyuan Gang, becoming the martial overlord. For the past 2 years, I've been fending off assassins sent by Dugu Ying. Today, I intended to leave Heishui Prefecture for Qingzhou, but upon seeing a flash of sword light in the sky, I followed, hoping to enlist the immortal master's aid in avenging my family. Brother Li, I never imagined the immortal master would be you. Chen began to comprehend the chain of events that had unfolded. The Sanha Gang had 3 leaders: the chief, Ningji; the second, Dugu Ying; and the third, Wang Tianhao. He had never anticipated that during his 5 years in the realm of immortal cultivation, such turmoil would engulf Yanggu County. Gazing at the tear-streaked girl in his arms, Li Chen gently patted her shoulder. "Hongxiu, do not weep any longer. We shall return to Yanggu County." Ning Hongxiu nodded emphatically, gritting her teeth. "Brother Li, I will crush Dugu Ying into dust." "Very well, let us reduce him to ashes." Thus, Li Chen and the young maiden journeyed along the river towards Yanggu County. Years ago, Li Chen had benefited from Master Ning's generosity, and now that he had encountered Ning Hongxiu and learned of her father's demise, he felt compelled to intervene. Though Ning Hongxiu was but a mortal, her martial prowess was formidable, and her agility was exceptional. Consequently, Li Chen led Ning Hongxiu at a swift pace. 3 days later, they arrived outside Yanggu County. As he gazed upon the familiar yet foreign city gates, a sense of nostalgia enveloped him. 6 years prior, he had resolutely walked through these gates to attend the spirit testing ceremony at the Zishu Immortal Gate. Now, 6 years later, he returned, only to find everything changed. Li Chen was acutely aware that he was now severed from the secular world. With the passage of time, his former acquaintances would gradually wither and fade, becoming naught but dust and forgotten graves. Brother Li, the city is rife with Dugu Ying spies. Should we disguise ourselves? Ning Hongxiu, visibly agitated, gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. Li Chen shook his head, and "Oh need. Let us confront Dugu Ying directly." Ning Hongxiu nodded, and together they entered the city. Upon entering, Li Chen sensed numerous prying eyes upon them, yet he chose to ignore them. On the streets of Yanggu County, a group of martial artists whispered amongst themselves as they observed the two figures. Is that the Star of Death? It must be him, without a doubt. Who would have thought he would resurface after 6 years? Now that this Star of Death has returned to Yanggu County, blood will surely flow in rivers today at the Tianyuan Gang. Let us follow and see. Excuse me, seniors, who is he? Is he famous? I don't recognize him. Kid, you're still young and haven't been around long, but you must have heard of Little Li Flying Dagger, right? Hiss, is he the one whose blade never misses? The infamous Little Li Flying Dagger. In the grand hall of the Tianyuan Gang, the gang leader, Dugu Ying, hosted a lavish feast for numerous hall masters, adorned with exquisite delicacies and melodious performances, seated at the head of the table. Dugu Ying surveyed the surroundings, a sense of pride evident on his countenance. His current position, hard won through trials, was not easily attained. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a frantic figure burst into the banquet, exclaiming, "Leader, trouble! He has returned. That man has come back, along with Ning Hongxiu." Dugu Ying furrowed his brows and coldly reprimanded, "Brother Chu, you are a figure of renown in the martial world. What could possibly frighten you so?" At Dugu Ying's rebuke, the scholarly-faced Chu Yulin swallowed hard and managed to utter, "It is Li Chen. Li Chen has returned." "What?" Dugu Ying sprang to his feet, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. The hallmasters of the Tianyuan Gang could no longer remain seated, their wine cups falling from their hands, faces etched with fear. The elusive Xiao Li Feidao, who had vanished for 6 years, had suddenly re-emerged. And worse, he had returned with Ning Hongxiu. Surely, he was here to avenge Ning's master. What should we do now? Let us first assess the situation. Xiao Li Feidao is indeed formidable, but with so many of us, does he possess enough throwing daggers to take us all on? As whispers echoed through the hall, Dugu Ying gradually regained his composure, sneering, "What of Li Chen's return? This leader's martial prowess is already at its zenith. I shall see if this legendary Xiao Li Feidao is as untouchable as they say. Come, let us confront this Xiao Li Feidao." "Ah," the young lady exclaimed, "your enmity lies with the leader, not with us lowly minions. Spare us." In the expansive grounds of the Tianyuan Gang, Ning Hongxiu's delicate visage was cold as ice as she wielded a finely crafted iron sword, dispatching foes with relentless precision, leaving a scene of carnage behind her. Filled with anguished cries, Li Chen followed closely behind, ascending the blood-stained steps, step by step. Up to the summit of the stairs lay a grand hall, in front of which stood a group of formidable martial artists from Yanggu County. At the forefront was a tall, gaunt middle-aged man, his gaze sharp and predatory as he observed the approaching pair. Ning Hongxiu led the way for Li Chen, halting at the top of the stairs to allow him passage. She understood that while she could handle the minions of the Tianyuan Gang, Dugu Ying was a responsibility best left to her now ascended brother, Li Chen. As he approached the hall, Li Chen looked up at the plaque hanging above. Once known as the Hall of Gathering Heroes, now ominously renamed the Hall of Supremacy. Dugu Ying, clad in black robes and with a grim countenance, narrowed his eyes, addressing Li Chen, "Brother Li, welcome back to the Tianyuan Gang." Li Chen replied with a sidelong glance, his tone unruffled. "You all seem more ready for a fight than a welcome." A forced smile crept across Dugu Ying's gaunt face. "That all depends on your purpose for returning. Brotherly Dot, if you come as a guest, this leader will undoubtedly welcome you. However, should you seek trouble, Please draw your blade. I am eager to test whether the legendary Xiao Li Fei Dao is truly invincible. Li Chen disregarded Dugu Ying, scanning the familiar faces before turning to Ning Hongxiu. Hongxiu, which of these should be spared and which should be eliminated? With an icy demeanor, Ning Hongxiu declared, they all deserve to die. Li Chen nodded slightly. Then let it be so. Arrogant. One of the hall masters retorted, Li Chen, you remain as presumptuous as ever, believing yourself invincible. Though Xiao Li Fei Dao never misses, do you possess enough daggers to slay us all? The exchange between Li Chen and Ning Hongxiu reached the ears of the Gather Hall masters, who glared in indignation, branding Li Chen as presumptuous. Indeed, in his youth, Li Chen had roamed the martial world undefeated, embodying arrogance. However, upon entering the realm of cultivation, he had tempered his hubris. The current Li Chen was no longer the brash youth, but a cautious cultivator treading carefully on the path of immortality. Observing the familiar faces, Li Chen's expression remained calm as he raised his palm. And as he did so, a colossal crimson hand materialized, casting a shadow over the assembly of martial artists from Yanggu County. The sight of the immense crimson hand sent tremors through their legs, instilling an inexplicable dread within them. What manner of martial power is this? This is the spirit transformation hand, though it is not a martial technique. Li Chen murmured, gently pressing down with his palm. Boom! The ground quaked. Amidst the terrified gazes of the Tianyuan gang's minions and onlookers, the Hall of Supremacy collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. As the dust settled, the figures of Dugu Ying and the Hall Masters had vanished without a trace. The sky had fallen upon Yanggu County. On the blood-soaked ground below, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, murmuring in disbelief. Ning Hongxiu, initially frozen in shock, soon regained her composure and rushed to the ruins, clearing debris to retrieve Dugu Ying's lifeless body. 1 sword strike, 2 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes, in a frenzy. Ning Hongxiu relentlessly struck at Dugu Ying's corpse with her iron sword. Below, the minions of the Tianyuan gang scattered in panic, while the onlookers fell silent, paralyzed with fear. Clang! After what felt like an eternity, Ning Hongxiu's sword clattered to the ground as she turned to Li Chen, collapsing into his embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, Li Chen gently patted her back, whispering, do not weep, Hongxiu, all is in the past now. Ning Hongxiu looked up, wiping her tears with reddened eyes. Thank you, Brother Li Chen shook his head. Ning, you have aided me on numerous occasions. It is only fitting that I avenge you. Hongxiu, now that you have avenged your grievances, what are your plans moving forward? Ning Hongxiu gazed intently at Li Chen, unabashed, and declared, Brother Li, I have no plans. Hongxiu wishes to marry you. Li Chen waved his hand. There is no need for such sentiments. I came here solely to avenge Ning. As you have supported me in the past, I seek no gratitude. With clear eyes, Ning Hongxiu regarded Li Chen, but my father has decreed that I am to marry you. Li Chen chuckled softly, offering no response. Seeing his lack of reaction, Ning Hongxiu grew anxious. Brother Li, I do not wish to marry you merely because of my father's words. I genuinely want to be your wife. You have no idea how long I have harbored feelings for you since childhood. When you suddenly disappeared, I pestered my father for answers until he finally revealed you had gone to seek immortality. You cannot fathom my sorrow during that time. Please, Brother Li, marry me. Beneath the setting sun, amidst the ruins surrounded by pools of blood, the young lady gazed earnestly at Li Chen, pouring forth her heart's desire. Li Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding gravely. Hongxiu, I already have a wife and children. Ning Hongxiu clutched Li Chen's sleeve, refusing to let go. I do not care. Meeting her earnest gaze, Li Chen gently urged, Hongxiu, you know well that I have embarked on the path of immortality. The realms of the immortal and the mundane are distinct. We are no longer of the same world. With unwavering resolve, Ning Hongxiu retorted, then take me with you on your path to immortality. Li Chen, at a loss, could only explain earnestly, Hongxiu, cultivation requires spiritual roots. Without the roots, one cannot tread the path of immortality. Among countless mortals, only a few possess spiritual roots. How can you be so sure that I lack spiritual roots? To dissuade her, Li Chun retrieved a spirit testing plate from his storage bag, placing his palm upon it. This plate will sense your spiritual root potential. If you possess spiritual roots, it will emit light. If it remains inactive, then it proves you lack them. This testing plate was initially meant for Li Changsheng. Although Li Chan was aware that Li Changsheng possessed an 8th grade with spiritual root, he still needed to adhere to the proper formalities. He had not anticipated that this spirit testing plate would be used for Ning Hongxiu. Whether she possessed spiritual roots was a consideration Li Chun had never contemplated. After all, it is exceedingly rare to find an individual with a spiritual root amidst the mundane. Ning Hongxiu gazed anxiously at the spirit testing plate that Li Chun had retrieved. Pressing her palm upon it, in the next moment, the plate erupted with a radiant golden light, which, while not blinding, was several times more brilliant than the glow emitted when Li Chun had tested his own spiritual root. A 6th grade, gold-tinged spiritual root. To her astonishment, she truly possessed a spiritual root. Li Chun looked at the girl, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. A joyful smile spread across Ning Hongxiu's delicate face, her excitement palpable. Lineage, the jade plate has lit up. Does this mean I can marry you? On the streets of Xuanqing County, with a candied hawthorn skewer in one hand and tugging at Li Chen's sleeve with the other, Ning Hongxiu asked nervously, Lineage, will Sister Mo accept me? And will Changsheng dislike me? Li Chun turned, chuckling gently. Do not worry. Xiaoyu is gentle by nature. She will not act harshly toward you. As for Changsheng, he is quite understanding. If you present him with a candied hawthorn, he will take a liking to you. Despite Li Chen's comforting words, Ning Hongxiu remained somewhat anxious, for she was about to meet Li Chen's wife and son. In the realm of cultivation, there is no distinction between primary and secondary wives. Only the terms of Dao partners, concubines, and maids exist. As for whether Mo Yunyu would accept Ning Hongxiu, Li Chun was confident she would. In front of the inn, Mo Yunyu held onto Li Changsheng, who gazed curiously at the bustling street. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Mother, it's father. Father has returned, following the direction of Li Changsheng's pointing finger. And Mo Yunyu indeed spotted her husband. However, behind him trailed a valiant young woman, their demeanor suggesting an intimate rapport. As Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu reached the entrance of the inn, he first turned to Mo Yunyu and softly inquired, Xiaoyu, have you encountered any troubles these past few days? And Mo Yunyu gently shook her head, her gaze warm as she looked at Li Chun. Husband, Changsheng and I have been staying at the inn. There have been no troubles. Father, who is this beautiful sister? Li Changsheng, feeling overlooked, tugged insistently at Li Chen's pant leg, striving to gain his attention. Li Chun bent down, lifting Li Changsheng into his arms. Changsheng, this is your Aunt Hongxiu. Quickly greet her. Li Changsheng looked at Ning Hongxiu with innocent eyes and said, Annie, hello. With a sigh of relief, Ning Hongxiu handed the candied hawthorn to Li Changsheng. You are so well behaved, Changsheng. This is a gift from Annie. Li Changsheng, however, did not accept immediately, but instead looked up at Li Chun. Upon seeing Li Chun nod approvingly, he took the candied hawthorn from Ning Hongxiu's hand and tentatively licked it. His eyes then brightened. Father, what is this? This is a candied hawthorn. If you like it, I will have Aunt Hongxiu buy you more, Li Chun explained, seeking his son's consent. Li Changsheng turned to Ning Hongxiu, his innocent eyes revealing a hint of contemplation before he nodded vigorously. Aunt Hongxiu, would you take me to play for a while? Li Chun asked, handing Li Changsheng over to Ning Hongxiu. She nodded and took his hand, leading him away. Once they had departed, Li Chun turned to Mo Yunyu and softly began, Xiaoyu, Hongxiu is an old acquaintance of mine from the mundane world. And this time, husband, you need not explain. Mo Yunyu interjected, shaking her head gently. Her gaze, filled with warmth, met Li Chen's. Since you cherish her, bringing her back is all that matters. Even if you wish for that Hongxiu to take on the primary role. I harbor no grievances. Li Chun scratched his head, surprised that his prepared speech had gone unused. O Yunyu remained the same understanding woman she had always been. Yet even now, that inherent timidity and meekness within her had not dissipated. He embraced her, stating, in the realm of cultivation, there is no distinction between primary and secondary wives. Both you and Hongxiu are my Dao partners, regardless of rank. Yunyu looked up, her voice barely a whisper. Husband, let us have another child. Chen shook his head, calmly refusing. No, we cannot. You wish to forsake your cultivation for another child? Yunyu had already borne Li Changsheng for him, which he deemed sufficient. Li Chun had no intentions of seeking additional offspring with her. Given that Yunyu possessed a 9th grade spiritual root and he an 8th grade one, any subsequent child would likely inherit either an 8th or 9th grade spiritual root. Li Chun had sought a partner with superior spiritual root qualifications precisely for the hope of producing more children with elevated spiritual roots to enhance his own lineage. Without the system, he would not have sought a partner at all, let alone desired children. He had never been a man consumed by lust. Indeed, that is correct, Li Chen affirmed, solidifying his resolve. He was not a man who indulged in the pursuit of women. An hour later, Ning Hongxiu returned with Li Changsheng, who now held a bundle of snacks and 2 small toys. Yunyu approached with a gentle smile, inquiring of Ning Hongxiu. Sister Hongxiu, Changsheng did not misbehave. Did he? Ning Hongxiu appeared somewhat flustered, shaking her head vigorously. Sister Changsheng is very well behaved, not mischievous at all. Li Chun lifted Li Changsheng in his arms, stating, Son, it is time for us to return home. That day, Li Chun procured 2 swift steeds and set off with Yunyu and her son, along with Ning Hongxiu, towards Inshifang. This excursion had already consumed considerable time. The mundane world differed greatly from Inshifang. In the realm of the mundane, the spiritual energy was exceedingly thin, nearly non-existent. Thus, no cultivator would linger there for long, except for those who had given up on their path to immortality and returned to the mundane to revel in life. One significant distinction of the cultivation realm is that places where cultivators congregate typically possess spiritual veins. These veins emanate spiritual energy, providing sustenance for cultivators' practices. Only in areas rich in spiritual energy could one find spiritual herbs and medicines, as well as spiritual materials and mines. However, in the cultivation realm of the Yin Kingdom, the mountains with spiritual veins have been divided and claimed by various factions. The Zishu sect monopolized the only 3rd grade spiritual vein in the Yin Kingdom. The Yulongyang family controlled a 300-mile stretch of the Heishui River, guarding a 2nd grade spiritual vein and forbidding outsiders from approaching. The Wang family occupied several mountains at the Ningbi Cliff. Even 1st grade spiritual veins were subject to division by numerous qi-refining families, such as the Bai family of King's Hushan, the Sidu family of Yuya Lake, and the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff. The 5 major markets of Inshifang, Nanshan Fang, Taihu Fang, Qinghe Fang, and Shilin Fang were all built upon 2nd grade spiritual veins, attracting a multitude of wandering cultivators, providing them with a place to establish themselves. Simultaneously, the Zishu sect and various cultivation families operated enterprises within these markets, exploiting the spiritual stones of the wandering cultivators. Beyond these 5 major markets, the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm also featured smaller markets situated on 1st grade spiritual veins. 5 days later, Li Chen returned to the outskirts of Inshifang with Yunyu and her son. Ning Hongxiu dismounted her horse, gazing curiously at the dense fog ahead. Li Gij, is the cultivation realm just beyond this fog? Li Chen smiled and nodded. Indeed, beyond this illusionary formation lies the cultivation realm. Hongxiu, the cultivation realm is unlike the mundane. Once you embark on the path of immortality, you will understand at this point. Li Chen's expression turned grave as he thought of the Wang family and Wang Fengming. Although they had successfully returned to Inshifang without encountering any ambushes, Li Chen had not forgotten Wang Fengming's scheming to have him ambushed by the Zhao family. This debt must be settled with Wang Fengming. What is this? Upon returning to the cave residence with Yunyu and her son, they were met by Fu Kong, who scrutinized Ning Hongxiu with a puzzled expression directed at Li Chen. Li Chen chuckled lightly, explaining, Friend Fu, allow me to introduce her. This is Hongxiu, my new Dao partner. Fu Kong nodded, his expression unchanging. He understood Li Chen's decision to bring back a mortal woman in Fu Kang's eyes. Li Chen, constrained by his spiritual root qualifications, was unlikely to achieve immortality in this lifetime. Thus, he placed his hopes for transcendence upon the next generation, wishing to bear several children with spiritual roots to nurture. It was precisely because of Li Chen's low cultivation that Fu Kong felt at ease forging a friendship with him. Uncle Fu, I missed you so much. Upon seeing Fu Kong, Li Changsheng dashed towards him, his little legs moving swiftly. Changsheng, how was the mundane world? Was it fun? Fu Kong bent down to lift Li Changsheng into his arms, and to everyone's surprise, a smile broke through his typically stern visage, softening his tone as well. The mundane world is indeed delightful. Changsheng yearns to explore it further. Uncle Fu, would you be so kind as to take Changsheng to experience the secular realm? Li Changsheng was allowed to frolic with Fu Kong, while Li Chun escorted Ning Hongxiu into the cave dwelling. As she stepped into the realm of cultivation for the first time, Ning Hongxiu found everything to be utterly fascinating. Chen advised her to remain in the cave with the Yunyun until she had entered the Tao, cautioning her against wandering aimlessly. Concurrently, he requested Mo Yunyun to impart some foundational knowledge of the cultivation world to Ning Hongxiu. Once Ning Hongxiu was settled, Li Chen made his way to the Divine Pill Pavilion to pay a visit to Manager Fu. Following that, he proceeded to Chun Dansher's cave to greet him. The next day, Li Chan astonishingly refined 4 furnaces of elixirs at the Divine Pill Pavilion. After all, a man with a family must work diligently to earn spirit stones, especially now that he had the responsibility of Ning Hongxiu as well. After finishing his work, he ventured to Baibao Building, where he purchased a manual on Jin Yuan Gong. Much like the Qi Yin Ju, Jin Yuan Gong is a commonly found low-tier cultivation technique in the cultivation world, sold at a very modest price. Ning Hongxiu possessed a 6th-grade spiritual root with a metallic attribute. Chun wished to find her a more profound technique. Yet high-tier methods are exceedingly rare in the cultivation world, predominantly monopolized by established families and sections. The techniques available in the marketplace are all low-tier, only sufficient to reach the peak of Qi refinement, with no subsequent content for the foundation establishment stage. Should a loose cultivator miraculously achieve foundation establishment, they would face the daunting challenge of lacking further techniques to cultivate that juncture. Such individuals typically have only 2 options: either become a subordinate of a prominent cultivation family or join the Zishu sect as an outer disciple, working for them. Beyond these 2 paths, it is exceptionally difficult for loose cultivators to find alternative routes. Of course, those who have inherited legacies from powerful predecessors find themselves in a different situation. Each step forward is hindered for lower-tier loose cultivators. This encapsulates the plight of the majority of loose cultivators in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, a situation largely mirrored across other realms. It is not that Li Chun is unwilling to seek advanced techniques for Ning Hongxiu. It is simply that, given his current status, he cannot find them. He is also practicing the Qi Yin Ju, which is no more advanced than Jin Yuan Gong. Chun returned to the cave with the Jin Yuan Gong manual. Yin was busy preparing dinner while Ning Hongxiu entertained Li Changsheng, teaching him a set of secular boxing techniques that, in truth, Li Changsheng felt quite lonely as he lacked playmates and had already begun learning to read and write before reaching the age of 3. With the arrival of An Hongxiu, Li Changsheng visibly brightened. However, Ning Hongxiu could not perpetually play with him. She too had cultivation to attend. Chen contemplated the matter and resolved to soon provide Li Changsheng with a brother or sister, ensuring he would not lack for companionship and could enjoy a complete childhood. After the family had dined, Li Chun called Ning Hongxiu aside to teach her the Jin Yuan Gong, hoping she would swiftly complete her entry into the Tao and transform into a cultivator. Ning Hongxiu's comprehension was commendable, and since Jin Yuan Gong was not an advanced technique, she quickly grasped its contents and eagerly began her meditation and practice. Observing Ning Hongxiu occupying the meditation mat, Li Chun glanced around the cave. It was evident that relocating should be prioritized. The current Ding-level cave was rather small, and the spiritual energy was insufficiently dense, with 4 individuals residing in a Ding-level cave. It felt somewhat cramped that Chun resolved to rent a Bing-level cave the following day, partitioning it into several rooms. As Li Changsheng grew, there were certain responsibilities he would eventually need to shoulder. The next morning, Li Chun looked towards Ning Hongxiu. She approached him with a hint of dejection. Li Gij, I can sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, yet I am unable to draw it into my body to refine it into magical power and complete my entry into the Tao. Li Chun shook his head and gently reassured her. There's no need to rush. The cultivation world operates differently from the secular realm. Patience is K-E-Y. Union chimed in. Hongxiu, you possess a 6th grade spiritual root. I believe you will soon enter the Tao. I began my cultivation at 7 and only managed to draw an energy by 12, taking a full 5 years. Ning Hongxiu nodded, resolutely clenching her fists. Li Gij, Jia. Don't worry. I will strive diligently in my cultivation and shall not become a burden. Chen chuckled as he playfully pinched Ning Hongxiu's nose before turning to exit the cave. Heading to the Divine Pill Pavilion for work, as usual, as always, accompanied him outside, watching until his figure disappeared from view. This time, however, she was not alone. Ning Hongxiu was by her side, as for Li Changsheng. He remained blissfully asleep, unaware that his father had already risen early to begin his day. In the afternoon, Li Chun visited the level cave number 2, which housed a significant figure from the Yulong Yang family. Known as Yang Dezhu, rumored to be the direct descendant of the family's ancestor. Yang Dezhu was a prominent figure in Yingshan Fong, at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, managing the shantytown and cave districts, as well as overseeing the law enforcement team that Li Chun paid 200 spirit stones to obtain the opening token for Bing level number 99 cave. Exiting a level cave number 2, Li Chun glanced at a level cave no. 1, which belonged to Linglong Ferry and was situated at the very center of the 2nd-tier spiritual vein. This cave had been specially gifted to Linglong Ferry by the Yulong Yang family and the Ning Bio Wang family. They would not dare to demand spirit stones from her. Although this cave belonged to Linglong Ferry, she seldom resided there. Observing the sealed cave, he noted the absence of formation arrangements at its entrance. It had been over 3 years since Li Chun had last seen Linglong Ferry, and he had no idea where she might be or what she was occupied with. He paid another 200 spirit stones to receive the opening token for Bing level no. 99 cave. In the shantytown. A room costs 1 spirit stone per month. A Ding level cave costs 80 spirit stones monthly, while a Bing level cave demands 200 spirit stones. In a level cave requires 500 spirit stones monthly. The pressure of living expenses had increased once more. Li Chun inwardly cursed the greed of the major cultivation families. They developed caves on the spiritual veins and leased them to loose cultivators, demanding astronomical sums monthly. How many loose cultivators toil tirelessly to earn spirit stones for their cultivation? In the end, all the spirit stones end up in the pockets of these prominent families. Certainly, the primary culprits are the Yulong Yang family and the Ning Bio Wang family, both of which are foundational families with legacies spanning centuries and are the largest shareholders in Yingshan Fong. The Qingtezu Bai family, the Yuyao Lake Situ family, and the Yinfenjia Zhao family, while nominally the founders of Yingshan Fong, wield little real power in Yingshan Fong. The true authority lies with the Yang and Wang families. Li Chun returned home with the opening token, ready to inform Mo Yinyun and Ning Hongxiu about moving to the Bing level cave. Xiaohei, don't run away. Woof, woof. Upon arriving home, Li Chun spotted Li Changsheng chasing a puppy no larger than his palm outside the cave. Li Chun squinted his eyes. Where did this first-tier demonic beast pup come from? Changsheng, where did this little black dog come from? Li Chun approached and lifted Li Changsheng, inquiring about the origins of the pup. Daddy, Xiaohei is a pet that Uncle Fu gave me. Li Chun nodded, setting Li Changsheng down. Go play. Daddy has matters to discuss with Uncle Fu. Fu Kong indeed took great interest in Li Changsheng, treating him almost like his own child, even going so far as to procure a first-tier demonic beast pup for him. Although it was merely a first-tier beast, it was still worth 100 spirit stones. For a loose cultivator in the early stages of Qi refinement, 100 spirit stones is a staggering sum, and even for Fu Kong, a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, it is not an insignificant amount. Taoist Fu, are you there? Outside the cave, Li Chun called out, and the cave door slowly opened. Stepping inside, he said, Taoist Fu, here are 200 spirit stones. Please accept them. Li Chun took 200 spirit stones from his storage bag and pushed them towards Fu Kong. He could not accept the demonic beast pup without offering something in return. Fu Kang's expression hardened as he frowned. Changsheng is not only your son, but also my nephew. Return the spirit stones. Li Chun shook his head, insisting, a deal is a deal. The value of the demon beast cubs is substantial, and fellow Taoist Fu also requires resources for his cultivation. Thus, it would be wise to accept this spirit stone. Fu Kong did not cast a glance at the spirit stone. Instead, he gazed calmly at Li Chen. Today, I ventured into the Yinshan mountain range to hunt demon beasts and fortuitously encountered a newly born black fire dog cub. Considering that Changshang lacks a companion, I brought it back as a gift for him. You are aware that I cultivate the blood fiend technique, which necessitates the infusion of malevolent energy and blood essence into my practice. The slaughterhouses have ceased to satisfy my training needs that I end the coming period. I shall enter the Yinshan mountain range to hunt demon beasts and gather blood fiend energy to break through to the later stage of Qi refinement. While also refining the blood fiend banner, I have already resigned from my position as the spirit butcher at Jinxiu Tower. Now, I wish to ask you for a favor. Noticing Fu Kang's grave demeanor, Li Chen's expression turned equally serious. Please, fellow Taoist Fu, speak. Fu Kong maintained a serene gaze on Li Chen. The blood fiend technique relies on the cultivation of blood essence and malevolent energy. Having taken countless lives, I am certain that when I attempt to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, inner and outer demons will obstruct my path, that I wish to request Master Chen to concoct a clear spirit pill to suppress these inner and outer demons. I have already prepared the spiritual herbs, auxiliary materials, and the pill formula, but I lack any rapport with Master Chen. Chen furrowed his brow, though he was already aware that Fu Kong practiced demonic arts. This was the first time he had heard the name of the technique. The blood fiend technique. Li Chen couldn't help but recall Xie Xian, whom he had encountered in Qingafang, that he still had a sealed blood divination technique in his storage bag. The names blood fiend technique and blood divination technique were inextricably linked in Li Chen's mind. Noticing Li Chen's furrowed brow, Fu Kong calmly remarked, "It is of no consequence if you cannot ask Master Chen to assist me with alchemy." Regaining his composure, Li Chen inquired, "Fellow Taoist Fu, would you mind sharing how you came upon this blood fiend technique?" Fu Kong did not respond immediately, his gaze turning peculiar as he regarded Li Chen. Sensing that Fu Kong had misunderstood, Li Chen was about to clarify when Fu Kang's expression shifted to one of reminiscence, and he spoke in a low voice. 13 years ago, my family suffered a massacre. During my flight, I encountered a senior who saved me and imparted the blood fiend technique. Since then, I have journeyed from Qingzhou to Heishui Prefecture, arriving at Yinshan Square. Like you, I possess a 9th grade spiritual root. Without the blood fiend technique, I would not have attained my current level of cultivation. That if you're interested in the blood fiend technique, I could teach it to you. Li Chen knitted his brows tightly and retrieved a blood-colored jade slip from his storage bag. Fellow Taoist Fu, take a look at this technique. Fu Kong regarded Li Chen with suspicion as he accepted the blood-colored jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Moments later, Fu Kang's eyes flew open, a gleam of bloodlight shining forth. The blood divination technique and the blood fiend technique share a common lineage. It is derived from a more profound demonic art. Where did you obtain this blood divination technique? Li Chen did not conceal the truth. Recounting his encounter with Xie Xian in Qingafang, Fu Kong fell into contemplation. Silent, Li Chen chose not to speak further, trusting that Fu Kong would form his own judgment. Li Chen surmised that both the blood divination technique and the blood fiend technique were likely disseminated intentionally by some great demonic figure. Practitioners of these techniques, once they achieve mastery, would essentially become resources or, one could say, sustenance. Li Chen felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had resisted the temptation to cultivate the blood divination technique. After a long pause, Fu Kong's gaze hardened, his voice hoarse. Even knowing that traps lie ahead, I must press on. There is no turning back for me. The blood feud of my family cannot go unavenged. Brother, thank you for bringing me this blood divination technique. Meeting Fu Kang's grateful gaze, Li Chen remained silent. Eventually, he spoke softly, "Please provide me with the spiritual herbs and formula for the clear spirit pill. I shall ask Master Chen to brew it for you." Fu Kong understood that there were traps ahead in the cultivation of the blood divination technique and the blood fiend technique. Yet he chose to continue down this path, driven by the desire for vengeance. For revenge, Fu Kong had long ceased to care for the path of immortality or whether he could transcend to become an immortal. His existence was solely for retribution. This was Fu Kang's choice, and Li Chen respected it. Since Fu Kang had opted to persist in cultivating the blood fiend technique, Li Chen decided to assist him in refining a clear spirit pill to help him break through to the later stage of qi refinement and seek vengeance for his family's blood feud. In fact, there was no need for the clear spirit pills formula, as Li Chen had acquired the method for its refinement within the second-tier alchemical inheritance. He was fully capable of concocting it himself without needing to enlist Master Chen's aid. Upon entering the cultivation world, Li Chen had few friends aside from Fu Kang and Huang Qingya. The bond between Li Chen and Huang Qingya hardly qualified as friendship due to its superficial nature. Fu Kang, typically taciturn and stern in demeanor, was not inherently so. The trauma of his family's annihilation had transformed his personality drastically. However, from a friend's perspective, Fu Kang was a person worthy of companionship and trust. Having recognized Fu Kang as a friend, Li Chen would not refuse to lend a helping hand when needed. Returning to his cave abode, Li Chen called upon Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu to assist in the relocation. "Father, where are we going?" Li Changsheng asked, cradling the small black dog. "That we are moving to the Class B cave." Li Chen cheerfully explained the differences between Class B and Class D caves to his son, who listened in confusion. Upon reaching the Class B cave, Li Chen personally set to work, gathering rubble to construct several walls, dividing the space into 4 sections. One hall, a bedroom exclusively for Li Changsheng, and 2 additional bedrooms for Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. While he could make do with any corner at dawn, Li Chen dutifully reported to the Divine Pill Pavilion that in the Alchemy Chamber, he retrieved the spiritual herbs prepared by Fu Kang and began the process of concocting the Clear Spirit Pill. The Clear Spirit Pill was a high-grade, first-tier pill, and the entire day was consumed by its refinement, leaving no time for other concoctions. The higher the grade of the pill, the longer the time required for its creation. For pills like the food-restraining pill, hemostatic pill, and qi-nourishing pill, Li Chen could produce 1 batch in an hour. However, the time required varied for pills such as the spirit-gathering pill, harmonizing qi pill, and essence-enhancing pill. As for second-tier pills, it would take no less than 10 to 15 days to complete a batch due to the increased variety and aging of the required spiritual herbs, as well as the complexity of the alchemical process. By nightfall, Li Chen made his way to Class D Cave, number 298, delivering a vial of clear spirit pills to Fu Kang. Fu Kang accepted the jade vial without a glance and stored it in his bag, offering Li Chen a wordless embrace. Li Chen could even sense the profound aura of blood and malevolence emanating from him. Farewell. Fu Kang embraced Li Chen once more before slipping into the night. Exiting Yinshan Square, Li Chen silently watched Fu Kang's solitary and resolute figure fade into the darkness. After a long while, Li Chen withdrew his gaze and softly uttered, "Fellow Taoist Fu, I wish you luck." Suddenly, Li Chen sensed someone observing him from the shadows. Turning to look, he discovered a qi refinement early-stage cultivator. Meeting Li Chen's gaze, the cultivator appeared flustered and hastily vanished into the night. Li Chen's eyes glinted coldly. Wang Fengming. This individual was likely sent by Wang Fengming to spy on him, though it was also possible that other factions had dispatched him. Upon returning to the Class B cave, Li Chen swallowed an essence-enhancing pill and seized the opportunity to cultivate. The advanced spiritual herbs cultivated in the Divine Pill Pavilion's medicinal garden were dwindling, and Li Chen could no longer indulge in consuming qi-nourishing pills without restraint. Fortunately, having moved to the Class B cave, his spiritual root had risen from 9th grade to 8th grade, allowing his cultivation to progress unhindered. 3 months passed in this manner. 1 day. Upon returning to his cave, Li Chen was greeted by Ning Hongxiu, who rushed over, tiptoeing to wrap her arms around his neck. "Big brother Li, I have wonderful news to share. I have successfully entered the Tao." Li Chen smiled and nodded in encouragement. Red sleeve. "You are truly remarkable." Indeed, there is no need for Ning Hongxiu to speak. He can discern it at a glance. Just recently embarking on her journey, her magical energy fluctuates erratically, a fact readily apparent to any discerning observer. Transforming into a cultivator within a mere 3 months of channeling energy is a pace that, while extraordinary, is not uncommon for one with a 6th grade spirit root. After all, Ning Hongxiu resides in a grade B cave dwelling, feasting daily on spiritual rice and occasionally enjoying spiritual delicacies. Such favorable conditions are privileges that even disciples of a Zishu sect or noble families might not fully enjoy. Brotherly, I am also a cultivator now. Why not teach me alchemy? This way, I can share some of the burdens with you, allowing you more time for cultivation, Ning Hongxiu suggested as she wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck. Expressing her desire to learn the art of alchemy, Chen's gaze shifted, contemplating the feasibility of her request. With a family to support, despite receiving a substantial amount of spirit stones from manager Fu each month, his resources still fell short. Residing in a grade B cave dwelling incurs a cost of 200 spirit stones monthly, alongside expenditures for spiritual rice, beast meat, and the daily blood meals required for the little black dog raised by Li Changsheng, all of which consumes spirit stones. The weight of providing for his family's needs, including their cultivation, rests heavily upon Li Chen's shoulders, indeed a significant burden. Yunyu had once expressed her wish to learn a skill to earn spirit stones and alleviate Li Chen's responsibilities. Unfortunately, Yunyu lacked the aptitude for cultivation. She struggled with alchemy, could not grasp talisman creation, and was far from mastering formations. After several attempts, her self-esteem dwindled, making her feel utterly useless. She even entertained the notion of washing clothes for others to earn spirit sand. But after being scolded by Li Chen a few times, she dared not mention it again. Now, with Ning Hongxiu expressing her desire to learn alchemy, Li Chen was naturally willing to teach. However, he wondered if Ning Hongxiu possessed the talent for it. Yet, for Ning Hongxiu to pursue alchemy, she would need to acquire an alchemical furnace, spiritual herbs, and even iron heartwood. How many spirit stones would that require? The thought sent a shiver down Li Chen's spine. The resources necessary to cultivate an alchemist are staggering. Not everyone possesses a system that imparts second-tier alchemical knowledge as he does, without a significant power backing them. One simply lacks the qualifications to nurture an alchemist. Perhaps it would be better to take Ning Hongxiu to the Shindan Pavilion as an apprentice and assess her potential for alchemy, that if she lacks the aptitude, it would be wise to dissuade her from pursuing this path early on. Observing the girl in his arms, Li Chen pondered deeply before breaking into a smile. There is no rush regarding your alchemical studies at the tea present. There is a more pressing matter at hand. Ning Hongxiu looked bewildered. Brotherly, what is so urgent? Ning Hongxiu suddenly gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson. Chen lifted her effortlessly, leaning close to her ear with a gentle chuckle. Of course, it is to add a brother or sister for Changsheng. Otherwise, he would be so lonely. She was lifted. Ning Hongxiu wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck, pressing her flushed face against his chest, her body tensing in an almost rigid manner. Chen carried Ning Hongxiu into the room. And after sharing a tender moment, he did not forget to continue his meditation and cultivation. The inexperienced girl nestled under the covers peeked out, her head visible as she softly inquired, Brotherly, are you still going to cultivate? Li Chen stroked her silky hair, smiling gently. You should address me differently now. Husband. Meeting Li Chen's warm gaze, Ning Hongxiu called out husband and immediately ducked her head back under the covers. Refusing to emerge, seeing her hide, Li Chen chuckled and spoke earnestly. Hongxiu, as cultivators, our ultimate aim is to transcend and attain immortality. Yet the path to immortality is fraught with countless hardships and obstacles. If we become complacent in our cultivation, how shall we navigate these trials? After speaking, Li Chen took out a yuan increasing pill and slowly closed his eyes. Ning Hongxiu lifted the covers, gazing at the meditating Li Chen, her eyes flickering with determination. Her husband was striving so hard for immortality. Naturally, she wished to remain by his side and support him through it all. Resolutely, Ning Hongxiu sat up and closed her eyes, mimicking Li Chen's posture. The following day, when Li Chen awoke from his meditation, he found Ning Hongxiu still sitting in meditation beside him, eliciting a feeling of satisfaction, compared to Yunyu's lackadaisical attitude towards cultivation. Ning Hongxiu undoubtedly displayed ambition. Thinking of Yunyu brought a headache to Li Chen. Despite being a 9th grade spirit root, she showed little interest in cultivation, secretly hoarding the energy-replenishing pills and gathering spirit pills he provided rather than consuming them. Li Chen had reprimanded her numerous times, yet she remained unyielding, adhering to her own whims. In her words, as a ninth-grade spirit root, she felt no need to squander resources. She intended to save those spirit pills for her son. Li Chen had tried reasoning with her, scolding her, but while Mo Yinyu would agree outwardly, she continued to stash away the cultivation resources he provided. Li Chen couldn't help but think of Mo Bai. It was no surprise that Mo Yinyu and Mo Bai shared certain traits. The similarities between father and daughter were striking. Chen took Ning Hongxiu to the Shindan Pavilion, beginning her education in recognizing the properties of herbs, how to open and warm the furnace, and how to control the flame's intensity among the foundational skills of alchemy. Although Li Chen held a special status in the Shindan Pavilion, the apprentices and staff whispered behind his back. Gradually, rumors of Li Chen's alleged romantic pursuits began to circulate among the lower-level cultivators of Yingshan Square. Chen heard some of these rumors, but he merely smiled them off, not allowing them to trouble him. Ning Hongxiu, with her 6th-grade spirit root, studied alchemy under his guidance, but alas, she lacked the natural talent for it. As Ning Hongxiu's belly grew day by day, Li Chen ceased taking her to the Shindan Pavilion, and she too lost her desire to learn alchemy. Alchemy was simply too difficult. This was Ning Hongxiu's sentiment. Another year passed, and Ning Hongxiu's belly swelled prominently, her cultivation reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement. With labor imminent, this rate of cultivation was not exaggerated, considering she possessed a 6th-grade spirit root and benefited from Li Chen's unlimited supply of energy-replenishing pills. One day, Li Chen returned home from the Shindan Pavilion as usual. Li Changsheng waited outside the cave dwelling with a black-red dog, rushing towards Li Chen with excitement written all over his face. "Father, Aunt Hongxiu is about to give birth. I'm going to have a little brother or sister." Li Changsheng, now 4 years old, exhibited a calm demeanor, showing understanding and obedience. Overall, Li Chen was quite satisfied with his eldest son. The black-red dog happily trotted behind Li Changsheng, panting and wagging its tail at Li Chen. Li Chen knelt down, ruffling Li Changsheng's hair, and asked with a smile, "Changsheng, do you want a little brother or a little sister?" Li Changsheng pondered for a moment, biting his finger before answering, "I want a sister." Li Chen remained silent. Whether the child born to Ning Hongxiu was a son or a daughter mattered little to him. What he truly cared about was the child's spirit root aptitude. Perhaps having experienced the birth of Li Changsheng made him more at ease with the impending arrival of a second child. Li Chen stood at the entrance of the cave dwelling, filled with anticipation. Typically, childbirth occurs after 10 months of gestation. Given Ning Hongxiu's 6th-grade spirit root, the child she carried had been in her womb for an entire year. Surely, the child's spirit root aptitude would be commendable. Wow! As the clear cry of an infant echoed, a smile spread across Li Chen's face that Li Changsheng, standing beside him, barely reaching Li Chen's thigh, was brimming with excitement. "Father, Aunt Hongxiu has given birth." The cave door swung open. Mo Yinyu emerged, her gaze stern as she reprimanded Li Changsheng. "Changsheng, what are you shouting for? Are you not afraid of startling your sister?" Li Changsheng quickly covered his mouth, yet the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Mo Yinyu turned to Li Chen, saying, "Husband, it is a daughter." Li Chen nodded and stepped into the cave dwelling in the bedroom. Ning Hongxiu reclined on the bed, cradling a plump, radiant infant, a stark contrast to the wrinkled appearance of Li Changsheng at birth. Upon seeing Li Chen, Ning Hongxiu rose from the bed and handed the swaddled baby girl to him, saying, "Husband, it is a daughter." "Hongxiu, you should lie down and not move around," Li Chen urged as he accepted the swaddled infant. Instructing Ning Hongxiu to remain still, the baby girl, nestled in Li Chen's arms, wailed incessantly. Nearby, Li Changsheng tugged at Li Chen's pant leg, brimming with excitement. "Father, can I hold my sister?" Li Chen nodded with a smile. Handing his newly born daughter to Li Changsheng, Li Changsheng carefully took his sister from Li Chen's arms, playfully pinching her cheeks, which startled the newborn and made her wail even louder, observing his sister's escalating cries. Li Changsheng felt somewhat at a loss. Ning Hongxiu lay half reclined on the bed, watching the brother and sister with a gentle smile. Li Chen did not reprimand Li Changsheng. Instead, he wore a loving expression. "My dear husband, why not bestow a name upon our daughter?" Ning Hongxiu asked, her eyes gleaming as she turned her gaze to Li Chen. Yenya also looked at Li Chen. Li Changxing ceased attempting to soothe his crying sister and turned his attention to his father, curious about the name he would choose for her. Without hesitation, Li Chen calmly stated, "Xian Li Xian." Ning Hongxiu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Very well, she shall be called Li Xian. I in Li Changxing's arms." The newborn Li Xian suddenly quieted and then broke into a joyful, innocent giggle. "Father, mother, Aunt Hongxiu, my sister is laughing." Yenya stepped forward, playfully pinching Li Changxing's ear. "Hammy Xianer, be careful not to drop her." Li Chen observed this scene with a tranquil gaze, feeling a warmth within. Naming his son Changsheng and his daughter Xian reflected Li Chen's hopes for them, as well as a motivation for himself. Yenya cradled the newborn Li Xian and sat at the bedside, discussing with Ning Hongxiu how to nurture their daughter. I Changsheng stood nearby, and for some reason, his mood suddenly turned somber. Li Chen assumed Li Changsheng was feeling down out of jealousy and affectionately tousled his hair, asking with concern, "Changsheng, what troubles you? Were you not just filled with joy?" Li Changsheng looked up at Li Chen and replied, "Father, you once mentioned that Uncle Fu held me when I was born. I haven't seen Uncle Fu in a long time. I miss him." Li Chen was taken aback, then smiled reassuringly. "Uncle Fu will return to see you soon." "Really? Of course." I Changsheng's spirits lifted. He was easily consoled. Since the last farewell to Fu Kong, he had not returned, and Li Chen was unaware if Fu Kong had successfully broken through the 6th level of qi refinement and advanced to the later stage. He also wondered about that fellow Taoist Fu and what he might be doing now. Soon, Li Chen ceased pondering these questions and focused his attention on the system panel. Host, Li Chen lifespan, 25, 99, spiritual root, grade 6 cultivation, 5th layer of qi refinement techniques, qi yanju. Hualing shou, kumu ju, qi tian shu, fengguang lu ing jianju skills, 2nd tier alchemy treasures, chiefing sword, jingguang brick Dao companions. Yenya, Ning Hongxiu offspring. Li Changsheng, Li Xian main quest. Establish a cultivation family. Incomplete, side quest. Seize foundations. Occupy spirit vein territory. Incomplete. Li Chen then open Li Xian's data panel. Offspring. Li Xian lifespan. 0, 81, spiritual root. Grade 6 talent. Combat magic. Li Xian possessed a grade 6 spiritual root, inheriting Ning Hongxiu's qualities and inadvertently elevating Li Chen's own spiritual root to grade 6 as well. What does the talent for combat magic signify? Li Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. Compared to Li Changxing's data panel, Li Xian had an additional talent, combat magic, while Li Changxing's talent was non-existent. Li Chen glanced at his daughter's still in swaddling clothes, and then at his son, who was grinning foolishly, and couldn't help but sigh softly. He wondered if, once both Li Changsheng and Li Xian began their cultivation journeys, Li Changsheng would still smile as joyfully as he did now. With Li Xian's birth, Li Chen's spiritual root quality had also risen to grade 6. Having experienced the cultivation speed of a grade 9 spiritual root and in grade 8, the transition to a grade 6 spiritual root felt somewhat unfamiliar. Compared to grade 9 and 8, grade 6 was akin to a prodigy, with cultivation speed considerably accelerated. It was no wonder that the Zishu sect placed such importance on spiritual roots when recruiting disciples. The Zishu sect held a spiritual assessment every decade to scout the finest talents in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. Naturally, the Zishu sect primarily recruited from the prominent cultivation families and row cultivators, with individuals like Li Chen being exceedingly rare among those participating in the assessments. When Li Chen attended the spiritual assessment at the Zishu sect, he faced numerous sneers and disdain that a grade 9 spiritual root was insufficient to qualify for entry into the Zishu sect. Even for the role of a servant disciple, grade 8 and grade 7 spiritual roots could gain entry if they were young enough, while those with grade 6 spiritual roots could directly join the outer sect as outer disciples. Disciples of the Zishu sect were categorized into servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Servant disciples did not benefit from the sect's resources, while starting from outer disciples, individuals could access the sect's resources. Only true disciples received the teachings of the sect's core techniques. The The Zishu sect, the only sect in the Yin kingdom, boasted a legacy spanning thousands of years, with 3 tiers of transmission within the sect. And each generation typically produced golden core cultivators to the height of the Zishu sect's influence. It even had multiple golden core cultivators within a single generation. Nowadays, however, the sect was considerably weakened, with only 1 golden core elder over 400 years old and no newly promoted golden core elders. Despite this, the Zishu sect remained the sole sect in the Yin kingdom, a towering presence in the cultivation world. If the secular realm of the Yin kingdom was governed by a dynasty, then the cultivation realm was ruled by the Zishu sect. Whenever the Zishu sect conducted its spiritual assessment, the major cultivation families of the Yin kingdom sent their most talented descendants to participate. The rationale behind sending high-quality spiritual root offspring to the Zishu sect was simple. The Zishu sect offered superior cultivation resources and 3-tier transmission, with the spiritual root elevated to grade 6. Coupled with the assistance of medicinal pills, Chen experienced the cultivation speed of a genius. Spiritual roots are categorized into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest, known as the heavenly grade spiritual root, which allows for seamless progression to the nascent soul stage. However, in reality, heavenly grade spiritual roots only exist in legends. Throughout the history of the Yin kingdom's cultivation realm, no one has ever possessed a heavenly grade spiritual root. Should a heavenly grade spiritual root emerge one day, major sects from other nations would rush to claim the individual. As far as Chen knew, Song Su, the first true disciple of the Zishu sect, who pursued the enchanting Linglong fairy and suffered the breaking of his flying sword, possessed merely a grade 3 spiritual root. Even so, Song Su was taken as a personal disciple by the golden core elder of the Zishu sect and was seen as the sect's future. A grade 6 spiritual root qualifies one as a minor genius within the Yin kingdom's cultivation realm. The vast majority of rogue cultivators in the Yin kingdom possess low-grade spiritual roots. Talented cultivators like Huang Qingya should logically become true disciples of the Zishu sect. However, everyone has their secrets, and Huang Qingya's absence from the Zishu sect likely stems from her own reasons. With his spiritual root enhanced, Chen's life did not change significantly. He continued to visit the Divine Pill Pavilion daily to refine pills, returning to his cave abode at night to meditate and cultivate, while also cherishing moments with his beloved children. Thus, 2 more years passed. 2 years later, Chen advanced his cultivation from the 5th to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, after 8 years in the cultivation world. At the age of 27, Chen reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, T27. With 6th-layer cultivation, Chen felt generally satisfied, with hopes of establishing a foundation before turning 40 after breaking through the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Chen presented himself as a 4th-layer cultivator to the outside world, successfully being promoted as the 3rd alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Now, in the Yinshan block, lower-tier cultivators greeted Chen with smiles, referring to him as Master L.I. in the eyes of lower-tier rogue cultivators. Chen had become a notable figure. During these 2 years, Ning Hongxiu advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and Chen gifted her a low-grade magical tool, the Cold Silk Net.as for Mo Yunya. She remained unchanged, still at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, with no progress whatsoever. Even though Chen urged her to consume spirit-gathering pills, she still could not break through the bottleneck to reach the 4th layer. Mo Yunya displayed no sign of determination. It was precisely her indifferent, lazy attitude that allowed her to reside in a grade C cave abode. Despite the assistance of elixirs, she is yet to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Li Changsheng, now 7 years old, resembles a little adult. Meanwhile, Li Xian, not even 3, spent her days being mischievous. Riding on the back of Li Changsheng's pet, the black fire dog, careening through their cave, dwelling, and often causing chaos, in stark contrast to her brother. This daughter is anything but demure. Chen is acutely aware that the 3rd-tier cave is inadequate. He cannot allow Li Xian to frolic outside their home, as it could attract unwanted attention from other cultivators. Yet, being in the lively stage of her youth, confining her within the cave daily would only stifle her nature. Chen realizes he must seek a spiritual land soon, both to fulfill a side quest from the system and to accommodate his vivacious daughter. Additionally, with Li Changsheng now 7 and his spiritual roots manifesting, it is time for him to begin his cultivation. The spiritual energy of a third-tier cave is already barely sufficient for Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu, both mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, if Li Changsheng embarks on the path of immortality. The energy from the cave will undoubtedly fall short. It is imperative to find a vein of spiritual energy and claim a mountain peak for themselves. However, the spiritual lands within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm have all been claimed, and acquiring one would necessitate competing with other cultivation families. With Li Qin only at the 6th layer of qi refinement, and accompanied by Ning Hongxiu at the 4th layer, which family could they possibly contend with? Furthermore, as the children grow day by day, and as Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu's cultivation levels rise, the spiritual stones he receives from the Divine Pill Pavilion are becoming increasingly insufficient to support the family's needs. Li Chun is filled with frustration. Balancing the responsibilities of family life while maintaining his own cultivation is proving to be exceedingly challenging. One day, upon returning from the Divine Pill Pavilion to the cave, Li Chun was met with the sight of Li Xian riding the black-red dog, knocking over furniture and excitedly chasing after Li Changsheng, shouting, "Xiao Hei, bite him, bite him!" Witnessing this scene, Li Chen's face darkened, his temples throbbing to Li Xian, Li Changsheng. As Li Chun entered the dwelling, he cast a cold glare at the siblings. "Father, you're back. What about the spiritual fish you promised me?" Upon seeing Li Chun return, Li Xian leapt off the dog, her face alight with joy, and ran to tug at Li Chen's trousers. Li Chen's cheeks twitched slightly as he coldly replied, "Li Xian, do you dare to ask for the spiritual fish again? Stand against the wall and behave." "Oh." Reluctantly, Li Xian stood before the cave wall, her small face devoid of any fear, and she discreetly winked at Li Changzheng. Li Chen's anger intensified. This daughter was utterly unruly. Spoiled by Mo Yunyu and Li Changzheng, the father. Li Changsheng lowered his head and meekly called out that Li Chen's gaze turned stern as he addressed his son. "Changsheng, Xian is still young. She doesn't understand. Do you not also lack understanding? You go stand over there and reflect." Obediently, Li Changsheng walked to the wall, not daring to speak for fear of provoking his father's wrath. Li Chun then turned his gaze toward the black-red dog, its height matching that of a person, and with a glacial expression, he warned, "If you dare to indulge Xian in her antics again, I will butcher you to concoct pills." Xiao Hei immediately tucked its tail between its legs, looking pitifully at Li Chun. Seeing that Li Chen's expression remained icy, it hurriedly scampered to Li Changsheng's side, crouching facing the wall, trembling in fear. Just then, Mo Yunyu returned from outside with a bundle of green bamboo, which he intended to use for making spiritual paper. Glancing at the stern-faced Li Chun, then at the wall-facing Li Changsheng, Li Xian, and Xiao Hei, Mo Yunyu quickly grasped the situation. With a gentle smile, she asked Xian, "Have you been naughty again and made your father angry?" Li Xian nonchalantly nodded, grinning. "Auntie, please persuade father not to be angry." Mo Yunyu turned to Li Chun. "Husband, Xian is still young. It is normal for her to be mischievous. Why get angry with her?" Li Chun rubbed his temples, letting out a soft sigh. He would need to rent another third-tier cave. Otherwise, with just this one, Li Xian's antics would never allow them peace. Yet, renting a third-tier cave costs 200 spiritual stones each month. The next day, Li Chen once again rented a cave, obtaining the opening token for the 100th third-tier cave from Yangdeju. As he paid the spiritual stones, he felt a pang of regret. Is it easy for a loose cultivator to earn spiritual stones? 2 caves would amount to 400 spiritual stones each month. The Yang family and the Wang family must be profiting handsomely from this. Yang Deju handed the opening token to Li Chun, smiling. "Master Li, you are truly remarkable. In just 8 years in the cultivation world, you have reached the 4th layer of qi refinement and have become the 3rd alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion, able to refine the Harmony Pill. Surely, your monthly salary from the pavilion is quite substantial. Many loose cultivators in Ingshan Workshop possess higher cultivation levels than Master Li, yet they can only rent a 4th-tier cave. How could they manage to rent 2 third-tier caves like Master Li?" Li Chun shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. Senior Yang, please don't jest. I have a family to support. It is not without reason. Yang Dezhu, with a friendly smile, continued. So, Master Li is saying that the spiritual stones you earn from refining in the Divine Pill Pavilion are still insufficient? Li Chen chose silence. Yang Dezhu pressed on. Master Li, you are young and accomplished. Why not consider joining my Yang family as a guest elder? I assure you, we can provide you with a residence built on a spiritual vein, and your monthly salary will exceed that of the Divine Pill Pavilion. All you would need to do is refine some spiritual pills for my Yang family's disciples each month. What do you think, Master Li? Li Chen raised his gaze, cupping his hands respectfully toward the elder before him. I'm deeply honored by your kindness, Senior, but I owe a great debt of gratitude to the Pavilion Master and cannot betray the Divine Pill Pavilion. I hope for your understanding. Yang Dezhu was not angered, waving his hand with a smile. If Master Li feels such loyalty, then let us consider this matter as if it were never mentioned. As Li Chen exited the second-tier cave, he cast a final glance back at it and then at the first-tier cave next door, hastening his departure. Over the years, as Li Chen showcased his abilities to refine the Gathering Spirit Pill and the Harmony Pill, rising to become the third alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion, he was no longer an obscure cultivator. The third son of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain had repeatedly sought to recruit him, offering generous conditions for him to serve as a guest elder. The Sidhu family of Crescent Moon Lake and the Zhao family of Wind Cliff had also sent representatives to approach Li Chen, eager to entice the newly promoted alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Alchemists hold a prestigious status in the cultivation world, yet cultivating an alchemist requires immense resources. Even the Yang family has extended an olive branch to Li Chen. However, Li Chen declined all offers from the various families. The Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Chen enjoys a certain degree of freedom. He can refine pills whenever he wishes, and no one will compel him otherwise. Accepting the propositions from the major cultivation families would strip him of that freedom, especially while his cultivation level remains low. Li Chen never entertained the idea of serving as a guest elder for any other faction, regardless of how generous their terms might be. Notably, Wang Fengming had not informed the Zhao family of Wind Cliff about Li Chen's slaying of Zhao Ran. After securing the cave, Li Chen did not return home, but instead headed to the treasure pavilion, where he purchased a green wood technique. With Li Changshang possessing an 8th grade wood attribute spiritual root, it was time for him to commence his cultivation. Further delay was not an option. Li Chen had never considered sending Li Changshang to the Zishu sect as a servant disciple, as servant disciples do not benefit from the resources provided by the sect. Li Changsheng, being only 7, was certainly not suitable for such a path. After acquiring the greenwood technique, Li Chen pondered before making his way to the scattered cultivators market on West Street. There, he purchased a clay pot from a loose cultivator, which contained a beautiful golden-scaled fish for the price of 30 spiritual stones. This golden-scaled fish, classified as a first-tier low-level monster, has little flesh, but is quite attractive and poses no threat, making it a perfect pet for Li Xian. Upon returning to the cave, Li Chen presented the golden-scaled fish to Li Xian. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the fish in the pot. She tiptoed up and planted a kiss on Li Chen's cheek, her sweet voice chiming, "Thank you, Daddy, you're the best to see in." As Li Chen looked at his lively, mischievous, and audacious daughter, he felt a mix of affection and exasperation. "Xian, go play with Xiaohei. I have something to discuss with your brother." Xian nodded enthusiastically, bouncing along while cradling the earthen jar. "Father, what is it that you seek from me?" Li Changsheng stood before Li Chen, his stature already quite impressive, exuding a sense of composure. After scrutinizing his son for a moment, Li Chen spoke solemnly. "Changsheng, from this day forth, I shall instruct you in the art of cultivation. Are you prepared?" Li Changsheng nodded earnestly, replying, "Rest assured, Father, I will strive diligently in my training." Li Chen patted his son's shoulder, feeling a deep satisfaction for this obedient and sensible child. After imparting the Qingmu Ju to Li Changsheng, Li Chen called upon Ning Hongxiu to move into cave dwelling No. 100 of Class B. In contrast to the apathetic Mu Yunya, Ning Hongxiu was fervently dedicated to her cultivation. Most of her day was spent in meditation, spurred on by her struggles in alchemy and talisman crafting. Li Chen was naturally pleased by this, as he hoped for his partner to achieve higher levels of cultivation, allowing them to walk their path together for a longer duration. Thus, Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu settled into cave, dwelling No. 100 of Class B, while Mu Yunya, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian remained in their original abode. Nonetheless, Li Xian frequently came knocking, disrupting the tranquility of Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu. Ultimately, after a stern reprimand from Ning Hongxiu, Li Xian quieted down for a time. However, within less than half a month, Li Xian completely forgot the previous scolding and reverted to her mischievous nature. Whenever Li Xian caused too much commotion, Ning Hongxiu would have to discipline her again. But as time went on, Li Xian's resilience grew, rendering her impervious to Ning Hongxiu's reprimands, until eventually, even Ning Hongxiu found herself at a loss. Additionally, the golden-scaled fish that Li Chun gifted her perished after 6 months of her care. Despite being a resilient creature, although the golden-scaled fish was an ornamental beast, it was still a beast with remarkable vitality, yet succumbed under Li Xian's care. As Li Xian grew older, Li Chen's concerns deepened regarding his daughter's future. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, yet Li Xian was nearing 5 years of age, and apart from her biological mother Ning Hongxiu, who still held some sway over her, the others could hardly manage her. Li Changsheng, now 9, had successfully embarked on his cultivation journey, becoming a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. He was quite sensible, understanding the weight of his father's responsibilities. And during his spare time from cultivation, he assisted his mother in washing and crafting spirit paper, eager to help alleviate his father's burdens. Ning Hongxiu was exceptionally diligent in her training, having reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi refinement. On the verge of breaking into the 5th, Yu Yunya showed no signs of change, remaining at the peak of the 3rd level of qi refinement, daily venturing to the Western Street for materials to craft spirit paper. Her skills in crafting spirit paper were honed under Li Chen's guidance at the Tianfu Pavilion, providing supplies to the pavilion and earning a modest income of over 100 spirit stones each month, certainly lightening Li Chen's load. As for Li Chun, he remained at the 6th level of qi refinement, with the breakthrough to the 7th level still a distant prospect. Life continued in this seemingly calm manner until one fateful day. A crimson light erupted from the Yinshan Mountains. Upon witnessing this sanguine glow, all practitioners in Yinshan Fong were set ablaze with excitement. This could only indicate the emergence of a cave dwelling left behind by an esteemed predecessor. Such a commotion could only be stirred by the remnants of a foundation establishment practitioner, if not a golden core master. Frenzied, a multitude of scattered practitioners surged toward the Yinshan Mountains, including the eminent Yang Dezhu and Wang Quan, both peak practitioners of qi refinement, who could not quell the chaos. Typically submissive before the powerful Yang and Wang families, these scattered practitioners were now undeterred in the face of opportunity, before the legacy of the esteemed predecessors. The accumulated prestige of the 2 great families dissipated in an instant in the skies above Yinshan Fong. Wang Quan, clad in opulent robes, stood upon his flying sword, gazing at the soaring crimson light in the distance. And then, at the thronging practitioners below, among these scattered individuals were many formidable figures akin to Wang Quan himself. His expression turned cold as he spoke to Wang Fengming beside him. Fengming, given the commotion, this must be a cave left by a foundation establishment practitioner, and it's not impossible that it belongs to a golden core master, but we cannot allow these scattered practitioners to seize the treasures within. I shall pursue it first to prevent them from claiming the treasures. You must return to Ningbayu swiftly and summon our ancestor. Only our ancestor can stabilize the situation. Wang Fengming narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before replying. In that case, uncle, you go ahead to the predecessor's cave, and I shall immediately return to summon our ancestor. The uncle and nephew promptly parted ways, transforming into 2 streaks of sword light, one heading towards the Yinshan Mountains and the other towards Ningbayu. On the ground, a pair of icy eyes observed the 2, unnoticed by them. Li Chun, cloaked in a black robe, adjusted his hood to conceal his visage. Only after Wang Fengming's sword light exited Yinshan Fong did he follow suit on his own sword. Li Chun held no interest in the relics of the esteemed predecessors. However, the prospect of ambushing Wang Fengming intrigued him immensely. The The soaring crimson light emanating from the Yinshan Mountains was likely the remnant of a demonic practitioner's cave. Such a cave would almost certainly be fraught with traps and mechanisms, and a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Even conceding that the cave lacked such dangers, with so many practitioners converging upon it, why should Li Chen follow them? Instead of pursuing the cave, it would be far more advantageous to ambush Wang Fengming. Wang Fengming was a late-stage qi refinement practitioner and the foremost among the younger generation of the Wang family. Held in high regard by the family's ancestor, the spirit stones and magical artifacts he carried were likely of considerable worth. Chen had not forgotten the incident where Wang Fengming had enlisted Zhao family practitioners to ambush him. The memory lingered in his mind. Since returning from the mundane world, Li Chen had kept a watchful eye on Wang Fengming's movements, but the latter seldom ventured out of Yinshan Feng. Even when he did, he was rarely alone, always accompanied by other practitioners. This time, however, he was finally alone. Was this lad born under a lucky star? He was fleeing far too swiftly. Mid-air, Li Chen gritted his teeth as he saw Wang Fengming's streak of sword light nearly vanish from sight. Focused solely on the prospect of ambushing Wang Fengming, Li Chen had overlooked one crucial detail. Wang Fengming's cultivation surpassed his own, and the quality of his flying sword was superior to Li Chen's crimson-edged sword, resulting in Li Chen losing track of him. Within the bounds of Yinshan Feng, Li Chen dared not brazenly attempt to ambush Wang Fengming. Yet once outside Yinshan Feng, he observed Wang Fengming accelerating further away on his flying sword. Watching the fleeting streak of light on the horizon, Li Chen felt a wave of despair. After so much effort to seize this opportunity of Wang Fengming being alone, he was fully prepared to take the risk, even if it meant facing the deadly bloodthirsty flying dagger. Yet, the outcome was that Wang Fengming had fled too quickly for him to follow. Glancing at the crimson-edged sword beneath him, Li Chen's eyes flared with rage. Damn the crimson-edged sword, the worthless Baibao Pavilion, and the pathetic Zishu sect. Just as Li Chen was stewing in disappointment and preparing to abandon the pursuit and return to Yinshan Feng, a colossal net suddenly erupted from the ground in the distance, ensnaring the sword light in the sky. Li Chen's furious gaze shifted to one of astonishment. Was Wang Fengming being targeted by another ambusher? Was he not the only one with designs on Wang Fengming? Squinting, Li Chen's thoughts raced as he directed his flying sword downward, landing on the ground and tearing a travel talisman to hasten toward the source of the commotion. Soon, Li Chen arrived at the battlefield, his concealment technique effectively shrouding his presence without a trace. Raising his gaze to the two figures engaged in battle above, Li Chen's brows twitched in recognition. It's her. In midair, a tall and striking female cultivator stood on her flying sword, her hands weaving intricate gestures as a flurry of advanced spirit talismans swirled around her like a school of vibrant fish. Wang Fengming, disheveled and somewhat disoriented, glared dangerously with his narrow eyes, his voice low as he scolded, "Huang Qingya, you wretched girl. Last time, I let you escape by sheer luck, and you dare to show your face before me again? Stand aside, for I have no time to play with you today." In the air, Huang Qingya's expression was frigid, her tone icy as she retorted, "Wang Fengming, at last, I have you cornered. Today, you shall meet your end." Go. With a single, forceful gesture, Huang Qingya sent forth a multitude of advanced thunderfire talismans, each seemingly imbued with life, soaring toward Wang Fengming. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted, painting the sky a fiery crimson. Observing Wang Fengming engulfed by the tempest of lightning and flames, Li Chen's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue. The prowess of talisman cultivators is indeed formidable. 1 advanced talisman is equivalent to a late-stage qi refinement practitioner casting a spell. If over 100 advanced talismans were to rain down, the sheer force would surely leave a foundation-building cultivator severely battered and bruised. Wouldn't it? Futile, Wang Fengming declared that I possess the turtle origin shield bestowed by my ancestor. You cannot harm me. Though the turtle origin shield may not be a spiritual artifact, it is nonetheless a top-tier magical weapon. And no matter how many talismans you wield, even if they are of the highest caliber, they cannot breach my turtle origin shield. Unless you possess second-tier talismans, do you? Huang Qingya, I have pressing matters to attend to today and do not wish to entangle with you further. Step aside quickly, lest you force my hand to eliminate you." After the thunderfire explosion subsided, Wang Fengming's figure emerged, brandishing a shield that radiated blue light and formed a protective barrier around him. He had rushed to return to the Qingbi cliff and had been caught off guard by Huang Qingya's ambush, leaving him somewhat disheveled. However, once he gathered himself, Huang Qingya's antics could no longer harm him, for he wielded the top-tier turtle origin shield. Nevertheless, Wang Fengming had no desire to linger and spar with Huang Qingya, as he was eager to report back to his ancestor about the emergence of a senior's cave relic outside the Yinshan market. Although Wang Fengming was unperturbed by Huang Qingya, he harbored no certainty of subduing this talented talisman practitioner swiftly. With an icy demeanor, Huang Qingya withdrew several blood-colored talismans, gazing at Wang Fengming with an expression akin to that of a reaper. As the blood talismans soared forth, their terrifying spiritual pressure made Wang Fengming break into a cold sweat. Die! In midair, a violent explosion ignited a frenzy of spiritual energy, whipping up a tempest that made even Li Chen on the ground struggle to maintain his footing, while nearby trees were mercilessly uprooted by the gale. Second-tier talismans. Huang Qingya possessed second-tier talismans. Li Chen could hardly fathom what fate awaited Wang Fengming at the storm's epicenter, but a single second-tier talisman is equivalent to a foundation-building practitioner casting a spell. A barrage of second-tier talismans from Huang Qingya would surely leave even an onlooker like Li Chen drenched in cold sweat. Cough, cough. Did you think that awakening the blood talisman's spiritual body and enhancing a few top-tier talismans to second tier would grant you the power to slay me? Were it not for my turtle origin shield, my 2 top-tier robes, and a layer of top-tier inner armor, I might have truly fallen into your hands today. You insolent wretch, you have truly provoked my ire. As the dust of the explosion settled, Wang Fengming remained suspended in the air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his turtle origin shield battered, and his splendid robes tattered, revealing another robe and inner armor beneath. Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. That he survived? In that moment, Li Chen felt a surge of relief that he had not hastily attacked Wang Fengming first. Huang Qingya's second-tier talismans had failed to eliminate him. Li Chen pondered whether the blood-devouring flying knives could penetrate Wang Fengming's defenses. Even if they drained Li Chen of all his blood, it seemed a daunting task. Li Chen had misjudged. Wang Fengming was not akin to a timid rabbit, but rather, he bore the resilience of a turtle. First, he possessed the top-tier defensive artifact, the turtle origin shield, followed by 2 top-tier robes, and beneath them, a layer of top-tier inner armor. Was he truly so afraid of death? No wonder he was regarded as the foremost among the younger generation of the Wang family at Qingbi Cliff. This ensemble alone was worth thousands of spirit stones. It is worth noting that many impoverished foundation-building practitioners could scarcely muster 1,000 spirit stones. Insolent wretch, meet your end. With disheveled hair, his robes, and armor torn, blood still fresh at the corner of his mouth, Wang Fengming's gaze turned vicious as 2 glimmering golden swords lunged toward Huang Qingya from either side. Huang Qingya's complexion paled as she desperately unleashed advanced golden talismans, casting them forth recklessly to form layers of protective barriers before her. Ha! Do you not have an abundance of talismans? Wang Fengming's handsome visage twisted in rage, his eyes fierce as he commanded the flying sword to cleave through layer upon layer of golden light. In the face of Wang Fengming's frenzied assault, a strange smile flickered across Huang Qingya's pallid face. Wang Fengming's expression froze. He sensed a surge of spiritual energy behind him. When he turned, he was met with a massive golden brick, the size of a door slab, hurtling down upon him with immense force. In midair, the cloaked practitioner stood atop a crimson flying sword, his gaze frigid and his tone devoid of warmth at last. I have seized my opportunity. Boom! In the air, Wang Fengming's eyes widened in terror as the golden brick descended upon him. Instinctively, he formed a hand seal, attempting to blast the brick away with a spell. Yet this brick weighed over 1,000 June. The ground trembled as the resplendent brick smashed Wang Fengming into the earth, creating a deep indentation. Boom! 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 As Wang Fengming was driven into the ground. Li Chen did not relent, commanding the golden brick to strike again and again, each impact sending tremors through the earth. Huang Qingya descended from the air, watching as the golden brick repeatedly pummeled downwards. She glanced at Li Chen, cloaked in darkness, her long eyelashes trembling involuntarily. Having exhausted much of his magical power, Li Chen finally withdrew the golden brick. Given his current cultivation level, manipulating the golden brick was still somewhat taxing. It was not that Li Chen harbored any intense hatred for Wang Fengming. Rather, his caution stemmed from concern about any hidden tricks Wang Fengming might possess: the turtle origin shield, the two top-tier robes. And the top-tier inner armor had indeed astonished Li Chen. He had witnessed fear of death before, but he had never encountered anyone as fearful as Wang Fengming. In the ground, a pit over 10 meters wide and several meters deep had formed. Li Chen cautiously approached the pit's edge, finding no trace of Wang Fengming, only a puddle of flesh encased beneath the shattered robes and armor. And no need to look further. Given the ferocity of the onslaught, he could not possibly have survived. Huang Qingya stood beside Li Chen at the pit's edge, her gaze flickering as she scrutinized him. Her voice remained as crisp as ever, laced with a hint of mockery. Li Chen turned, meeting Huang Qingya's gaze. She wore an apricot-colored robe, her wheat-colored complexion flushed with color, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Taoist, you have concealed your identity from Qingya quite thoroughly. Li Chen removed his hood, revealing a pale and austere countenance. How did you recognize me? Li Chen had concealed his aura with a technique. Doubting Huang Qingya could discern his identity without employing spiritual sense to probe his features. Huang Qingya blinked, a mischievous smile gracing her wheat-colored face. I guessed. Li Chen chose not to dwell on that particular question, his curiosity piqued by another. Huang Taoist, why did you attempt to assassinate Wang Fengming? Did you bear a grudge against him? Huang Qingya nodded, her expression suddenly turning frigid as she spoke in a low voice. Years ago, I partnered with Wang Fengming to venture into the Yinshan Mountains, collaborating to hunt demonic beasts. After I severely injured one, Wang Fengming attempted to ambush me from behind, seeking to capture me, but he failed to seize me and instead allowed me to escape. Li Chen nodded, gaining insight into the origins of Huang Qingya's animosity toward Wang Fengming. Yet, Li Chen remained perplexed. He wished to inquire about Huang Qingya's spiritual root aptitude and the nature of her blood talisman's spiritual body. However, after consideration, he ultimately refrained from asking that in the realm of cultivation, possessing a spiritual root is a prerequisite for embarking on the path to immortality. Spiritual roots are categorized into 9 grades, with 1S aptitude being of paramount importance to practitioners. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the smoother the journey to immortality. Conversely, lower grades lead to treacherous paths filled with obstacles, but a first-grade heavenly spiritual root is reputed to have no bottlenecks until the nascent soul stage. Yet, a 9th-grade spiritual root encounters constraints as early as the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, with bottlenecks as formidable as the gates of heaven. Major sects regard those with high-grade spiritual roots as seedlings of immortality, while they generously allocate resources to nurture those with mid-grade roots. Those with low-grade roots are relegated to the status of menial disciples. Furthermore, those with 9th-grade roots among low-grade spiritual roots lack even the qualifications to be menial disciples. In addition to spiritual roots, the cultivation world also recognizes the concept of spiritual bodies. Spiritual bodies come in myriad forms. Those with alchemical spiritual bodies possess extraordinary talents in alchemy. For instance, Li Chen, having received 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance from the system, led those like Master Chen and Manager Fu to suspect he harbored some form of alchemical spiritual body. In truth, Li Chen did not possess a spiritual body. But Huang Qingya truly had a talisman spiritual body, or perhaps some form of blood talisman spiritual body. It is no wonder that she has already mastered the art of crafting top-tier spiritual talismans and can elevate them to 2nd-tier talismans. Li Chen did not inquire about Huang Qingya's spiritual root aptitude, nor did he ask her about the blood talisman's spiritual body. However, Huang Qingya questioned him. Li Daoyu, if I recall correctly, you have only been in the immortal cultivation realm for a decade. Correct? Gazing into Huang Qingya's lively eyes, Li Chen was taken aback. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she continued. In just 10 years, you have cultivated to the 6th level of Qi refinement and can refine high-grade spiritual pills. Are you truly a 9th-grade spiritual root? Could it be that you possess a spiritual body akin to mine? After a moment of silence, Chen pondered carefully before replying, Indeed, I'm a ninth-grade spiritual root. All my cultivation is achieved through an accumulation of medicinal pills. As for whether I possess a pill Tao spiritual body, I cannot say for certain. While many were aware of Chen's ninth-grade spiritual root, it was a matter of the past. He was now a sixth-grade spiritual root. However, it was impossible to explain this to Huang Qingya, as there were indeed treasures within the immortal cultivation realm that could enhance one's spiritual root aptitude. But such treasures were beyond the reach of cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, though Huang Qingya, along with many others, suspected that Chen possessed some form of pill Tao spiritual body. He neither confirmed nor denied it, allowing them to speculate at will. Huang Qingya did not press further. Instead, she turned her attention to Wang Fengming, now reduced to a mushy pulp in the pit. A glimmer of excitement illuminating her beautiful face. I doubt you. We should examine our spoils. Chen nodded in agreement. The two promptly leaped into the pit. Huang Qingya removed the storage bag from Wang Fengming's waist and began to inspect the spoils. Wally Chen picked up the damaged turtle origin shield and then stripped away the tattered robes and inner armor, his face filled with regret. The top-grade artifacts, the turtle origin shield, 2 top-grade robes, and 1 top-grade inner armor, were worth thousands of spirit stones, yet all were damaged. Meanwhile, Huang Qingya had already opened Wang Fengming's storage bag, her eyes gleaming as she murmured, We've struck gold. We've struck gold. Just as Chen and Huang Qingya joyfully divided their spoils, on the cliffs of Ningbi Cliff, Wang Fengqi, who was guarding the soul tablet of their kin, began to exhibit a strange expression, ultimately breaking into a radiant smile. Wang Fengqi was elated because Wang Fengming's life soul tablet had shattered. In a secret chamber brimming with spiritual energy, an elderly man with a hunched back suddenly opened his murky eyes, placing a hand over his chest, feeling somewhat unsettled. Old ancestor, Fengqi requests an audience. The old man rose, his expression grave as he gazed towards the stone door. Enter. The door swung open, and before the old man could speak, Wang Fengqi, with a face full of sorrow, looked at him and trembled as he spoke. Old ancestor, the life soul tablet of our kin, Fengming, has shattered. The old man was taken aback. After a moment, he regained his composure. His face unable to mask his grief, his eyes darkening to the point of nearly shedding tears as he rasped, Fengming, our Wang family has finally produced a true phoenix with a third-grade spiritual root, with hopes of reaching the foundation establishment stage. That is why I named him Fengming, hoping he would soar like a phoenix and bring glory to our family in the immortal cultivation realm of Yanhua. Fengming, you are the pride of our Wang family, yet you have not led our clan to prosperity. How can you perish so soon? After a long while, Wang Shou suppressed his inner sorrow, his gaze growing cold as a terrifying aura erupted from him, making Wang Fengqi struggle to breathe beside him. The fate of the Wang family rests entirely on Fengming. Whoever dares to sever our family's fortune, regardless of who you are, I shall not spare you. Wang Shou, the patriarch of the Wang family, was filled with rage, his eyes swirling with a murderous intent that nearly materialized. Wang Fengqi remained at his side, his head bowed, his shoulders trembling imperceptibly, seemingly overwhelmed with grief for his fallen kin. 3,680 spirit stones. We shall divide them equally. 2 golden flood dragon swords, 1 for each of us. The Wugui spike belongs to me, while the soul-settling bell is yours. I will inscribe a copy of the techniques contained within these 2 jade slips for you. The damaged turtle origin shield, the 2 robes, and the inner armor shall all belong to you, while the beauty-preserving pill shall be mine. I doubt you. What do you think? Huang Qingya smiled at Chen, negotiating the distribution of their spoils. As for the remnants of Wang Fengming's flesh, the two had already reduced it to ashes. Faced with Huang Qingya's proposed distribution, Chen did not hesitate and readily agreed. They nearly split the spoils evenly. Strictly speaking, Huang Qingya had even incurred a slight loss, as she was the primary force against Wang Fengming, expending many talismans in the process. The turtle origin shield, the 2 robes, and the inner armor had all been shattered by her efforts. Chen merely used a concealment technique to mask his presence and seize the opportunity at the critical moment. We've struck gold. We've struck gold. Gazing at the 1,840 spirit stones now in his possession, Li Chen felt a weight in his breath. Since entering the immortal cultivation realm, this was the first time he had dealt with such a substantial sum of spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, Li Chen also acquired the top-grade Golden Flood Dragon Sword, the top-grade Soul-Settling Bell, as well as the damaged Turtle Origin Shield, 2 robes, and an inner armor, along with a second-tier Divine Fire technique and a secret method for cultivating spiritual flames. It seems that Wang Fengming's spiritual root was also of the fire attribute. Otherwise, he would not have carried a second-tier Divine Fire technique and a method for cultivating spiritual flames. Truly, as a direct descendant of the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, he was indeed the foremost among the younger generation of the Wang family. Such wealth could only be comparable to that obtained from robbing a Foundation establishment cultivator. It appears that robbing cultivators for spirit stones is indeed the swifter path to riches. Without any initial investment, one could become immensely wealthy in an instant. Chen's eyes flickered. At that moment, he felt no desire to refine pills. How many spirit stones could be earned through pill refining? It is far quicker to rob cultivators. Soon, Li Chen snapped back to reality with a bitter smile. Faced with such immense profit, he found himself tempted by the notion of becoming a bandit. It should be noted that banditry is a venture with no backing, putting one's life at risk, not knowing when one might encounter a formidable opponent, leading to utter ruin. Moreover, not every cultivator is as affluent as Wang Fengming. Li Chen had a family to care for. He could not afford to become a bandit. He inwardly sighed, recognizing the arduous and perilous path of immortality. Once again, he had faced the trial of his inner demons. Li Daoyu, I must make a trip to Qingdafeng to deal with the items left behind by Wang Fengming and procure some spiritual materials. Would you care to accompany me? Huang Qingya, having sorted through their spoils, proposed to head to Qingdafeng to manage these matters, inquiring if Li Chen would join her. Since they had slain Wang Fengming, using his artifacts openly would be inappropriate. Hence, Huang Qingya intended to handle these illicit artifacts discreetly. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen gently shook his head. I have a wife and children at home. It would not be convenient for me to travel Li Chen had 2 reasons for not wanting to go to Qingdafeng. The first was his family. It was indeed inconvenient for him to travel far. The second reason was Xie Xian. Li Chen wished to avoid encountering that cultivator named Xie Xian. Huang Qingya did not press the matter further. She smiled radiantly at Li Chen, her sun-kissed face contrasting beautifully with her sparkling white teeth, her smile exceptionally bright. Li Daoyu, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. I shall take my leave first. Li Chen nodded, watching as Huang Qingya transformed into a streak of light. Soaring towards the northern Qingzhou, he could distinctly sense that following this joint venture to eliminate Wang Fengming, his relationship with Huang Qingya had grown significantly closer. He wondered when he would be able to bring this talented talisman master home and start a family. Moments later, Li Chen returned to his senses, retracting his gaze as he piloted his flying sword back to Yingshanfeng. Meanwhile, at a cliff within the Yingshan mountain range, a cave door stood wide open, resembling a giant beast gaping its maw, emanating a blinding bloodlight. Within the cave, a tall, slender youth donned in a blood-red robe, exuding a chilling aura of blood energy, stood before a blood-pooled eye. In his hands, he cradled a blood orb, the very orb radiating bloodlight that shot out into the cave's exterior, drawing countless cultivators of Yingshanfeng. Blood God technique, blood energy technique, Azura technique, blood transformation pool. Whether he could successfully reach the Foundation establishment stage hinged on the blood transformation pool being filled. With Linglong Fairy absent from Yingshanfeng, there should be no Foundation establishment cultivators present. Yin family, wait for me. Just as the youth was lost in thought, a throng of cultivators rushed into the cave, eager to seize the opportunity. This is not the cave of a senior expert. It is a trap set by a demon cultivator, deliberately enticing us here. Bold demon cultivator, how dare you toy with us? Who are you? He Yuan Ning, Wang Quan, Wang Gei, Yang Di Hai, Yang Dishio Bai Rong, Sita Ming, Zhao Wuyo, and other prominent figures from Yinshan Fong, along with several scattered cultivators, rushed into the cave dwelling. Upon witnessing the churning blood pool within, they beheld a youth clad in a blood-colored robe, his hair drenched in crimson, emanating a sinister aura. his expression cold and unyielding. Each of them furrowed their brows. The young man, tall and slender, surveyed the gathered crowd with his blood-red eyes, noting with satisfaction, "Good. None among you are Foundation establishment cultivators. I am Fu Cho, and you may refer to me as the Lord of the Blood River." Wang Quan frowned and coldly rebuked, "You, a mere Qi refinement stage demon cultivator, dare to proclaim yourself a lord? You are utterly ignorant of your own insignificance." He Yuan Ning, the manager of the 100 Treasures building, stepped forward, his gaze icy, challenging. Does a Qi refinement stage demon whelp dare to act so brazenly in the immortal realm of Yin Kingdom? Unafraid of the might of the immortal sects, the youth, with an indifferent demeanor, raised his hand, and the blood pool within the cave surged violently. The blood bead he held emitted countless beams of sanguine light. Kill! The dim cave was illuminated by the bloodlight, as various magical artifacts and spells flew wildly, all engulfed by the torrent of blood that surged forth from the pool. Sizzling sounds echoed. The blood water within the pool seemed to possess a demonic nature, rendering the cultivator's artifacts and spells powerless against it. The blood-colored beads in the youth's hand shot forth myriad beams of bloodlight. Those illuminated by it found their vital essence spiraling out of control, their magical powers swiftly consumed. I have a wife and children. If I perish here, what will become of them? What is this? I still wish to establish my foundation and condense my core. How can I die here? I refuse to accept this. Within the shadowy cave, one cultivator after another was dragged into the blood pool, their eyes wide with despair as they merged with the pool, their final moments filled with unwillingness. This demon whelp is sinister. Retreat. He Yuan Ning from the Purple Void sect, his eyes filled with dread, hastily retrieved a second-tier teleportation talisman from his storage bag, disregarding the pain of expenditure, fearing that lingering too long would result in becoming part of that sinister blood pool. The other cultivators were equally terrified. In the dark cave, the blood pool roiled. Many Qi refinement stage cultivators struggled and howled within it, their flesh and blood becoming part of the pool, their souls forever trapped, their anguished cries transforming into grotesque, hideous forms. The youth, his expression cold and hair soaked in blood, seemed to be surrounded by a surging sea of blood. His eyes glowed with an even deeper crimson as he muttered to himself, "Blood God technique, blood fiend technique, Azura technique. The foundation of the blood path has already been established. I can only continue down this path of slaughter, with no turning back." Seizing the moment while Linglong Fairy and the Purple Void sect had yet to react, he resolved to escape. With that, the youth stepped out of the cave, gazing at Fong, a hint of a gentle smile breaking through his cold facade, before transforming into a beam of bloodlight. Vanishing into the earth. Chun returned to Fong. The recent killing of Wang Foming had made him extraordinarily wealthy overnight, alleviating the scarcity of resources in his storage bag. "Father, did you find spirit stones?" In the cave, Li Xian was practicing her punches, her small fists slicing through the air as she incessantly struck at the little dog. Upon seeing Li Chen return, she scampered over, her face alight with a charming smile. This daughter, nearing 5 years of age, showed little interest in studying, preferring instead to wield weapons and cling to Li Chen, eagerly listening to his stories. The black firehound sat forlornly nearby, ever since Li Xian learned to walk. It had not enjoyed a moment of peace, despite being a demon beast itself. Li Chen cast a glance at his daughter, his smile quickly fading as he said, somewhat sternly, "Speak. What is it that you want this time?" Li Xian grinned, revealing a set of sparkling little teeth, and proudly produced a willow leaf flying dagger from her waist. "Father, look what I have!" Li Chen's eyelids twitched. "Where did you get this flying dagger?" The little girl beamed. "Father, don't worry about where it came from. When will you teach me the flying dagger technique? Mother told me that you once roamed the world relying on your flying dagger skills, never suffering a defeat, earning the nickname Little Li Flying Dagger. Now, I am the new generation's Little Li Flying Dagger, and you are Old Li Flying Dagger." Rubbing his temples, Li Chen thought to himself that as his daughter grew older, she became increasingly restless. The flying dagger in her hand was undoubtedly a gift from Li Changshen. Currently, Li Xian's spiritual root had not fully manifested, preventing her from beginning her cultivation. She was unable to concentrate on her studies. Yet her martial skills were commendable for her young age. She had even managed to cultivate the family technique of Ning Hongxiu, the mountain-splitting palm, to a certain extent, delivering a stinging slap to the dog that made it bare its teeth in pain. Li Chen, feeling helpless, lifted Li Xian into his arms and said earnestly, "Xianer, ultimately, practicing martial arts is a minor path. You should focus on reading and acquiring knowledge. Otherwise, without culture, no boy will ever take a liking to you." Li Xian leaped down from Li Chen's embrace, hands on her hips, and declared, "If no one likes me, then so be it. I don't care, as long as father likes me. That's enough. Father, hurry and pass on your flying dagger technique to me." With no choice but to indulge her, Li Chen began to teach her the flying dagger technique. Watching her adeptly use the dagger to strike at the Blackfire Hound, which jumped and dodged in a panic. Li Chen eventually closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. His daughter's talent was undeniable. She learned quickly, no matter what it was, but her boldness and boundless energy were overwhelming, a stark contrast to Li Changxing's calm and composed demeanor. Ignoring Li Xian, Li Chen called for Li Changxing and inquired about his cultivation progress before allowing him to leave. Li Changxing was very sensible, giving Li Chen much peace of mind. Having gained a substantial amount of spirit stones from the killing of Wang Fengming, Li Chen resolved to purchase spirit herbs the following day to concoct a batch of earth origin pills. After breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refinement, he still faced a long road ahead before reaching the 7th level. Although his spiritual root quality had improved to the 6th rank, his cultivation speed remained stagnant. Among the second-tier alchemy inheritances Li Chen had acquired, there was a recipe for a pill known as the Earth Origin Pill, specifically for Qi refinement stage cultivators to overcome the bottleneck to the 7th level. Li Chen decided to begin collecting the necessary herbs for the Earth Origin Pill the next day, eager to refine it and break through to the later stages of Qi refinement. Only by achieving that breakthrough could he confidently seek a piece of spiritual land. The next day, Li Chen set off for the Divine Pill Pavilion, encountering Bai Feng along the way. Bai Feng wore a troubled expression, burdened with concerns. Upon spotting Li Chen, he managed a strained smile. "Master Li Chen instinctively asked, "Young Master Bai, have you encountered some troublesome matter?" Bai Feng sighed. "Master Li, yesterday, a cave relic of a senior expert emerged in the Yinshan mountain range. Are you aware of this?" Li Chen nodded. Bai Feng continued, "It was not a cave left by a senior expert, but a trap set by demonic cultivators to lure cultivators from Yinshan Feng, only to slay them and seize their blood. The My clan's uncle, Bai Rong, a Qi refinement stage 8 cultivator, went there with others and was killed by those demonic fiends." As Li Chen conversed with Bai Feng, he maintained a calm exterior, but internally, a storm of emotions surged. The demonic cultivator known as Fu Chou, self-styled as the Lord of the Blood River, had set a trap to slaughter dozens of cultivators from Yinshan Feng in pursuit of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Even Bai Rong of the Qingzhou Mountain Bai family, Yang Daxiu of the Yulong Yang family, and Situ Ming of the Yue Lake Situ family had all fallen victim to this demonic cultivator. Failing to return, Li Chen could nearly confirm that Fu Chou was indeed Fu Kong. What had he experienced over these years? After bidding farewell to Bai Feng, Li Chen proceeded to the Divine Pill Pavilion with a heavy heart. In the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen encountered manager Fu, who, though aged, bore a heavy air of twilight. With a kindly gaze, he looked at Li Chen and spoke earnestly. "Young Chen, you heard about yesterday's events, didn't you?" Li Chen nodded respectfully, replying, "I have heard a little, such as the world of cultivation. Fortunately, you did not go. Over 100 cultivators went, yet only a handful returned. These demonic cultivators are growing increasingly audacious." Li Chen conversed with the shopkeeper Fu for a brief while before taking his leave, heading to the alchemy chamber to concoct a furnace of Xingyuan pills. With over 2,000 spirit stones in his possession, Li Chen seized the rare opportunity to indulge in a moment of leisure, crafting only a single batch of elixirs before departing from the Divine Pill Pavilion. Now, as the third alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen enjoyed a position of considerable esteem and, naturally, gained additional privileges. Upon exiting the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen promptly made his way to the treasure pavilion. The items sold there were diverse and plentiful, and Li Chen sought to procure the Earth Origin fruit. This fruit was the primary ingredient for crafting Earth Origin pills, yet it was not cultivated in the medicinal garden of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Hence his visit to the treasure pavilion. As Li Chen stepped into the establishment, he noticed that the attendants appeared particularly cautious, speaking in hushed tones. When he inquired about purchasing the Earth Origin fruit, the attendants were unable to make decisions as the manager was not present. That a thought crossed Li Chen's mind, and he quickly grasped the situation. The previous day, he had ventured beyond the Yin mountain range to seek opportunities in the ruins of an esteemed predecessor. It was likely that he was currently on his way back to the Purple Void Immortal sect to report on the events of the previous day. Having failed to acquire the Earth Origin fruit, Li Chen exited the treasure pavilion, a sense of worry beginning to gnaw at him regarding Fu Kong. Fu Kong had committed a grievous crime, causing the death of dozens of cultivators in the Yin Mountain district. The Purple Void Immortal sect would undoubtedly take action. Not only the Purple Void Immortal sect, but also the prominent cultivation families of the Yin Kingdom would not stand idly by. Chen anticipated that. In the near future, the figure of the Blood River Man would become a target of universal scorn within the cultivation community of the Yin Kingdom. In the secular world, even if one were to massacre an entire city. The response from the cultivation realm would be relatively muted. However, the nature of slaughtering cultivators was altogether different. The disciples of the Purple Void sect roamed the mountains, and the various cultivation families also had their own members outside. They would fear for their disciples falling victim to the Blood River Man's ruthless hands. After all, the Blood River Man practiced a malevolent blood technique, thriving on murder and bloodshed, with a heavy heart. Li Chen returned to his cave abode. His desire to cultivate diminished significantly. "Father, this person has come looking for you." He claims to bear a message from someone. Li Chen had barely returned to his abode when he encountered a young secular martial artist. This martial artist, facing the 9-year-old Li Changsheng, exhibited an attitude of restraint and respect. Upon seeing Li Chen, the visitor cautiously inquired, "Are you the esteemed Master Li Chen?" Li Chen scrutinized the individual before him. The young man appeared to be around 20 years old, with a robust physique and a square face, exuding a significant inner strength, clearly a top-tier martial artist in the secular realm, skilled in hard martial arts. "That would be me. Who sent you to deliver a message to me?" In response to Li Chen's inquiry, the youth lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Esteemed Master, I initially came to the Yin Mountain district in search of immortality. Upon my arrival, I encountered another immortal master who claimed to be a friend of yours. He provided me with the means to enter the Yin Mountain district and instructed me to seek you out to deliver a message. He also mentioned that, should I convey this message, you would bestow upon me a piece of immortal fortune. A friend?" Li Chen mused, realizing he had but one friend in the cultivation world. His gaze sharpened slightly as he calmly asked, "What message did he ask you to deliver?" The young secular martial artist raised his head, his expression one of utmost respect as he relayed, 7 days hence, at the Emerald Peak of Qingzhou. "Master Li, that is the entirety of the message entrusted to me." "Indeed, it is he." Li Chen's mind raced, though his outward demeanor remained composed. The Emerald Peak of Qingzhou housed a first-tier spiritual vein, originally belonging to the Fu family of Qingzhou. Many years ago, a cultivator with the surname Yin had slain the Fu family's patriarch and seized control of the Emerald Peak, which had since become the Yin family's territory. 7 days hence, at the Emerald Peak of Qingzhou, Fu Kong intended to seek vengeance against the Yin family. He had sent this secular martial artist to convey a message to himself. Was it to meet at the foot of the Emerald Peak, or to inform him to come and claim it after 7 days? It seemed likely that he intended to bequeath the Emerald Peak to Li Chen. During their time spent drinking together, Li Chen and Fu Kong had previously discussed the notion of seeking a spiritual vein to establish a foundation for their own cultivation family. Fu Kong had likely remembered this conversation. Now, he was determined to return to the Emerald Peak to avenge a deep-seated grudge. However, after seeking vengeance, he could not remain at the Emerald Peak or even within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm. Thus, he planned to gift the Emerald Peak to Li Chen. Li Chen quickly grasped Fu Kang's intentions. Turning his attention to the young martial artist before him, he quelled his turbulent thoughts and calmly inquired, "What is your name?" Reporting to the esteemed master, "My name is Tai Ao." Chen nodded gently and asked, "Tai Ao, as you seek immortality, are you aware of the concept of spiritual roots?" Tai Ao eagerly nodded. "Esteemed master, I once attended the spiritual root assessment at the Purple Void Immortal sect." Chen's eyes narrowed. "So, you possess a ninth-grade spiritual root and were thus unable to enter the sect?" Tai Ao lowered his head, responding solemnly, "Indeed. Though my spiritual root is lacking, I possess an unwavering heart for seeking immortality. I implore the esteemed master to grant me a chance at immortality and guide me on my path." Chen paused momentarily, lost in thought, as he was reminded of his own self a decade prior. 10 years ago, during the last spiritual root assessment at the Purple Void Immortal sect, Chen was 19 years old, nearly the same age as Tai Ao now. With a ninth-grade spiritual root and an age deemed too advanced, he was barred from entry into the sect. Chen vaguely recalled the mocking gazes of those around him as he ascended the assessment platform, as well as the indifferent expression of the elder from the Purple Void sect. Chen remained silent. Tai Ao stood beside him, nervously clutching the hem of his clothing, his gaze anxious as he looked at Chen. Finally, gritting his teeth, he knelt before Chen, pleading, "I beseech the esteemed master to grant me this opportunity and guide me on my path to immortality." Snapping back to reality, Chen gazed upon the young man, kneeling before him. "This is akin to my own self from 10 years ago." Chen raised a hand to assist Tai Ao to his feet, softly asking, "What is your spiritual root attribute?" Tai Ao's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly replied, "Reporting to the esteemed master, I possess a wood attribute spiritual root." Chen nodded, retrieving several spirit stones from his storage pouch and handing them to Tai Ao. Then he turned to Li Changsheng, instructing Changsheng, take him to Shantytown and help him settle in. Additionally, impart the greenwood technique to him. "Father, I understand that Li Changsheng, though still youthful in appearance, had grown tall and exhibited a steady demeanor, resembling a little adult. "Thank you, Master Li, for your guidance on my path to immortality. I shall forever be grateful and will surely repay your kindness when the opportunity arises." Tai Ao, having received several spirit stones from Chen, bowed repeatedly, his face filled with gratitude. Chen waved his hand. "You may go now. Accompany Changsheng to the Shantytown and settle. My abilities are limited, and this is all I can offer you." Tai Ao bowed once more before Chen, offering a solemn gesture of thanks, before departing with Changsheng from the cave abode. Watching the young man Tai Ao leave, a smile involuntarily spread across Chen's face. 10 years prior, he had journeyed south from Heishui Prefecture to attend the spiritual root assessment at the Purple Void Immortal sect, only to be deemed a ninth-grade spiritual root and rejected entry into the sect. Unwilling to give up, he sought opportunities in the Yin Mountain District. Outside the Yin Mountain District, he encountered the Linglong Fairy, who aided him and set him on the path to immortality. Tai Ao's situation mirrored Chen's nearly identically. Both possessed ninth-grade spiritual roots and had been rejected from the sect. Coming to the Yin Mountain District in search of immortality, he had met Fu Kong and learned from him how to enter the Yin Mountain District. Arriving here to deliver a message to Chen, seeing Tai Ao was akin to witnessing his own reflection from a decade ago. Back then, he had been fortunate to encounter the Linglong Fairy. Today, Chen was more than willing to part with a few spirit stones and share the greenwood technique to guide Tai Ao on his journey to immortality. Though Chen understood that Tai Ao would likely achieve little on the path of immortality, he was well aware of the shortcomings of a ninth-grade spiritual root. Without the system, without the guiding hand of the Linglong Fairy, Chen might not be in his current position today. Soon, Chen ceased pondering Tai Ao's future. What lay ahead depended solely on his own fortune and opportunities. Now, Chen's thoughts turned to the matter of seizing the Emerald Peak. Initially, he had been troubled by the system's side quest. But with Fu Kong sending someone to convey a message, it seemed he intended to gift the Emerald Peak to Chen. Chen contemplated the likelihood of successfully claiming the Emerald Peak. He was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, While Ning Hongxiu had yet to reach the 5th level AS for Mo Yunyu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian, they are negligible, possessing virtually no combat prowess. Can he and Ning Hongxiu truly defend a spiritual vein? It seems highly improbable. After careful contemplation, Li Chun concluded that it would be exceedingly challenging for him and Ning Hongxiu to seize a spiritual vein, given that it is, after all, a spiritual vein. Achieving immortality is the ultimate aspiration of cultivators. Yet the harsh reality is that most rogue cultivators have relinquished their dreams of immortality. They resort to all manners of schemes to obtain a spiritual vein, hoping to establish their own lineage on such sacred ground. Should Li Chun manage to claim Cultivating Mountain, the rogue cultivators would certainly devise means to wrest it from him, especially since Li Chun has only exhibited a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Ning Hongxiu, too, is at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. How could two cultivators of such level lay claim to a spiritual vein? It will be difficult to dissuade the rogue cultivators from attempting to seize it. Moreover, if they were to truly occupy Cultivating Mountain, the cultivation families of Qingzhou would likely conspire to suppress and ostracize him. Within his cave dwelling, Li Chun sat cross-legged upon a mat, stroking his chin in deep thought. After a considerable time, a glimmer flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "I must enlist Huang Qingyi." Huang Qingyi is a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator and a prodigious talisman master, that if he could secure her cooperation in occupying Cultivating Mountain, it would be sufficient to intimidate most rogue cultivators. After all, Huang Qingyi would inevitably become his ally. She had gone to Qingfang to attend to the artifacts left by Wang Fengming, and he was uncertain if she had returned. Chen planned to visit Huang Qingyi the following day to persuade her to join him in claiming Cultivating Mountain. Having experienced the ordeal of slaying Wang Fengming together, he considered them friends and was confident she would agree to accompany him to Cultivating Mountain. Additionally, he could also probe Chun Dan's intentions. Should he express a willingness to join, they could proceed together to Cultivating Mountain. With Huang Qingyi, the late-stage Qi refinement prodigy, and Chen Tiange, the seasoned alchemist, he would be well-positioned to establish his own cultivation family in Qingzhou. That night, Li Chun pondered extensively, his thoughts tumultuous, rendering him unable to focus on his cultivation. As dawn broke, he rose early and made his way to cave dwelling number 16. Standing before the entrance, he called out, "Is Taoist Huang present?" A radiant azure light burst forth from the cave, parting to create a passage. As he stepped inside, he beheld a woman clad in a golden apricot robe, her figure lithe and her skin a warm wheat hue. Her dark tresses were tied back with a silk ribbon, forming a graceful ponytail. "Taoist Li, it hasn't been long, has it? I've only just returned from Qingfang, and you seek me out. Have you perhaps fallen for me?" Huang Qingyi, tall and elegant, regarded Li Chun with a teasing glimmer in her lively eyes, her beautiful visage devoid of its usual aloofness. When unfamiliar, she indeed appeared cold. However, familiarity revealed a different facet of her personality. Li Chun took a seat on a stone chair, smiling as he gazed at Huang Qingyi. "I came today partly out of longing for you, but there is also an important matter I wish to discuss." Huang Qingyi approached and sat before him, her expression cheerful as she inquired, "What business brings you to me, Taoist Li? I hear you have 2 partners, and rumors suggest you have a penchant for beautiful women." I was skeptical, but it seems the gossip holds some truth that I considered you a friend, yet you seem to covet my beauty. Just as Li Chun was about to respond, Huang Qingyi deftly shifted the topic. "Speak plainly. What is it you wish to discuss?" Li Chun, suppressing his distractions, adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Taoist Huang, as a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, have you ever contemplated seizing a spiritual vein?" Huang Qingyi cast a fleeting glance at him. "I have not. Why would I occupy a spiritual vein? The cave I reside in is built upon a second-tier spiritual vein, and soon I plan to move into a first-tier cave. Managing a spiritual vein alone is hardly appealing. Furthermore, are there any unclaimed second-tier spiritual veins in the Yan Nation's cultivation realm?" Li Chen's expression froze. Huang Qingyi's unexpected response caught him off guard, silencing the arguments he had prepared. The prospect of claiming Cultivating Mountain hinged upon Huang Qingyi's involvement. as her prowess would be essential to quell the rogue cultivators that in his considerations. Huang Qingyi represented a crucial element in his plans to establish a family at Cuwi Mountain. Additionally, he intended to cultivate a deeper relationship with her, hoping to eventually become partners and raise a family together. However, Huang Qingyi's light-hearted dismissal of his plans disrupted his intentions and thwarted his carefully crafted arguments. Prior to visiting her, he had envisioned her readily agreeing to accompany him to Cuwi Mountain. In truth, one should never be overly confident, as circumstances often deviate from one's expectations. Noticing Li Chen's troubled countenance, Huang Qingyi's playful glint in her eyes became unabashedly evident. Taoistly, speak your mind. Why this roundabout approach? Have you not considered me a friend? If you do not, I shall have to ask you to leave. Li Chen managed a wry smile, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by this enchanting woman. Yet he bore no ill will. Huang Qingyi's words suggested her willingness to accompany him to Qingzhou and claim Cuwi Mountain, establishing themselves as its rightful rulers. Immediately, Li Chen adopted a serious tone, stating, Qingyi, I intend to see Cuwi Mountain and would like to invite you to join me. Once we claim it, we shall share it equally, with you as the nominal ruler of Cuwi Mountain. Huang Qingyi offered no immediate response. Her brows furrowed slightly as she spoke in a hushed tone. Cuwi Mountain belongs to the Yin family of Qingzhou. The Yin family's patriarch has recently ascended to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and there are dozens of Qi refinement cultivators within the family, along with a first-tier protective formation. How can the two of us hope to see Cuwi Mountain? Huang Qingyi did not concern herself with Li Chen's title for her, but began to evaluate the feasibility of their endeavor. Li Chen remained outwardly composed, though inwardly he felt a surge of joy. The prospect of claiming Cuwi Mountain alongside Huang Qingyi appeared increasingly viable for the Yin family. He felt no need to worry. Since Fu Kong had sent word to offer Cuwi Mountain to him, he would undoubtedly handle the Yin family's cultivators with ease, having already established his foundation. Li Chen was confident in Fu Kang's ability to manage the situation. Additionally, he was pleased with the advancement in his relationship with Huang Qingyi. Her acceptance of his address indicated a growing closeness between them. Today, she was Qingyi. In the future, she might well become his wife. You seem utterly unconcerned about the Yin family, as if Cuwi Mountain is already yours, Huang Qingyi remarked suddenly. Her sparkling eyes filled with skepticism. Chen replied earnestly. Indeed, Cuwi Mountain is already my spiritual territory. My only concern is whether I can maintain it. Thus, I have come to invite you to join me in claiming Cuwi Mountain, hoping to leverage your esteemed reputation to deter any ill-intentioned parties. Huang Qingyi blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, and a contemplative expression crossed her lovely face. Moments later, she smiled, placing a hand on Li Chen's shoulder. Li, you must take care of Qingyi from now on. Li Chen returned her gaze, clasping his hands in respect. It is I who should seek the favor of the esteemed Huang. Their eyes met, and they couldn't help but share a laugh. Once Huang Qingyi had her fill of merriment, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and, with a serious expression, asked, When shall we set forth for Cuwi Mountain? Li Chen's smile faded as he replied with gravity. In 6 days, we shall journey to Qingzhou together to take over Cuwi Mountain. Huang Qingyi nodded in agreement. It is settled then. Let us seal it with a pledge. As she extended her right hand, Li Chen, with an odd expression, reached out, their pinky fingers entwining. The moment their pinkies connected, Li Chen felt his body stiffen, and his heart raced unexpectedly. From a mere distance apart, he studied her sun-kissed complexion, pondering whether she had flushed or if it was merely a trick of the light. Li Chen found himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. For Huang Qingyi's skin was of a wheatish hue, making it somewhat difficult to discern whether she had blushed. Huang Qingyi retracted her right hand and subtly stepped back a few paces, maintaining a certain distance from Li Chen. With a smile, she waved at him, saying, Li Shanju, if there are no further matters, you may take your leave. We shall meet again in 6 days. Chen felt a twinge of reluctance at the fleeting sensation. Gently nodding in response, Huang Shanju, I shall take my leave then. As he exited Huang Qingya's abode, Li Chen glanced back, unable to suppress a hint of a smile. The more he interacted with this Huang fairy, the more he discovered her innocent side. Being in her company lightened his spirit significantly and brought him great joy, an experience entirely different from his time with Mo, Yunyu, and Ning Hongxiu. In that brief moment when he and Huang Qingya had made a promise, Li Chen felt his heart race. Could this be what it meant to be smitten? With a smile gracing his lips, he made his way towards cave number 7, intending to pay a visit to Master Chen Dan inside the cave. Huang Qingya kept fanning her right hand, her sleeve stirring a gentle breeze. How utterly mortifying! She exclaimed inwardly. Soon after, she regained her composure, her bright eyes twinkling as she murmured to herself, "He is certainly not a 9th-grade spirit root, and likely possesses some form of alchemical spirit body. If I were to become his partner in the Tao, he could refine pills while I inscribe talismans, supporting one another on the path of immortality. What a splendid choice that would be! Yet he already has 2 partners, along with a son and a daughter. If I were to join him, would I not be the villainous woman who disrupts a family? Young Chen, it has been quite a while since you last visited me." Master Chen Dan reclined in his chair, a maid kneading his legs while another massaged his shoulders, reveling in the pleasures of life. I Chen bowed respectfully to the elder before straightening up with a smile. "Master, your life is truly enviable." Chen Dan sat up, gesturing to the 2 maids before turning his attention to Li Chen. "Young Chen, I have passed the foundational years. This lifetime holds no hope for me in the realm of immortality. You must not follow in my footsteps. You are still young, gifted in alchemy, and with diligent practice, you may yet establish your foundation," he continued. "In recent years, I have heard rumors about you. Not fall into despair, nor indulge in the charms of women. Focus your thoughts on mastering alchemical techniques and cultivating your skills. Elevating your cultivation realm is of paramount importance." I Chen's lips twitched slightly as he respectfully responded. In truth, he longed to defend himself, insisting that he was not engrossed in the allure of women and was committed to diligent practice. However, after some contemplation, he chose to remain silent. Time would vindicate him. Noticing Li Chen's obedient demeanor, Master Chen's tone softened a bit. "Young Chen, you have been in the cultivation world for nearly 11 years now, and your cultivation has reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Given your 9th-grade spirit root, this pace is not too slow. However, in the future, you should refrain from seeking partners and having children. Devote your spirit stones and elixirs to yourself, striving to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement before 60. And then aim for the foundational realm. I am advanced in years and have little time left. If you can reach the pinnacle of qi refinement before I pass, I will spare no expense to procure a foundation-building pill for you to further your journey on the path of immortality." Looking at the elder before him, Li Chen felt a surge of warmth within. With a smile, he replied, "Master, you are not yet 90. You are in the prime of your life that I still have much filial duty to fulfill towards you. So please do not speak such morose words. That a qi refinement cultivator has a lifespan of 120 years, though this is not a certainty. Some may pass before that age, while others may live to 150. Moreover, the cultivation world offers longevity elixirs. Master Chen's hopes of establishing a foundation were unlikely, as cultivators past 60 gradually experience a decline in vitality and spirit. Unable to surpass the thresholds of vitality and spirit, Chen silently resolved to find a way to concoct a longevity elixir for the elder in the future. The 2 conversed for a while, discussing alchemical techniques, and Master Chen even inquired about Li Changsheng and Li Xian. Finally, Li Chen respectfully stated, "Master, I plan to venture out soon to seek a spirit vein. Would you be interested?" "Preposterous!" Master Chen suddenly rose, his beard bristling as he glared. "What is your cultivation level? You dare to covet another spirit vein with just the 4th level of qi refinement." Li Chen smiled and explained, "Master, please do not be angry. Allow me to finish. This endeavor to obtain the spirit vein will not be undertaken alone. Are you aware of Huang Qingya, the Taoist friend Huang?" Master Chen squinted. That girl. I have heard of her. She is 2 years younger than you and already possesses late-stage qi refinement cultivation, capable of inscribing advanced spirit talismans. She is a rare talent, no less than a true disciple of an immortal sect. How did you come to be involved with her? How could she possibly take an interest in you? Li Chen's expression stiffened, unsure of how to respond. He longed to inform Master Chen that he was at the 6th level of Qi refinement and possessed a 6th grade spirit root, not the 4th level or a 9th grade spirit root. Ultimately, Li Chen refrained from clarifying his relationship with Huang Qingya and respectfully extended an invitation. Master, Daoist friend Huang, and I plan to seek out Qingzhou's Ziwei Mountain, and I would like to invite you to join us, if you would come along. Enough. Li Chen's words were abruptly cut off by the elder's stern interruption. Master Chen's expression turned serious as he admonished. Huang Qingya is not an ordinary individual. You, with only the 4th level of Qi refinement and a 9th grade spirit root, dare to involve yourself with her. Are you not afraid she might sell you out? I will not leave Yingshan Market, and you are forbidden from going to Qingzhou. Perhaps feeling he had been too harsh, Master Chen's expression softened slightly as he spoke earnestly. Young Chen, the cultivation world is fraught with danger. You are still young. Do not venture into perilous situations. Coming from the mundane world, you should understand the unpredictability of human nature. With your cultivation level, you should not aspire to associate with a genius talisman master like Huang Qingya. It would be far wiser to steadily refine pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion and earn spirit stones to elevate your own cultivation, but if you encounter difficulties, you are welcome to discuss them with me. I regard you as my disciple. Who else would I assist if not you? Return and concentrate on your practice. Do not seek shortcuts. The path of immortality requires one to tread carefully, with no shortcuts available. Master Chen spoke at length, and Li Chen could only listen respectfully. Eventually, he departed from Master Chen's cave, a bitter smile upon his face. Huang Qingya was aware of Li Chen's 6th level of Qi refinement. Yet Master Chen remained oblivious in the elder's eyes. Li Chen was merely a weak cultivator at the 4th level, lacking combat experience and formidable artifacts. Master Chen even believed Li Chen was unworthy of associating with a talent like Huang Qingya. Advising him against pursuing her, Chen understood that his master had his best interests at heart, yet there were many matters he could not explain. He returned to his cave, feeling a sense of frustration. Just as he reached the entrance, a sudden flash of cold light shot towards him with a whoosh. Li Chen raised his hand to catch the flying dagger, looking exasperatedly at the little girl hiding in the shadows. Xian, has your father treated you poorly? Why are you attempting to murder me? Li Xian, clad in a pink dress and sporting 2 high ponytails, stepped out from the corner, pouting as she said, Father, I'm not a child anymore. Please don't treat me like one with the limited skills she possessed. How could she possibly harm him? Li Chen pressed his temples, realizing that sometimes having overly clever children could be a double-edged sword. Father, you promised to take me to see the outside world. When will you take me out? Li Xian approached, clutching Li Chen's pant leg, looking up at him with eager anticipation. Li Chen's heart softened as he lifted his daughter into his arms. Smiling as he replied, Soon, very soon, in half a month, I will take you to move and show you the outside world. Li Xian gazed intently at Li Chen. Father, you aren't deceiving me this time. Are you? Li Chen's lips twitched. Of course not. That Li Xian beamed with joy. Xianer believes in father. As Li Chen gazed at his daughter in his arms, a sudden wave of guilt washed over him. Since Li Xian's birth, her world had been largely confined to their 2 residences, with only occasional excursions to the market. Now this lively and spirited daughter had never ventured beyond Yinshanfang. Although she was a bit mischievous and restless, she was by no means ungrateful. It was imperative to relocate to Ziwei Mountain, where Li Xian's exuberant nature would not be stifled. Li Chen felt an increasing need for a domain of his own. Rather than remaining in Yinshanfang, Changsheng was different. Having been well-behaved and sensible from a young age, he was content to stay at home. However, Li Xian was not the same. Confining her to the house was akin to caging a fledgling eagle. In that moment, Li Chen's desire to claim a spiritual territory grew stronger, not merely to fulfill the system's tasks, but also to provide his daughter with a broader, freer space for her activities. After spending some time playing with Li Xian, Li Chen went to check on Li Changsheng. Changsheng, has Tai Ao settled in? Li Changxing nodded. Father, rest assured that I have taught Tai Ao the Qingwu technique and helped him pay for his spiritual stones, allowing him to establish a home in the shanty town. I Chun scanned Li Changsheng with his gaze, retrieving a bottle of qi-nourishing pills from his storage bag. Changsheng, focus on your cultivation. When you break through to the 4th level of qi refinement, I shall gift you 2 magical artifacts. I Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded earnestly. Li Chun patted his son's shoulder, offering words of encouragement before returning to the cave abode to meditate and cultivate. Within the cave, upon seeing Li Chen's return, Ning Hongxiu approached and linked her arm with his. Husband, I wish to discuss something with you. Li Chun gently brushed her silky hair, smiling kindly. What is it? Please share your thoughts. Husband, my cultivation has reached a commendable level that I cannot remain idle at home all day. Our family incurs considerable expenditures in spiritual stones daily. You go to the Shendan Pavilion to refine pills, and Sister Mo works tirelessly to produce spiritual paper. Even Changsheng assists her with various tasks, leaving me feeling somewhat unproductive. I intend to hunt demons, which would allow me to earn some spiritual stones. Li Chen paused in surprise, then shook his head, responding coldly. No, the risks associated with demon hunting were far too great, akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Li Chun would never permit Ning Hongxiu to engage in such perilous activities. One must understand that demonic beasts are ferocious, and the Yinshan mountain range is fraught with danger. Among those who venture to hunt demons in Yinshan Fang, 6 out of 10 do not return, resulting in a high casualty rate. Faced with Ning Hongxiu's pleading gaze, Li Chun sighed softly. Hongxiu, focus on your cultivation and do not concern yourself with other matters that in due time. There will be plenty for you to do. Not particularly troubled by the failed invitation to Master Chun, Li Chun remained unconcerned. Time swiftly passed, and 6 days later, he rose early, bidding farewell to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu before heading directly outside Yinshan Fang. Li Daoyu, Qingya. Outside Yinshan Fang, Li Chun met with Huang Qingya. The two exchanged knowing glances before deftly steering their flying swords northward toward Qingya. To the south of Heishui Prefecture lies Haizhou, home to the Zishu Immortal sect, while further south is the Boundless Sea. The northern border of Heishui Prefecture adjoins Qingzhou. The pair navigated their sword light, swiftly entering the territory of Qingzhou within half a day's time. After another half day, Li Chun and Huang Qingya arrived at the foot of the Qingshan mountain range. Strictly speaking, the Qingshan mountain range in Qingzhou and the Yinshan mountain range in Heishui Prefecture are part of the same mountain chain, albeit with different names. Within the territory of Yin country, there exists a mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles, traversing most of the nation from south to north, connecting with the neighboring Yuan country. This mountain range is known by various names depending on the region. In Qingzhou, it is referred to as the Qingshan mountain range. At the outskirts of the Qingshan mountain range, there are 2 prominent peaks, Zuwei Mountain and Huda Mountain. Zuwei Mountain is occupied by the Yin family, while Huda Mountain is held by the Fang family. As Li Chun and Huang Qingya arrived at the base of Zuwei Mountain, Huang Qingya's expression shifted to one of astonishment. There are signs of a broken formation here. The Yin family's minor 5 elements reversal formation has been violently breached. The one who shattered the formation must have either used a second-tier breaking spell or be a foundation establishment cultivator. In the realm of Yan's cultivation world, it is unlikely that a foundation establishment cultivator would deign to pay attention to a first-tier spiritual vein like Zuwei Mountain. Thus, it is likely that someone employed a second-tier breaking spell to dismantle the Yin family's protective array. Li Chun, non-committal about Huang Qingya's inference, shrugged and made his way up the mountain. Today marked the 7th day agreed upon with Fu Kong. Surely he had dealt with the Yin family by now. Not questioning further, Huang Qingya hastened to follow. As they ascended, the mountain was eerily quiet, save for the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects. Upon reaching the summit, Li Chun and Huang Qingya were greeted by rows of houses and courtyards. But not a single soul was in sight. Huang Qingya furrowed her brow, sniffing the air warily. The stillness was unnerving, and the lingering scent of blood hung heavily in the atmosphere. Chen remained unperturbed as he began to survey the surroundings. Zuwei Mountain was devoid of life, with only the remnants of blood that had yet to dissipate entirely. Chen silently clicked his tongue. Fu Kang's methods were rather ruthless, leaving not a single survivor on the entire Tsui Mountain. But where were the others? Be careful. Suddenly, Huang Qingya's voice rang out sharply as she raised a top-tier Thunderbolt talisman, unleashing a brilliant yellow beam that struck the ground mere meters in front of Li Chen. With a resounding thud, the earth erupted, blood bubbles surfacing as flowing blood seeped from the ground, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Huang Qingya gasped in horror. It's the Blood River upper being. Li Daoyu, quickly come to my side. This person is extremely dangerous, as she spoke. Huang Qingya produced several blood-colored second-tier spiritual talismans. Li Chen glanced at her, softly reassuring, "Don't be alarmed. Brother Fu is not an enemy. He is my friend." Huang Qingya, still somewhat skeptical, stepped closer to Li Chen, clutching the blood talismans tightly, her expression tense and unyielding. After all, this was the Blood River upper being who had lured dozens of cultivators from Yinshan Fong to their demise. In the realm of cultivation, hierarchical distinctions are rigid. Only Foundation Establishment cultivators are entitled to the title of upper being, while Golden Core cultivators are addressed as true person, and Yuanian cultivators as true lord or divine lord. Facing the Blood River upper being, a demonic Foundation Establishment cultivator, Huang Qingya could not help but feel anxious. Li Chen gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to relax. Before Li Chen, blood began to surge from the ground, slowly taking shape until the features became distinct. It was indeed Fu Kang, though he appeared considerably more gaunt than before, his demeanor sharper, and his crimson eyes colder than ever. Clad in blood-red robes, with hair to match, his pallid face resembled that of someone who had long been hidden away from the sun. His blood-red gaze scrutinized Li Chen, then assessed Huang Qingya beside him. His expression hardened as he spoke. "Is this your new Dao partner?" Li Chen nodded. "Brother Fu, this is my new Dao partner, Huang Qingya." Standing beside Li Chen, Huang Qingya remained vigilant, refusing to speak in defense. Fu Kang nodded slowly. "I have heard of her. How is Changsheng doing now?" Although Fu Kang's appearance and aura had changed significantly, a gentle smile broke through his stern expression upon inquiring about Li Changsheng. Li Chen replied with a smile. "Changsheng has grown. He has entered the Tao and is nearing the second level of Qi refinement, possessing an 8th-grade spiritual root. He often mentions how long it has been since he last saw Uncle Fu." Fu Kang's smile faltered slightly, and after a moment his eyes dimmed as he gently shook his head. In my current state, it would be best not to see him that I left no survivors among the Yen family. Brother, this Tsui Mountain is now entrusted to you." As he spoke, Fu Kang glanced around, a look of reluctance crossing his face. This was the place where he had spent his childhood. Li Chen furrowed his brows. "Brother Fu, are you leaving?" Fu Kang nodded calmly, replying, "In the Yin country's cultivation world, there is no longer a place for me. I must depart from Yin country. Once I leave, I do not know if I will ever return. As a parting gift for our brotherly bond, allow me to bestow upon you one last gift." As he spoke, Fu Kang shook his blood-stained robe, and from his sleeves fell dozens of storage bags, forming a small mountain at Li Chen's feet. "These items are not meant to be seen. After you take them, handle them with utmost caution, and be sure not to reveal our connection, lest I drag you into my troubles." Li Chen opened his mouth. "But Fu, you also need resources for your cultivation. I cannot accept these items." Fu Kang slowly shook his head, stating, "I am now a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and acquiring spirit stones is quite easy for me. Had it not been for the blood god technique you bestowed upon me, and the clear spirit pills you requested Elder Chen to concoct, I would not be who I am today. Moreover, as I cultivate the blood path's demonic arts, blood souls serve as the finest nourishment. Spirit stones and spiritual items are of little significance to me. We are brothers. Take them without hesitation." Observing Fu Kang before him, Li Chen had many questions he yearned to ask. Yet, Fu Kang offered no opportunity. His figure gradually dissipated, scattering blood beads that slowly merged into the ground. "Brother, I cannot turn back. You must take care. Additionally, look after Changsheng. Do not let him suffer injustice." Li Chen stood there, dazed, indifferent to the pile of storage bags at his feet. That Fu Kang was leaving the cultivation world of Yin country, though he did not disclose his destination. Yet Li Chen could foresee the perilous path ahead. The blood god technique and the blood fiend method are not of innocent origin. They are rumored to be bait disseminated by a certain infamous figure of the demonic path within the cultivation realm. The higher Fu Kang's cultivation, the greater the danger. Thinking of Fu Kang's potential irreversible departure, sadness welled up within Li Chen. He wished to assist, yet found himself powerless to do so. Huang Qingya, standing beside Li Chen, gently remarked, "This fellow Taoist Fu is indeed a person of character. It seems your friendship runs deep." Li Chen nodded, speaking calmly. "Qingya, I have something to discuss with you." Huang Qingya blinked and chuckled, saying, "You need not speak. Allow me to tell you, the old ancestor of the Yin family is quite shameless, still coveting the beauty of this fairy despite his age. Thus, in a fit of rage, I annihilated the Yin family, taking their place and occupying Tui Mountain. Let us go, accompany this fairy in inspecting Tui Mountain, for I shall henceforth be its master." Gazing at Huang Qingya's tall figure, Li Chen began to gather the storage bags at his feet. A smile involuntarily gracing his face that he could not deny that spending time with Huang Qingya had greatly alleviated the sorrow he felt over Fu Kang's departure. Tui Mountain is not vast, yet it conceals a first-tier spirit vein within its depths. Thanks to this spirit vein, the vegetation on the mountain flourishes remarkably. After surveying Tui Mountain, Huang Qingya turned to Li Chen, her smile radiant as she said, 30 acres of spirit fields. We can hire some wandering cultivators as spirit farmers to plant spirit rice for us. I have devised a plan. The spirit farmers will receive 30% of the harvest, while we shall take 70%. There is a medicinal field as well, though it only cultivates first-tier low-grade spirit herbs. Are you not a pill master of the Divine Pill Pavilion? You could transplant some high-grade spirit herbs from the pavilion's herb garden for cultivation. Then, you can refine pills and sell them to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Alternatively, we could simply open a pill shop in Qingfang. The bamboo grove on the mountain can be used to produce spirit paper. I can draw runes on the spirit paper and sell them in Qingfang. The spirit stones left to you by fellow Taoist Fu should suffice for us to rent 2 shops in Qingfang, one for pills and the other for runes, thus ensuring a continuous flow of spirit stones. Additionally, there is a spirit peach tree on the mountain, a first-tier high-grade spirit plant, which is a specialty of Tui Mountain and must be well cared for in the future. Huang Qingya, envisioning the management of Tui Mountain, sparkled with excitement, her smile sweet as she revealed her pearly white teeth, contrasting beautifully with her healthy, sun-kissed complexion. Chen smiled back, his grin even brighter than Huang Qingya's. For in her plans, there was no distinction between you and me. Furthermore, what delighted Li Chen was that the system's side quest had been completed. Speak, why do you keep smiling foolishly? This Tui Mountain does not belong solely to me. Noticing Li Chen's silence, Huang Qingya turned her gaze toward him. Feigning irritation, Chen chuckled and nodded. Indeed, this Tui Mountain is not yours alone. It is ours. Huang Qingya paused, then rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "You are insufferable. What is this ours and yours? You are you, and I am I. Never mind, I cannot be bothered to argue. I shall go choose my cave residence now." Huang Qingya turned, her long neck resembling that of a proud swan, her demeanor exceptionally haughty. "It is settled." Chen wore a smile, aware that his relationship with this fairy, Huang Qingya, was solidifying. Now, they were merely a thin veil away from becoming partners. Looking around, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. The foundation had been laid. He only needed to pay homage to heaven and earth and hold a grand ceremony to establish the Leaf family of Tui Mountain, thereby completing the system's main quest. However, he still needed to examine the storage bags left to him by Fu Kong, under the alias Fu Cho and self-styled as the Blood River Master, had lured and killed dozens of cultivators in the Yinshan mountain range, including prominent figures such as Yang Dishio from the Yulong Yang family, Wang Gue from the Ningbi Cliff Wang family, Bai Rong from the Qingshan Bai family, and Situ Ming from Yale Lake Situ family. These cultivators were not mere wandering practitioners. They were renowned individuals within the Yinshan region. Now, the fortunes of these prominent figures lay within the pile of storage bags before him. Furthermore, the Yin family, which Fu Kong had annihilated without leaving any survivors, must also have their accumulated wealth among these bags, he pondered, his heart racing with anticipation as he picked up a storage bag, eager to ascertain the value of Fu Kang's generous gift. Allow me to assist you. With so many storage bags, how long would it take you to sort through them alone? Huang Qingyao returned, her eyes flickering as she regarded Li Chun. Li Chen nodded and replied with a smile. Just so, having Qingyao's help will make things much easier for me. If I were to rely solely on myself to inventory these storage bags, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. Seeing Li Chen's eager agreement, Huang Qingyao's expression became slightly awkward as she quietly asked, "You trust me so much? Are you not afraid I might harbor ulterior motives and seize the treasures for myself?" Li Chun did not hesitate, meeting her gaze with warmth. "Not at all. I trust Chen. I genuinely wish to become partners with you, to support each other on the path of cultivation. Should you ever entertain such thoughts of avarice, it would only reflect poorly on my judgment for misjudging your character. I would not hold it against you." Huang Qingya lowered her head, picking up a storage bag and using her spiritual sense to open it, murmuring softly, "What partner? I do not understand. Let us discuss it later." Li Chun, unhurried, also opened the storage bag in his hand and began to tally the items within. He was somewhat familiar with Huang Qingya's character. As for her insinuation of greed and betrayal, Li Chun felt no fear that if they were truly to turn against each other over such immense wealth, he possessed a trump card that Huang Qingya was unaware of. Now that Li Chen's cultivation had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, he was confident that no cultivator below foundation establishment could withstand the blood-biting flying dagger that, of course, cultivators like Wang Fengming, who donned 2 top-tier robes and an inner armor of the highest grade, were exceptions. After some time, gazing at the mountain of spirit stones, Huang Qingya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Over 48,000 spirit stones. With such a fortune, we could purchase several foundation establishment pills. Li Chen smiled but remained silent. Fu Kong had slain numerous cultivators, including influential figures like Yang Dixio, Wang Ge, Bai Rong, and Sita Ming. Moreover, it was likely that the Yin family's wealth was also included among these 48,000 spirit stones. Casting a glance at the pile of spirit stones, Li Chen's heart raced, and his attention shifted to the other peculiar items: low-grade artifacts, mid-grade artifacts, high-grade artifacts, top-grade artifacts, numerous bottles and jars, as well as several jade slips. These had yet to be thoroughly examined. Suddenly, Li Chun spotted a glimmer of gold. He picked up a shining golden brick from among the artifacts. Huang Qingya leaned in, her expression one of surprise. "Do you not already possess a similar golden brick?" Li Chen nodded and retrieved the radiant golden bricks gifted by the exquisite fairy from his storage pouch. Upon placing the 2 golden bricks side by side for comparison, he was astonished to discover that they were utterly identical. Could it be that these golden bricks were mass-produced by a certain master craftsman? Suppressing his curiosity, Li Chun continued to inventory the treasures. Eventually, he and Huang Qingya collaborated to meticulously tally the contents of dozens of storage pouches, totaling 48,338 spirit stones, 12 top-tier magical artifacts, 56 mid to low-tier magical artifacts, dozens of spirit pills, over 20 assorted jade slips, and more than 100 spirit talismans. When they combined all the items, Li Chun and Huang Qingya estimated that the wealth contained within these storage pouches gifted by Fu Kong amounted to approximately 100,000 spirit stones. Huang Qingya clicked her tongue in astonishment, casting a peculiar glance at Li Chun. 100,000 spirit stones, along with a magnificent Suwei mountain, and he just gives it to you. Are cultivators of the demonic path really this extravagant? With these possessions, even a waste with a 9th-grade spiritual root could easily ascend to foundation establishment. Li Chen's expression stiffened momentarily as he exhaled a breath of frustration, replying softly, "I had not anticipated Brother Fu's gift to be so lavish." The thought of Fu Kong brought a wave of melancholy over him once more. Standing beside Li Chun, Huang Qingya gently patted his shoulder and inquired with a smile, "Now, I find myself contemplating the idea of robbing and murdering for wealth. Are you afraid?" Li Chen turned his head, his gaze teasing as he looked at Huang Qingya, chuckling lightly and shaking his head. "I am not afraid. What is mine is yours, whether you wish to take spirit stones or pills. Simply ask, and I shall willingly present them to you. Why resort to murder and theft?" In response to Li Chen's playful glance, Huang Qingya spat disdainfully. "Humph. What do you mean yours and mine? You have no shame. That Fu Kang's generous gift cannot be overstated. After sorting through the treasures in the storage pouches, Huang Qingya selected her cave dwelling, allowing Li Chun the time to examine the system rewards. Host: Li Chun cultivation level, Qi refinement stage, 6 lifespan, 30, 100 spiritual root, grade 6 techniques, Qi Yinju. Hualing Shou, Kumu Ju, Qi Tian Shu, Fen Guang Lu Ying sword technique skills, 2nd tier alchemy treasures, Qi Feng sword, golden brick, bloodthirsty knife partner, Imo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu descendants, Li Changsheng, Li Xian main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, give birth to 5 descendants with spiritual roots, incomplete. The side quest section had changed. The previous tasks had been completed, and the system had issued new side quests. Chen shifted his focus to the system space to check the rewards for the last side quest. After completing the task of securing a foundation and occupying the spiritual vein territory, the system rewarded him with a cultivation technique. Without a second thought, Li Chen chose to extract it. Moments later, he emerged from the vast sea of information, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This time, the system had rewarded him with a body cultivation technique, the 10,000 treasures body forging record. The so-called 10,000 treasures body forging record involves refining treasures to forge the practitioner's body, ultimately transforming oneself into a humanoid beast of ferocity. Unlike the run-of-the-mill techniques circulating in the cultivation world, the 10,000 treasures body forging record is a genuine celestial level method, as far as Li Chen knew. In the cultivation world of the Yin Kingdom, even the Zisu sect only possessed a 3rd-tier inheritance. Celestial level cultivation methods are scarce in the entire southern wilderness cultivation world, or perhaps even in the mortal realm. Truly, the system's offerings are of unparalleled quality. However, what sent shivers down Li Chen's spine was the sheer resource consumption required to cultivate this technique. The 10,000 treasures body forging record consists of 9 tiers. The first tier corresponds to the Qi refinement stage, requiring the refinement of 10 top-tier magical artifacts to forge 10 treasures of the body. The second tier corresponds to the foundation establishment stage, demanding the refinement of 100 top-tier spiritual tools to forge 100 treasures of the body. The third tier corresponds to the golden core stage, requiring the refinement of 1,000 top-tier magical treasures to forge 1,000 treasures of the body. The fourth tier corresponds to the nascent soul stage, while the fifth corresponds to the spirit transformation stage, culminating at the ninth tier corresponding to the celestial immortal stage, which necessitates the refinement of countless immortal treasures to forge a truly immortal body. The 10,000 treasures body forging record is the supreme method of body cultivation. Once mastered, one could dominate their peers of the same tier, wielding their treasure body with unrestrained power. Yet the daunting resource requirements for this celestial level body cultivation technique are terrifying. The Qi refinement stage alone requires the refinement of 10 top-tier magical artifacts. Where would an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator procure such items? The foundation establishment stage is even more outrageous, demanding a full 100 spiritual tools. The conditions only become more ludicrous as one progresses. For Li Chun, initiating the 10,000 treasures body forging record is not particularly challenging, especially since he possesses over a dozen top-tier magical artifacts. Although the resource consumption for cultivating this record is extraordinarily frightening, Li Chen's heart burned with fervor and excitement. The allure of mastering the 10,000 treasures body forging record, which promises dominance among peers, is simply too compelling. Moreover, a genuine celestial level cultivation method is something that countless cultivators covet. Should this celestial level method be revealed, it is likely that ancient beings lurking in the corners of the mortal realm would become restless. Li Chun felt an overwhelming urge to enter seclusion and begin cultivating the 10,000 treasures body forging record immediately. However, he needed to return to Yinshan workshop to bring Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, as well as Li Changsheng and Li Xian to Tui Mountain for proper arrangements. Having just secured Tui Mountain, there were numerous matters that required his attention before he could enter seclusion to cultivate the 10,000 treasures body forging record. He must first settle these affairs to ensure peace of mind. Chun sought out Huang Qingya. Qingya, I must return to Yinshan workshop for a while. Huang Qingya nodded. Go ahead. I will oversee Tui Mountain in your absence. By the way, Once you return to Yinshan Workshop, remember to recruit a few early-stage Qi refinement cultivators to bring to Tsui Mountain. The 30 acres of spiritual farmland there requires spiritual farmers to tend to it. Also, see if you can invite an array master to set up protective formations at the base of the mountain. Chen nodded, committing Huang Qingya's instructions to memory. Qingya, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Huang Qingya looked at Li Chun, retrieving a crimson talisman from her storage pouch. This is a Thunderfire talisman, originally a first-tier, top-tier spiritual talisman. I've nurtured it into a second-tier one. Take it for self-defense. Be careful on your journey. Qingya. Li Chen's gaze flickered as he stepped forward to embrace Huang Qingya's second-tier spiritual talisman is equivalent to a strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. Huang Qingya herself possesses but a few. Stop. Huang Qingya swiftly evaded Li Chun, her face contorted with disdain. This fairy has already gifted you a second-tier spiritual talisman. Do you wish to take further advantage of me? Off you go. Li Chen's lips curled into a smile, warmth flooding his heart. Qingya, I shall take my leave. Wait for me at Tsui Mountain. With that, he summoned his flying sword and soared into the sky, heading straight for Yinshan Workshop. Huang Qingya stood in place, watching Li Chen depart, a smile gracing her delicate features as she murmured to herself, Mother, it seems Qingya has found a home. Yet, Qingya did not wish to become a villainess. Huang Qingya stood dazed, her thoughts drifting back over 20 years. She was born into a merchant family in Immortal realm, but her mother was a courtesan, from the moment Huang Qingya could remember. She and her mother were constantly subjected to the scorn of her father's legitimate wife. After the novelty wore off, her father became indifferent to the mother-daughter duo. Her brother would often berate her as a bastard, while her father's legitimate wife would deride her mother as a shameless harlot, a seductress of men, a wicked woman. When she turned 8, her mother passed away, and unable to endure the humiliation, the young Huang Qingya fled the Huang household, embarking on a journey through the world. Eventually, she met her master, a cultivator who had given up on the path to immortality and was living out his days in the mortal realm. Huang Qingya trained under her master for 2 years before he passed away. Before his death, he urged her to seek out the Zisu sect, yet Huang Qingya was reluctant to become dependent once more. Upon entering the cultivation world, she chose to live as a free-spirited, rootless wanderer. Throughout her years in the cultivation world, Huang Qingya fought her way through challenges alone. She experienced assassination attempts, betrayal, and grew accustomed to the law of the jungle that governed the cultivation world. She felt profoundly lonely, but was wary of trusting others. Yet now, someone had appeared whom she felt she could rely on and trust, a feeling that was precious to her. Surveying Tsui Mountain, Huang Qingya pressed her lips together, her gaze somewhat dazed. Could this truly be my home? Perhaps I should meet his wife and children first. If they reject me, I will simply leave. After all, I have managed alone for all these years since my mother and master passed. It is nothing of great consequence. The realm of cultivation has never known tranquility. Outside the Yinshan Workshop, Li Chun retracted the golden bricks and summoned a fiery raven, incinerating 2 adversaries into ashes. Upon returning to the Yinshan Workshop, Li Chun summoned Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, saying, Xiao Yu, Hongxiu, prepare yourselves, for we shall relocate tomorrow. The 2 women exchanged glances, their faces clouded with hesitation. Yunyu spoke first. Husband, perhaps we should reconsider. Our current rental of a grade C cave dwelling is already stretching our resources thin. How shall we manage the substantial expenses of moving to a grade B cave? Changsheng is growing daily, and his cultivation demands elixirs and spirit stones. The Siener is nearing the age of enlightenment. We should conserve our resources where we can. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Li Chun gazed at the 2 women with a smile, inquiring, Who told you that we are moving to a grade B cave? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Yinyu softly replied, Husband, moving back to a grade D cave would not be a concern, as it would alleviate some of our financial burdens. Ning Hongxiu lowered her head, a look of shame on her face. Husband, Sister Mo, it is all my fault for being useless. Realizing the misunderstanding, Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Enough with the wild imaginings. Hurry and prepare. I have matters to attend to at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Li Chun had not disclosed to the 2 women his confrontation with Wang Fengming. as revealing such information would only burden them with unnecessary worries. Likewise, he chose not to mention the gift of Suwei Mountain from Fukong, planning instead to surprise them once they relocated there. "Daddy, are you leaving again? Can you take Sienna with you?" Seeing her father return home only to depart once more, Li Xian rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Li Chen's Li Chun. Feeling helpless, pinched his daughter's delicate nose gently, soothingly saying, "Sienna, father has important matters to attend to. Please stay at home and wait for me. All right?" While Li Xian looked down, her mood visibly dampened. Witnessing this, Li Chun felt a pang of sympathy for his daughter, and he lifted her into his arms, taking her along to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. This visit to the Divine Elixir Pavilion was not for the purpose of alchemy, but rather to bid farewell to Manager Fu. On the top floor of the pavilion, Li Chun successfully met with Manager Fu. The elderly man regarded Li Xian with a warm smile. "Ah, young Chun, what brings you here, and why have you brought your daughter along?" "Hello, Grandpa Fu," Li Xian exclaimed, jumping down from Li Chen's embrace, showing no fear as she approached the manager and sweetly addressed him. Manager Fu, with a smile, affectionately patted Li Xian's head. "Sienna is truly well behaved." Standing respectfully beside them, Li Chun bowed to Manager Fu, saying, "Uncle Fu, I've come to bid you farewell." Manager Fu looked at Li Chun with a kind gaze and calmly inquired, "Have you found a better place?" "I, along with Fairy Huang Qingya, have jointly claimed Suwei Mountain and decided to relocate there. Over the years, your guidance and care have been invaluable, and I cannot forget your kindness. However, with a son and a daughter at home, and Sienna being quite the handful, living in Ingshan Workshop has been a burden for her." Manager Fu's gaze remained gentle as he addressed Li Chun. "You have not bound yourself to me with a spiritual contract, so I cannot restrict your freedom. Young Chun, your departure from the Divine Elixir Pavilion was anticipated, though I did not expect it to come so soon. Since you wish to leave, I will not hold you back. However, once you move from Ingshan Workshop, the path ahead will be yours to tread alone, and if there is anything you still require, I shall do my utmost to assist you, though my time grows short. I ask only that you do not forget the kindness shown to you by the young lady." Li Chen's expression turned solemn as he bowed respectfully to the elder before him. Li Xian joined her father, mimicking his gesture, and bowed to Manager Fu as well. Over the years spent at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu had never treated Li Chen poorly. Their repeated guidance and care had allowed him to progress smoothly on his path of cultivation. Although he was about to leave the pavilion and Ingshan Workshop, Li Chen would never forget the profound gratitude he owed to Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu. As Li Chen departed the Divine Elixir Pavilion with Li Xian, he found his storage pouch enriched with a furnace, the fire-toad furnace, as Manager Fu had remarked. This furnace was a gift for him. Since he was leaving, he might as well take it along. With a substantial amount of spirit stones and numerous top-tier magical artifacts in his possession, the fire-toad furnace was no longer of great significance to Li Chen. Nonetheless, the gesture from Manager Fu deepened his sense of gratitude. Li Chen understood that his standing at the Divine Elixir Pavilion was unique. Other apprentices were required to sign a spiritual contract before they could independently refine elixirs. When Zhou Jian wished to depart, Manager Fu had insisted he exchange spirit stones for a contract. In contrast, Li Chen had never signed such a contract, and both Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu had bestowed upon him many privileges. This exclusivity meant that Li Chen had few friends among the other apprentices. As he prepared to leave, he opted not to bid farewell to them, that he initially intended to say goodbye to Yunji in the herb garden. But considering the old man's watchful eyes that seemed to guard against thieves, he abandoned that thought. Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion and gazing at the towering building that stood at the heart of Ingshan Workshop, Li Chen was filled with nostalgia. More than a decade ago, he had entered the realm of cultivation here as an apprentice, receiving the red flame technique from Manager Fu, which set him on his path. Over the years, he had progressed from chopping firewood to becoming an apprentice, eventually rising to the rank of alchemist. His sentiments for the Divine Elixir Pavilion were bittersweet. It was the birthplace of his journey in cultivation. Yet, he knew he must leave to continue his ascent on the path of immortality. Standing before the pavilion, Li Chen gazed up at the grand structure, bowing once more as a farewell gesture to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. On the top floor, Manager Fu observed Li Chen and his daughter from a distance. a look of contentment on his face that, young Chen, the young lady believes you will become a significant figure in the future. I have faith in her judgment, for she is never mistaken. Now that you are leaving the divine elixir pavilion, consider it a fledgling soaring from its nest, a fish entering the vast sea. Alas, my remaining time is limited, and I do not know if I shall witness the day you soar to great heights or leap through the dragon's gate. After leaving the divine elixir pavilion, Li Chen did not return to his cave dwelling, but instead headed to the treasure pavilion, where he procured several seeds of spiritual herbs and elixirs, as well as some jade golden rice seeds. There was a medicinal field on Soway Mountain, comprising 30 acres of spiritual land that could not be left neglected. After purchasing a myriad of items, including 2 small toys for Li Xian, Li Chen finally returned to the cave dwelling. Upon arriving, he found Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu had tidied the place impeccably, even planning to take along mundane items such as tables and chairs. Li Changsheng emerged from a room, having learned about the impending move, and could not help but ask Li Chen, "Father, are we leaving now?" Li Chen shook his head. "Not in haste. We still have some preparations to make." Li Changsheng looked at Li Chen, perplexed. "Father, aren't we moving to a grade D cave? Isn't there anything left to prepare?" Li Chen gently patted Li Changsheng's shoulder. "No more questions. Otherwise, the surprise will be lost." In the quiet of the night, Li Chen sat cross-legged upon a mat, extracting 2 resplendent golden bricks from his storage bag, along with a palm-sized flying vessel. Fu Kong had bestowed upon Li Chen a magnificent gift, which encompassed 12 supreme magical artifacts. Li Chen intended to utilize 10 of these artifacts to cultivate the 10,000 treasures body forging technique. The remaining 2 included 1 golden brick, identical to the one gifted to him by the exquisite Ling Long fairy, and another supreme magical artifact, known as the Heavenly Net. The Heavenly Net could be employed in conjunction with the golden brick, ensnaring foes before the golden brick was brought down upon them with force. Li Chen resolved to keep these 2 artifacts at hand as conventional means for future confrontations. Gazing at the shimmering golden bricks, he scrutinized them before promptly commencing their refinement. Now at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, Li Chen found the process of refining supreme artifacts to be considerably less arduous. After a significant portion of the night had passed, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. His gaze filled with uncertainty. He had utilized his magical energy to cleanse the newly acquired golden brick and inscribed his spiritual mark upon it, successfully refining it. To his astonishment, he discovered a faint connection between the 2 golden bricks. Immediately, he held 1 golden brick in his left hand and the other in his right, observing them closely. Suddenly, both bricks radiated an intense golden light, akin to 2 magnets that, with a resounding thud, fused seamlessly together, leaving no trace of their former separation. Li Chen squinted, astonished. The 2 golden bricks had melded into a singular entity, yet this new golden brick was larger and more substantial. Upon meticulous examination, Li Chen concluded that the quality of the combined golden bricks had elevated, almost transcending the realm of magical artifacts, categorizing them amongst the finest of the finest. What if he were to acquire another golden brick? Could this one transform into a spiritual artifact? Li Chen stroked his chin, filled with numerous speculations. Perhaps there once existed a spiritual artifact named the Golden Brick, or a treasure that had been fragmented into many pieces for some reason. Upon refining these golden bricks, could they not reconstitute into their original form? After contemplating the newly formed golden brick for a moment, he shifted his focus to refining the intermediate magical artifact, the flying vessel. Li Chen aimed to transport his family to Soway Mountain for their settlement, but as Mo Yunyu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian were unable to fly, he needed to refine this intermediate flying vessel. With this vessel, there would be no need for traveling via teleportation talismans or on horseback, thus saving considerable time. By dawn, Li Chen had finally refined the flying vessel. Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Changsheng concluded their night of cultivation, while Li Xian remained in deep slumber. "Changsheng, accompany me to the shanty town." Li Chen beckoned Li Changsheng to join him on this errand. That on the way, Li Changsheng asked in confusion, "Father, are we in such dire straits that we must return to the shanty town?" "What are you thinking?" Li Chen lightly chastised him. "Even if I were inept, I would not allow you to return to the shanty town. We are here to recruit individuals." I Chongqing appeared even more puzzled. Father, whom are we to recruit? Without offering an explanation, Li Chun led Li Chongsheng straight to the shantytown. The shantytown lay on the outskirts of Yingshan Square, not situated on a spiritual vein, merely benefiting from the residual spiritual energy that wafted through. Thus, the housing in the shantytown cost merely 1 spirit stone per month. If it were a courtyard, it would be slightly more expensive. The inhabitants of shantytown were all lower-tier loose cultivators. Most of these cultivators were at the initial stage of chi refinement, unwilling to abandon the path of immortality, and every month they devised ways to earn spirit stones to pay their rent. Striving to remain in Yingshan Square for cultivation. Chen's purpose for visiting the shantytown was to recruit 2 initial-stage chi refiners to serve as spiritual farmers at Siwei Mountain to cultivate lands for him. He was not unfamiliar with the shantytown. Years ago, when he first entered the realm of cultivation, he had also made the shantytown his home, where he met individuals like Han Mao and Shu Chan. Aside from Han Mao and Shu Chan, Li Chun was not well acquainted with the lower-tier loose cultivators residing in the shantytown. Isn't this masterly the alchemist. Upon entering the shantytown, he encountered an elderly man with yellowed teeth. This man, surnamed Zhang, had once been Li Chen's neighbor and had sought to borrow a nourishing pill from Li Chun for his grandson, who was attempting to break through the bottleneck to the 3rd layer of chi refinement. But Li Chun had refused. Years had passed, and he wondered if that grandson had indeed broken through to the 4th layer. Li Chun paid no heed to the old man Zhang and continued deeper into the shantytown with Li Chongsheng. The old man Zhang spat disdainfully, his face a mask of scorn, thinking, "We are all neighbors from the shantytown. Who is he to look down on anyone, just because he has a modicum of talent in alchemy and happened to catch the eye of Master Chen? Does that make him superior? If my grandson were to enter the divine alchemy pavilion as an apprentice, he would surely surpass him." Li Chun, having caught Zhang's words with his spiritual sense, dismissed them without concern. Choosing not to engage, as he walked a little farther, he encountered a woman. Upon seeing Li Chun, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh my, a magpie has been singing outside my door since early morning. It seems fortune is indeed upon me. Master Li, would you care to indulge in my business? My services are excellent and quite affordable. Just 2 spirit stones. What do you say? You can afford it, can't you? I assure you, you won't regret it." This woman, a cultivator at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, was clad in revealing mundane attire. Playfully casting glances at Li Chun, he remained unmoved, while Li Chongsheng, filled with indignation, rebuked her sharply. "With your shameless demeanor, don't dirty my father's eyes. Begone." The woman, having been rebuffed, left in a huff. Li Chun gazed at Li Chongsheng in surprise. In his childhood, Li Chongsheng had been quiet and unassuming. But now, having grown a little older, he exhibited a more composed demeanor. In Li Chen's memory, Li Chongsheng had never displayed anger. Yet today, he had lost his temper and even hurled insults. Li Chun gently patted Li Chongsheng's shoulder and calmly advised, "Chongsheng, do not be quick to anger when faced with difficulties. It is best to ignore such individuals. There is no need to respond." "Father, I shall take your counsel to heart." Li Chen nodded, leading Li Chongsheng in search of suitable candidates for spiritual farmers. Selecting spiritual farmers required discernment. Li Chun aimed to find 2 chi refiners at the initial stage. Ideally, one with a water affinity spiritual root and another with a wood affinity spiritual root. Of course, those with an earth affinity spiritual root were also acceptable, as cultivators with water, wood, and earth roots were more suited to the role of spiritual farmers. Ultimately, Li Chun selected a female cultivator named Wang Lijuan, possessing a water affinity spiritual root and, at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, alongside a young man named Wu Xiaofan, who had an earth affinity spiritual root and was at the 2nd layer of chi refinement. Notably, during the selection process, he encountered Tai Ao, who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation and had not found a means to earn spirit stones. After all, he was still immortal. Living cautiously within the shantytown, Li Chun decided to bring Tai Ao along as well. Having guided Tai Ao onto the path of cultivation, Li Chun did not mind extending his support once more. With Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai Ao in tow, they returned to the cave dwelling. Upon entering the area, The three individuals kept their heads bowed, hesitant to look around, exuding an air of humility. Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, Xiener, follow me. Summoning Imo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Xian, Li Chun led the group out of Ancient Square. Additionally, trailing behind them was a dog the size of a calf, with a coat of black and red fur. Wagging its tail and panting in Li Chen's arms, Li Xian beamed with excitement. Father, are we going to take Xiener out of Ancient Square? Li Chongsheng walked beside Li Chun, filled with curiosity, and could not help but inquire. Father, where are we going to move to? Imo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu shared the same perplexity, yet neither of the two women voiced their inquiries. Upon exiting the Ancient Square, Li Chun surveyed his surroundings and retrieved a palm-sized flying boat from his storage bag. As he infused it with his magical energy, the diminutive vessel expanded, transforming in the wind into a ship measuring over 10 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width. Gracefully hovering a few feet above the ground, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu stood in stunned silence. Momentarily a loss for what to do to Li Chongsheng, too, was taken aback. He had never known that his family possessed a flying boat. Such a means of transportation, capable of accommodating multiple passengers, was exorbitantly priced. This flying boat was a mid-grade magical artifact. Should one seek to order it from the Qinlian Pavilion, the cost would be nearly equivalent to that of a top-tier magical item. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff owned a top-grade flying boat, which traversed the various markets of the Yanghua cultivation world, serving as a true behemoth to ride on the Wang family's vessel. One would require 10 spirit stone tickets, as they essentially monopolized the passenger transport business in the Yanghua cultivation realm, reaping immense profits. Li Chongsheng, having embarked on the path of cultivation himself, was not naive to the common knowledge of the cultivation world. He gazed blankly at Li Chun as he released the flying boat, his heart tumultuous, unable to settle for some time. Not only was Li Chongsheng affected, but so were Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Only Li Xian remained blissfully ignorant, his face alight with excitement as he observed the ship floating a few feet above the ground, exclaiming, Father, Father, what a big ship! Li Chun chuckled lightly. This flying boat is not particularly large. In the future, Father will gift Xiener an even grander vessel. With that, Li Chun cradled Li Xian and leaped onto the deck with a steady landing. He turned to Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Chongsheng on the ground, smiling as he urged, What are you all standing there for? Come aboard. The flying boat ascended into the sky, weaving through the peaks, while the rivers encircling the mountains sparkled like emerald ribbons adorning the earth. The human cities below appeared no larger than mere palm-sized toys, but a fierce gale whipped around them as Li Chen stood at the bow, his dark robe billowing dramatically in the wind. Tai Ao gaped in astonishment as he beheld the rapidly flying vessel. Surrounded by swirling mists and the tiny cities beneath, he turned to the imposing figure ahead, his mouth agape as he finally regained his senses after a prolonged moment of shock. Is this truly the means of the immortals? Tai Ao murmured. A look of envy spread across his face, his eyes brimming with ambition. The reactions of the others were not much different from Tai Ao's. Wang Lijuan, standing beside him, also exhibited a look of envy and could not help but voice, Do not dwell on it. A flying boat is something we cannot afford to aspire to. Li Chongsheng approached Li Chun, his own astonishment matching that of anyone else. Since childhood, Mo Yunyu had told him how his father toiled at the Shundan Pavilion to support the family, instilling in him a sense of responsibility during their financially challenging times. Thus, from a young age, Li Chongsheng had shouldered his burdens and, upon beginning his cultivation, assisted his mother in crafting spirit paper to alleviate some of his father's load. But now, who could explain to him the mystery of this flying boat beneath his feet? Their family possessed a flying boat? Li Chun glanced at his son, opting not to elucidate. The flying boat was a gift from Fu Kong, and compared to the dozens of storage bags Fu Kong had provided, this flying boat was but a trivial part. Li Chun could not divulge any information regarding Fu Kong, not even Li Changsheng. At least for now, he could not reveal Fu Kang's identity to his son. Noticing Li Chen's silence, Li Chongsheng quickly pieced together the situation, casting a glance at Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan, suppressing his curiosity and refraining from further inquiries. Yu and Ning Hongxiu were equally filled with questions, but understood that now was not the time to voice them. Li Xian sat contentedly in Li Chen's arms, her youthful face radiating excitement as she eagerly observed the sprawling landscapes below, momentarily quiet and devoid of her usual exuberance. Sensing the unusual silence among the group, Li Chen felt a twinge of discomfort and turned to them, inquiring, "Aren't you curious about where I am taking you?" And Mo Yinyu shook her head with a smile, replying, "As long as I am with my husband. It matters not where we go. I am unconcerned." Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Wang Lijuan immediately expressed her loyalty, saying, "As long as the master provides us with spirit stones, we shall serve without further questions." Tai Ao and Wu Xiaofan quickly followed suit, nodding fervently. I Chen's gaze drifted away from the others as he stared into the distance, a sense of ambition swelling within him. After more than a decade in the cultivation world, he was now leaving Yinshan Square, stepping out from under the protection of the Linglong Fairy. Henceforth, his path in cultivation would rely solely on himself. As the others looked at Li Chen's figure, they felt as though he had grown taller, more enigmatic. As Li Chen led his family away from Yinshan Square toward the road leading to Hui Mountain. In the Yinshan Square's grade, B Cave No. 7, Master Chen received a letter. "How strange! Who would send me a letter?" Master Chen mused, his expression puzzled as he opened the missive. Moments later, after finishing the letter, his expression shifted between uncertainty and clarity. And he sighed deeply. "Foolishness! Why do you refuse to listen? Why forsake the righteous path to pursue shortcuts? Are there truly shortcuts on the road of immortality?" Taking his family to Tui Mountain, did he truly believe that Huang Qingya was a benevolent person? "Forget it. Let you go. However, I fear all that I've taught will be buried in the earth." Meanwhile, within the Baodin Tower, the Wang family's ancestor glared sternly at Wang Quan, coldly demanding, "Have you uncovered who killed my Wang family's phoenix son?" Severing our lineage, Wang Quan knelt, drenched in cold sweat, unable to articulate a response. The ancestor's gaze grew frostier. "I entrusted you to protect Feng Ming, and this is how you safeguard him. Feng Ming is dead. Why did you not perish at the hands of the Blood River?" Wang Quan stammered, his voice trembling. "Grandson knows his fault. Please, ancestor, punish me." The ancestor seized a teacup from the table and smashed it against Wang Quan's forehead, which he dared not evade, leaving his brow bloodied. "Waste, from now on, Baodin Tower will be managed by Feng Qi. You are to pursue the murderer of Feng Ming, and no matter the means, you must uncover the one who killed Feng Ming, should you fail to bring the murderer to justice. Do not return to Ningbaiyu, nor shall you be a member of the Wang family." "Understood." Wang Quan dared not retort, fearing to incite the ancestor's wrath. Wang Shou rose, his expression dark, and swept away. Once the ancestor had departed, Wang Quan stood, his face contorted with difficulty as he turned to the youth beside him, saying, "The cultivation world is vast. Where should I begin searching for Feng Ming's killer?" "Feng Qi, you are clever. Help your second uncle devise a plan." Wang Fengqi maintained a calm demeanor, speaking softly. "Second uncle, Feng Ming's clan brother, is at the 9th layer of Qi refining and carried many treasures bestowed by the ancestor. Consider how many cultivators in Yinshan Square, or even in Heishui Prefecture, could have ambushed Feng Ming's clan brother. Who has Feng Ming incurred enmity with? Who benefits most from Feng Ming's death? Or rather, who would least desire to see Feng Ming thrive?" Wang Quan's eyes flickered. "Feng Qi, are you suggesting the Yulongyang family?" Wang Fengqi shrugged. "I do not know, but in Heishui Prefecture, there are few who could kill Feng Ming's clan brother or dare do so. Regardless, since you have no direction, why not investigate? Feng Ming is the phoenix son of our Wang family, bearing our family's fate. Whoever killed Feng Ming, we must avenge this grudge." Wang Quan nodded, a fierce expression crossing his face. "I know what to do." Watching Wang Quan depart, Wang Fengqi lightly shook his head, a flicker of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. His face adorned with scorn. Feng Ming is already dead. Why waste time and energy searching for his murderer? Indeed, Feng Ming was a third-grade spiritual root, and the ancestor invested so much effort and resources into him. Now that Feng Ming is gone, can the ancestor not be enraged? Yet, all the resources poured into Feng Ming are now squandered. Ancestor, family, ha ha ha, had you divided the resources invested in Feng Ming with me, Would I have strayed from the righteous path? With Fengming's demise, now you remember me, it is too late. Sitting in his chair, Wang Fengqi, with his handsome visage, rested his chin on one hand, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Nonetheless, Fengming's death can still be utilized. The Wang family is a brutish lot. With a little guidance from me, I am certain to incite a conflict between the two families. When they clash, many lives will undoubtedly be lost, for the blood of kin is far more delectable than that of outsiders. As she spoke, Wang Fengqi extended her tongue to lick her lips, her eyes gradually turning a sinister crimson. The moniker Blood River suits her well. After a considerable time, the flying vessel glided into Qingzhou, drawing near to the verdant peak of Sui Mountain. Gazing at the lush summits, Li Chen's face broke into a faint smile as he caught sight of a tall, slender female cultivator in an apricot-colored robe atop the mountain. Li Changsheng, standing beside Li Chen, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Father, where is this place and what brings us here?" The others turned their gaze towards Li Chen as well. Chen maneuvered the vessel to a gentle descent, a smile playing on his lips as he declared, "This is the mountain in Qingzhou. From this day forth, it shall be our home." O Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the captivating figure in the apricot robe. As the vessel touched down, Li Chen cradled Li Xian in his arms and approached Huang Qingya. Upon reaching her, Li Chen smiled and said, "Qingya, as the mistress of Sui Mountain, surely you need not wait here to greet us?" Huang Qingya's gaze swept over the group, her demeanor slightly awkward as she replied coolly, "This immortal has merely stepped out to enjoy the breeze and happen upon you. It was not my intention to await your arrival." Li Chen understood Huang Qingya's nature well. She remained aloof in the presence of unfamiliar faces. He gently patted Li Xian's head and urged, "Xiener, greet her." Looking up at her father, Li Xian bit her finger innocently and asked, "Daddy, what should I call her?" Before Li Chen could respond, Li Xian leaped from his embrace, unafraid, and approached Huang Qingya, tilting her head. "This beautiful immortal, may I call you Annie? What a good daughter! You are truly a treasure." Li Chen couldn't help but smile broadly, giving Li Xian a thumbs up. His daughter was indeed a thoughtful little darling. In truth, Li Xian's intentions were quite innocent. At tea home, she was most cherished by Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng, whom she referred to as Annie. Encountering Huang Qingya, she naturally hoped to gain another doting figure akin to Mo Yunyu. Huang Qingya shot a reproachful glance at Li Chen, remarking, "At such a tender age, you teach her to misbehave. Is this the kind of father you wish to be?" With that, she lifted Li Xian into her arms, playfully pinching her delicate nose and smiling warmly. "Xiener, you are truly beautiful. How old are you this year?" "Auntie, you're the beautiful one. I am 5 years old this year and have yet to visit the mortal realm." "Why, brother," said the candied hawthorns, "there are delicious. But no one has taken me to the mortal world to buy some. Annie, will you take me to the mortal realm and buy me candied hawthorns?" Cradled in Huang Qingya's embrace, Li Xian's eyes sparkled with innocence. Her expression full of longing. Chen stood aside, unable to suppress a chuckle. Others may not know, but he was well aware of his daughter's cunning nature. Despite her young age, Li Xian was quite clever. He had been deceived by her on more than one occasion. Huang Qingya regarded the little girl in her arms with a soft gaze, her face lighting up like melting ice, revealing a radiant smile. "If no one else will buy you candied hawthorns, I shall." "Really? Auntie, you are so kind to me." Li Xian beamed with delight, snuggling closer, causing a delightful commotion. Chen's eyelids fluttered. His daughter had boldly done what he had hesitated to undertake. "Mou, Hongxiu, Changsheng, come here. Allow me to introduce you to this talented talisman master, Huang Qingya, the mistress of Sui Mountain." "Changsheng, greet her." Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu exchanged glances, slightly apprehensive. They had heard of Huang Qingya's reputation, but had never encountered her in person. After all, she was a prominent figure, a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Standing before Huang Qingya, they instinctively felt a sense of humility due to the strict hierarchy in the realm of cultivation. Observing the dynamic between Li Chen and Huang Qingya, it was evident to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu that their relationship was far from ordinary. Yet, they were uncertain how to address Huang Qingya, and thus fell silent. Changsheng, standing beside Li Chen, Gazed at Huang Qingya, who cradled Li Xian, scratching his head in hesitation. His cheeks flushed as he sought his father's guidance. "Father, what should I call her?" Li Chen sighed. Meanwhile, Li Xian burst into a fit of giggles, her voice ringing clear. "Brother, you are so silly. If I call her Annie, you must call her Auntie too." Li Changsheng looked to Li Chen for approval. Li Chen turned his head, avoiding his son's gaze. "Changsheng, pay your respects to Annie." Thankfully, Li Changsheng was not foolish. He bowed to Huang Qingya and called out, "Annie." Huang Qingya smiled, gesturing graciously from a distance. "Changsheng, is it? There's no need to be so formal. This Sui mountain is not only mine. It is yours as well. From now on, it shall be your home." With that, Huang Qingya turned her attention to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Under her gaze, the two women felt a bit overwhelmed. For Huang Qingya's reputation and cultivation level were significant. "Dear friends, my bond with Li Chen is profound. You need not feel constrained at Li Chen. Please ensure Changsheng and the two ladies are settled, that I shall take Xianer for a stroll." Li Chen nodded. "Qingya." As Huang Qingya departed, Li Chen turned to Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan, speaking calmly. "You three should find a place to settle in. I will summon you later." "Yes, my lord," the three replied respectfully before taking their leave. Once they were gone, Li Chen looked to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. "Come, this will be our home from now on. I will show you two to our courtyards." Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu followed Li Chen in silence. He turned back, his expression softening as he addressed them. "Feel free to ask anything that troubles you. Surely, you do not fear Qingya to the point of fearing me as well." Ning Hongxiu, more vivacious, was the first to speak. "Husband, are we truly going to live here from now on?" Li Chen affirmed. "Indeed, this shall be our new home." Originally, Sui Mountain belonged to the Yin family, but they had offended Qingya, who, in her wrath, obliterated the Yin family and claimed the mountain for herself. Feeling lonely atop the peak, she decided to invite me, given our amicable relationship, to settle here with you all. Although Sui Mountain was a gift from Fukong. This detail need not concern Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Li Chen had conferred with Huang Qingya. She was the nominal master of Sui Mountain. Ning Hongxiu, her eyes bright with curiosity, inquired, "Husband, have you and the esteemed Huang Qingya become partners?" Without evasion, Li Chen replied, "I do indeed wish to be with Qingya, but our relationship has not yet reached that stage." Ning Hongxiu nodded in understanding. "I see. So you have feelings for Huang Qingya." And she reciprocates. "Yet there remains one final step to take. Rest assured, I will get along well with her." Li Chen affectionately ruffled Ning Hongxiu's hair, his heart warmed by her words. Turning to Mo Yunyu, he asked playfully, "Little you, do you have something on your mind? Why have you been so quiet? Is it that you do not like Qingya?" And Mo Yunyu gently shook her head, replying softly, "Though Huang Qingya possesses great cultivation and is a talisman master, I am genuinely happy for you, my husband, should you become her partner." Observing the aura of inferiority and timidity that emanated from Mo Yunyu, Li Chen began to grasp her inner thoughts. She was afraid. The appearance of Huang Qingya instilled fear in her, and in the presence of Huang Qingya, her insecurities and vulnerabilities became undeniable. With a gentle sigh, Li Chen pulled Missouri Yuni close and softly reassured her. "Little Rain, do not worry, and no matter what, you are my Tao companion, and I will not neglect you because of Qingya." Mo Yuni lifted her gaze to meet Li Chen's tender eyes, and only then did her face break into a smile, her demeanor lightening. Sui Mountain was neither excessively large nor particularly small. With Li Chen and Huang Qingya occupying it, the mountain felt somewhat deserted, as they had not brought many people along to remedy this. Li Chen designated a house situated atop a spiritual vein for both Mo Yuni and Ning Hongxiu, and he selected a separate dwelling for Li Changsheng. These residences were remnants of the Yin family, and Li Chen felt no disdain for them, nor did he wish to undertake any extensive renovations. Now that Li Changsheng had matured and embarked on his own path to immortality, he required his own space, no longer needing to share a cave with Mo Yuni and Li Xian. However, with such a vast mountain, Li Chen still felt its emptiness. After some contemplation, he decided to procure some maidservants from the secular world to enliven Sui Mountain. Occupying a mountain and on the verge of establishing a family, It was only fitting to have attendants to serve Mo Uni and Ning Hongxiu. I in the center of the spiritual vein. Li Chen opened a cave dwelling adjacent to the one Huang Qingya had established. This cave was designated for Li Chen's cultivation and seclusion. By the time the cave was completed, Mo Uni and Ning Hongxiu had already settled in. That night, Li Chen visited the courtyard where Mo Uni resided, and he could perceive the emotional knots she harbored on the bed. Mo Uni pressed her slender cheek against Li Chen's chest and softly murmured, "Husband, after you become Dao companions with Fairy Huang, let her be the mistress of Tsuwei Mountain. Fairy Huang possesses great cultivation and talent. She is the one who can truly assist you, supporting you on your path to immortality. You mustn't neglect her." Li Chen turned to press Mo Uni beneath him, responding, "We are not at that stage yet, so why speak of such things?" As Li Chen exerted his strength, Mo Uni began to hum softly, her arms tightly encircling his neck as she struggled to voice her thoughts. "Husband, shall we have another child?" "Very well. As you wish," Li Chen acquiesced. Initially, he had not intended to have more children with Mo Uni. After all, Mo Uni possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, and even if his own root were to rise to the 6th grade, their offspring would likely not inherit high potential. However, sensing Mo Uni's lack of security and her wish for another child, Li Chen decided to indulge her. Besides, the system had issued a new task, requiring him to father 5 children with spiritual roots, even if the child born from Mo Uni did not possess a high-quality root. Li Chen was unperturbed. He could simply use resources to enhance its potential. That night, Li Chen did not consciously restrain himself, and he and Mo Uni remained entwined well into the night. When Mo Uni finally fell into a peaceful slumber with a smile on her face, Li Chen caressed her delicate cheek and gently kissed her forehead before dressing quietly and returning to his own cave to cultivate. Li Chen's feelings for Mo Uni had not initially been rooted in love. When Mo borrowed spirit stones from Li Chen, he had purchased Mo Uni for the price of 120 spirit stones that he felt a sense of compassion for this timid girl. And coincidentally, he needed to complete the first side quest issued by the system. Thus, he had extracted his last remaining spirit stones to bring Mo Uni home. Over the years of sharing life as trials together, Mo Uni had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Li Chen as her husband and to their son. Throughout this time, the bond between Li Chen and Mo Uni had gradually deepened and strengthened. Ning Hongxiu shared a similar sentiment. Yet, Huang Qingya evoked a different feeling in Li Chen. With her, he experienced a stirring of emotions. After leaving Mo Uni's courtyard, Li Chen walked toward the newly established cave. His thoughts drifting to Huang Qingya, present. There remained a certain unfulfilled desire between them. Huang Qingya's character was starkly different from that of Mo Uni and Ning Hongxiu. She was fiercely independent and had her own opinions. To take the final step with her, her approval was essential. Under the moonlight, Li Chen returned to his cave. Huang Qingya stood at its entrance, her gaze disdainfully appraising him. "The rumors in Yinshan Fong speak of your penchant for women, and it seems they are indeed true. That I wonder how someone so enamored with a fairer sex could have cultivated to the 6th level of qi refining in just 10 years. Li Chen disagreed with the notion that he was obsessed with women. Since embarking on the path of immortality, he had diligently and cautiously dedicated himself to cultivation, never allowing himself to become complacent. Even after spending the night with Mo Uni, he had not succumbed to the allure of comfort and forgotten to return to his cave for training. He was simply that industrious. However, there was no need to voice such thoughts. Glancing at Huang Qingya, Li Chen smiled and asked, "Qingya, dawn is approaching. What brings you here? Were you waiting for me on purpose?" Huang Qingya tilted her head, her long neck resembling that of a proud swan. "Do not flatter yourself. I am not waiting for you. The moon is simply splendid tonight, and I came out to enjoy it." Li Chen nodded and took a seat beside Huang Qingya, raising his gaze to the resplendent moon above. Indeed, the moonlight was enchanting tonight, though it paled in comparison to Qingya's brilliance. Huang Qingya smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth, and without concealing her delight, she settled next to Li Chen, gazing at the moon. "When I was young, whenever I felt wronged, I would climb onto the roof and gaze at the bright moon. The moon has always accompanied me until now, seemingly unchanged. Chen responded with a smile. The moon remains eternally unchanging. In contrast, a human life is fleeting. Thus, on the path to immortality, cultivators strive for eternal life, yearning to exist like the moon. Indeed, we cultivators all aspire to attain immortality, Huang Qingya acknowledged. Her expression turning serious as she looked at Chen. I have a question for you. Meeting her earnest gaze, Chen replied with a smile. I shall answer whatever I can. Huang Qingya tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and gently inquired. You named your son Changsheng and your daughter Xian. This indicates your aspiration for immortality, but I find it puzzling that if you seek eternal life, why indulge in the pleasures of the flesh? From my observations, your two Tao companions appear to lack potential. Why becoming their partners and bearing children? Are you not hindering your own cultivation? Chen shook his head gently, speaking calmly. Qingya, there is something I must tell you. Huang Qingya tilted her head. Chen continued. In truth, I possess a rare constitution. With each Tao companion I take and each child I bear, my spiritual root quality enhances. For me, little rain and hongxiu are not burdens. Neither are Changsheng and Xian. It is precisely because of them that my once arduous path to immortality has become smoother. Chen revealed this aspect of his spiritual root enhancement to Huang Qingya, concealing the system and attributing the improvement to his unique constitution. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingya remained skeptical. Really, you are not deceiving me. Chen nodded affirmatively. Of course, I am not lying. When I participated in the Ling testing ceremony at the Zishu Immortal Gate, I was found to possess a 9th grade spiritual root. Since the births of Changsheng and Xian, my spiritual root quality has indeed improved. Huang Qingya opened her mouth, and after a long moment, she regained her composure. Appraising Chen closely before speaking in a serious tone that if this is true, you should not have disclosed it to me. Chen chuckled softly, responding gently. Qingya, I wish to become your Tao companion, to support each other on the path to immortality, and therefore I must not keep anything hidden from you. Huang Qingya rolled her eyes, regarding Chen with skepticism. You wish to become my Tao companion. But is it not primarily to enhance your own spiritual root quality? Chen candidly admitted. Indeed, that is one of my considerations. However, my feelings for you are genuine. Being with you makes the sky feel broader, the moonlight more exquisite, and the sunlight more radiant. The entire world appears more beautiful. Huang Qingya's eyes flickered as she shifted the topic, asking, who else knows about your special constitution besides me? Chen's expression turned serious instantly. So far, only you know. Not only do I possess a unique constitution, but my true cultivation level is known solely to you. Qingya, therefore, you must believe that my feelings for you are genuine, right? Huang Qingya stood up, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Who knows? At least for now, I remain unconvinced. When I will believe it depends on your performance. Dawn is already broken. I must take my leave. With that, Huang Qingya stepped into the cave, her demeanor becoming noticeably more cheerful. Watching the slowly closing entrance of the cave, Chen felt a surge of joy. He understood that the distance between him and Huang Qingya had narrowed. They merely awaited a fortuitous moment to break down the barrier between them. Chen guided the group to familiarize themselves with Siwei Mountain. Leading the way, he walked alongside Huang Qingya, while Mo, Yinyu, and Ning Hongxiu trailed half a step behind, followed by Li Changsheng, who lagged behind them by another half step. Behind Li Changsheng stood the respectful figures of Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai A.S. for Li Xian. She rode a large black-red dog, striding ahead of Li Chen and Huang Qingya. Upon arriving at the 30 acres of spiritual fields, Li Chen turned to Wang Lijuan and the others, speaking calmly. From this day forth, these 30 acres will be entrusted to you. 10 acres each. As he spoke, Li Chen retrieved a pristine book from his storage bag and tossed it to Wang Lijuan. This contains the methods for cultivating Yujin rice. Study it thoroughly once you receive it. Following that, he distributed the spiritual seeds of Yujin rice among the three. In the future, the yield from the Yujin rice will be divided, with 70% going to me and 30% to you. Do you have any objections? Your Lord is exceedingly generous to us. We can only express our gratitude and have no objections. Wang Lijuan and the others replied, bowing in respect, now aware that the true authority over Tui Mountain lay with Li Chun. Compared to other cultivation families, the conditions Li Chun offered were indeed generous in the cultivation world. Spiritual farmers typically yielded 80% of their harvest to the families they served, with only 20% remaining for themselves. The terms Li Chun and Huang Qingya presented were remarkably favorable. It was only due to the limited size of Sui Mountain's spiritual fields that the numerous rogue cultivators did not flock here to become spiritual farmers. Let us not dwell on expressions of gratitude. From now on, take good care of the spiritual fields. After all, the greater the harvest, the more you will receive. Eugen rice is a high-level spiritual plant of the first rank. If your yield reaches 300 pounds per acre, that totals 3,000 pounds for your 10 acres, resulting in 900 pounds for you after distribution. Strive diligently. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Wang Lijuan and the others felt a weighty breath of anticipation. Eugen rice was a first-rank high-level spiritual grain, priced at over 10 spiritual stones per pound in Angshan Square. Moreover, it yielded harvests every 2 years, meaning they could expect over 1,000 spiritual stones in 2 years, averaging more than 500 a year. The trio silently marveled at the benefits of serving a powerful faction as spiritual farmers. Not only could they cultivate in the fertile land for free, but they would also reap considerable rewards in spiritual stones. It was worth noting that even in the slums of Angshan Square, one had to pay a monthly rent of 1 spiritual stone. While the thought of a cave dwelling was beyond their wildest dreams, it was no wonder that rootless rogue cultivators would do anything to join major cultivation families as spiritual farmers. Herbalists or fishers. Unfortunately, the families did not require so many. After offering a few words of encouragement, Li Chun continued to familiarize his family with Sui Mountain. When they arrived at the lush bamboo grove atop the mountain, Moun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a vast expanse of bamboo could yield an abundance of spiritual paper. Li Chun smiled silently. After concluding their tour of Sui Mountain, Li Chun returned to his cave to prepare for a closed-door meditation on the 10 treasures body forging record. If he succeeded in cultivating the 10 treasures body, he would unlock the path of physical cultivation, gaining the strength of a peak chi refining stage practitioner. Before entering seclusion, Li Chun had several matters to discuss with Huang Qingya. Inside the cave, Li Chun sat across from Huang Qing. He produced a storage bag from his sleeve and pushed it toward her. Qingya, for the time being, I must enter closed-door meditation to cultivate a technique. Here are 30,000 spiritual stones. Take them for now, that I was unable to hire an array master in Angshan Square. So, I need you to make a trip to Qingya Square to invite one to set up a protective array. Additionally, while you are there, please keep an eye out for spiritual items like Duyuan fruit, Shiqing milk, and Huanglong marrow. I'll prepare a list for you and acquire as many as you can. Yes, he spoke. Li Chun handed over a pre-prepared list to Huang Qingya, detailing the spiritual herbs and auxiliary materials needed for refining Duyuan pills, Shengling pills, and Jianyun pills. Currently, Li Chun had reached the 6th layer of qi refining, and he required Duyuan pills to break through to the 7th layer. Huang Qingya, being at the 8th layer of qi refining, also needed pills for her cultivation, and the Shengling and Jianyun pills were particularly suitable for her. At this point, Li Chun was still unaware of Huang Qingya's rank of spiritual root. He only knew she possessed a blood symbol spiritual body, with extraordinary talent in talisman crafting, capable of inscribing top-grade spiritual talismans, and even using her blood essence to elevate first-rank top-grade talismans to second-rank ones. Although Huang Qingya was only at the 8th layer of qi refining, her combat prowess was formidable, placing her among the highest echelons of qi refining practitioners. Unless she encountered a foundation-building practitioner, she faced little danger in the cultivation world. Huang Qingya did not refuse. She accepted the storage bag Li Chun offered, smiling brightly. Such a substantial sum of spiritual stones? Rest assured, I will take care of it. Li Chun returned her smile warmly. Qingya, I entrust Sui Mountain to you for the time being. Huang Qingya nodded. Since you have such faith in me, I certainly will not let you down. Do not worry, I will take good care of Sui Mountain. After discussing all necessary matters with Huang Qingya, Li Chun called for Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xiandi informed them of his impending closed-door meditation. distributed spiritual stones and pills to them, and encouraged them to work diligently without becoming complacent. Li Chan felt assured about Ning Hongxiu and Li Changsheng. However, he was somewhat concerned about Mo Yunyu, who had a rather lackadaisical attitude toward improving her cultivation. Ultimately, Li Chun turned his attention to Li Xian. Xiener, I am about to enter seclusion, and you won't see me for quite some time. Remember to listen to your mother and your two aunts, all right? Being born into the cultivation world, Li Xian had a vague understanding of her father's upcoming meditation. Gazing up at the gentle-faced Li Chun, she clung to his leg and shook it. Daddy, please don't enter seclusion, okay? Li Chun did not respond to Li Xian, but instead looked at Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunyu, speaking solemnly. Xiener's spiritual root is nearly fully wet. So be sure to encourage her to cultivate diligently and not let her behave as she usually does. Ning Hongxiu nodded. Husband, do not worry. I will supervise Xiener's cultivation. I Chen nodded in agreement, and then turned his gaze to Li Changsheng. After some thought, he produced two magical artifacts. One was a mixed iron shield gifted by Mo Yunsheng, and the other was a red blade. Handing the two low-grade magical artifacts to Li Changsheng, he patted his shoulder, saying, Changsheng, take these for now. I hope that when I emerge from seclusion, you will have broken through to the fourth layer of qi refining. I Changsheng nodded earnestly. Father, rest assured, I will not let you down. After scanning the group and ensuring everything was conveyed, Li Chun returned to his cave and sealed it shut. Inside the cave, Li Chun sat cross-legged on a mat, 10 top-grade magical artifacts placed before him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, channeling his internal energy and transforming himself into a furnace. Remembering the key points of the 10 treasures body forging record, Li Chun needed to view himself as a furnace. Igniting the divine fire with his essence, blood, and spirit as fuel, he would then refine the magical artifacts within himself, forging his body into a treasure. Li Chun was uncertain how long it would take to achieve the 10 treasures body, but he suspected it would not be a short endeavor. Within the cave, Li Chen's entire being turned crimson as his essence, blood, and spirit intertwined, igniting the divine fire. He felt as if he had become a furnace. Holding a top-grade magical artifact in hand, which gradually grew in this cave, Li Chun lost all sense of time. Outside, Huang Qingya stood atop the mountain, her gaze sharp as she regarded a group of cultivators across from her. Master Feng, it seems you are displeased that this Sui mountain has been claimed by me, this fairy. Behind Huang Qingya stand Mo Yunya, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changsheng, and others. Feng Zhitao, accompanied by several Qi refinement stage clansmen, ascends Sui Mountain. His eyes flicker as he bows to Huang Qingya. Fairy Huang, this Sui Mountain was originally the territory of the Yin clan. Your occupation of Sui Mountain is due to the Yin clan's inability to defend their land, and we naturally dare not voice any objections. However, my Feng family has maintained a cordial relationship with the Yin clan for decades. Now that you occupied Sui Mountain, yet not a single Yin cultivator is in sight. We cannot help but inquire. May I ask, Fairy Feng, how have you dealt with the Yin clan's cultivators? Huang Qingya, adorned in an apricot-colored robe, exudes a cold indifference. The formidable aura of her 8th layer of qi refinement surges forth, unrestrainedly impacting Feng Zhitao and the other Feng clan cultivators opposite her. In a chilling tone, she replies, Master Feng, are you questioning me, this fairy? Feng Zhitao, also at the 8th layer of qi refinement, remains composed under Huang Qingya's pressure and calmly responds, I would not dare to question Fairy Huang. However, given the close ties between the Feng and Yin clans, it is only natural for us to inquire about the recent turmoil surrounding the Yin clan. I kindly request you to enlighten us on how you have dealt with the Yin clan's members. I killed them all, Huang Qingya states with a frigid expression and a calm tone. The ancestral figure of the Yin clan coveted my beauty and provoked me. As a result, I annihilated the Yin clan. Are you suggesting that the Feng clan wishes to intervene on their behalf? As she speaks, Huang Qingya taps her waist pouch, and streams of spiritual light emerge, swirling around her like lively fish. Among the hundreds of lights are clearly top-tier spirit talismans, seeing the multitude of talismans encircling Huang Qingya. Feng Zhitao's eyelids twitch, and his imposing demeanor falters. Fairy Huang. Please do not misunderstand. We harbor no intention of seeking retribution, since the Yin clan's misfortune stems from their own folly in provoking you. Their demise is indeed their own doing. I have come to Clay Mountain today with no ill will. Since you and I shall be neighbors, it is only proper for me to extend my greetings and present a token of congratulations. This is but a humble offering. I hope you will accept it graciously. Fang Zhitao retrieves a jade box from his storage pouch, his face adorned with a smile that starkly contrasts his earlier fierceness. Huang Qingya glances at Fang Zhitao, and then at the several Fang clan members behind him, before calmly stating, Changsheng Li Changsheng, gazing adoringly at his aunt Huang Qingya, steps forward upon hearing her call, takes the jade box from Fang Zhitao, and returns to stand behind Huang Qingya. Master Fang, if there is nothing further, I must ask you to excuse me from hosting you, Huang Qingya says, accepting the jade box without offering Fang Zhitao or the other cultivators any favorable expression and promptly dismissing them. Master Huang, do visit us at Hutu Mountain when you have the opportunity. Now that we are neighbors, we should make an effort to interact, Fang Zhitao replies, his attire of a long azure robe and scholarly demeanor showing no sign of anger as he bows to Huang Qingya and departs with his fellow clansmen from Wei Mountain. Huang Qingya observes Fang Zhitao and his entourage leave with a calm gaze, then turns to Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu, speaking gently, "Do not be afraid. I will handle everything." Mo Yunya nods and softly responds, "With Sister Huang here, we naturally feel at ease." Li Changsheng, holding the jade box, steps forward to Huang Qingya, his expression respectful and eyes filled with admiration. "Aunt Huang, you were truly magnificent just now. The cultivators from the Fang clan did not dare to act recklessly in your presence." A faint smile appears on Huang Qingya's beautiful face as she encourages, "Changsheng, you must strive to cultivate diligently. Once your abilities have ascended, no one will dare to act against you either." Changsheng nods earnestly, recognizing that Huang Qingya's words echo the lessons his father often imparts. After surveying the group, Huang Qingya retrieves a blood-red spirit talisman along with a handful of top-tier talismans, with an air of authority. She speaks gently, "I need to journey to Qingafang to procure some spiritual items and also invite a formation master to set up protective arrays. Hongxiu, since your cultivation is the highest here, I entrust you with these second-tier Thunderfire talismans along with this set of top-tier talismans. Once I leave Tsuwei Mountain, I will leave you in charge." Meeting Huang Qingya's gaze, Ning Hongxiu nods, "Sister Huang, rest assured, I will look after Tsuwei Mountain." Huang Qingya says little more and transforms into a streak of sword light, shooting forth. After Li Chun enters seclusion, Huang Qingya has effectively taken charge of all matters related to Tsuwei Mountain. In truth, Huang Qingya is merely a year younger than Mo Yunya. However, Mo Yunya, feeling comparatively weaker and lacking her own opinions, instinctively positions herself beneath Huang Qingya, placing herself in a subordinate role, with Li Chun in seclusion. Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu regard Huang Qingya as their pillar of support. Huang Qingya exudes the demeanor of the mistress of Tsuwei Mountain, yet the others harbor no objections. Several dozen miles away from Tsuwei Mountain lies Hutu Mountain, named for its resemblance to a tiger's head. Hutu Mountain also possesses a first-tier spiritual vein and is occupied by the Fang family, a Qi refinement clan. The Fang family, while not particularly strong, is not weak either, boasting a peak Qi refinement ancestor and 5 members at the later stages of Qi refinement. They also have dozens of members at the early and mid stages of Qi refinement. Additionally, there are many mortals residing on Hutu Mountain who are descendants of the Fang family. However, not every descendant of a cultivator possesses a spiritual root. In the conference hall of Hutu Mountain, the family head Fang Zhitao gazes respectfully at the elderly figure above him. Bowing earnestly, "Ancestor, we have investigated thoroughly. The Yin clan has been annihilated. Currently, the occupants of Tsuwei Mountain are cultivators named Huang Qingya and Li Chun. Huang Qingya hails from Yingshanfang. She is under 30 years of age, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and is a talisman master capable of drawing top-tier talismans. As for Li Chun, he was originally a pill master from the divine pill pavilion of Yingshanfang. At the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and not particularly noteworthy, the ancestor of the Fang family, seated at a high position, calmly surveys the younger generation before him and speaks in a low voice. Though the young fairy Huang may seem youthful, she should not be underestimated. Sr Hutu Mountain is adjacent to Kui Mountain. Jitao, relay my orders. No clan member is to provoke Tsui Mountain. Fang Jitao nods, in complete agreement. Today, Huang Qingya unleashed a multitude of top-tier talismans, genuinely startling him that a talisman master is indeed someone not to be trifled with. Though Huang Qingya is only at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and does not surpass their own ancestor in strength, the overwhelming array of talismans is more than enough to intimidate any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage, deterring any rash actions. The fate of the Yin clan serves as a cautionary tale. They were annihilated for provoking Huang Qingya. Though the Fang clan is somewhat stronger than the Yin clan, the difference is marginal. The Yin clan's misfortune serves as a stark reminder for the Fang family to exercise caution. The ancestor of the Fang family scans the faces of Fang Jitao and the others before finally resting his gaze on a taciturn, middle-aged man and asks with concern, Ziguang, you are 51 this year and have broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Do you have confidence in reaching the peak of Qi refinement before you turn 60? Fang Ziguang steps forward, his expression serious as he nods. Ancestor, I will certainly reach the peak of Qi refinement before the age of 60. The ancestor of the Fang family appears gratified and states solemnly, my time is drawing near, and I have but a few years left. My greatest wish is to see a foundation establishment cultivator arise from within our clan, elevating the Fang family to a foundation establishment clan. Zhitao, Zhecheng, Zhegong, Zheming, in the coming years, we must reduce internal expenditures. The spiritual stone resources for clan members will be temporarily suspended. Let us gather all spiritual stone resources to fully support Ziguang in his cultivation towards the peak of Qi refinement. Should Ziguang succeed in reaching the peak before 60, our entire clan will strive to procure a foundation establishment pill for him at this crucial juncture. We must avoid provoking Tsui Mountain. Oh, you understand? The ancestor commands. Fang Jitao, Fang Zhicheng, Fang Zhigong, and the other late-stage Qi refinement members respond with solemn nods. Ancestor, we understand what must be done. In a cave dwelling, Li Chen sits cross-legged on a mat, his skin radiating a golden sheen that illuminates the dim cave. Slowly, Li Chen opens his eyes and gazes at his hands, which are dusted with a layer of golden powder, appearing faintly golden. After observing his palms for a moment, he takes out a high-grade flying sword from his storage pouch and strikes it against his palm. The blade meets his hand without inflicting any harm. With the completion of his 10 treasures body refinement, cultivators below the foundation establishment stage find it difficult to pose a threat to him. Attempting to cultivate the divine powers awakened after achieving the 10 treasures body, Li Chen focused his thoughts, and a dark red flame leaped into existence upon his palm. The flame danced upon his hand, causing the temperature within the cave to surge abruptly, distorting the very air around him. Was this infernal flame awakened due to my fire-affiliated spiritual root? I wonder how formidable this infernal flame truly is. Nonetheless, in the future, I shall no longer require Ironheart wood as fuel for my alchemy, which will save me considerable effort. Having attained the 10 treasures body and awakened the infernal flame, I am curious what divine powers will emerge after achieving the 100 treasures body. The dark red flame on Li Chen's palm extinguished, his eyes gradually darkening to a deep black, and his previously light golden skin returned to its normal hue, a hint of excitement gracing his countenance. During this seclusion, he successfully refined 10 top-tier magical artifacts. Forging the 10 treasures body. The record of the 10,000 treasures body consists of 9 levels. Upon completing each level, one awakens a specific divine power, which varies according to the individual cultivator and is not fixed. Divine powers are distinct from spells. Generally, divine powers are innate traits of a race, embedded within the bloodline that, of course, one can also cultivate divine powers through advanced techniques. However, in the realm of cultivation, common methods such as the Crimson Flame technique, Verdant Wood technique, and Golden Essence technique do not grant the ability to cultivate divine powers, as they lack the foundational knowledge required for such abilities. Only with techniques of the 3rd tier or above. And when a cultivator reaches the golden core stage, can they cultivate divine powers? According to Li Chen's knowledge, Many golden core realists in the realm of cultivation have not attained divine powers. Those who have are predominantly Yuaniing true lords that Chen had never heard of a cultivator in the chi refinement or foundation establishment stages possessing divine powers. After achieving the 10 treasures body, Chen awakened a divine power known as the infernal flame. The extent of the infernal flames might remains to be tested. Now that he has forged the 10 treasures body, Chen's combat prowess has undergone a qualitative leap. With his formidable physical defense and the activation of the blood-sucking flying knife, the amount of essence blood it can extract from him has increased, amplifying its power significantly. Chen felt that as long as he was willing to risk everything and dared to allow the blood-sucking flying knife to drain his essence blood, even foundation establishment cultivators would tremble and feared. It is worth noting that during the decade of seclusion spent forging the 10 treasures body, Chen's cultivation level smoothly broke through to the 7th layer of chi refinement. The bottleneck between the 6th and 7th layers was not as substantial as he had imagined, likely due to the enhancement of his spiritual root to the 6th grade. Had he still possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, he could only fathom the immense effort required to breach the 7th layer of chi refinement and ascend to the late stage of chi refinement. Late-stage chi refinement cultivators are not to be underestimated in the realm of cultivation within the Yin kingdom. However, he was uncertain how much time had elapsed during his secluded cultivation. Within the cave, immersed in the study of the 10,000 treasures body record, Chen had lost all sense of time. Yet he was acutely aware that this period of seclusion had surely been lengthy. Since embarking on the path of immortality, this was Chen's first experience of seclusion. He summoned the system panel. Host, Chen cultivation level, 7th layer of chi refinement, 10 treasures body, spiritual root, 6th grade lifespan, 105 techniques, crimson flame technique, spirit transformation hand, withered wood technique, deceptive heaven technique, light dividing shadow snatching sword technique, 10,000 treasures body, record magical artifacts, golden brick blood-sucking knife, heavenly net, bamboo leaf boat divine powers, infernal flame techniques, 2nd grade alchemy partner, Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu offspring, Li Changsheng, Li Xian, Li Yun main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, bear 5 offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. Gazing at the information displayed on the system panel, Chen's expression became somewhat dazed. Had he really been in seclusion for 10 years? Soon, he regained his composure. The system panel showed minimal changes, with the addition of a divine power section. Furthermore, he had welcomed another offspring, Li Yu Inda Chen opened Li Yun's data panel. Offspring, Li Yun cultivation level, 1st layer of chi refinement spiritual root, 8th grade lifespan, 979 talent, alchemical puppet mastery. Li Chen stroked his chin, his expression calm. Li Yun was his son with Mo Yunyu, now 9 years old. Given that Mo Yunyu possessed a 9th grade spiritual root and Li Chen a 6th grade one, it was no surprise that Li Yun, like Li Changsheng, had an 8th grade spiritual root. Although this son's spiritual root aptitude was not high, he possessed a talent for alchemical puppet mastery that, in contrast, Li Xian's talent lay in combat techniques. Only the eldest, Li Changsheng, had no discernible talent. After a decade of seclusion, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for not having even glimpsed his son's birth, feeling somewhat inadequate as a father. Moreover, Li Changsheng was nearing 20 years of age, while Li Xian had already turned 15. With that thought in mind, Li Chen opened the data panels for Li Changsheng and Li Xian. Offspring, Li Changsheng cultivation level, 4th layer of chi refinement spiritual root, 8th grade lifespan, 1991 talent, none offspring. Li Xian cultivation level, 4th layer of chi refinement spiritual root, 6th grade lifespan, 1588 talent. Combat techniques before Li Chen's seclusion. Li Changsheng was at the 2nd layer of chi refinement. 10 years later, he had reached the 4th layer. This cultivation speed was considered normal for an 8th grade spiritual root. Li Xian had also entered the Tao and was currently at the 4th layer of chi refinement, roughly on par with Li Changsheng. Although the siblings had similar cultivation levels, Li Chen was certain that Li Changsheng would likely be unable to best Li Xian, as her combat prowess was superior, bolstered by her additional talent for combat techniques. Within the cave, Li Chun reflected on how swiftly time had passed. A mere seclusion had whisked away 10 years. Outside the cave, a young girl with bright eyes and pearly white teeth donned warrior attire. A storage pouch hanging from her waist, and her long hair styled into a ponytail. The girl rode a majestic demon dog, its fur a striking mix of black and red, and she cheerfully extended her hand toward a nearby handsome boy. "Little brother, lend me 100 spirit stones. I'll take you to the mundane world to witness its glimmering blades and flashing swords. Additionally, I'll treat you to candied hawthorns. Eat as many as you desire." Lian stood at the entrance to the cave, small in stature with a delicate appearance. With calm eyes, he glanced at the girl and gently shook his head. "Second sister, do not attempt to deceive me for spirit stones. Last time, you tricked me out of 100 spirit stones under the pretext of buying me green jade bees. Yet you have yet to fulfill that promise. If you continue to deceive me, I shall inform father upon his return from seclusion. Furthermore, mother and the 2 aunts have forbidden you from leaving Sui Mountain. You've sneaked away to the mundane world multiple times and even established a faction there. If you do not return my spirit stones, I will certainly inform father about this matter when he emerges." Licn, perched upon the back of the black fire dog, clenched her fists, directing a fierce glare at her younger brother. "Lian, have you grown up and developed some audacity, daring to threaten your sister?" "Little Black." Li Xian smacked the black fire dog on the head, causing it to bare its teeth at Li Yun. Li Yun cast a glance at the snarling black fire dog, then at Li Xian, whose expression brimmed with menace. "Second sister, there is no need to intimidate me. I have grown up under your threat since childhood. I am no longer afraid of you. When father returns, I will certainly report your misdeeds." Licn leapt off the back of the black fire dog, her hands clasped together, producing a series of cracking sounds as she advanced toward Li Yun with a mischievous grin. "Little brother, today's sister will impart a lesson. Do not attempt to threaten your sister until you can best her. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." "What kind of dire?" Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Li Xian's ears. She turned to see the long-sealed cave door slowly opening, and a familiar figure stepping out from within. "Father." Li Yun's body trembled, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he gazed at the tall figure emerging from the cave. "Father." Upon seeing Li Chun, Li Xian beamed with joy, darting in front of him and wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice brimming with excitement. "Father, you have finally emerged from seclusion. You cannot imagine how much I have missed you during these 10 years." Li Chun narrowed his eyes that, if he had not been mistaken, Li Xian had combined the mundane world's lightness technique with the shadow snatching technique, her speed far exceeding that of a cultivator employing the shadow snatching technique. After 10 years apart, the once delicate porcelain doll had transformed into a graceful young lady, though her mischievous nature remained unchanged. Had Li Xian's talent for combat techniques begun to reveal itself since embarking on the path of immortality? Looking at his daughter in his embrace, Li Chun adopted a stern expression and coldly inquired, "Li Xian, why are you bullying your younger brother? Has Li Changsheng ever bullied you?" "Father," she exclaimed after 10 years of seclusion, "why do you scold me upon your return? In the past, you have never been so harsh with Xiener. It seems you no longer care for her." Li Xian, embracing Li Chen's waist, looked up with a pitiful expression. Exuding an aura of vulnerability, Li Chun ignored her. He was all too familiar with his daughter's temperament. Turning his gaze towards Li Yun, who stood nearby with an excited countenance, Li Chen's expression softened. This son of his, with delicate features reminiscent of a girl and a rather slender build, bore some resemblance to Amo Yinyu Yin'er. "Come here. Let your father take a look at you." Li Chun beckoned gently to Li Yun. Li Yun, brimming with excitement, approached Li Chun, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he quivered. "Father." Li Chun affectionately ruffled Li Yun's hair, nodding with satisfaction. "Good son, I have been in seclusion for years, even missing your birth. I am sorry for any hardship you faced." Li Yun shook his head. "Father, I'm not suffering. Mother, elder brother, and even the 2 aunts treat me well." "Oh." Li Chun narrowed his eyes, casting an unfriendly glance towards Li Xian. Li Xian bristled, releasing her grip around Li Chen's waist and crossing her arms defiantly. "Li Yun, you ungrateful wretch. What do you mean? Is it that sister treats you poorly?" Li Yun merely pouted, offering no reply. Li Xian turned to Li Chun, facing his skeptical gaze with her sleeve covering her face. "Father, do you not believe Sienna either? It seems you prefer your son over your daughter." Alas, in his household, Sienna receives no love or affection, much like a cabbage by the roadside. "Perhaps it would be best for me to leave this family, so as not to be an eyesore to you all." "Father, why are you doing this?" Suddenly, Li Xian clutched her forehead, stepping back in shock, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, reflecting her genuine grievance. Chen glanced at his right hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Instinctively, he gave Li Xian a playful tap on the head. But he had forgotten that he had now forged his body into the golden